Hey, Earthlings. Hello, 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 and welcome to another time tunnel. This one's going to be a little bit different, but generally the same. But we shall see as it transpires. So what we're doing, obviously, is putting together a weekly archive, which is hopefully going to be all in one place in the end, which will be an easy place for people to dip in and out of the history of the movement that they join, because that's a very important thing. So I've got a few resources that I'm using today, one of which is this one, Terrorists or Freedom Fighters. That's Nocella and Best, a fairly famous book within the movement. This one is Keith Mann, From Dusk Till Dawn, with a cute picture of Bridges on the front, Britches, I should say. Then a little bit, but not much, we might not get to this, which is a Lee Hall book called Capers in the Churchyard, which was very controversial book. Now, the thing, I was going to talk about the ALF in very general terms and try to talk about the European ALF and the North American ALF. And then when I started to research all this, I realized that it was just far too big a idea. And so this is going to be really restricted to the British ALF, really. And so that might open up another possibility of doing an expanded kind of idea of the ALF in general later on, but certainly for this time. And then there's also this book, which is The Animals Freedom Fighter, the biography of Ronnie Lee, who was says here, the founder of the Animal Liberation Front, but he was a co-founder. If only we knew how to contact this guy so he could speak for himself, really would be the best thing. So here he is. So Ronnie,
hi Roger. Hi everybody.
Yeah, so this is we've never had as it were a guest before, but the point is, I was a mere Northern press officer just for a few months, really, and Ronnie, your involvement was much longer than mine, so it would seem a little bit churlish for me to be given the history of all this, the Band of Mercy and the ALF, when you've got the person who co-founded both of them to hand. So thanks very much for coming along. And yeah, so people, welcome yet again then to another time tunnel. So there we are. This is what we're dealing with. So two different organizations, kind of, the Band of Mercy and the Animal Liberation Front. And in some ways, the story involves three organizations, because we kind of really start with the Hunt Saboteurs. One interesting question, Ronnie, would be, without the Hunt Saboteurs, I wonder if the Band of Mercy and then the ALF would have started in the first place. It's an interesting one, isn't
it? It may well not have done, because it was really the people that founded the Band of Mercy. There are actually six of us that were the originators of it. We were all involved in the Hunt Saboteurs to a greater or lesser extent, and it was to do with Hunt Sabotage that kind of brought us together. Because what happened was there's a particular form of hunting that they carry out early in the hunting season. It's just probably around about August or July or September time, because I think the hunt season kind of proper starts, I think, around about November, something like that, where they actually, go across the fields and the hounds follow a scent and all that type of thing. But this cub hunting was completely different. It was, they basically send the hounds into a wood to massacre the young foxes, the fox cubs. And because there wasn't a chase involved, the normal regular Hunt Saboteurs tactics couldn't be employed, and we'd end up just standing around not being able to do anything, because we'd be vastly outnumbered by members of the hunt who would surround the woods. and make a lot of noise so that the young foxes were frightened to run out. And so we started thinking, well, this is, what can we do about this? What kind of tactics can we, can we bring in to deal with it? And that's when we started thinking about going to the hunt kennels and causing damage to their vehicles so they couldn't actually go out cub hunting. But that wasn't something that could be done under the name of the Hunt Sabs, because the Hunt Sabs did try to keep within the law. So in order to do that, we had to form a different organization, and that's where that was where the Band of Mercy came from.
Yeah, which was a kind of it didn't start as RSPCA, but then the RSPCA took it on as an idea, so it became like a youth group of the RSPCA, or a set of them, really, wasn't it? Right?
Yeah, there was a book I'd read. I think it was called All Heaven in a Rage, and it was a kind of like history of the animal protection movement, really. Going back to back to when the RSPCA was formed. I think perhaps even further than that. And there was mention in that of a group called the Band of Mercy, which is a sort of young person's group, young person's branch of the RSPCA, and they took direct action. They damaged guns belonging to shooters, for instance. Now, that may have been just one of these bands of mercy, a particular one that was, especially militant. But I mentioned this to the others, that when we had a meeting in it was in a basement cafe in London. We were huddled in the corner to discuss our plans, and I mentioned this to the others, and we felt that a good name for the group would be Band of Mercy, to sort of to revive the spirit of those young people that had taken direct action way back in the 19th century.
This is a little comment really about what you said about the keeping him within the law, because trespass, of course, is a civil offence, isn't it? Not a criminal offence.
Well, certain forms of trespass have been criminalised. I mean, just going on to someone's land, and walking along. If you do that without permission, that's kind of ordinary trespass. That's not criminal. But if in the course of the trespass you say disrupt someone's business or something like that, then there's now an offence called aggravated trespass where you can actually be prosecuted. In fact, my wife Louise, she's on a charge of aggravated trespass for gluing herself to the gates of MBR Acres, the beagle people who breed.
That's interesting. I didn't know that, Ronnie. So
yes,
one of the tactics of the Sabs used to be, at least when I first started, was kind of like all the fences and the gates, because the Sabs used to kind of know where the hunt was going to go. They would wire them up, and so would that come under that then, or would that just still be trespass?
It's hard to say. I mean, it might be regarded as aggravated trespass now, because you're doing something more than just kind of just entering someone's lands.
Yeah.
So it's that'd be an interesting legal point, whether that now would be a criminal, regarded as a criminal offence.
Yeah, because you don't really hear much of that tactic anymore, to be honest. So I don't know whether it's still done, but it certainly was back then. So anyway, really the point is that we've got three organisations. The first one was the Hunt Saboteurs, and then it was kind of the frustration of the limitations of the Sabs that led you to then start thinking about the Band of Mercy. The third slide, I just thought I'd have a little bit of fun with this one. So which one of those is you, Ronnie?
The smallest one, I would say, probably.
So the D guy in the middle.
Yeah. Well, what? Yeah. I kind of think so. Or I might have been wearing a dress that day, even. So
a Band of Mercy.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm not quite sure if there's any duplicated letters in that, which is interesting, isn't it? But anyway, there you go. So yeah, Band of Mercy. And so let's get to the business end of things then. And so the first actions, like you said, were against the cubbing, really. Yeah, and then it kind of expanded from there, right?
It did. I mean, the first action we took, we'd go to the hunt kennels in the early hours of the morning we caused damage to the vehicles, like the hound van that they used to take the dogs to the hunt, and other hunt vehicles. There'd be horse boxes there because sometimes there'd be horses stabled there that they used on the hunt, and we'd kind of do a relatively small amount of damage. We'd do stuff like maybe slash the tires and put tacks, small tacks and glue in the locks and in the ignition, or we'd snap off the windscreen wipers. We'd just do stuff like that. And then this was in fact the first action of the Band of Mercy, which wasn't connected with hunting, because Band of Mercy was formed in June of 1973, and and so when it got to July, August, we were going to the hunt kennels and carrying out those actions in the middle of the night. And then we'd heard about a laboratory that's being built in Milton Keynes, which is for people that kind of aren't in the UK. It's kind of central England, really. We'd heard about this laboratory that's being built. It's going to be an animal research laboratory for Hoechst Pharmaceuticals, the German company, and they were going to do radiation experiments on animals there. And there'd been a campaign by local anti-vivisectionists to try to stop this, to try and persuade the council not to give planning permission to the building of this laboratory. But that campaign failed. So we thought, right, okay, we'll basically wait until there's enough of it built, and we'll try and burn it down. And we did it. We did have 2 attempts at burning the place down. And basically, where we went there's just a couple of us. We wait for the workforce to leave, and then go in and have a look around, make sure no one was in there. And we did that twice because the first time we found out from the local paper that the place hadn't been destroyed, so we went back and had another go. And even the second time, it hadn't been destroyed either. But after that, they put security on it, so we couldn't go back a third time.
Yeah, but in terms of going back was your downfall in the end, but not on this occasion. But according to the history I'm reading, in total it was like £46,000 worth.
It was £46,000 worth of damage, and to evaluate that in today's money, you have to multiply it by 15.
Oh,
so
right,
it works out something like £750,000 or something.
Yeah. Now, one interesting thing about this, Ronnie, is that I know you said fairly repeatedly, really, that when you were working with the Band of Mercy and then the ALF in particular, the public wasn't really of much interest to you, and yet you did put out a press release in relation to this particular thing, and I've got it here. You can confirm whether this is it or not. It said that the building was set fire to in an attempt to prevent the torture and murder of our animal brothers and sisters by evil experiments. We are a non-violent guerrilla organization dedicated to the liberation of animals from all forms of cruelty and persecution at the hands of mankind. We've got to remember the time when this was written.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the language was of its time.
Our actions will continue until our aims are achieved, which is
yes.
what everybody always puts, I suppose. But,
I think we often ended communiques with that. Basically I wrote that, and I remember writing it with gloves on, and I took extreme precautions that the letter couldn't be traced to me. And I posted it somewhere away from where I lived, so they couldn't, from the postcode, the stamp on the letter, they couldn't tell where it had come from. They couldn't, relate it to where, to where I was living.
They used to get franked with where it came from.
They used to get franked, and there'd been the name of the town on there where the letter had been posted. So I went to another town and did that. Yeah. So that's what happened. Yes, I think we did want people to know what we'd done and why we did it. We wanted to raise awareness. But I think kind of in a sense we also kind of wanted to, I suppose, recruit people. If other people who were, I suppose, within hunt saboteurs or people in the animal rights movement saw that, we thought, well, maybe that'll encourage them to, to get involved with us.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, what you'd have had about seven or eight people tops involved at the time. So
in the Band of Mercy, I think we only ever had 6. I don't think anyone was ever involved outside of the 6 of us that were the founders of it.
Right. Okay. Now, one interesting part of the history is that somebody in the Hunt Saboteurs put up a £250 reward for information trying to find out who you were.
Yes. You see, basically what happened was, I think exactly when this was, I wasn't sure. It was either in it would have either been kind of late 73 or early 74, that kind of time, I would say. And by that time I was a committee member, Hunt Saboteurs committee member, and so was Cliff Goodman, and Cliff was the guy who carried out the attack on Hearst Pharmaceuticals with me, and I can say that because we both ended up being convicted for it. We were both on the Hunt Saboteurs committee, and basically what kind of happened was that the Hunt Sabs were kind of concerned that because you see, in terms of direct action in the UK, the Hunt Saboteurs had really been the kind of foremost group carrying out direct action, and then all of a sudden there was this other group coming along using more militant tactics, and the Hunt Sabs were worried that the Band of Mercy would be associated with them, or certain people in the Hunt Sabs were, and they wanted to distance themselves from the Band of Mercy. I think this is why they announced that reward. And then people on the committee became suspicious that Cliff and I were involved in the Band of Mercy, and I was asked if I was involved, and I said I'm not going to comment. I didn't want to lie and say I wasn't. and so I think because of that, Cliff and I were suspended from the Hunt Saboteurs committee.
Right. Okay. So, well, let's move on then to the picture, which is difficult to see, I'm sure.
Somebody's asking how much time did you do for it? Well, I suppose it kind of depends what. When what happened was Cliff and I were arrested in it was in 1974. I think it was in August 74 we were arrested, and
but you weren't arrested for this first thing, though,
no,
right?
we weren't. Yeah, we weren't arrested for that, but we ended up being convicted of that because of other evidence they found. They raided our homes and they searched the vehicle we were using at the time and found evidence and stuff.
You had a
like
big
that.
sign saying we did the one in.
We did this, a big picture of it, and we ended up getting a 3-year prison sentence for that, and we served 12 months of that. We were in prison for 12 months.
Yeah,
but that's only the first time for me.
I've got an interesting thing for a letter. This is when you were imprisoned here. A letter published by the Daily Telegraph of all papers, and somebody had written, many would sympathise with their action against the utterly diabolical and largely unnecessary form of cruelty involved in animal experimentation. These young men, while defying the law, showed great courage, and the sentences of 3 years imprisonment seemed unrealistic and harsh. I don't suppose you get that kind of.
I don't think you get that in the Telegraph now. But it was very strange how the media were, because the most popular paper at the time, in terms of circulation, I think it still is today, in the UK, it was the Sun.
It was the Sun, and then the Mirror.
The Sun, and it's a tatty, horrible newspaper, really. But on the front page of the Sun, the front page headlines was, I think it was non-meat martyrs. That here were these guys that didn't eat meat, and they, had got 3 years in prison, or sentenced to 3 years in prison for trying to destroy this appalling torture laboratory. The article was really sympathetic to us, and this is really quite a right wing. They are, that this is a right wing newspaper, perhaps not as far right wing as the
Well,
Telegraph.
there was a time when the Sun was left wing until Murdoch bought it out.
Yeah,
and so-
it may have
yeah.
been. It's kind of because it always used to be the Daily Mirror used to be the left wing one, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so you
Um,
got that divide. But I think they were like competitors at the time. But going back to this £250 reward thing, I imagine modern members of the Hunt Saboteurs would be quite shocked by the fact that happened at all. I would have thought. But there you go.
Yes. I mean, it was shocking, and it was appalling, to be quite honest, that they did that. Yeah.
Well, let's move you on to 1974 then. And before you get nicked, there's a couple of
well, this picture, first of all, the picture of that boat.
Oh yeah, let's do the boat. Yes,
that was in 7. You see, what happened was after following the attack on the laboratory, we went back to doing the kind of the actions at the hunt kennels, and I don't think we just restricted it to the cub hunting season. I think we kind of did it in the ordinary hunting season as well. And then there was this slaughter of baby seals that took place in an area called the Wash, and that's that's like the east coast of England. Where basically every year in June, these fishermen went out in their boats, and then they launched inflatable dinghies, went on the sandbanks, and shot baby seals to kind of get money for their coats. And there'd been protests about that for a number of years, and the Hunt Saboteurs had tried to sabotage it with only really limited success. And so we thought, right, okay, we'll go up there and we'll try and just destroy the fishing boats so they can't do it. And that's what we did. And this is one of the boats that we attacked.
So there was one with a little bit of damage, and there's one that was totally destroyed. So
there was one that's totally destroyed, and the other one was badly damaged. The other one, neither of them were like seaworthy. They couldn't use either of them. And what happened was they didn't do the killing of the seals that year, and in fact they in subsequent years they didn't do it either because the government had to issue a license to them to kill the seals, because the seals are like a protected animal. So if somebody wants to kill a seal, they have to get a license from the government, and the government would give them a license every year. But the year after that, and in every subsequent year, they were refused a license, and which I think could have been a result of just a kind of public opinion, and I think maybe that our action was the icing on the cake that made the government think that this seal killing is a really unpopular activity and we shouldn't give a license to it.
Yeah, and did you say that when you sent me that picture, did you say that was from the court? But you didn't end up in court over that one, did you? So
yes, we did, because we weren't arrested for it, but when we eventually were arrested,
they did. They all backdated it all. Okay.
Yeah. You see, because what happened was we got sent by a sympathizer. We were sent a list of places that bred and supplied animals to laboratories, and they were kind of easy. They were kind of easy targets because they tended not to really have any security. The laboratories themselves had security, had cameras and security guards and stuff like that. I suppose because there was valuable equipment in the laboratories. But the breeding places, because basically it was just animals in cages, they tended, their security just amounted to maybe a lock on the door. That was all. And so they were easy targets. So we'd go there, and really our focus was on damaging their vehicles. And
we had it easy in those days, Ronnie.
Yeah, I think you got a picture of one of the vehicles, haven't you? That was
yeah. Well, that's the next thing. But before we get to that, it says in the histories that there's a little bit of a dispute in terms of the two histories that I saw. That in 1974, that the Band of Mercy broke into 8 laboratories or 8 laboratory suppliers, and this was the first time when other animals were rescued as well.
Yeah. Normally we didn't break in, and normally our target was the vehicles, so that would normally not involve entering the building. There was one time we broke into a place and there was no vehicle there, but they had a load of packing boxes. This was a place near London that they bred and supplied baby chicks to laboratories, and we went in there, and we during the course of 2 or 3 hours we removed all their packing boxes, from the storerooms there, took them to the next field and made a huge bonfire out of them and set fire to them all. So that involved breaking into a building, but normally it would be like this, where it would be a vehicle that was parked outside the building, and we'd damage or destroy the vehicle. And these were the vans that we used to transport the animals to laboratories.
Right. Okay. And so, do you remember the first? Because you're in a completely different ball game once you move to actual rescue. Because obviously, it's not a question of just going and doing stuff and then going away. You've then got the responsibility of taking those who you've rescued, to somewhere, right? And so that's a completely different kettle of fish, as they say in the species world.
The Band of Mercy, we never really intended to do rescue. I mean, we were really focused on causing damage with the Band of Mercy, because normally with rescue, it is more complicated, and often you need more people. There are very few of us, and a lot of the actions that we carried out involved only just 2 or 3 people. But there was one occasion where we raided there was a place down in Salisbury, which is southwest England, that bred guinea pigs for laboratories. And during the day when we'd recce'd the place, there was a van there, and we thought, right, that's our target. We'll come in the early hours of the morning, we'll damage the van. But when we got there, in the early hours of the morning, the van wasn't there. I think the person who drove the van must have taken it home. So we thought, what should we do? So we kind of broke into one of the buildings. I'm not sure we even had to break in. We got the door open anyway, and there were a load of baby guinea pigs all in these cages. So we just thought, right, okay. So we grabbed half a dozen guinea pigs, these little guinea pigs, and we put them up our jumpers, because although it was summer, I think it was June. It was quite a cold night, so we had them up our jumpers, and we found a sympathizer who lived about 10 miles away, and he said, "Oh, bring them round to my house. I'll look after them." You see, and so we were on the way to his house about 2 o'clock in the morning. We were stopped by the police. So we thought, "Oh shit!" Stopped by the police. We've got guinea pigs up our jumpers. And they said the reason they stopped us was because there'd been a spate of burglaries in the area, and not people stealing guinea pigs, but I think house burglaries. And they were suspicious because we were out so late at night. But you see, what we'd been doing at the time is we were on a kind of sort of working camping holiday, where we'd camp near these laboratory animal suppliers, and then in early hours of the morning we'd kind of pull up our tent and put it in the back of the car and go and do the raid, and then go to the next place. You see, so we had camping equipment in the boot, in the trunk, for people in the USA, of our car. And what we told the police this. So we're on the camping holidays. We've been delayed because something's gone wrong with the vehicle or something.
When they said you were taking your guinea pigs for a walk.
Yeah, well, we should have said that. Yeah. And then when they opened the boot of the car, there was camping equipment in there, so they believed us and they let us go on our way. And it was just so lucky that these guinea pigs didn't make a noise, while they were up our jumper, because luckily the police didn't search us or anything. And so we ended up, we went to this guy's. In fact, I can name the guy because he just sadly died a couple of years ago. John Bryant, who was very well known in the animal protection movement, and I think he was on the RSPCA council, for a number of years. And he was the guy that took the guinea pigs in and indeed looked after them for the rest of their lives.
Bryant is responsible for a terrible sin in the movement, which is he brought Gary Francione into it. But
yes, because it was through because
of the book, Fettered Kingdoms.
Kingdoms, John.
Which is a very good book. I like the chapter on angling. It says that you need was it a hook, a line, and a stinker?
Yes,
yeah,
that's right. That's very good. I mean, there was some fallout with John Bryant because he did condemn the ALF. It may have been in a reprint of Fettered Kingdoms in a kind of, he kind of did a later version of it, I think, where there was condemnation of the ALF in it, certainly the damage tactics, and so he wasn't our favourite person then. But
no, I'm not also not quite sure whether he ever became vegan, but I know Francione said that he wasn't, because Francione sought him out when he came over to England in the early 80s, and he wasn't then, and he was really disappointed about that.
I think there was a time when I knew him when he was vegan. I think what happened was John was very influenced by Dick Corse, who was a guy who was the I don't know what title he was.
CEO,
CEO of the League of Ethical Sports. And Dick Corse was a very dodgy character who later kind of went over to the side of the hunt, and he was a meat eater, and I think he may have influenced John no longer to stick to a vegan diet.
Well, okay. Well, let's go back to our story and our history, because now we're moving up to the ALF. So this actually is from Cranky Vegan's little series. And of course, it's kind of not quite right in the sense that you co-started the Animal Liberation Front, and this is 1976 at this stage. And so can you explain the name change, Ronnie?
And basically what happened, yes, I mean, there were six of us that it really was six of us that formed the ALF, because six of us formed the Band of Mercy, and then the Band of Mercy became the ALF. And what happened was, because I was sentenced to 3 years in prison in I think it was March of 1975, and I was let out a year later, and I sort of feared that would be the end of it. I thought people would think that it was too risky to be involved in that kind of action, because you end up in prison, because we'd ended up in prison. So we were quite pessimistic of other people wanting to do the same thing. But in fact, it was exactly the opposite. And when I came out of prison, there were lots of active. It was mainly, once again, people who were active in the Hunt Sabs.
And what year did you come out?
76.
Oh, you came out in 76. Yeah.
And I don't know whether by that time the Hunt Saboteurs, because there was a program called Open Door on the television about the Hunt Saboteurs, and it attracted a big influx of people into the Hunt Sabs. And I don't know whether that was before we were released, and so it meant that there were far more people in the Hunt Sabs now, and I had loads of young people come up to me, or mainly young people, saying, "How do I get involved? I want to do the same thing." And I thought it was brilliant. That there was this kind of enthusiasm.
And did you get back involved with the Hunt Saboteurs, and had their kind of fear about being associated with the militant thing dissipated by then, or what?
I kind of think it had. I think I did get back involved, not as much as I had been, but I think I did kind of continue to go out sabbing a bit after I was released. In fact, I definitely did, because I was involved in a group in North London of Hunt Sabs. So yes, no, it changed the end, because a lot of Sabs by now were kind of ALF activists as well, because what kind of happened was a lot of these the new people didn't like the name, They said, "What what's this with the name? It's kind of weird. It sounds like some religious organisation. It doesn't mention animals." So we had to think about it, and I think between a few of us, we came up with the name Animal Liberation Front because it was what we were.
Right. Well, it's much better than Band of Mercy. I can't imagine any modern day movement having mercy in their name. It'd be ridiculous.
No. No, that's right. No, it was a rather strange name, but ALF was much better.
Now, Ronnie, you can help me now, because there's a bit of a gap in the histories now between when the ALF started, or the kind of late 70s into the turn, and then like 81ish. So from around about 77 to 81, there's not much in terms of what was going on. Is there a reason for that, or is it just not documented?
Well, I think action certainly increased throughout the 80s, but there was stuff going on in the kind of late 70s, and I mean I was involved in some of it. I mean I got I kind of didn't get back into the action straight away, but it didn't take me too long, and I ended up I got arrested again in early 1977 for a raid on it was a place that bred mice for experiments, and that was in the kind of
you just like having your meals cooked. Actually,
yeah, that's it. Yeah, like
you were the first animal rights person to go on hunger strike in order to get the vegan diet, right?
Yeah,
and that was in Winchester.
Yes, which started in Oxford, because basically the place where we were arrested was near a sort of smallish town called Bicester in sort of North Oxfordshire, and so we ended up in our trial was at Oxford Crown Court, and we ended up in Oxford Prison, which interestingly is now a hotel. Turned it into a hotel now. It wasn't much of a hotel when I was there. Really,
well, that's what everybody says about prisons, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're in a luxury hotel, and like kind of they have it too easy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that's right. I was kind of but I went on hunger strike in Oxford, but they moved me to Winchester because Winchester had a hospital. Oxford didn't have a hospital, whereas Winchester did. And so they needed to put me in the hospital after I'd been a few days on hunger strike.
Yeah. And what was the process? Because I mean, people could go and I suppose it was a case back then. People could just say they were vegetarian, right? But
yes.
they were. I mean, vegan was kind of like a mystery to them, really. And they almost, they didn't know what it was, but they also thought you were taking the piss, really, didn't they?
Kind of. They just thought being awkward, really. Oh, you're being awkward, and can't you just eat the ordinary food? And because when I said I was a vegan, they said, because they said,
what's that?
When you come into jail, they go like, they ask you a few questions. They go, any dietary requirements? I said, yeah, I'm vegan. They said, well, what's that? I said, well, it's like a vegetarian, but I don't eat eggs and I don't eat dairy products. And they said, oh, we can't do that. Can't do that. You'll just have to have the vegetarian diet and eat what you can out of it. I said, well, that's not good enough. I said, where am I going to get protein from, for instance? No. So that's when I went on hunger strike to get a. It's an interesting concept, isn't it? Starving yourself to get a proper diet.
To get a meal, yeah.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? But that's but I mean, it worked, and they did give me a vegan diet in the end.
Yeah. Okay. Before we move on, then I got a couple of policy questions just to ask you. Well, one's about the policy, but was the phrase economic sabotage being used then?
I think that sort of more came in during the sort of early 80s, because you see, but basically when we kind of started off, and we were taking action at the hunt kennels, our aim wasn't really to cause a huge amount of damage to their vehicles. We wanted to just cause enough damage
to them,
disable them. We weren't really thinking in terms of like causing hunt economic loss. And even with kind of, we did what was necessary to kind of prevent, what was going to be done to the animals. Like even with those fishing boats, You know, we saw that as a way of like a preventative measure. You know, when we, you know, tried to destroy the laboratory, that was like a preventative measure, so to speak. You know, we weren't sort of thinking in terms of costing that company like loads of money and putting them out of business or anything. And it was kind of interesting, the attitudes of like some of the people in the ALF. For instance, there was some people that kind of raided a laboratory and got into the offices, and they were telling me about it afterwards. They said, "Oh, we found £100 on the table in the office." I said, "What did you do with it?" I said, "Have you got it?" They said, "Oh, no, we tore it in half and left it on the table." I said, "Why did you do that? Why didn't you take it and you could have used it for you know, to substitute, you know, to pay for future actions?" And they said, "Oh, we didn't want to be thought of as common criminals, as thieves." So we. And there was one. I tell you another one. I went on a raid, and this would have been, and this was another one. You know, in that period, you know, you mentioned, you know, between it's kind of late 70s. But basically, there was a few of us, 4 of us. We raided a place. I think it was in Cambridgeshire, and it was this guy was an ex-army guy, a captain somewhere or other, and he was breeding pigs and sheep for experiments, and he had this office that was kind of it was like it was in the middle of a field, this office sort of thing. You had to go up this track to get to it, and he broke in there and did a load of damage, you see. And coming home in the car, you know, we were talking about what we'd done, and you know, there was one guy said, "Oh, I damaged his typewriter," and there's this woman said, "Oh, I smashed his phone," and another guy said, "Oh, I smashed the photocopier," and I said, "Oh, I jumped on his glasses," and it kind of all went quiet. They said, "You what? You what?" I said, I jumped on his glasses."
You always go too
no.
far, Ronnie.
They said, no, that's not acceptable. No, that's not acceptable, jumping on his glasses. I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "My only regret was he wasn't wearing them at the time." And they wouldn't do anything. They said, "Right, we're not doing anything with you anymore. You've gone too far."
Yeah,
I went too far, because I said, when he wears those glasses, I said, when he's planning all his, you know, sending the animals off to experiments and doing all his paperwork and that, he wears those glasses, so they are a legitimate target, but they wouldn't have it. And it was like that. There was this kind of sort of morality connected. Well, what I probably call false morality was connected with these things, you see. Whereas later on, what we would do when we raided places, we would, instead of destroying the office equipment, we'd take it and we'd sell it in the second-hand shop, because we didn't have much money, you know, to fund what we were doing. So we would you know, instead of destroying the stuff, we'd take it and we'd sell it to raise funds. And so it kind of that was completely turned the other way. Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
Roger's allowed to have glasses.
There's a policy that you can smash their glasses, but not their spare pair. Now, when it comes to then, I mean, presumably these kind of conversations and this kind of like early years thing, when did it become important for you to develop a policy? And first of all, can you tell people what the policy of the ALF was?
Well, I think there was kind of sort of 3 strands to the policy. I mean, first of all, it was, you know, what the ALF was about, and what we were about was direct action, and that direct action was either damage to property, connected with the oppression of other animals, or the actual physical rescue of the animals themselves. The second strand of the policy was that we would do our utmost to avoid killing or injuring kind of any form of sentient life, including humans. You know, we weren't going to, you know, we were kind of non-violent in that sense. And the third strand of the policies was we kind of really expected people to be at least vegetarian, preferably vegan, because we kind of thought, well, if someone's, you know, someone's a meat eater and they're taking ALF action, it is rather hypocritical. You see, and of course, I mean, nowadays it would probably be that people would have to be vegan, but in those days, veganism wasn't so widespread, and there was there were quite a lot of people who were vegetarian, say in Hunt Sabs, and who weren't vegan, and so
it was a product of the time, wasn't it?
At the times, yeah. So we wanted people to have at least made some commitment in their own life, towards.
That certainly makes sense. It would seem rather odd for somebody who consumes other animals to be rescuing them as well.
Yes.
So let's move on then to this is an oddity in a way, because this is a shift in tactic, in the sense that you'll need to explain this. So this is Operation Valentine, and this is a mixture of ALF and what was called the NAL tactics.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a couple of aspects to this. I mean, first of all, the Band of Mercy only did the one animal rescue, which was the guinea pigs, and that wasn't really an intended thing. It wasn't planned, and these were half a dozen small animals, were quite easy to to take away. But you see, the ALF, the Band of Mercy, we only ever had 6 people, but with the ALF, like there were dozens and dozens of people involved in the ALF. There was this big influx of activists, and there were groups all over the country springing up. And so, because more people were involved, it meant that animal rescue became much more possible, and really animal rescue on quite a large scale, involving large animals, and so we were able to start rescuing dogs from places. It would normally be beagles and cats, and there are even some animals rescued. There were some horses rescued at one time from I think they were due to go for experiments, and goats and animals like that. And so animal rescue became really quite a big part of the ALF, whereas with the Band of Mercy it hadn't been. But normally the ALF activities took place in the middle of the night, and involved we always felt it was best to involve the smallest number of people that you needed to get the job done. That was kind of how we looked at it. But Operation Valentine was kind of departure from this, and I think it was influenced by another group, or another number of groups that went under the name of the Animal Liberation Leagues. There was Northern Animal Liberation League and a Southeast Animal Liberation League, Central Animal Liberation Leagues, and these groups did daylight raids on places where there was really quite a large number of activists would go into a place in the daylight, and their aim wasn't to cause damage. I mean, normally their aim was to get documents that were evidence of what the laboratory did. I think there may be 1 or 2 occasions where they rescued animals. There's a famous raid by the Central Animal Liberation League on a place. Was it Park Farm in Oxfordshire? I don't know whether you remember, Roger, where they took dogs out of this place, and some of these dogs, it turned out that some of these dogs had been stolen by thieves that supplied them.
Yeah, they're the big woolly dog. I can remember
woolly dog, and 1 or 2 of them got
the kind of Dulux dog.
Yeah, and they were dogs taken by dog thieves. And kept in this kind of holding place.
The same with NAL, because they raided the holding unit of Sheffield University and found pets. There was one who was actually reunited with his family.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. They were. That's it. Yeah. So this was kind of the Operation Valentine raid was kind of influenced by the Animal Liberation Leagues, and this was a daytime raid on a laboratory in Essex, which Life Science something or other.
It just called Life Sciences, yeah. That's
Life
right.
Sciences,
Place called Stock in Essex.
In Essex, yeah. And basically, what happened was there was kind of there was a demonstration organised outside the laboratory, and while that demonstration was going on, activists ran into the lab, broke in. And took away animals, but also caused damage as well, which is something that the Animal Liberation Leagues wouldn't have done, but which the ALF was very much into, was causing damage. And it was lot of publicity was obtained for it. A few people got arrested and later put in prison. I think the guy that was alleged to have organised it, which he
Steve
kind of did,
Baldwin.
Steve Balding, he got 15 months.
Yeah, and everyone was shocked by that, which is interesting because it was obviously less than what you'd got already. But yeah, but nobody cared about you. That's what it was. And,
I mean, I think it was positive publicity. It raised awareness of what was going on, and I think there's always sympathy when that picture of that person with the beagle. I mean, that's bound to elicit sympathy, isn't it? In a lot of people.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about things that would have which changed the flavor, should we say, of the media in a minute. But so this really was a one-off, though, in the sense that this blending of the NAL type or the Animal Liberation League type stuff and the ALF stuff. I mean, I don't remember
it was a one-off,
causing a lot of trouble, though. But it's just that it kind of didn't quite work, really.
Yeah, it kind of it was only ever done this once.
Yeah,
I thought we felt, we'll just have a go at this and see how it works. I think it might have been because, you see, one of the problems is it wasn't this lab couldn't have been raided using normal ALF tactics because there was security there. And basically, I think when the security saw the activists all storming in, I think they just locked themselves in their office.
Yeah, so it had to be like an invasion.
Yeah. But we couldn't have done that. You couldn't have done it at night with a small number of people because the security, were on it. And I think this is why that when the place was looked at, it was felt that the only way anything can be done about this place is like to storm it in the daytime with a lot of people.
Yeah, Debbie's saying rescued in bold print, and again, there was a seismic shift in the quality of the press coverage. I mean, as you said, you were the non-meat martyrs and all that kind of stuff. And I remember one headline was animal freedom fighters. I saw once, and so that was quite common because you used to get these iconic pictures of activists coming out with other animals. And obviously, particularly beagles, they were very popular with the press. And as soon as you got that, then the press coverage tended to be fairly kind of positive.
Yes, I mean, it kind of was always more positive for the rescue than it was for the damage. But a lot of us,
was inevitable, really, wasn't it?
Inevitable, yeah. But a lot of us thought that the damage was was more important because we felt that the rescue, when you rescue animals from a laboratory, what you're basically doing is just the financial loss you're causing to that laboratory is just the value of those animals. Whereas you can, if you smash stuff up and cause damage, then you're causing far more financial loss to them, and that's more likely to put them out of business.
It's so weird, isn't it? Because in these setups, the other animals are the thing with the things, and I said that on purpose because they are things to them with least value. For example, I used to get a lot of information by ringing up animal use facilities. I rang a rabbit farm, but also a chicken farm. And you pretended to be a member of the press and asked some questions and stuff. And I said, would you kind of insure the chickens? And the guy just laughed and he said, well, they're not worth anything. You don't insure them. You insure the cages, but you don't insure the chickens.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And that was another thing we did a lot, rescuing hens from battery farms. There was a lot of that went on. Yeah,
that is true. Okay, so now this one is, I think, a year later. So we're talking 83, and so we're back to the damage.
Yeah, this was a place in, I think it was in, Bedfordshire, which is sort of once again kind of central England area, and what it was a. It was a a slaughterhouse for hens. You know, when when the hens have been kept in battery cages for, I think it's only about 18 months, they're sent for slaughter. And this was a slaughterhouse for what they call spent hens, you know, hens that are no longer wanted for egg laying. They went to this place, and a couple of us went there, and we, interesting enough, when we got there, there was a huge German Shepherd dog patrolling the premises. And we thought, oh, we're probably not going to be able to do anything here, you know. But I went up to the fence and called the dog over, and stroked him through the fence, and he was really friendly. And then I said to him, off you go, then off you go. And he just went off and went round the back of the building and never came near us. And we got over the fence and went and burnt a few of the vehicles there. This was kind of some sort of lorry, a truck, and you can see behind there's a coach. They used the coach.
Ronnie, that means that you must have lost that doggy's job.
I mean, well, possibly, but I mean, sadly, I kind of don't think so, because I think that, you know, these vehicles would obviously been replaced, but it will cost that company money, and that's what we're aiming to do, and you know, and to get publicity, you know, to raise awareness, I suppose. But the publicity you'd get from something like that wouldn't be sympathetic. You know, we'd be branded as terrorists for that. It's quite difficult to brand people as terrorists if you're rescuing animals. I suppose there's those that might try, but it is quite difficult. Whereas if you're sitting
it's easier with the damage, obviously. I just kind of think about, you know, all the management and that arriving either in the middle of the night or early morning the next day, and the dog's going, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the dog, he just went off. He was nowhere. He wasn't anywhere to be seen.
Well, he was telling the truth, and he didn't see anything, did he?
He didn't see anything. No.
Yeah.
He said, no, I don't know. Sorry, Gov. No, I was asleep.
Sorry about that, mate. So this one is interesting because this goes back to what you were saying before. And the ALF are not usually associated with rescuing very large other animals because of the difficulty of it, essentially.
Yes.
And so, can you remember cows being rescued? You mentioned goats.
No, I can't specifically remember cows being rescued. No, I know goats were rescued, and obviously, you know, hens and chickens were rescued. No, I can't remember cows. I mean, there may have been. I know lambs are rescued by the ALF. I think that still goes on today, where they're rescued.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Here's an interesting one, because this, in terms of the species, now these are quails, as far as we know.
Yeah, and quails are quails are kept for their eggs, and they're I think they're quite often kept in cage conditions. You know, for the eggs, which I think are regarded as
very, very tiny eggs, aren't they?
Tiny eggs, yeah. And basically, there was one raid, and I don't know whether it's this one, but there's one raid where people took quails away. Where what they did, they needed something to you know, to put the birds in. So they nicked a caravan from a guy that was involved in a hunt. I think this guy was involved in hunting. So they thought, right, we'll nick his caravan. So they nicked this guy's caravan, and they used that to transport the quails. So they kind of struck two blows really against the oppressors.
Double whammy.
Double whammy. Yeah.
I've got an interesting anecdote about quails, because I was given a film from an ALF cell, a northern one, and they had rescued quite a few quails. I took the film to BBC Manchester, and they were a bit dodgy about the quality, and so they actually hired this guy on a motorbike to take the film down to London and put through this machine called a Quintel, which was to stabilize it and redo all the kind of color, the kind of thing that everybody can do on their laptops now, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was kind of very kind of high tech kind of stuff. But I do remember by the time he got it back, it was time for them to go on air, and we were still there, kind of watching what was going on in the studio. And they went through this kind of run through, and there's this kid who had fallen out of a multi-story building, and he'd bounced, and he survived. And apparently, it was the second time he'd done it. This kid, and so when the presenter was, going through his kind of, they had a run through. He was going, and then we had little Michael, blah blah blah, and all that kind of stuff. And in his ear, he was getting all these jokes from all the rest of the production team, like, "Oh, that kid must be made out of rubber," and this kind of stuff, right? And then the actual show started, and I thought, okay, well, now all the jokes are going to stop, but they didn't. It was amazing. They were still kind of giving him all this kind of stuff in the ear, and yet he had this straight face.
It must be very hard for them to concentrate, mustn't it?
Yeah, but he obviously must have just been what happened, because I was flabbergasted that they didn't kind of go dead serious, suddenly, but they didn't. It was really funny. They were still giving the old kind of jip in the ear, and he had a straight face, and he just delivered the news. It's amazing. but that was a quail rescue.
Yes.
Now the issue about quails is what to do with them. I think might be.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think they do. I think they do live natively in the UK. They're probably not originally from here. Like a lot of the, a lot of these birds kind of aren't. Like, I mean, chickens aren't. They're not originally native of the UK. They're from the Far East, aren't they? Guinea fowl. They originate from, and it may well be the same with quails. So I'm not sure whether but when they're kind of been reared in captivity like this, I'm not sure whether they can be released to the wild.
I think they're regarded as a game. I think they're regarded as a game other animal, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Let's move on now. You've mentioned economic sabotage, and a lot of that is involving arson. And so I do remember during my time that there started to be some disquiet within the activist community about the use of arson, in particular, because it was easy to kind of lose control of a fire. At the same time, when you look at Keith Mann's book, he reports that there was several arson that proposed arsons which were cancelled because the vehicles weren't in the right place, they were too close to to other vehicles or to maybe petrol and that kind of stuff. But do you remember that the tactic of arson became a bit controversial within the activists?
I think there were some that were concerned, for instance, about the fire brigade. They said, well, what if some of the members of the fire brigade get injured trying to fight the fire and that? I think there was kind of that concern. I mean, this idea of the photograph you showed earlier of the vehicle that was burnt out, the van, we actually pushed that away. That was parked up next to a building. We actually pushed it away from the building before we set fire to it, because we suspected that the building actually contained animals that were being bred, and so we pushed the vehicle right away from the building before we set fire to it. So we did do things like that. But yes, I mean, yes, there was some, there were some activists that disliked arson and who wouldn't use it.
Yeah, I remember you writing in the ALF supporters group about trying to encourage activist groups to get on the roof and check for nesting birds, etc. I remember that one very, very clearly. What some activists said about arson is the fact that it's impossible to actually empty a building. There's no such thing as an empty building, and in fact, there's no such thing as an empty vehicle, really. I mean, I've never had a car without spiders in the wing mirrors, for example.
Yeah, I don't think. The thing is, I don't think we kind of, although we'd say, we'd do our best to kind of make sure there were no animals in the building. That you are right. I mean, it is kind of impossible, especially with the smaller creatures, like spiders and insects and stuff like that. Which is really now, it's not something I would do now, nor would encourage people to do now.
No, even beings like rats and mice in the kind of in between the walls and
Yeah, I don't think we thought enough about that in those days. I think we were just so keen to attack these places that we hated so much that we kind of probably didn't give careful enough consideration to to these other factors.
Yeah, I remember being part of a team that interviewed a very prominent activist, and he was very much in favour of arson. And I said, "Well, what about the idea that there's no such thing as an empty building?" And he said, "I don't understand the question." He just wouldn't. He just wouldn't deal with it. So,
Yes,
so there's
yeah,
that,
yeah.
I suppose. Okay, so arson. Now, speaking. Well, this is interesting because this is kind of arson, but not really in a way. So this is the famous incendiaries, which is a great part of your life because this is what you ended up doing your big sentence for. And I just wanted to read a little bit from. Or did I? I can't remember. Quite remember now. No, I think I abandoned that idea. So the incendiary devices were designed to create a little bit of fire under a piece of furniture, and all the furniture at that time, we're talking about mid to late 80s, it was all fire retardant. So that meant that it would smoke. You'd end up with this very kind of black kind of smoke from these things, and that would set off the sprinklers. So that was the kind of tactic.
That was the plan. In fact, what happened was I met up with the people that originated and invented the incendiary device, who were involved in kind of planting the first one. They invited me to a meeting. This was in Sheffield. I got this because we had a press office in West London, and I got this phone call saying, "Can you come to Sheffield? And there are people that need to meet you to talk to you." But the person I spoke to couldn't give me any more information, and so I kind of went to Sheffield on the train and was met at the station by by a couple of people and taken to take to a house somewhere, and there were obviously local activists sat there at the table, and they brought out the a kind of prototype of this incendiary device they're working on, which is basically like a cigarette packet. I think it was a packet of 10 cigarettes. It's quite a small one, obviously without cigarettes in it. And then there was this time that there was a watch face in there and wires and firelighters and match heads and stuff like that. And
yeah, it's based on 2 firelighters, wasn't it?
Firelighters and I mean, basically, what kind of happened was there was when the hands of the watch reached a certain point, it created it closed the circuit, and that caused that was meant to cause the match heads to ignite, because obviously the current would create heat. That caused the match heads to ignite, and then because there was a small battery in there as well, obviously. And then the match heads would then cause the firelighters to ignite, and that's how it was. It was all enclosed, all very neatly enclosed in this small packet of cigarettes, or small cigarette packet.
Yeah, they always use John Player Special for some reason.
Yes. Yeah. So they and they said the reason why we've got you to come along and why I want to talk to you is because we're going to start this campaign soon, and we want you to know, because the press would contact me after stuff happened, and so they wanted to explain to me what it was about, so I would kind of know what to say to the press. I'd know something about these devices. But the only problem is that the big mistake they made was that the first device they produced, they planted it in their own city.
Yeah, Rackham's in Sheffield.
In Rackham's in Sheffield, and that. But the idea, as you say, it wasn't because all these big stores, because at the time, in the UK, a lot of the big department stores had fur departments. It's very common, probably almost in every city there'd be a department store with a fur department. They were all over the place, and the idea was to cause water damage to the store. They didn't think the store would burn down or there would be a widespread fire because of the sprinklers coming on. and it was the damage by water that they were interested in causing. And with Rackham's, I think it caused several £100,000 worth of damage by water to the store.
Yeah, apparently it shut down the city centre because all the water came kind of flowing out onto the street and flooded the street and everything. It was a kind of major incident.
Yeah,
and I don't think that they thought it would work like that, but it did.
Yes, and I think that store subsequently did stop selling fur. But you see, what happened was that when this idea spread all over the place, because the design, the sort of blueprint of the timing of the incendiary device, somebody printed out a load of copies of how to make them, and they got mailed out, throughout the animal rights movement. You see, so loads of people knew how to make these things, and so people just started doing it themselves and going and planting them in their own local store that had a fur department, and that's kind of how it spread.
Yeah, there was some. I know there was some that were just put in the pockets of fur coat.
Yeah, because yes, but the idea was to generate the maximum amount of smoke. It was felt it was best to plant them in the furniture department, as you mentioned. And that was normally where they were put. But you see, what happened was some stores hadn't.
Then we get the controversial thing about the stores without the sprinkles.
Well, I think all the stores had a sprinkler system, because I think they had to have it. Was the law. Yeah. But a lot of them didn't properly maintain their sprinkler system, so they didn't work. Or they certainly didn't work properly. And so there were 2 or 3 stores that were burnt down. But that wasn't the intention of the activists, but that's what happened. And this is
Dingles in Plymouth, this one, Ronnie. And I've always argued that it's interesting because in some senses this action probably saved human lives. Because if a fire had broken out whilst this place was full of customers in the daytime, there would have been absolute pandemonium because the sprinklers just were faulty.
Yes.
And so it was a good job that, as it were, that it went up in the middle of the night rather than in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
and I'm sure the authorities wouldn't see it that way, but I've always thought of it that way.
I think there are about 3 that actually burnt down. I think there's one in Romford in sort of west. East London. There's one in Luton as well. I don't know whether that one burnt down. I think it may have done. So there were others where it was just the water damage, but there were 2 or 3 burnt down.
There are some estimations that the ALF ended up making about 4,000 incendiaries.
Well, whether it was as many as that, I don't know. But you see, what happened was people would just make, because they were really quite easy to make.
Yeah.
If you kind of had, they were kind of probably quite fiddly because it was still quite small. But what happened was that the plan of how to make them was just somebody printed out a load of these info sheets on how to make them, and just mailed them out just to anyone they knew within the animal rights movement. And so loads of people. I mean, most people didn't do anything with them, but some people obviously did.
So this was the basis of your 10-year prison sentence, and
well, it kind of. It wasn't really the basis of it. It was like the reason why I was arrested, because what happened was because these people had sort of made the mistake of doing an action in their own town. The local police in Sheffield started kind of looking at the local animal rights movement, and they employed the drug squad to do it, because the drug squad were kind of the ones that were the experts in surveillance. You see, so they kind of, they sort of hung about outside animal rights meetings and stuff like that, and kind of became interested in one group of people, and suspected that it was that group that were probably the ones that were involved in the incendiaries. And so the flat where they used to have their meetings, it was like a ground floor. It wasn't ground floor; it was first floor. First floor flat. And what the police did was they put in a listening. They got permission of the guy that lived in the ground floor flat.
Well, they moved him out and put him in a hotel.
Yeah, well, they got his, obviously with his agreement. and they put a listening device up through the ceiling, so it was under the floorboards of the flat above, and they recorded a conversation when these people were planning to, putting one of these devices together and talking about it and all that. And my name was mentioned in the conversation in a kind of joking way. Oh, Ronnie would love it if he knew what he saw us doing this or something like that. It was that kind of, and those people were subsequently arrested. I think in February of 1976, and I knew they'd been arrested.
86.
86, yes, obviously 86. Yeah, I knew they were been arrested, but I didn't really think that I would become involved because of their mention of me. They came down to London and arrested me, and they arrested Vivian Smith, who worked in the same office as me because she was the editor of the ALF Supporters Group newsletter. And they searched the flat where I lived and where she lived. Searched her flat as well. Oops. And and it was really from the evidence that they'd gained when they searched our office. So I was never really accused of being involved in the incendiary campaign. It was just that it was the incendiary campaign that led them to arrest me.
Yeah, it was their famous conspiracy trials, which they love because it just connects people who are kind of not really that connected, but it connects them together.
Yes.
So okay, we're coming up to we're well over an hour. This is going to be the longest time tunnel so far. But let's
that's because I'm on it. That is.
now this is where we start to get into controversial stuff. If we haven't covered that already, so the one that that you were involved with was the alleged poisoning of Mars bars with rat poison, right?
Well, I wasn't involved in actually doing it.
No.
But I was involved in
the press. Yeah.
All of a sudden, one morning, I got phoned by the by one of the television companies saying, we want to talk to you about this Mars bars poisoning, and I said, I didn't know what they were on about. Didn't know what they were on about. I said, oh, what's happened? And they said, this Mars bars, the ALF claiming they poisoned Mars bars. And all that, and it was to do with the Mars were carrying out experiments on monkeys to give them tooth decay, to do with connected with Mars bars. So Mars bars full of sugar and give people tooth decay. Obviously, it was to do with that. And the ALF had poisoned these Mars bars to try and force Mars to stop the experiments. And I kind of didn't know anything about it. And I kind of tried, and they said, we want to interview you and we want you to, they sent a taxi to take me to the television studio. And so I quickly tried to find out what I kind of could about it. I got some of the newspapers. I sort of read about it. But really I was going in blind because I knew very little about what happened. But I think basically what happened was there weren't any. They claimed that these Mars bars had been poisoned with rat poison, and placed on the shelves of various stores throughout the country. And I think they sent some to the media or something, or there was some found where the Mars bars had obviously
been. It was the media ones actually had a little bit of rat poison.
I think ones in the shops, media ones, you see.
Yeah, it's just that what they did was they injected with nothing, but it meant that the outer thing was pierced, so you could.
So basically, you ended up with all Mars bars throughout the country.
Apparently, 10 million bars were taken down.
Millions were taken from stores and weren't in the store. So it would have caused that company a massive loss of money. And I had to talk about this on television with knowing very little about it, which happened quite a lot, to be honest, because people would do things and claim responsibility, and I wouldn't know what had happened. And then I get a call from the media, we want to talk to you about whatever it was. that I hadn't heard. So I had to kind of wing it a lot as a press officer, really, on these things.
Yeah, but I was just part of the job, so that's it.
Yeah,
And then there was a similar Lucasade thing, wasn't there?
I think was Lucasade one. Is that where they pissed in Lucasade, or is that a different one?
Oh, I don't know about that bit.
There was
No.
one where they pissed in something or other, and it was because Lucasade, because the company that makes Lucasade is involved in experimental on animals. I think wasn't that? Is it? Don't know who made Lucasade at the time. Was it Beecham's or not really sure? That was, and there was quite a number. I mean, like Sunsilk shampoo, I think, got contaminated for the same reason because of animal experimentation. There's a lot of these kind of hoaxes, and they were designed at causing financial loss to these companies.
Colleen's asking if the experiments got a lot of attention. I think they did, because
Yes.
I think what Mars was doing, that they were holding primates in restraining devices and then just smearing their teeth with Mars bar, and then kind of try to ascertain the rate of decay on the teeth. I think that's
Despite the fact that they knew that Mars bars caused teeth decay, you don't have to do that to a monkey to determine that, But there we are.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to stop things that they already know in terms of vivisection, you'd cut half it out in the first place.
Would,
so.
yeah.
Right. Okay. So moving on again, then, from this controversial thing. Now, this is you can have a little rest now, Ronnie, and I'll go through these.
Oh, good.
So there was it became clear that certain people started to take action, which ended up being called these false flag operations, they were called. And so this was where things like hunters, maybe people from the security branches. I mean, don't forget, this is the same time as Rainbow Warrior was blown up by French Secret Service agents. And so you have the first one, which is a bomb went off at the Senate House in Bristol, and it was claimed by a group called the Animal Abused with a D Society, which is an odd name to use. And then there was a couple of bombs going off in 1990, a veterinary surgeon at Porton Down and a professor of physiology at Bristol University. One of them escaped by jumping through the window of a Jeep, and because the bomb was a mercury tilt device, which exploded next to the fuel tank. And then the other one, which involved the Bristol University guy, involved plastic explosives. And in that one, a 13-month-old baby in a pushchair suffered flash burns, also shrapnel wounds, and a partially severed finger. Now, Keith Mann in the book says it's interesting because we've been asked to believe that a group has gone from incendiary devices based on two firelighters to Semtex and to plastic explosives and to these kind of sophisticated kind of bombs and all this kind of stuff, right? And in fact, when I was inside, the special branch came, anti-terrorist squad came, and you have to go into this room for a special visit. And normally what they do, it's almost like the films, they throw a packet of cigs at you and stuff because they assume that you smoke and all this kind of stuff. And of course, our policy at the time was not to speak to them. And they were just like saying, well, look, I know you're not going to speak to us, but all we want to say is that we don't think it was your lot who did this, because it was far too sophisticated. And so it was just a bit of a jolly for them that they got a day out from Scotland Yard in order to go to Leeds or wherever I was at the time, in order to say that. And then there was this incident with the British Animal Rights Society involving a nail bomb, and that ended up being a hunter had planted the nail bomb on his own Land Rover or his own vehicle, and he got 9 months for that. And so there was a lot kind of going on. At the trial, he asked for other similar offences to be taken into consideration, which TIC, which you could do in those days. So that was a hunter involved. And then you had this kind of question mark about how come all these sophisticated explosives were suddenly used. And then you got this bit at the bottom. In 2018, the London Metropolitan Police apologized for the activities of one of their undercover agents who had infiltrated the group. A police officer using the name Christine Green had been involved in the illegal release of a large number of mink from a farm in 1998. The mission had been approved by senior officers. So it got to the stage where there was like almost like an escalation of stuff, but it was almost like this can't be us, because it's just using stuff that is far too sophisticated. And so it was essentially a whole series of things which were aimed to discredit. And that was part of the thing that put the press against us, really, because once you start getting those kind of things going on, then obviously the T word is so easily placed on the activists then, and it kind of sticks, so you were called fire bombers when it came to the incendiary devices, and now terrorists because of this kind of thing,
Yeah, I think there's two kind of two things came out of that. I mean, one negative, and the other positive. Obviously, the negative aspect of it gave more strength and to efforts to kind of crush the ALF. It made it kind of easier for them to be able to set up special police squads to investigate the ALF. It also there were also kind of new laws brought in eventually, weren't they, particularly against anti-vivisection activists, and laws that were kind of were never meant to be used against activists, such as blackmail, eventually were used, and they're particularly used in the trial of people involved in the Shack campaign, for instance. So this kind of branding of activists as terrorists kind of meant that it became easier for them to get the go ahead to put those measures in place. On the other hand, I think in one of the successes of the ALF in terms of like sparing other animals from suffering and slaughter was really against the vivisection industry in the UK, and we can kind of gauge that by looking at the official figures for the number of animal experiments kind of every year. Because in 1976, I think, in the mid-70s, the number of animal experiments done in the UK was well over 6 million, and 10 years later that figure had fallen to below 3 million. And the only thing that had changed in that time really was the rise of ALF action against animal experimentation. There were no laws were passed in that time or anything like that. So it kind of is an indicator that the ALF action was having an effect. And I think one of the reasons it had such a big effect was through kind of fear created, within the vivisection community, that there was these terrorists out to get them. And of course, the media played a big part in creating that fear through branding the ALF as terrorists, by making out that we were far more dangerous than we really were. So I think the media kind of,
and far more organized as well.
Yes, exactly. And so I think the media play, kind of sort of helped us to kind of get, to achieve, well, not what we really wanted. I mean, we wanted animal liberation, but to certainly achieve, to make a considerable impact on the vivisection industry.
Can we bring that homie one back up? Are there any photographs of Christine Green that we know about, or a real name? Do you know that, Ronnie?
No, I don't know.
No, I don't know that. But if you go to Spy Cops, where all that stuff is being collated, I
Yeah.
don't know if it's spycops.com.
I mean, there
but
was also a guy that was involved in a raid on a department store in Luton, who there were three guys involved in that, and one of them's later turned out to be a police infiltrator, and he's under investigation for actually planting the device himself.
well,
So
that,
he kind of took an active role in the, in
the
the
false
action.
flags thing is interesting. I was told many years ago that there was a student protest going on against the bank this is in France, and I think it was to do with apartheid. So it might have been Barclays Bank, and there was smashing windows and this kind of stuff. And then an undercover copper started throwing in Molotov cocktails, and then that created a lot more damage, which gave the police a lot more power to deal with the students. And so these false flag things sound very similar to that to me. That they create an escalation in order to give themselves, if you like, reason to act in a more draconian way. I think that's the kind of way
because obviously, if special police squads are going to be set up and stuff like that, money has to be spent on that, and the government has to agree to spend that money. So there has to be, so there'd have to be, there'd have to be a justification for that. Yeah. I mean, it could well be a justification the government created themselves, because it might have come right from the top. The fact that they would kind of carrying out these actions and like
well, obviously people especially people who are not that kind of politically kind of savvy, they kind of don't really want to know that governments do that kind of thing. But even with like the Greenpeace example, with the bombing of the Rainbow Warrior, I mean that was proven in the end to be, I mean, they obviously denied it at the time, but then it was proven to be their secret service that did it.
Yes.
The minister in charge had to resign, and 2 or 3 of their agents ended up in prison. So it does happen. It's just that people don't like to believe it happens. Like, well, if the police are bent, who can I rely on? Type.
Well, absolutely, and we're seeing a lot of that now, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right. Sexual aggression from police and all that, which is Well, I mean, I can tell you a story about that, but I won't. Okay. Now, this is beyond the ALF. So this is interesting now, because going back to the policy, some people didn't like the non-violence policy. And so 3 groups emerged. So you've got the Hunt Retribution Squad. That's the one with the cross. So that this was the interment of, I think, Duke of Beaufort, wasn't it? They dug up the Duke of Beaufort.
The Duke of Beaufort was a very famous huntsman. And there was an attempt to, and he died, and not all that long after he died and was buried, there was an attempt to dig him up, to dig his body up.
And then you got the Animal Rights Militia, and then the one that I know least about, but there seems to be more coverage about this in North America, the Justice Department. I do remember writing an article for the SG, that's the supporters group thing, and I think you must have published it, because it was there, and I was asking whether the militia was speciesist, in the sense that I think they said that if Barry Horn died, they're going to kill 10 vivisectors. I think they said, and so I said, well, look, if you're prepared to kill 10 vivisectors, why do you have to wait for a human being to die?
Well, yes, yeah. I mean, absolutely, yes, yes. I think it's that that there were some people that they wanted to use, or they kind of made out that they wanted to use violence, against animal experiments, people involved in hunting and stuff like that. And they kind of knew they couldn't do that under the name of the ALF, because the ALF, would be opposed to that. So they set up these other organisations in order to do that. But a lot of it was talk. A lot of it was talk rather than action. The photos in the paper of these guys with clubs and stuff, and saying that they had guns and all that kind of thing. But
Yeah,
you know,
chainsaws. Remember the chainsaw?
yeah. But in actual fact, very little happened. A lot of it was posturing, and very little happened in terms of action.
There was a spate of letter bombs, wasn't there?
Yeah, there were. Yeah, there were letter bombs that were kind of. I don't know who they were attributed to. I mean, it wasn't the ALF. And
No,
obviously,
it'd be one of
yeah.
these groups. But again, there's
Yeah.
a mystery about it because some of the targets didn't make sense. I mean, some of them were sent to Margaret Thatcher, which did make sense, but some of them were sent to people like Jeremy Thorpe, who was the Liberal leader at the time, Liberal Party. And he was kind of very pro-animal in the sense that people were pro-animal in those days, you know, compassionate farming type pro-animal, right? And so it didn't really make sense that he would have got one. So again, whether we're talking about this being a false flag operation,
yeah, yes, of course, there is a very real possibility of that.
yeah. So anyway, this really is to mark the way that it kind of moved on. But I also got the impression, as you've alluded to, Ronnie, that a lot of it was like a publicity stunt and not a lot really happened. But I'm sure there are people who would probably say that that is false as well. Right, so I think we're coming up to our last one, and this again might be red flag area. So do you want to explain this, Ronnie?
Well, basically, what it was, there was
Graham Hall is
a guy called Graham Hall, who calls himself Graham Hall. I wasn't sure that was his real name, and he kind of sort of infiltrated the ALF to the point that he ended up being able to visit Robin Webb, who at the time was the ALF press officer.
Yeah, because you were inside during all this, weren't you? Now,
I'm not really sure what date is this of this newspaper.
1999.
Oh no! I mean, I was released in '92, so
okay.
I was out. I was in prison between 86 and 92. And basically, he secretly videoed a meeting with Robin Webb where there was discussion about, I think it was discussion about incendiary devices. And then this kind of,
but you've already said it was widely known how to make the things. It wasn't a big revelation, was it?
Yeah, I can't remember quite how the conversation went, but it featured that. But I think Channel 4 did a documentary about it. It featured in Channel 4 documentary.
Yeah, I think it's called Dispatches or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you see, but the thing is that I knew about this guy, Graham Hall, and had I known that Robin was going to speak to him, I'd have warned Robin, but do not speak to this guy. Do not have anything to do with him, because he was kind of known as a dodgy character. He was into kind of sort of doing exposés, and he'd done an expose on some badger baiters. He'd infiltrated a group of badger baiters, which you might think, yeah, that's a good thing. And these guys ended up in court, and there was publicity about it. But during the court case, the judge criticised him for becoming too involved in the badger baiting himself. You see, so straight away that made me think this is a guy who's dodgy, that kind of is really out to kind of make a name for himself or to make money for himself or whatever. And there are other things about him. He was known as being someone who was very dodgy. But I didn't know that Robin Webb was going to meet him. I knew nothing about it, you see, until it was too late, unfortunately. So all this, and then after the his meeting with Robin, he claimed that he'd been captured by some ALF activists and branded, the letters ALF had been branded on his back, and that presumably that's a photo of his back, or it may not be. It may well be a mock-up, that picture. But I have. It's something I honestly don't believe. Knowing the guy, I honestly don't believe that happened. And that, once again, this is another attempt by him to kind of gain publicity.
Yeah, I saw one report where he said, "Well, now they've done this, even more determined to infiltrate them now and everything." We've got a
Yeah,
question here from Homie. Do you think similar infiltrations are still going on? Well, yeah. Again, if you go to Spy Cops, I mean, it's been a major scandal of the last kind of 3 years, really, including male officers having children with female activists and all kinds of stuff. And so, it's not just the animal movement that was targeted. It was all those that you could probably label as left or left-leaning movements. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and it's all just started coming out now, and people are starting to be prosecuted, and the police force are kind of rowing back on it, apologizing, and all kind of stuff. So
I think the kind of sort of nature of the movement has kind of changed a lot now, though, in terms of what people are doing these days. Doesn't carry the sort of sentences that it used to carry. Doesn't have the same degree of seriousness in terms of criminal law. People are still carrying out direct action, but it's stuff like open rescues, isn't it? It's actions where people are actually prepared to be arrested and even give themselves up and wait to be arrested afterwards. It's very, very different to the type of direct action we used to do. And so I think it may well be that those organisations are infiltrated. I mean, I'm quite sure. For instance, there are infiltrators in Animal Rebellion, and Animal Rebellion were absolutely simple to infiltrate. It's not like a kind of secretive organisation, really, like the ALF was at all. You see, and I'm sure there are those in there that would. But you see, in terms of like, they're kind of. Would they be infiltrating an organisation to bring to trial people that give themselves up for arrest anyway? You know what I mean? I think they may well be doing it in order to find out what the plans are, and possibly to be able to head off the what's planned. But really interesting. Yeah, but it kind of doesn't seem to. They don't seem to be very, very successful at that, do they? That the actions of these groups seem to still go ahead. So if they're kind of infiltrating in order to kind of find out what's going on and do something to stop it, it doesn't seem to be very successful.
No. Well, Ronnie, it's we're about 3 times longer than every other time tunnel so far. I knew
it's been very long. It's been a very long tunnel.
We're almost at France now, but I knew it was a mistake to have you on. No, I'm actually very, very appreciative of your contribution, and all we want to do is just finish off by showing people this, which is a timeline, and so this is Wikipedia, so you've got to take that into account, and also in terms of the accuracy, it's probably going to be a little bit dodgy in a sense. So if you go to Wikipedia and just look at the Animal Liberation Front page, this is a link from that. The Animal Liberation Front page is really long as well. I don't know whether I can if I can find this. Yeah, as you can see, it's a very long thing. Operation Valentine's not there. There's a lot of stuff in the 2000s, and that presumably is because of the age of the internet and this kind of stuff. So there's a heck of a lot of things that
the ALF supporters group newsletter had like a diary of actions, and that can be found on a website called the Tunon Conspiracy. But I think last time we checked, that website was down, wasn't it?
It's down. Yeah, that's right. There's also Bite Back, isn't there? Bite Back as well.
Yes. So but a lot of the vast majority of ALF actions really were small actions, with stuff like people smashing a butcher shop window, or the window of a fishing tackle shop or a fur shop. A lot of actions came in, were really quite small, and obviously occasionally you did have the large ones.
Yeah. Well, small and large, that's what the ELF is all about. So people, little and large. So thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. Very appreciate that you stuck with us for this length of time as well. And we see you next week for a shorter vegan
hope.
No, it certainly will be.
Well, I won't be on it, so it probably will be shorter.
So, bye for now, folks. Hey, Earthlings, welcome along to a special edition of the Vegan Time Tunnel. So we're putting together an archive of historical events in the animal movement, and we have a goodie today, which is why we have a special program, and I'm going to explain that in a second. But first, welcome to the Time Tunnel. Right, time for the old eyes for this. So, yes, this is the animal rights debate of 1989, and it's a full recording which has just been unearthed. So this is pretty good. So we're traveling back then, obviously, to 1989, and it was an incredible year. For example, it was the suppression by the Chinese government of the Tiananmen Square protests in Beijing. And everybody will remember this very iconic representation of that. This actually is Jordan Wyatt's version from the Invercargill Vegan Society. But the year was momentous for lots of things, and many of them much more positive than this. In political history, it was called the Year of Revolutions of 1989. And that meant it led to the end of communism, and all that started in Poland and in Hungary. The biggest event probably was the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall was erected in 1961, and it was erected overnight. And it came down almost just as fast. And this was in 89, obviously. And it was part of this year of revolutions, which eventually led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. F.W. de Klerk was elected as the president of South Africa. This is time of apartheid, of course. And that began the dismantlement of the apartheid system over the next 5 years or so. And that led to the election of Nelson Mandela as the president of the country. Meanwhile, it was the time of the first written proposal for something called the World Wide Web. That occurred in 1989. And it was also the first time of commercial internet service providers. And they serviced in the year as well. So quite a momentous year all told. In terms of the animal rights movement, the BBC had decided to present a 5-hour program presented by Arena, and that was called Animal Night. And it ended, the 5 hours ended with a debate watched by approximately 1 million people. And that featured Tom Regan, Richard Ryder, and the Reverend Professor Andrew Lindsay. So we're about to watch the entire thing. And the entire thing, at least to me, has been lost for many, many years. So this is a pretty special occasion in that sense. It's recently been unearthed by a tenacious rights-based activist known as Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk. So thank you very much for your work to find this, which is, for me, incredible. Now, you'll see the opponents of animal rights, for example, Baroness Mary Warnock. She seems very confused about the difference between legal rights and moral rights. Stephen Rose is there opposing animal rights, and he says that he's proud to be a speciesist. And also Germaine Greer, who, amongst other things, speculated that children might vote for a right to have sexual relations with adults, which sounds even worse now than it did back then. And that was, as it were, bad enough. There's also quite a few for and against contributions from the audience, including some that you'll find quite surprising, possibly the most by David Icke, who was representing the Green Party at the time. And he was talking about Henry Salt. There was also a militant sounding RSPCA representative, if you can get your head around that thing. And also plenty of people who just couldn't seem to get their head around the entire idea of animal rights. And they were kind of stuck in the welfare paradigm. What else is new? Now, people know the history and the fate of the animal movement concerns me. And so this is 89, and the year, or the years prior to 1989, and a few years after, but sadly not many, this was the time, probably the only time, when it seemed possible that a genuine animal rights movement was being formed. It was 6 years after this, the publication of the groundbreaking text, The Case for Animal Rights, 1983. It was 1 year after this, which many people still regard to be the greatest animal rights speech ever given. And, you know, it was 3 years before the welfarists started fighting back. And eventually they did fight back, and they did squash the animal rights movement. And that really is marked by this publication, Counterpoint, 1992, The Animals Agenda. And so on the one hand, you've got Tom Regan and Gary Francione, and on the other, you've got Ingrid Newkirk, who says that she is batting for animal welfare. And so the rest, as they say, is history. And now we don't really have an animal rights movement, or at least not according to people like Gary Francione. Anyway, this debate then really took place at the heyday of Tom Regan. He was the lead speaker here. You'll notice that Peter Singer is not there because he's not an animal rightist. And so, as they say, enjoy.
Good evening, welcome to the Royal Institution of Great Britain. For those of you who've been watching Animal Night earlier on, I am not a spitting image puppet, but rather the chairman for tonight's arena debate, which is on the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights. Speaking for that motion will be the philosopher, Dr. Tom Regan, the theologian, the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, and Richard Ryder, who's a psychologist. And speaking against the motion will be the philosopher, Baroness Mary Warnock, Professor of Biology, Stephen Rose, and the writer, Dr. Germaine Greer. Also in the audience here at the Royal Institution, we've gathered together animal rights campaigners, politicians, scientists, animal trainers, animal behaviorists, and some good ordinary vegetarians and carnivores as well. I'm sure that everyone here is bound to be covered by at least one of these categories. As to the order of our proceedings tonight, the main speakers sitting up here on either side of the lectern will have 5 minutes each to put their arguments. And then I will throw the debate open for contributions from the floor. At the end, Mary Warnock and Tom Regan will sum up before we proceed to a vote. However, so we can judge how effective or otherwise the debate will prove in swaying opinions, let's get some idea now where our audience stands on this issue at the outset. So will all those in favor of tonight's motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, all those in favor of that, please now give a show of hands. Thank you very much indeed. And all those against the idea that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights? Well, by my imperfect calculation, I would say that that is, at the moment anyway, about 2 to 1 in favor of the motion. We'll see how things turn out once all the arguments have been put at the end of the night. But now to get our debate underway, the first speaker tonight is a philosopher, author, and filmmaker. Dr. Tom Regan is professor of philosophy at North Carolina State University. He is generally recognized in the United States as the intellectual leader of the animal rights movement. Like all the main speakers here, as I was saying a moment ago, Dr. Regan will have 5 minutes to present his case, and in order to keep us all on time, I shall warn each speaker in turn when they have 1 minute left. Without further ado, I now call on Tom Regan to propose the motion.
The other animals humans eat, use in science, hunt, trap, and exploit in a variety of other ways have a life of their own that is of importance to them apart from their utility to us. They are not only in the world, they are aware of it and also of what happens to them. And what happens to them matters to them. Each has a life that fares experientially better or worse for the one whose life it is. Like us, they bring a unified psychological presence to the world. Like us, they are somebodies, not some things. In these fundamental ways, the non-human animals in labs and on farms, for example, are the same as human beings. And so it is that the ethics of our dealings with them and with one another must rest on some of the same fundamental moral principles. At its deepest level, an enlightened human ethic is based on the independent value of the individual. To treat human beings in ways that do not honor their independent worth, to reduce them to the status of tools or models or commodities, for example, is to violate that most basic of human rights, the right to be treated with respect. The philosophy of animal rights demands only that logic be respected, for any argument that plausibly explains the independent value of human beings implies that other animals have the same value and have it equally. And any argument that plausibly explains the right of humans to be treated with respect also implies that these other animals have this same right and have it equally also. As a result of selective media coverage in the past, to which this evening's debate is a notable and praiseworthy exception, the general public has tended to view advocates of animal rights in exclusively negative terms. We are anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-rational, anti-human. We stand against justice and for violence. The truth, as it happens, is quite the reverse. The philosophy of animal rights is on the side of reason. For it is not rational to discriminate arbitrarily. And discrimination against non-human animals is demonstrably arbitrary. It is wrong to treat weaker human beings, especially those who are lacking in normal human intelligence, as tools or models, for example. It cannot be rational, therefore, to treat other animals as if they were tools, models, and the like, if their psychology is as rich as or richer than these human beings. The philosophy of animal rights is pro, not anti-science. This philosophy is respectful of our best science in general and of evolutionary biology in particular. The latter teaches that, in Darwin's words, humans differ from many other animals in degree and not in kind. Questions about line drawing to one side, it is obvious that the animals used in laboratories raised for food and hunted for pleasure or trapped for profit, for example, are our psychological kin. This is not fantasy. This is fact, supported by our best science. The philosophy of animal rights stands for, not against, justice. We are not to violate the rights of the few so that the many might benefit. Slavery allows this. Child labor allows this. All unjust social institutions allow this, but not the philosophy of animal rights, whose highest principle is that of justice. The philosophy of animal rights stands for peace and against violence. The fundamental demand of this philosophy is to treat humans and other animals with respect. This philosophy, therefore, is a philosophy of peace, but it is a philosophy that extends the demand for peace beyond the boundaries of our species. For there is an undeclared war being waged every day against countless millions of non-human animals. To stand truly for peace is to stand firmly against their ruthless exploitation. And what, aside from the common menu of media distortions, what will be said by the opponents of animal rights? Will the objection be that we are equating animals and humans in every respect, when in fact humans and animals differ greatly? But clearly we are not saying that humans and other animals are the same in every way, that dogs and cats can do calculus, or that pigs and cows enjoy poetry. What we are saying is that, like humans, many other animals have an experiential welfare of their own. In this sense, we and they are the same. In this sense, therefore, despite our many differences, we and they are equal. Will the objection be that we are saying that every human and every animal has the same rights, that chickens should have the right to vote, and pigs a right to ballet lessons? But of course, we are not saying this. All we are saying is that these animals and humans share one basic moral right, the right to be treated with respect. Will the objection be that because animals do not respect our rights, we therefore have no obligation to respect their rights either? But there are many human beings who have rights and are unable to respect the rights of others, young children and the mentally enfeebled and deranged of all ages. In their case, we do not say that it is perfectly all right to treat them as tools or models or commodities because they do not honor our rights. On the contrary, we recognize that we have a duty to treat them with respect. What is true of cases involving these human beings is no less true of cases involving other animals. Will the objection be that if other animals do have more, even if other animals do have moral rights, there are other more important things that need our attention? World hunger and child abuse, for example, apartheid, drugs, violence to women, the plight of the homeless. After we take care of these problems, then we can worry about animal rights. This objection misses the mark, for the rank and file of the animal rights movement is composed of people whose first line of service is human service. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, people involved in a broad range of social services, from rape counseling to aiding victims of child abuse or famine or discrimination, teachers at every level of education, ministers, priests, rabbis.
Dr.
As the
Reagan,
lives of these people demonstrate,
Dr. Reagan, could you do your best to bring your remarks to a
the
close in a
choice
minute or
thoughtful
so?
people face is not between either helping humans or helping other animals. One can do both. We should do both. Will the objection be, finally, that no one has rights, not any human being and not any other animal either, but rather that right and wrong are a matter of acting to produce the best consequences, being certain to count everyone's interests and to count equal interests equally? This moral philosophy, utilitarianism, has a long and venerable history. Influential men and women, past and present, are among its adherents, and yet it is a bankrupt moral philosophy, if ever there was one. Are we seriously to inquire into the interest of the rapist before declaring rape wrong? Should we ask the child molester whether his interest would be frustrated before condemning the molestation of our children? Remarkably, a consistent utilitarianism demands that we ask these questions, and in so demanding relinquishes any claim on our rational assent. With regard to the philosophy of animal rights, then, is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes. And as for the objections that are raised against this philosophy, are those who accept it able to offer rational, informed answers? Again, the answer is yes. In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom Regan. And the lead speaker against the motion tonight is the philosopher Baroness Mary Warnock. Mary Warnock is mistress of Girton College, Cambridge University, and has written about philosophy, education, and science. She's probably best known, however, for chairing Home Office committees investigating human fertilization and animal experiments. I now call on Mary Warnock to open the case against the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here to do this. I want to start by asking you to give your attention to the notion of rights. And I'd like you to think of one very simple example just to help the process of thinking about rights. If I claim a right of way over your land, I may successfully do so if and only if there is a bylaw which entitles me to cross your land. Now, supposing that there is no such bylaw, but I am very much in the position of wanting to go across your land, even needing to go across your land. Let's say I'm confined to a wheelchair and can get to the station to work only if I can go across your land. Now, in this case, there are two things that I can say. I can either say there ought to be a right of way across your land. That's to say, there should be a law, though there isn't, to entitle me to go across your land. Or alternatively, I can say, you ought to let me go across your land, whether there's a bylaw to say that I have a right to do so or not. Now, if I put my case to you, that it would really be enormously convenient to me to go across your land, then if you're a decent kind of person, you will probably say that I may. And I will enjoy the privilege of going across your land on my wheelchair. Nevertheless, I could not, in this case, claim that I had a right to go across the land. And if you sold your land and somebody else bought it, I would have to appeal all over again to the purchaser's moral sense and good feeling to let me go across. Neither does your permission to me to go across the land entitle anybody else to go across the land. It is not a general permission. It's given to me because you are a humane, kind, right-thinking, charitable, agreeable, morally good sort of a person. Now, the point of my giving this simple example is to call attention to the difference between the case where there is a right that may be claimed and the whole multitude of transactions between human beings and between humans and animals where there is no right because there's no law, but we do distinguish between good behavior and bad behavior. I believe in my own case that I have a duty to talk to my pupils if they wish to talk to me, to be loyal to my colleagues, to be forgiving of my children, whatever outrages they commit, to be kind to my grandchildren, all kinds of things I believe to be my duty. And if I fulfill this duty to any extent, then so far I'm thought to be morally all right. And if I neglect my duty, I'm morally all wrong. Most of our transactions, one with another, can be judged in moral grounds, but cannot be talked about in terms of rights because there are no rights governing the way we ought to treat our children, the way we ought to treat our colleagues, except in the extreme cases where there are laws to prevent committing criminal offences against either our children or our colleagues. Now, in the case of humans, people sometimes argue for a Bill of Rights. So we need to think what is good or useful about a Bill of Rights. And I'm not wholly convinced that it is always useful to have such a bill. But whether it's useful or not in every case, the point of a Bill of Rights is to call attention to certain needs that human beings have, which must not be neglected. Whatever the laws of their country, whatever the conventions may be. And the point of the Bill of Rights is that the needs of all people should be regarded as equal. And I insist on this point, which is very, very important to a Bill of Rights. A Bill of Rights is a bill to produce equality of treatment. If you like, equality of respect, but I'm never quite sure about what's meant by respect. But at any rate, equality of treatment, so that whether somebody's own country regards the rights and the way we ought to treat black people as equally important with the way that we ought to treat white people, whether their own country regards this as right or not, a Bill of Rights would ensure that black or white, child or grown up, whoever they are, their needs and their interests would be equally regarded. So the entire point of a Bill of Rights is to ensure equality. So now we need to raise the question, what would be a Bill of Rights for animals? Now, when we talk about animals, we're talking about vast numbers of creatures who have nothing in common whatsoever, except that they're non-human. And personally, I rather object to lumping all these creatures together and thinking of them as one sort of creature. A Bill of Rights for animals would indeed be a very weird Bill of Rights, because the purpose of a Bill of Rights is equality. And are we really convinced that a Bill of Rights should treat the needs to live of a virus as of exactly equal importance as the need to live of, let's say, a young lamb or a young hen?
Lady Warnock, I'm sorry, but to guarantee equality of treatment with Dr. Reagan, I'll have to ask you to wind up in about a minute. Thank you.
Well, I certainly will. So the Bill of Rights has to suggest equality between all these animals. And that's one thing which makes me think that the motion to have a Bill of Rights for animals is really an absurdity. But the second and more important thing, which is my last point, is this. I am not at all certain what we really think that the Bill of Rights for animals ought to contain. Dr. Reagan says respect. But does that mean that we must never use animals in any circumstances for our own purposes? Because I suspect that this is what it means. First of all, obviously, it would mean that we must never kill animals for our own interest, whether for the table or to get them out of our rubbish heap if they're flies or whatever it is. We must not kill them, because that would go against their basic right, presumably, which is the right to life. But what about using them? Is it really the case that we believe that no animal should ever be used, according to the Bill of Rights, for human interests? We should never ride them, we should never milk them, we should never geld them, obviously, we should never get wool from them, we should never, in any circumstances, use them for our own purposes if they had what might properly be called a Bill of Rights. So what I would like you to do is to vote against this proposition, because to say that what we want is a Bill of Rights for animals is fooling around with words. Of course we all want animals to be properly treated, and there is in place already a law which condemns cruelty to animals. It's not a particularly good law and it's not very well kept, but there is that law. What we cannot seriously, and I mean seriously, contemplate is that all animals equally should have the right to life and liberty, which is what any Bill of Rights must presumably contain. So I ask you to reflect on the words of the motion and therefore to reject it.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now we have the second speaker for the motion, and he is Richard Ryder, who studied animal behavior at Cambridge University and Columbia, then for many years practiced as a clinical psychologist in Oxford. He became a key figure in the animal rights revival of the 1970s and is currently a director of the RSPCA. Richard Ryder.
Ladies and gentlemen, my concern is with pain, the pain and distress and misery of millions of non-human animals throughout the world at this very moment being tormented in laboratories, often for trivial purposes such as the testing of cosmetics, imprisoned in small cages in factory farms, being bled to death in slaughterhouses, struggling with broken legs in steel-toothed traps, impaled by harpoons, dying in polluted and poisoned habitats, being skinned alive in Oriental kitchens, or being baited or hounded to death here in Britain. The cries and screams of these millions of oppressed sentients is continuous, but almost unheard, for it usually takes place far away in the wilderness or hidden behind the locked doors of laboratories, dogfighting pits, factory farms, or abattoirs. A secrecy which in itself suggests that we know itself produces more and more evidence to support the common sense view that many non-human animals suffer pain, terror, and distress in much the same way that we do ourselves. We share, after all, very similar nervous systems. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution taught us that instead of there being a huge difference between us and the other animals, that we are in fact all related. Today, therefore, we must ask the question, if that is so, why do we continue to abuse, exploit, and tyrannize our kin? There are, of course, several reasons. We exploit non-humans for profit, but we also do it out of sheer unthinking convention. We've always done it, so why not continue? We also bully the other species because they are weaker than us and because we foolishly think it is manly to do so. Such misplaced machismo is responsible for much violence and cruelty in the world today, from football hooliganism to the vandalism of blood sports. The new green movement, of which the campaign for animal rights is an important part, must fight this Rambo destructiveness. Only Mrs. Thatcher seems to think that it is green to wear fur. It's because the other animals can suffer that we should care about them. To argue that we are allowed to cause them pain for our selfish human benefit merely because they are of a different species is speciesism, a prejudice just as irrational as sexism or racism, which emphasizes physical differences while overlooking the great psychological and moral similarity that we can all suffer. It is, of course, wrong to argue that the suffering of some is justified by the benefits of others. This is the notorious argument that ends can justify means. It's been used by tyrants for centuries. It is used sometimes today by factory farmers, seal killers, and especially by animal experimenters. If this argument is sound, then they could logically use human subjects in their experiments. Infants, for example, of a lesser intelligence than laboratory animals. They'd certainly produce more accurate results. What an awful prospect. Or are they admitting to being speciesists? If so, they're basing their case on sheer emotion, for there are no rational grounds for putting our own species on such a pedestal. Sheer logic, as well as compassion, is on the side of animal rights. I believe we are all part of one great community of pain, which embraces all sentient creatures. Each year, about 100 million animals die in the world's laboratories, 300 million in the fur trade, and 500 million in British slaughterhouses alone.
Mr. Ryder, could you try and finish in a minute, please?
Yes, indeed. Our cruel exploitation of the other creatures of this fragile planet, our suffering evolutionary relatives, is on a huge and growing scale. I want to reduce this huge mountain of unnecessary man-made pain. That is why I urge you to support the motion for animal rights.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Now, to continue the argument against the motion, I'm going to call Stephen Rose, who is a professor of biology. He studies brain mechanism and learning, and his work is funded by the Medical and Science Research Councils. He has written extensively about the uses and control of science in society. Stephen Rose.
Thank you. Let me begin by making clear where I'm coming from. In a properly democratic society, all our institutions, including science, should be and must be open to public scrutiny. And there's no doubt that our society both uses and abuses animals. In fact, I agree with very much of what Richard Ryder said in his criticism of many things that are done to animals in farming, in hunting, in rearing animals as pets, and indeed in some forms of animal experimentation. And I want to make it clear that I have no need to defend such abuses in order to oppose tonight's proposition. Nor would I ever accept the Cartesian view, which Richard Ryder attacked, that non-human animals can be regarded as pain-free machines, so that one can do what one likes with them without it mattering. But this is precisely the point. Animal rights people seem to want it both ways. On the one hand, they argue that animals are sentient, as Richard did, and therefore, like humans, they have certain rights. On the other, they maintain that there are such great discontinuities between animals and humans that animal experiments can tell us nothing relevant to the human condition. This is frankly nonsense. The biological world is a continuum. The basic biochemical mechanisms by which we tick are very similar in most other organisms, and if they weren't, even the food we eat would poison us. Many human diseases and disorders are found in other mammals, which is why we can learn how to treat them by research on animals. Animal activists claim there are alternatives to the use of animals, but for many human diseases, this sadly just isn't true. Understanding and treatment has demanded the use of animals and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. There's no way, for instance, that the biochemical causes of the lethal disease diabetes or its treatment with insulin could have been discovered without experiments on mammals. And we can't use tissue cultures or bacteria or plants to develop the treatments needed to alleviate epilepsy or Parkinsonism or manic depression. Anyone who tells you anything otherwise is either ignorant or lying. Unless, of course, we experiment on humans. And that's just the nub of the question. Just because we are human, any discussion of rights must begin with human rights. How far are those rights to be extended? Does it even make sense to talk of extending them to the animal kingdom? The animal kingdom, as Mary Warnock reminded you, isn't only composed of cats and dogs, mice and monkeys. It includes newts, slugs, lice, wasps, mosquitoes. How far do you want to extend your concept of rights? To not swatting a mosquito sucking your blood? To preventing your cat from hunting and killing a rat? Does an ant have as many rights as a gorilla? Most people would say no. I think most animal writers are really arguing that the closer animals are to humans, biologically speaking, evolutionarily speaking, that is, the more rights they should have. So where does the cutoff come? Primates, mammals, vertebrates? Now, the moment you concede that question, you realize that the decision is entirely arbitrary, that it is we as humans who are conferring rights on animals, not the animals themselves. And put like that, you can see that the debate is not like that about human rights, about women's rights, about black people's rights, in which the oppressed subjects of history stand up and demand justice and equality. It is an argument about how we, as humans, should behave. And it's just here that the biological discontinuity between humans and other animals becomes important. Our concern for how we treat other species springs out of our very humanness as biologically and as socially constructed creatures. We don't expect cats to debate the rights of mice. So the issue is not really about animal rights at all, but about the duties that we have just because we are human. And I'm quite sure we do have such duties, to behave kindly to other animals with a minimum of violence and cruelty, not to damage or take their lives insofar as it can be avoided, just as we have duties to the planet's ecology in general. But these duties are limited by an overriding duty to other humans. I have a much loved and exceedingly beautiful cat, but if I had to choose between saving her life and saving the life of my child, I would unhesitatingly choose my child. What's more, I'd save any human child at the expense of my cat, and my cat at the expense of a fish. and so would the vast majority of people in this room. That is species loyalty, speciesism if you like, and I am proud to be a speciesist.
Could you finish in a minute, please?
I certainly can. Let's be blunt. We live in a world reeking with injustice and oppression, extremes of wealth and poverty, city yuppies and starving e-peasants. You'll step over the beggars in the street as you leave Albemarle Street this evening. In Britain, we don't even have a Bill of Human Rights, and to talk of one for non-human animals without achieving that minimum is little short of obscenity. I'm very uneasy at the extent to which the animal rights movement harbours in its midst political groupings which are not in the least concerned about human injustice. Never forget that in the 1930s, when the Nazis launched their extermination campaign against lives not worth living, from Jews and gypsies to the mentally ill and retarded, they also passed laws against non-human animal experimentation. There is no automatic relationship between a concern for animal rights and one for human rights. I wish there were. I'm appalled at the air of sanctimony and hypocrisy that comes off many animal rights activists. On that side of the platform this evening, there was a boycott of Ken Livingstone speaking on the grounds that he was not a vegetarian. I regard that as grotesque. Messrs. Reagan and Lindsay may, if they wish, refuse insulin if they are diabetic, L-DOPA if they have Parkinsonism, antibiotics or surgical procedures which have been validated on animals before used on humans. But I categorically deny them any right to impose their personal and extremely privileged morality on the rest of suffering humanity. I urge you, therefore, to speak up for human rights, to recognize human duties, to avoid magical thinking, to respect non-human animals, and to reject this proposition.
Thank you, Professor Rose. And now to conclude this part of the debate for the motion, we have the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, who is Director of Studies at the Centre for the Study of Theology in the University of Essex. He is the Church of England's leading theologian on animal rights and the author of Christianity and the Rights of Animals. Andrew Lindsay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When Mahatma Gandhi came to this country, he was asked by a reporter at London Airport what he thought of Western civilization. He paused for a moment, and then he said, I quote, "Yes, I think it would be a good idea." And I must say, having heard Stephen Rose this evening, I have to agree with Gandhi especially. Our so-called Western civilization has been based on the relentless, unremitting exploitation of animals. We hunt, ride, shoot, fish, eat, wear, trap, cage, factory farm, and experiment upon billions of animals every year. The figures speak for themselves. 500 million animals slaughtered every year in the United Kingdom, 6 to 9 billion in the United States, 30 to 40 million laying hens in battery conditions, unable to spread a wing, unable to see daylight, and standing permanently on sloping wire mesh. Is this the proper treatment of animals, Mary? 3 to 4 million experiments on animals every year, 100 million in the US, 3 to 4 million in the UK. Is this the proper treatment of animals of which Mary speaks? Some of them causing intense and prolonged pain. 1,000 unwanted dogs are destroyed each week by the RSPCA alone in this country. In terms of life, death, suffering, deprivation, the treatment of animals ranks as one of the major moral issues of all time. And this exploitation has been defended intellectually by a number of key religious arguments that I want very briefly to address. It is argued, for example, that animals have dominion, that humans have dominion over animals, and therefore they can do as they like to other animals. In fact, the biblical meaning of dominion does not mean despotism, but moral responsibility and stewardship. It is argued that animals have no immortal souls, a very favorite religious argument. Whereas, in fact, in the Old Testament in particular, there is no suggestion that animals do not possess soul or spirit. And even if they did, it is difficult to see how the non-possession of an immortal soul could make the infliction of pain and suffering any easier. It is argued that humans are superior to animals. Well, on our side, we certainly hope so. We hope that we are capable of fair-mindedness, Stephen, but also we hope that we are capable of generosity self-sacrifice, altruism, even gentleness. But it is precisely on these grounds that we ought to be seeking a better world for animals and doing better for them. It is argued that animals are in some way put here for our use, or that they belong to us. But of course, theologically, the truth is they do not belong to us. It is God's world, not our world. Each living sentient creature has its own God-given worth and value. And most importantly, of course, of all, it is argued that animals do not possess rights. And what does it mean by saying that animals do not have rights? It means historically, whether you like it or not, it means that animals are things, can be treated as things, as resources, as means to human ends, as laboratory tools, as units of production. This is what this debate is really all about. Well, what I want to say is that I think God is the source of all rights, both for humans and for animals. That God has rights as the creator, the right in particular to have what is created treated with respect. And if we on our side press the language of rights, it's because we believe the heart of this debate is not about feeling, not about taste, not about philanthropy, but about justice. It's about what we objectively owe animals as creatures, and in particular what we owe the creator of all. The arguments that have justified the abuse of animals are, in short, intellectually threadbare, theologically ill-conceived, and certainly biblically unsound.
Could you wind up in a minute, please?
By all means. What we desperately need is to recover that early biblical vision of living at peace with creation. We need to find the moral courage within us to make peace with creation, to avoid violence, to live free of injury, to eschew cruelty, to practice just dealings with animals. Now I accept that we are all involved to some degree in the exploitation of animals. There is no pure land. We all, after all, buy food or products, or we pay taxes. Directly or indirectly, we are all involved. But what is essential is that we involve ourselves now in a process of personal disengagement from injury to animals. A Bill of Rights is part of this necessary wider social disengagement. Now, a Bill of Rights for animals will not by itself bring peace on earth. It will not by itself remedy every wrong that animals still have to suffer. But it will be part, I suggest, of what we can only call Western civilization, which, as Gandhi correctly saw, is a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. And the last of the main speakers against the motion tonight is the writer Germaine Greer, who achieved international celebrity with the success of her very first book, The Female Eunuch. Dr. Greer says that her latest book, Daddy, We Hardly Knew You, is not really about her father, but about the destruction of the Australian ecology. We expect her to take an equally original line in this debate. Germaine Greer.
All my life, I've been mocked by reference to rights which were apparently unenforceable and therefore didn't really exist at all. I've been very interested in the assumption this evening that a Bill of Rights for animals would of course be a Bill of Rights for non-human animals. It seems to me that human beings are animals, and we have a lot to learn by understanding our continuity with the rest of the animal kingdom. It seems to me that, in fact, we are all involved in a sort of symbiosis, human beings and other animals as well. And that if you look at this symbiosis, you see that it works in a series of concentric circles. On the inner face of the circle, we are altruist. On the outer face of the circle, we are egotist. Say it begins with me and my sister. When we're competing for our parents' love, the circle is the sisters against each other. Two enemies. When our parents try to invoke parental rights against us, the sisters become a unit. And so we could go on spreading this circle. We can be human beings who are altruist in the interest of other human beings and who will defend the rights of human beings against encroachment by others on the outside. Suppose we take Falciparum plasmoides as an example. I don't think we're going to plead animal rights when it comes to trying to stem the revival of malaria, for example, even though we have to kill billions of other animals. I'm not sure if insects have been really involved in this evening's discussion. There seem to be some arbitrary limits on what the animal kingdom might be taken to be. It is, in fact, a matter of moral choice. I can decide whether I am part of a collectivity involving other women, which I have done, which is why I call myself a feminist. In other situations, I can say I am an Australian and I'm interested in the rights of Australians. And in some situations, when faced with Farmer Hamilton with one of his dead partridges, I and my cat will face the rest of the world if necessary. These are all postures that we adopt from time to time. It is, I would maintain, quite impossible and certainly undesirable for us to, from some lofty position, to define the rights of others. There has recently been an attempt by the United Nations, a successful attempt, to swear a convention of children's rights. Now, I'm fairly certain that children themselves were not consulted. Otherwise, instead of the right to go to school, they might have asked for the right not to go to school. They might have asked for the right to have a parent of either sex, for divorce to be outlawed, for the right to have 4 grandparents, for the right to have sexual experiences with adults. Who knows what they would have been, what they would have asked for as their rights. The fact is that adult human beings conferred on them a bunch of rights, which in fact tend to be the rights that rich people want for their children, the right not to go to work, whereas the children of the poor might well have liked a right to a basic wage, seeing as they have no choice but to go to work. Now, it seems to me very curious if we're going to decide what the rights of animals should be, because animals, as far as I can understand them, are speciesist. And as animals, we also are speciesist. That Gaia exists to make an orchestra of all these conflicting claims for room to expand. We are all dynamic, all of us species, and we all have our own self-interest. That once one group begins to delude itself that it understands the self-interest of other groups, then the only option is something I think we've seen a good deal of. It's hypocrisy or piety. Now, I call piety that higher moral sense for which other people will pay the dues. We talk a good deal about laboratory animals. We have never mentioned beasts of burden. We have never talked about the rights of beasts of burden, of whom there are also billions on Earth. Are we going to swear in animal rights that mean the people who are disenfranchised from the motor car, who will never ever have a motor car, are also prevented from having a beast of burden? I know as a human being that one of the most shocking things about going to a place like Guatemala is that they have no beasts of burden, and their human beings carry the sorts of things other people load onto animals, fastened by tump lines around their foreheads. Women and men crawling up mountains, certainly. My argument would be that if we purport to endow the non-human animal kingdom with rights which it cannot enforce, that all we are simply doing is asserting our moral superiority to other people who cannot afford to give them those rights. And this is the very worst kind of hypocrisy and condescension. By the way, rights are nonsensical if they relate to the behavior of forces outside one's control. I have lived all my life with feminists who have demanded the right to control their own bodies, as if such a right was floating in the atmosphere to be grasped. The right I most frequently read about when I read about animals and ethics is the right not to be harmed. I cannot control my own body. You cannot control your own bodies. We have no right not to be harmed. Life is pain and struggle. And it seems to me that by supposing that we can rescue animals from pain and struggle, even against ourselves, we are deluding ourselves about the purpose for which we are put on earth, which was not, after all, to be happy. Even supposing one thinks we were put on earth by someone made in our own likeness and not, of course, the living effigy of an enormous fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Germaine Greer. Well, that concludes the formal opening round of this debate, and now comes the moment to open proceedings up to the floor. I shall be calling speakers alternately from the floor for and against the motion, and those of you who want to make a contribution should raise your hands and wait to catch my eye. When you are called to speak, please begin by telling us who you are and what you do. I'm sure there are a great number of people here who want to take part, so I urge you all, when called, to make your points as concise as possible. Also, I would like to stress that these should be made in the form of points or contributions and not in the form of questions to any of the principal speakers. So first of all, can I please see hands for the first contribution from the floor for the motion? Someone to speak for the motion. Yes, gentleman at the back.
My name is Alan Long of the Vegetarian Society. I would like to make the point that we can go on philosophizing and getting the lawyers and so on busy on a Bill of Rights, which is always a good exercise because it instructs us in what is really going on. The opponents of this motion belong to a world of mimsy, which we see only too much this time at Christmas. We see nativity scenes where animals are at peace in a stable, and shortly afterwards, those same animals are in pieces on a table. We hear the parable of the Good Shepherd. What the Good Shepherd does, I would remind those opponents, is that he castrates the little boy lambs. I don't think that would go down too well in the congregation. And he sends the weanlings and the sucklings to the slaughterhouse. I would remind Germaine Greer that the rape of the cow, taking away her calf and her milk to feed grown-up adults, is a form of behavior that diminishes the whole human race. I would ask those members of the opposing side to recognize that it may be difficult to formulate a Bill of Rights, but let us look at the thing, as they would ask, scientifically and logically, and let us start to moderate our own practices without having to go to the extent and wait until we can get a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Can we have a contribution from the floor now against the motion, please? Any? Yes, sir. Just down the aisle there. Thank you.
My name is Colin Spedding. I'm chairman of the Farm Animal Welfare Council. I am thus greatly in favour of animal welfare, particularly related to farm animals. But then I suspect that most of the people here are in favour of farm animal welfare and the welfare of many other animals as well. I think it's a pity that this debate has been pitched at the level of rights and rather than responsibilities, because I suspect that we are arguing about the word rights rather than the substance of whether we want to see animals protected from human activity and looked after better. It seems to me much more useful to think in terms of the responsibilities that human beings have towards animals, whether they're in control of them or not, rather than the rights of the animal. Incidentally, it's normal to think of rights and responsibilities as being linked. It seems sensible in human experience to do that. Very hard to see, if animals have rights, how they can be burdened with an expectation of behaving responsibly.
Thank you, Mr. Spedding. I want someone else for the motion, please, next. Yes, gentleman right in the middle of the front row. Thank you.
Tim Phillips, Turning Point, Animal Rights Magazine. It seemed to me that the speakers on this side are talking about a very broad issue, whether we're allowed to do whatever we wish to animals, whether we've got complete right to sort of tyrannize, oppress, do whatever we wish to animals. And that's a very broad animal rights question. Meanwhile, the only opposition we've had to that, which hasn't at all tackled the issue whether we've got a right to do anything to animals or not, has simply been to picket it. First of all, we've had Baroness Warnock's sort of picking about the definition of the law. We've had Mr. Rose speaking at one point, even simply attacking the concept because he didn't like the attitudes of people promoting it, which is an extraordinary objection, and so forth. So they haven't actually tackled the issue at all, whether we've got that right to do whatever we want to animals. And also we've had to confuse the issue thrown in from the opposition, all sorts of things, utilitarian uses like that we wouldn't have insulin were it not for animal experiments, which isn't in fact so, and so forth. Well, since there's laughter there, all of the work on insulin was done before Banting and Best's animal experiments, and textbooks will show that, and it's historical document that, and I'm sure the anti-vivisectionists on my right-hand side would give more detail on that if it's sought.
Right, thank you, but we'll come to them later perhaps, but now someone against the motion, someone else. Yes, the gentleman behind Professor Rose there.
My name is Stuart Roth. I'm a hematologist. I treat patients with blood diseases. I resent anyone who tells me that I have the right to do anything I like to animals because I see human beings who have problems which might be helped by animal research. I think that the activities of people like myself are properly controlled, and if they're not, you can come in and control them as tightly as you like. I can only speak for animal experimentation in this respect, but I'm sure that all my colleagues feel the same way.
Thank you, Mr. Roll. Yes, now, and against the motion, for the motion rather, I beg your pardon, at the back.
Gavin Grant, Director of Public Relations of the RSPCA. It is an historic fact that rights are nearly always granted by those who are in a position of power to those who are not. The right to vote for women in this country was a hard-won campaign, costing much in blood for the suffragettes who fought it. But it was granted by an exclusively male British Parliament, which was in a position to so grant those rights. The argument advanced that says that animals have no rights, that there is no appropriate time for the consideration of their rights, that human beings are in far worse positions in many parts of the world. The logic of that argument is that there is never a right time for the granting of rights to any aspect of the community of this planet. The argument is often advanced by the South African government that it is not an appropriate time to move to one person, one vote, that there will be a time, but it doesn't happen to be now. And indeed, the position of animals in this country and in the European community and throughout the world is one of a deteriorating position, not an advancing one. We do have obligations. Obligations are part of the notion of rights. The codification of those obligations in recognizing that we now share this planet as one community of living beings is precisely why the technical arguments of those who've opposed the resolution should be disregarded, and the spirit of the resolution should carry the day.
Now looking for someone else to back up the opposition to the motion. Since there's a microphone near, we'll take that gentleman there, yes?
David Henshaw, I'm a journalist. One of the things I find curious about many supporters of animal rights is the low view they have of their own species, other human beings. If all scientists who experiment on animals are sadists, this seems to me very curious. It doesn't seem also very likely. Beyond that,
keep going. You're being accused of putting words in people's mouths, but keep going.
Well, if a lot of animal experiments are simply not necessary, then why are they being carried out? The people carrying them out must be sadists. Quite clearly, scientists are not sadists. There may be one or two who are sadists, but most scientists are not sadists.
Right, thank you.
So, I want to go on to say that Professor Reagan said that animal rights is the cause of peace, not violence. And I'm sure he believes that. But it does raise the question, why then do so many supporters of animal rights firebomb restaurants, place bombs under cars, set fire to department stores?
Right. Thank you very much indeed. Now,
how many butchers and slaughterers do
we can't allow this to degenerate into or turn into a general trading of things across the floor. We want to speak for the motion now. Why don't we have the lady in the middle of the third row?
Okay, I'm going back to responsibility.
Your name, please, and what you do.
Sorry, I'm Rebecca Hall, and I'm a writer. I write about animals. I've written about animal rights, about animal consciousness, and I'm founder of Writers Against Experiments on Animals. To go back to responsibility, it is to respond with ability. And I think by the very tenor of the speeches of the people in favor of rights, we can tell that they can respond with ability. They have a great warmth about them, whereas the speakers against have a coldness. But I'd like to ask Stephen Rose, why, if he thinks experiments on animals are so useful, we have more and more sick people, while we have more and more doctors, more and more researchers, and more huge hospitals. And there certainly is, I would put it, a correlation between fascist thinking and the kind of attitude we have to animals, a very definite correlation. And I would like to ask also, what is wrong with slugs, ants, mosquitoes, flies, and rats? I know and appreciate them all, and I don't think we have a right to kill any of them. What is wrong with them? But I want him to answer eventually, if he can, why we have more and more sick people if science is advancing us in any way. I say it isn't.
Well,
and there is an organization of doctors against vivisection who are putting this point very adequately. It's an international organization, and they're growing all the time. I suggest he's behind the times and very far behind.
All right, as I said earlier, this is not primarily or even principally a question and answer session, but there may be time towards the end for one or two individual points to be answered. In the meantime, let's have a contribution from the floor against the motion. Yes, gentleman in the back with the beige jacket.
Well, my name's David Hibbling, and as a circus ringmaster and a circus animal trainer, I'm probably the bête noire to many people in this room. And yet I would probably go along with a bill for animal rights. But who says what goes into a bill for animal rights? Because if many people in this room were to choose what would go into a Bill of Rights, then certainly I would be prevented from carrying on within my community with the animals that I work with 24 hours a day, which I am extremely fond of and care for, do not ill-treat, and I believe are perfectly happy in their environment.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes?
Yes, David Icke from the Green Party, which has a commitment to have a Secretary of State for Animal Welfare in a Green Cabinet. What we're talking about here, surely tonight, at the core of what we're discussing, is values. That's what it's about, human values. Martin Luther King talked about power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. They are the values that allow our societies to abuse animals. But they are the values also that allow our societies to abuse people and to abuse the planet as well, in the name of economics. You cannot divorce the values that abuse animals and those that abuse people and abuse the planet, for they are the same values. It was Henry Salt, a great social reformer and animal rights campaigner, because again, the two are indivisible, who said early on in this century, "It is useless to preach peace by itself, social justice by itself, or kindness to animals by itself. The cause," he said, "of each of all the evils that afflict the world is the same: the general lack of humanity, the lack of knowledge that all sentient life is akin, and that he who injures a fellow being is in fact doing injury to himself. It is not this bloodshed or that bloodshed that must cease," he said, "but all needless bloodshed, all wanton infliction of pain or death upon our fellow beings. And if the people who run this country and run other countries do not see that, then maybe they do need a Bill of Rights for animals to constantly remind them. For that will do if we start treating animals with dignity. That will do as much for people. Because if we have a society that treats animals with respect, love, and dignity, we will have a society and a world that treats people and the planet with love, respect, and dignity. As Gandhi said, finally, the greatness of a nation can be judged by how its animals are treated. And on that basis, this country and many other countries are not great. It's about time they were. And if that takes a Bill of Rights, then so be it.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. And against the motion, the gentleman.
Yes, my name's John Bleeby, and I'm a veterinary surgeon. I don't know if there are any other veterinary surgeons here, but I think I can say that I've probably done more during my professional life as anybody else here to improve the welfare and to spend my professional career respecting the rights of animals. And as the chairman of the Animal Welfare Society said, that it's the motion that's wrong. What we are basically talking about is the respects and rights for animals. Now, I'll tell you, number one, I'm a member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which I have to be by law to be a veterinary surgeon in this country. And I totally support the Royal College's policy that we are against the docking of dogs' tails. Now, we are having to take that stance against a lot of dog owners. It was the veterinary profession in this country before the Second World War that brought in an Act of Parliament, a private member's bill, to stop the docking of horses. And yet, what do we hear? We hear this lady on my right talking about slugs and snails and things like that. Do you realize that the two biggest killers in the world today in humanity, one is malaria. 300 million people are infected with malaria at the moment. Another 300 million are infected with bilharzia. Malaria is spread by the mosquito. Bilharzia is spread by a snail. Now, are you going to condemn those 600 million people to continue to suffer debilitating and nasty diseases because by this Bill of Rights, because you haven't said whether it means that you're not going to kill animals? Presumably it does. And just mention this, if we can't kill animals, if I as a veterinary surgeon am called to an animal that is sick and dying, with your Bill of Rights, I can't put that animal painlessly to sleep. The other thing too is that if you can't kill animals, what are you going to do, for example, about rabid dogs and rabid foxes that are spreading rabies? And also, eventually, of course, you do realize that if you can't kill animals, there will be far fewer animals in the world because a lot of them will not be bred and will not be there. For example, people won't be able to go out and look at lambs gambling in the field because who's going to breed them? So therefore, if you have a Bill of Rights in the way you say it, and not in the way that we say it, that we just be practicable and sensible and respect animals and do our best to improve their quality of life and so on, then you're going to have fewer animals in the world, and some of them will be condemned to a lingering death.
Thank you very much indeed. And lady in the front for the motion. For the motion.
Yes, I'd like to pick up. We've heard a couple of times of the good being done, hopefully, to human beings by the use of animals in laboratories. Can I just say, everyone is very concerned.
Sorry, I didn't ask if your name and
my name is
occupation.
Jan Creamer, and I'm General Secretary of the National Anti-Vivisection Society. And our society has done many years of research into the so-called value of animal experiments, and we found that there isn't any. What we have found is that nothing has been gained from animal experimentation. All the major advances in medical research have been by studies with people. If you look at cancer, heart disease, diabetes, all of these have been pushed forward by studies in people, and it's just the money that's going into laboratories which makes vivisectors want to claim all the great successes in clinical research for themselves. The other point I'd like to pick up on is this talk about diseases around the world. 50,000 people around the world are dying every day due to diseases directly related to malnutrition and dirty water. Killing animals in laboratories does not cure that. What those people need is clean living conditions, clean water, and food. Animal experiments will not cure malnutrition.
Thank you very much indeed. So, someone else in opposition to the motion? You're against? Yes?
Yes. My name's Stephen Armstrong, I'm a journalist.
Can you say that again, please?
Sorry, my name's Stephen Armstrong, I'm a journalist.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that, briefly, just before I go on, that whilst obviously animal experiments can't per se cure malnutrition, it could be argued that to give farmers in Ethiopia adequate access to oxes and stuff to plough their land themselves which would, be an exploitation of that ox, would help towards curing the malnutrition of certain people in the village. I think that's.
It'd be better off growing the food.
But I mean, for ploughing the field, for example.
Go on,
Sorry.
please.
Anyway, I mean, it seems that a lot of people are saying that people who oppose the Bill of Rights for animals are absolutely saying we should continue in the way we are treating animals. And I don't think anyone in the front row have said that we should go on with the way we're treating animals. Obviously, there are unnecessary cruelties going on. Obviously, we're torturing animals in particularly brutal and inefficient ways. Sorry. But are we going to put a straight dividing line at any stage and say that below this line we will not continue experimenting with animals? We must surely approach animals in a flexible way, because certain animals should perhaps be treated differently to others. It seems that we're being attacked for absolutism, which we're not.
You're for the motion? Yes, for the motion.
Yes, sir. I'm for the motion, and yet
your name and occupation, please.
Yes, my name is Hillel Avidan. I'm a rabbi, and I represent a tradition which has had a Bill of Rights for animals for the last 3,000 years. And indeed, the treatment of animals was never regarded as more important than the treatment of human beings. But I don't think we ever went so far as to legislate for insects or to suggest that animals couldn't be used as beasts of burden. Indeed, they could. And I would hate to think that any legislation would rob human beings of the right to use animals for plowing fields, etc. The Bible certainly allowed this, but at the same time protected the rights of the ox, the rights of the ass. This animal welfare legislation in Judaism has continued developing up to the present day. What I've seen today this evening, is a certain amount of extremism creeping into the discussion, because I believe that everybody here cares for animals, but there are lots of people in the world who don't care for them, and for them, legislation is necessary. For years, people thought that the conscience was sufficient to banish or abolish slavery in the United States of America. It wasn't. It was only when legislation was introduced that slavery was abolished. Legislation is also required before most people will start treating animals properly.
Thank you, Rabbi. Against the motion, the gentleman in the tartan shirt, yes?
Doug Richardson, Zoological Society of London. When we had the vote at the beginning of the proceedings, I did indeed vote for the bill, but it really wasn't qualified. I think had it been, if we were just discussing should animals have a quality of life, then yes, certainly I would still go with the bill. Judging by what some of the speakers have said tonight, I think it would make my job in particular rather difficult. It's becoming recognized that captivity can be one of the ways of saving species from extinction. In fact, now we'll get back with it's becoming more common for species to be reintroduced back into the wild. It's still a very primitive science, but we are getting better at it. I think an animal bill of rights would certainly cause problems as far as dealing with animals in a captive situation. A great many animal rights movements, who I indeed have quite a great deal of sympathy for, are certainly against dealing with animals in a captive situation, and this could indeed spell the extinction of quite a number of species in the future.
Well, it was an excellent debate. This is, someone has changed his mind already. Yes, you, sir?
Sorry, my name's William Travers from ZooCheck, probably one of the organizations that's working to try and eliminate animals in zoos. I just wanted to focus in on one area and say that I think that one of the problems that we have is access to information, and that certain access with regard to laboratories and to places like Porton Down, for example, slaughterhouses, we don't have adequate access, we don't have adequate understanding. And I think that that breeds ignorance. But we also have a problem with undermining the very things that the concept of the bill tries to do. The concept of the bill is to try and inculcate understanding, respect. And what we do by taking children to zoos and to circuses and keeping animals in schools for their own laboratories and to a certain extent with pets is that we undermine all those things with regard to respect, because we show animals or we present bored animals. We put across the idea that they are valued because they are in captivity, because they are behind bars, because they are on concrete, because they are in an unnatural environment, And all these things, the hidden agenda of what we do to animals in public life, actually destroys the very things that we, as a sort of evolving society, it certainly seems in the last couple of years, are trying to do. So I think personally that we should vote for a Bill of Rights, if not because of the nitty-gritty, which we haven't yet established, but for the concept of it, rather than to argue against it, simply because we don't like the idea of change.
Against? Against? Someone against just that? No?
Agnostic.
That's not allowed.
More or less against. James Serple, Research Associate in Animal Behaviour at Cambridge Vet School. I'm getting the impression that the protagonists of this debate are now shifting the goalposts. They're saying that we're not really asking for a Bill of Animal Rights because such a thing is impossible, but we're just asking people to think more carefully about our responsibilities towards animals and to think about the welfare of animals and how we can improve the welfare of animals, which I think everyone in this audience would probably agree with. What really surprises me is that none of them have so far addressed a very major point, which has been raised by all the three speakers here, and that is we are dealing here with animals with whom our interests from time to time do conflict. We can't live in a vacuum as human beings. We can't isolate ourselves completely from animals in this world. From time to time, those animals' interests will conflict with our own. And the question then is, whose rights do we uphold? Do we uphold our rights to live at the expense of the animals, or the animals' rights to live at our expense? And I would like someone, I know I'm not supposed to raise questions, but I would like someone to take up this point.
Well, Dr. Regan, of course, will be summing up for that side at the end. So if not before, he can deal with that point. Yes, sir?
Yes, my name is Shaheen, and I'm a student of philosophy at King's. And I just want to make a few brief points, but to start with the theological one first. That a lot of the early Christians were actually vegetarians and pacifists, and the two go together. And a lot of them came from the Essene community, and some of them were forced to be fish vegetarians, just as Eskimos are forced to eat meat because they have no choice. Now, the real question is that we don't really have any justification in crucifying an animal just for our dinner and for our lunch, when we could just easily change to a better taste. And really, one cause of war comes down to meat eating. That's one of the root causes.
Thank you very much. Now, we want someone against the motion. Gentleman sitting right in the middle of the third row.
I'm Roland Terry. I'm a professor of biology, so may have a special interest in this. But, and what I'm going to make sounds a rather flip remark, or could be taken that way. It's not meant as such. My wife and I could become vegetarians, but our dearly beloved cats wouldn't think very much of it. What are we going to do about them?
You start.
You lead the way. Well, thank you very much. No, you've been in already, sir. You're for the motion? Yes?
Yes, I'm Judith Hampson. I'm an independent consultant in animal welfare, but my primary interest is actually the development of human potential. It seems to me that what this debate is about us and about who we are in this matter. We've been having this kind of discussion for over 100 years now, and we haven't got very far. And I would submit the reason we've not got very far, there are two reasons. One is there are real dilemmas in this issue. If you take the issue of animal experimentation as the one particular issue that I'm involved in, there really are dilemmas. I accept that animal experimentation has made a contribution to medicine as we understand it at least, and is continuing to, and it does save human lives. I don't know what the answers are to that dilemma. That's one issue. It also has to be said that at a time when we're closing hospitals, at a time when we are denying patients the care that millions of pounds is ploughed into research through the Medical Research Council, which may or may not have some medical spin-off in years to come. It's fundamental research. We don't know. We're not doing it because it's aimed at helping people. We're doing it because we want to know, because we're interested, because we are trying to add to the pool of fundamental knowledge. Now, it seems to me that there are large investments on both sides of this debate People have their identities invested in being medical researchers. They cannot accept that some research is not valuable. People have their identities invested in being so pro-animal that they can't accept that some research is valuable. And it seems to me that if we're going to get anywhere and make any sort of standpoint for the animals, we have to stand above this. We have to be somebody that we currently are not being as human beings. And we can start that by having a conversation not about what is, but about what's possible. The first step is surely to make such a Bill of Human Rights. We can argue about the details subsequently, but let's
Bill of
start.
Animal Rights.
A Bill of Animal Rights. Let's start by creating what's possible, not by talking about what is and what's difficult.
Thank you very much indeed, Judith Hampson. Anyone else against the motion from the floor? This may have to be the last floor contribution against. Yes, gentleman in the black and white shirt in the back row.
My name is John Dyneley, and I train marine mammals for a living. The gentleman from Zoocheck said that if we didn't have animals in captivity, it would be okay, and people would be still concerned for wild animals, but I feel this is a rather silly suggestion. If I hadn't seen wild animals in captivity, I wouldn't take an interest in them, neither would my niece and nephew or anybody else. And a lot of the things that are going on at the moment with our concern over elephants and such like are due greatly to the fact that we see these animals in captivity. And well, this is true, and I think this is very true. Video and television and films and the ability for people to go overseas and see these animals is not the same.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much indeed. There are still a number of hands up, people wanting to come in and take part, but I'm afraid we have no more time for this open part of the debate. At this point, however, before we come to the summing up speeches from the front benches, so to speak, and then the vote, I'm going to exercise the chair's discretion and ask two of the, it seems to me anyway, the most burning questions from the floor, one to each side. And if I could ask Richard Ryder, first of all, who was for the motion, of course, to deal with the point that Mr. Beevy raised, which was that what do you do about things like rabid foxes, about the slugs which cause bilharzia in Africa, and about the mosquitoes that cause so much death and suffering from malaria? If you could just deal with that point, please, before.
I think we should emphasize the species that we have very good grounds for believing are sentient, that's to say, are conscious and can suffer pain. That's what we should get on with. That covers all the mammals to start with and a lot of other species as well. And that is more than enough to be getting on with. Let's start arguing the toss about the insects at this stage. Let's get on with trying to save the other non-human mammals, the reptiles, and one or two of the more intelligent octopuses and squids who certainly do suffer pain and indeed can suffer psychologically as well. Those are the ones we should be concentrating on, the ones that certainly suffer pain.
And what about Professor Terry's cat, who would fade away altogether if he and his wife became vegetarians?
Well, no, he wouldn't. I mean, I think that some species are carnivores, but we are not. We have a choice on whether or not we eat vegetables or meat.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Now, it seemed to me that the most powerful point coming from the floor contributions and addressed to this side of the House was the research in animals actually achieved for medicine anyway. Rebecca Wall, for example, asked the question specifically of Professor Rose, if research does all this good, why are more and more people ill all the time? Could you make a response to that, Professor Rose?
Yes, indeed. First, let me say I agree with Judith Hampson about many of the points that she made earlier about the relationship between the orientation of medical research. The choice is not between medical research and hospitals. The choice is mainly in this country between medical research and military research. We live in a country which spends more than half its annual science budget on military research. That's where to draw the line, not to try to counterpose medical research with hospital research. I also those people who said that the major grounds for death and poverty and misery and ill health in the world are malnutrition and poverty and those diseases that go from the fact that we live in an extremely unequal society. That is indeed a focal point at which we ought to be aiming. But the contrast with that, again, is not to say that medical research does nothing, not to adopt an absolutist position, but to recognize that there are a very large number of diseases and conditions, both of affluence and of poverty, ranging indeed from diabetes and indeed to Parkinsonism and epilepsy, indeed to operations for coronary heart bypass and so on, where in fact you have to work on animals to begin with if you want to save human life. If you do not wish to save human life, if you privilege animal life above human life or equal with human life, you have no dilemma. If you do privilege human life, the dilemma is clearly there. If you want to save human life, you have to sacrifice animals. And I'm sorry, there are no options.
Professor Rose, thanks. And now, before we move on to the vote, we're going to have brief formal summing up speeches from the lead speakers on each side, Dr. Reagan for the motion and Mary Warnock against. So first of all, I invite Mary Warnock to sum up the case against the motion.
Well, it's a difficult thing to sum up this debate, but I think there are 2 points which seem to me to have emerged. And the first is that there's an enormous amount of agreement here that I think everybody present here is deeply against animals being treated with cruelty. And cruelty means causing gratuitous pain. And I think that probably goes for any animal, that we don't want to cause them gratuitous pain. There may be some animals that don't feel pain, so cruelty doesn't arise, but everybody is against gratuitous cruelty. So what is emerging, I think, is that if there were a Bill of Rights for animals, it would be a bill that contained one clause, namely that animals should not be treated cruelly. Now, we already have a law against cruelty to animals in this country, not altogether, and we're all of us aware that cruelty to animals still exists, but it seems to me that we could say, instead of asking for a new Bill of Rights, we should bend our attention more to ensuring that the present law is actually observed. There has been no answer to the question which animals are to be covered by the Bill of Rights. There was no answer to the question whether a rabid fox, which is, as I understand it, a mammal, should be put down for the sake of humans. If the rabid fox should be put down for the sake of humans, or a rabid dog, then the rights of these animals are to be sacrificed when necessary for humans' sake. And if we're told we don't have to bother too much about flatworms and so on, then this seems to be a very curious Bill of Rights for animals, if we can pick and choose among the various species which we are going to protect by this bill and which are not. But the main point I want to bring out, and I think it's come out again and again as the evening has gone on, the concept of moral obligation, the concept of doing well by people, of caring for the welfare of animals or of people, is a much wider concept than that of any rights. And when we heard the vet speaking, who has devoted his life to the welfare of animals, and people who spoke who were interested in the welfare of farm animals, it surely is the case that these are the people we ought to support and make sure that their work is fully funded and well done and is not in any way inhibited by people making extravagant claims for animal rights. Finally, I would say that it is perfectly obvious that if the animal rights really existed and we were not permitted by law to exploit or use animals for our own sake, then it is perfectly clear that the domestic animal, as opposed to the feral animal, would actually go out of existence. And that seems a curious outcome for a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now, as the last speaker of all tonight, I call on Tom Reagan to sum up the arguments for the motion.
Well, I couldn't have a more impossible task, since I don't remember ever hearing so many weak arguments in such a short period of time. But we believe, and also a good bit of rudeness as well, but we believe that the weight of the evidence impartially assembled is on the side of animal rights. People say, well, where do you draw the line? Which animals? This bespeaks a profound failure to read the philosophical literature in which this has been discussed over the last 10 years, something no educated person taking part in this debate should take any pride in. I would have thought I was listening to a collection of sophomores at times. It takes my breath away. What happened to Peter Singer? What happened to Stephen Clark? What happened to my own work? What happened to Bernie Rollins' work? I have no evidence at all that anyone representing the opposition has read so much as a single page of this philosophical work. I have no evidence. I have no evidence. None. No evidence. None. I have not heard a single member of the opposition challenge a single argument of the philosophers and the theologians. What I have heard instead are things like the following. There are no human rights, only legal rights. Only if the law recognizes them do we have rights. This is again part of the utilitarian tradition. Bentham, moral rights nonsense upon stilts, but that's not part of another major part of Western moral tradition, and that is that the law's obligation is to accord with the moral rights that people have independent of the law, anterior to the law. The tradition of the natural rights theorists, the tradition on which the animal rights philosophy stands. We are claiming that there are moral rights apart from the law, and again, that the obligation of the law is to recognize, respect, and protect those rights. We are told by Professor Rose that we are bestowing rights upon the animals. They are not claiming them for themselves, and so these are unlike other rights movements, unlike the movements on part of black people, unlike the movement on the part of women. But what shall we say of children, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. What shall we say of the enfeebled and the deranged, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. I take it to be a necessary implication of Professor Rose's view that they have them not according to the philosophy of animal rights, however, which grounds protects the rights of these human beings. Germaine Greer says, we are not in a position to say what is in the interest of children, that we are acting pridefully, perhaps a little arrogantly, when we bestow rights upon them. I find this scarcely credible. Granted, there may be some areas in which people of goodwill can disagree, but to think that we know nothing about what is good for children, and to think that we therefore should not mandate that what is in their interest be protected as a matter of right, takes my moral breath away.
Could you come to your conclusion now, please,
Yes.
Dr. Reagan?
Because the same reasoning applies. We know not enough about the other animals, according to Germaine Greer. Again, scarcely credible in view of what we know of by Richard Ryder's work and Peter Singer's work and the work of other people, the work of ethologists and so on. We know nothing about what is beneficial to other animals. We know nothing scientifically about what is harmful, detrimental to other animals. Where are these people living? In the end, then, what I sense is the following, that the issues have not been joined, that there is still the lingering suspicion and I dare say belief that we are the master species, or we have rights. It's the rest of creation that doesn't. Thank you very much.
Well, whether or not, ladies and gentlemen, the issues have been joined, it's now time for us to take a vote anyway, and we'll count the votes for the motion, of course, first of all. So will all of you now, in favour of the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, please now give a show of hands. All those for the motion. And this time the votes will be not as at the beginning taken visually by me, but we have a number of skilled tellers counting you. Just keep your hands up, please. All right, thank you very much indeed. And now, those of you against the motion, please show. Thank you very much indeed. For those of you who may have been with us at the very beginning of this evening's debate, we took, as I was indicating a moment ago, a rough show of hands at that stage, at which time it seemed to me from the chair that it was roughly 2 to 1 in favour of the motion. Well, the actual outcome after the debate is 73 for the motion and 39 against, which is just about what we thought it was at the beginning. So that's 73 for the motion and 39 against. So the motion is handsomely carried. But I suppose on an evening like this, it's not really what the result has been that matters, but the fact that it has been reached at the end of nearly 1.5 hours of passionate and trenchant and at times even amusing debate. And I hope that those of you watching at home have enjoyed the proceedings here as much as all of us have. But now, from the 3 main speakers on each side of the House tonight, and from all of us here at the Royal Institution of Great Britain, it's a very good night to you.
Hey, hello, Earthlings, and welcome along to another time tunnel. Now, been experienced a little bit of technical problems, so we're hoping that won't continue, but we'll see. And yeah, welcome along. The funny thing happened to me this morning when I was in the shower, so I thought I'd tell you this story when people are coming in. For some reason, I started thinking about boxing and about when the fighters return to the corner of the ring and then all the seconds come in and the trainer and all that kind of stuff with a big crowd of people around each one, right? Or each boxer. And I was thinking, somebody's got to put in one of those little stools, right, for him to sit on, for the fighters to sit on. And I was then thinking, well, does that mean that anybody's ever stolen one of those? Because, you know, this is the stool that you know the bottom of Muhammad Ali kind of sat on or anything. And so I was kind of thinking about that, and then I was thinking, well, so then if you get an advert that you answer to, and of course it says Muhammad Ali's stool, then I was thinking, well, you'd automatically assume that that's the kind of stool that is being talked about in the advert. So, of course, it could lead to quite a nasty surprise when you actually receive it in the post. So that was a weird thought I had in my shower this morning. I thought you'd be interested, and I'm sure you're not. Anyway, welcome to the Time Tunnel. Now, this one's going to probably be the quickest one or the shortest one that we do. in the sense that it's all revolving around a little bit of my PhD. And so I'm going to just kind of show you what is the substance of one of the indexes in the PhD, the indices. And it's something to do with attitudes to other animals. And of course, you know, it's one thing that we vegans have to kind of put up with all the time, if you like. So I usually start this session off by, this is a quote from my PhD, which is not that relevant, but I always use this one because as an icebreaker, really. But I thought it was quite funny, really. Where do sausages come from? Asked my 5-year-old son recently. Pigs, I replied. Yes, he said a little impatiently, but where do the pigs get them from? Judith Rumboldt, and that is 2001. And so it reminded me of some research that was done where they were asking children in schools about products derived from other animals, and they knew very little about them. For example, I think somebody held up a sausage and said, where do you get these from? And the answer was supermarkets. And then one, I think maybe 9-10-year-old girl was asked, how often do you think cows are milked? And she said, once a year. You know, so in terms of animal use, there's quite a lot of ignorance. That's what I'm basically saying. Another one I say, not again that relevant, but I always kind of put this one in. This is from Joan Denea's first book, Animal Equality, Language and Liberation. How do we justify our treatment of non-humans? We lie to ourselves and to each other about our species and about others. Deceptive language perpetuates speciesism. Like sexism and racism, speciesism can't survive without lies. And then another part of my PhD is I only include two kind of illustrations in them, and these are they. And so the first one you see on the left there, and that's in the top of, or was in the top part of Bangor in North Wales near the university. And it was a cafe, obviously, the live lobsters with a delighted lobster waving. And then in the town, there was this other sign, which was outside a fish and chip shop. And the blue circle there actually says, you might not be able to see it too well, but it says me and chips. So it's this kind of idea about other animals are sometimes delighted to offer themselves for our exploitation. And it reminded me, it took me about an hour to remember it actually, it reminded me about this website called Suicide Food. It ran from 2006, as you can see there, to 2011. In fact, there's a last kind of thing saying 5 years, an announcement, we're quitting because. So this is really very much like Carl Adams' Sexual Politics of Meat and the Pornography of Meat, in the sense that they're using kind of commercial advertisements in newspapers or even big billboards and everything. Again, advertising other animals who are delighted to be eaten. That's what this one is about. I was quite surprised to find that the website is still there, and you can see the it's a blogspot site. So suicidefood.blogspot.com. There's over 1,000 images on that in those years that they were collected, and they said that they're stopping not because they realized that they'd run out of images. They're stopping because they couldn't do it anymore, essentially. It's amazing how many do say that non-human animals want to die. Yes. Well, as we're going to see, because one little kind of thing just before we start. Oh yeah, that's a couple of examples from Suicide Food. Lucky Chicken, as you can see, delighted, and also serving another chicken. So I suppose you could say this one is Lucky. Don't know. Lefty's Barbecue. There was a bit of chat in the comment about the tagline. We will serve no swine before it's time. So there was a bit of a debate about whether the its bit was a reference to the pigs themselves, its time, or whether, so in other words, age of it or something else. So there's a bit of debate about that. So before we kind of start, really, I'm just going to show you six little snips that I cut out during a recent live on TikTok, because these again indicate quite a lot of things that we're talking about. And what I thought we could do today, if you like, is if you put in the chat, your favorite kind of non-vegan justification, and especially if it's got anything that will allude to, the attitudes towards other animals. If you can remember a recent one from any kind of social media, or somebody said it to you, if you put it into the chat, that would be really good. The top one here, bees die for plants. Obviously the spelling throughout this is quite interesting and indicative, I suppose. But it does go to show, because another one coming up in the next slide, making a similar kind of point, which is that I think this idea that vegans kill as many other animals as non-vegans has really started to get through to people. They almost like think, haha, I've got something now. It's kind of like a deal breaker. It's a kind of gotcha type thing. And so, this is one of the major things that people come up with now. So you've got crop deaths. You've got what about the almonds, and what about the bees? These seem to be the favorite ones at the moment. The middle one, because they're not wild, they're bred for that. So this is part of the functionalist view of other animals, that people always say things like, well, what are they for? And if we're not going to use them for this, what else could we use them for? And if we're not going to use them, then it's almost like they're a waste in some kind of weird kind of way. I mean, people have even said things like antelopes are for lions to eat, which of course they're not. But it is remarkable the number of times that people kind of express this functionalist view of other animals, and often our relationship with them. You don't see gay people trying to force straight people to go vegan, to go gay. So leave people enjoy life. So that's an interesting way of looking at what vegan activism is supposed to be about. Then you've got the avocados, of course. So that's where the bees come into it. And the non-vegans, the non-vegans often imply, when they seem to be on this gotcha thing with vegans, that vegans are the only people who eat avocados and almonds. That it's really interesting. I said this before elsewhere, that on the one hand they're taunting the vegans by saying, oh, there's not many of you, and even things like your movement's been going for 70 years and you're not doing very well. You've got a very small percentage in the population. And then they make the claim that this very small percentage is kind of responsible for this kind of multi-million-dollar industry. So, they kind of want it both ways, if you like. And then what use do cows have to us other than food? So again, that kind of functionalist view of things. And then the last one is, what purpose would a sheep have now? Because they always say it doesn't do anything but eat. Yeah, well, I suppose I've never seen a sheep posting inane comments on the internet, so maybe that's right. But yes, well, indeed. So can we bring up that last comment? Imagine if they actually knew what veganism was and entailed, and they'd see our movement isn't even what they imagine, and it would give them more leverage. And it would give them more leverage. Yeah. Not quite sure about the end part of that, Andy. I do agree with that bit, though, that sheep. Some sheep like poetry. Of course, Jeremy Hess used to sing go to sanctuaries and sing to other animals, and they seem to enjoy that. And there's quite a few videos of that type of thing, isn't there? Okay, so moving then to the substance of what we're talking about, the attitudes to other animals. And so the kind of background to this was that I was writing my PhD. So this is 1999, and I just put out a call on the internet for, do you have anything that would illustrate, human attitudes to other animals? And this one came back from CZ, and this is quite an interesting one. So I always thought I'll do a time tunnel on this. So, dear Roger, further to yesterday's email, you might like to read the following, which is very indicative of mainstream attitudes to food animals, i.e., that they are not animals. Some months back, I was with two colleagues from London Animal Action. We had set up a stall at Angel Islington, one of the best places on the Monopoly board, the British one anyway, complete with posters and leaflets. Whenever people stopped to sign a petition, we invited them to help themselves to as many leaflets as they wanted. About the time when school knocked off, we had a number of schoolgirls, about 13 to 15 years, signing. One group of about 4 started talking to us. Yes, they loved animals, and yes, it was cruel to put them in laboratories, circuses, etc. They took a few leaflets. Then one of them noticed the leaflet entitled "Eating Animals." Oh, look, some people eat animals. How gross. You're vegetarian or vegan, are you? I asked. No, I'm not vegetarian, the one answered. Then you eat animals too? No, of course not. But I'm not vegetarian, she said. But if you're not vegetarian, then that means you eat animals. Vegetarianism means not eating animals, I persisted. No, I wouldn't eat animals. That's disgusting. Then you must be a vegetarian. No, I'm not. I eat meat, but I don't eat animals. By this time, my two friends were listening to this, quite astounded. Well, let's put it this way, I said. Do you eat hamburgers and things? Yes, of course I do. We all do, but they're not made out of animals. What do you think that lump of mincemeat in the middle of the bun? Lamb or cow or something, I guess. Right, I said. And what are lambs and cows? They're animals. No, they're not, the girls chorused. They're not proper animals. Animals are cats and dogs and things like that. No, I said. Animals are cows and lambs and pigs as well. Oh no, the first one said. You can't count them as animals. They're just things that taste good. They went off with various leaflets, but didn't take the ones on vegetarianism or veganism. They could not acknowledge that they ate animals, real, proper animals, that is. And that's what we're up against, Roger. Now, it's interesting to me in a way because I don't think I've seen that particular kind of attitude for a good while. But I did say in my PhD, which I've got in my hot sticky hand here, it's a bit big, so I've got to put it down. And so I kind of summarized what we've just seen. I said, when members of an animal rights email network were requested to contribute their experiences or public attitudes to other animals, a reply was received in August 1999, an email from a member of a local animal rights group, London Animal Action, see Appendix 1. The correspondent recounted a time when her information store was visited by 4 teenagers. during the subsequent discussion about the information leaflets on offer, one of the teenagers said she did not eat animals, although she was not a vegetarian. After an investigation of this rather confusing and contradictory statement, it transpired that she did not consider farmed animals to be proper animals at all. Rather, they were just things. Whereas the species of animals she regarded as real animals were pet animals, such as dogs and cats that people keep as companions. And so I was thinking, you know, that's a very unusual position. And then I found something else. And so I included this bit. Although these views seem distinctly odd, especially articulated in this fashion, they may be more widespread than one may think. For example, writing in The Guardian on the 21st of August, 1999, journalist Julie Burchill talks about being mad about animals. However, she emphatically says the following: "When I say animals, I don't mean the poor brutes bred for food, and I don't mean the wild animals you see on TV. No, what I mean, of course, is pets, dogs and cats, but cats in particular." So it's interesting that. I wonder whether anybody in the chat has ever had this kind of differentiation being made that that farmed animals are not actually animals at all. So it's kind of a rather convenient construction to suggest that, well, I care for animal companions and the ones I eat are not actually animals. So what's the problem, kind of thing. Right. So I did say this is going to be about 20 minutes, and it was. So thank you very much for tuning in. And I would run the trait that makes different from farm animals. Well, I think the first thing they would say is, well, one is an animal and the other one isn't. I mean, I think that's what they're saying. So then presumably you'd then have to go through that, you know, the kind of thing about, okay, so what, you know, then is a characteristic of the category animal. And I suppose, you know, and then start talking about mammal, you know, start talking about different species and all that kind of stuff, and then see whether eventually they kind of get there. But I suppose to name the trait would work on that. Way too short. Yes, indeed, way too short. What if I start farming dogs? Yeah. Do they stop being animals? Yeah, well, that's interesting. That, I mean, obviously they could have brought up the issue of what goes on in other cultures, which I did in my sociology lecture, which is online, about socialization processes. And you know, this is why you often get kind of you know, some racist comments being made, because we tend to think of other animals in terms of categories. And so you've got food animals, pests, vermin, another one, farmed animals, those who you wear. In fact, when we used to do the kids talks at school, especially young kids, because you can't really go into great graphic detail, we would start off as an icebreaker with something called the categories game. And so we would just basically say, you know, tell us the name of another animal whose name begins with C, and somebody would say crocodile, and you go no, and they go cat, and you say yes. So eventually you'd get a line of them holding pictures of the type of other animal who they'd guessed correctly. And then we would start playing the categories game then and say, okay, so which ones of these will be regarded as food, for example? And then the audience would kind of shout out which ones, and we'd move them all about until we get a little group and say, well, what about the ones you wear and you move them all that? And then you'd start to say, well, yeah, but what about couldn't we put the dog and the cat into the food group? No, you couldn't do that. And then you go, well, why not? Because in some cultures, they would be in the food, just to get them think about the categories. So that's how we would work with that. I think some of it is country, ethnic, religious influence as well. Yeah, I agree with that, Deb. I suppose there's always this thing that if we are an exploitative species, which we are, then one of the things from the sociology of humor is that you often mock those, whom you are exploiting, but also you think less of them, and you think in, from the point of view of an exploiter. So if it kind of makes them lesser than, and it makes it easier for you to exploit them, all the better for that, really. So yeah. Tell them to read chapter 1 from Empty Cages. The cat. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's the video now. Yeah, I never liked the fact that Tom Regan would start his later lectures with that. It's a preface from the book, and it's very, very graphic. And it's quite interesting. Anybody who tuned into We Are All Noah will know that Tom Regan didn't kind of shy away from using graphic footage in the way that we might do now. It's interesting, that one. Right. Okay, folks. I think the main problem with the vegan movement is that we are not acting as if we are living through a Holocaust happening all around us. Loved your previous exercise, a lot of things. Yeah. This means a lot to me in a sense. Is the fact, Steve Best was doing talks back in 2012, 2013, saying this. We don't have much time. In particular, he was kind of saying we don't have time to change the world one plate at a time. So it was a bit of an attack on vegan outreach at the time. But there is certainly this feeling that there's a lack of urgency within the movement, and so I do kind of get that. And some people have suggested that, say, for example, with the climate crisis, that things are just not bad enough yet for people to take notice. People are still going to watch the football and the theatre and, go to the movies and all that. And, it's not until those venues are flooded, presumably, that they're going to take notice. Also, of course, another tragedy of all that is that the people, still talking about the climate crisis, of course, is that the people mainly affected are going to be the poorest ones. And so we in the so-called developed world are not going to be affected until late on. And then the elite who run the developed world are going to be the least affected. So that's not going to help the idea of a sense of urgency either, which is a shame. The sense of urgency for animal advocates, of course, is thinking about the actual thousands who are killed per second. I've said this is short. It's only going to be 20 minutes, and yet per second, it's almost like you can't count them. It's just so like they're just gone, thousands at a time. It seems impossible in these societies which are completely littered with houses of slaughter, which always I think there's more baby steps and compromise and anything else now than when I first went vegan 9 years ago. Most of those people were burnt out now, replaced by appeasers and mercs. Is that merch as in merchandise? You could be true, Andy, with your, well, that's a nice positive, optimistic end to the end to the show. So I'd like to thank you for visiting our shortest of the time tunnels, and we'll see you again next week. Thanks a lot. Hey, Earthlings, welcome, welcome, welcome to another time tunnel. So for those of you who've been here before, you'll know that we're putting together an archive of some of the kind of historical events and issues within the animal rights movement, the animal liberation movement, the animal protection movement. All of that comes into it. Today we're talking about Sea Shepherd again. So this is a kind of companion piece in a way to the first thing which I've already done, which we're talking about the action in the Orkney Islands in the north of Scotland, whereas this is talking really about the birth of the international organization. So that's what this one's about. So who's in the house? Not your mum, not your milk. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Deb, hello there. Paul Hatterley, Canadian Vegan Forever. Hello, hello. Michael. Michael's in the house. Vegan Cannibal. So how are you all doing? Thanks for coming along. So this is going to be an interesting day because in 90 minutes from now, there is the world premiere of this excellent 27 minutes or so film from Andy Atkinson, and we're presenting that on my channel. And then as soon as that's finished, it'll go live on Andy's channel, which is Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk. So yeah, so it's going to be a busy day, but we have the time tunnel to deal with first. So welcome along, in fact, to the Vegan Time Tunnel. Yes, here we are then. So Sea Shepherd, the early years. And so in terms of the context for this, I kind of got involved with Sea Shepherd in the early years through someone called Dave McCall, who I've mentioned before, and he was, if you like, the prime mover for the Orkney campaign. So if you, again, we've already got a time tunnel on that. So if you want to look at that, it's a question of going to my YouTube channel, which you're already on, and then look for playlists and you'll see the vegan time tunnel. Actually, I'm just going to remind people, if you're watching elsewhere, the best place to watch this is on my YouTube channel, because that's where the most active chat is. I know some people like to watch on Facebook, but this is the best place. And have no fear, people. You can comment away and we'll address your comments because this channel doesn't make anybody pay to talk to vegans, because I don't think that's the right thing to do. So McCall. Now, one interesting thing about Dave McCall was he was the European director of Sea Shepherd, and yet he doesn't feature much now in the history of Sea Shepherd. So don't know why that is, so I'm not going to speculate, but it's certainly true that I wouldn't say he's being totally invisibilized, but he's certainly, you know, his kind of the role he played has been reduced, let's say. So I was part of the Sea Shepherd crew for the Orkneys, and then I knew Dave McCall. I used to run an animal rights shop in Liverpool, so we talk about 1981, 82. And he used to, as part of a fundraiser for Sea Shepherd, he had all these cruelty-free vegan products called Corny. I think the brand was called Corny. So it was soaps and shampoos. And I remember neck firming cream. I remember that. And funny enough, it was very popular for some reason. And then the other connection with Dave was that we were both on the British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection Committee, which is why you've got the Brown Dog Affair book there. Now, there will be a time tunnel about the Brown Dog Affair because it's really kind of interesting. It's to do with the statue you can see in the picture there, the statue of the little brown dog. And yeah, it's an interesting story, so we'll come back to that. But the reason it links in with Dave McCall is that we were on the committee when the new statue was being talked about and brought into being. So medical students had smashed up the first statue, and then there was a move to return another version of the statue. And then the argument was, because I think it was the BUAV, the NAVS, National Anti-Vivisection Society, and I think maybe Animal Aid, all chipping in. I think the idea was for everybody to chip in £3,000. And this is 1982, so I suppose that's quite a lot of money in those days for this new statue. And every time we went down for our monthly committee meetings, I mean, Dave used to come from Scotland and I used to come from Liverpool. There'd be a big argument about what posture the dog would be in. And eventually Dave lost his temper and he said, I don't care, if the dog is, lying down, having a poo or, having a wee or anything, just let's get this done. So he kind of lost his temper about it because he was very much an activist, as you can imagine. And then another context, just to finish the contextualization bit, is the slideshow that I used to run. Now, those of a certain age will know what this picture is, and those not of a certain age probably won't. So these are slideshow projectors or slide projectors. So the one on the left is called a carousel one, and the other one is one that you just put in individual, well, you can put in 2 slides at once. So you had to have a pile. So if you've got 20 slides, you have to have a pile 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. And then on the other one, it'd be 2, 4, that kind of thing. So you'd show a slide and then you'd change it. You'd take that one back out and replace it. And the only other problem, which everybody fell foul of, was you had to put the slides in upside down. Otherwise, it would appear upside down on the screen because it inverted. And everybody always got that wrong. So anyway, one of the first bits of activism I ever did was, I think Dave McCall must have given me a load of slides, or at least pictures that we had converted into slides. And I used to do this Sea Shepherd kind of slideshow. And so that essentially is what I'm going through with other things, of course. And it just told the story of the move of Paul Watson from Greenpeace International to founding of Sea Shepherd. That's essentially what the story was, because it's quite dramatic in a way, because Watson was actually thrown out of Greenpeace. So if we actually there's a history of Sea Shepherd by a pro-whaling organization, and so they call it Sea Shepherd's Violent History, and they say 1977. Founding member of Greenpeace International, Paul Watson, expelled from the organization after a campaign against sealing. This is Portuguese sealing, I believe, during which he threw the sealers' clubs and skins into the sea. And it's interesting, really, because if you go to the official Sea Shepherd site, it merely says 1977 April, Paul Watson and Greenpeace part ways. So that's the way it is. Watson tends to say now that he left Greenpeace, but the story that I was told, that he was expelled, and because he took a happic off a sealer, and this is a picture of that horrible thing. So this is the device by which the seals were clubbed and then hauled across the ice, and so it's called happic or hackapic, and I think you usually just call it happic. And so he's thrown out of Greenpeace International because they said that was too militant to actually disarm the sealer. And as far as I know, he took one of these things and he threw it down a blowhole in the ice so it couldn't be recovered. And so I think he was also accused of theft because of that as well. So it was, as it were, a dispute. Greenpeace were at the time, I suppose, just establishing itself. And as we know from social movement theory, once you establish yourself, you tend to moderate. So it was probably moderating at the same time as Watson did this particular action, because Watson was a founding member of Greenpeace International as well, from several years earlier. So we're up to June 77, And Paul Watson establishes something called Earth Force Environmental Society. This is in Vancouver in Canada. So this is the precursor to the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society. In 1978, the first thing he did really in campaign terms outside of Greenpeace International was a campaign in East Africa, which was under the name of Earth Force. And it was investigating elephant poaching and the ivory trade, which went on. And the search went on in terms of getting back to the sea, essentially. And so we have Sea Shepherd, who come into fruition really in 1978, September, and the Fund for Animals. If I just zip back to that picture there, you can see Paul Watson. Paul Watson is being held by an unknown human. Paul Watson's the cat. No, it's the other way around. So Paul Watson is the human in this picture, but you'll see on the funnel, Fund for Animals, right? And so they essentially funded the buying of the first Sea Shepherd boat. And really interesting as well, the RSPCA got involved as well, which sounds like an incredibly radical thing for them to do. But the Fund for Animals, the Cleveland Amory, put up the money to purchase a ship. It was a trawler for Sea Shepherd Conservation Society, and their aim was to disrupt the Canadian seal hunt. And it was that got Watson thrown out of Greenpeace International. So by December of that year, then, with more money from the RSPCA, as I said, they buy an ex-trawler that becomes Sea Shepherd 1, the very first boat. Now, I think it was Dave McCall who was instrumental in buying Sea Shepherd 1 and Sea Shepherd 2, as far as I remember. I think one may have actually been bought in Glasgow, and I think Sea Shepherd 1 was bought in a place called Hull, which is on the northern east coast of England. So now we're up to March of 79, and Sea Shepherd claimed to be the first ship to go to the ice for the purpose of protecting seals. And so up until then, I think they were mainly ferried in, essentially, by things like helicopters and everything. So this was the first time that they managed to get a boat through to the ice, and that obviously meant that they had a base then to build on, if you like. The plan was to spray the seals, which became a very popular and common thing that people did. And in fact, that was, yes, the RSPCA were much a bit different back in those days. I think that's what you're saying. So the idea was to spray the seals with indelible ink. It was organic dye, and the idea is to make the pelts commercially worthless. You know, the seals don't stay white like this for many weeks, and so there's just like this kind of couple of week window where all the kind of killing is done. And the crew managed to spray about 1,000 seals before they were arrested. And then we get to their one of their first famous actions, which was 1979 at this point. The Sea Shepherd departs from Boston to sail to Bermuda, and there they were set up and equipped to start a campaign to hunt down the infamous whaling vessel, which was called the Sierra. And in the 1970s, the Sierra was credited with almost destroying the humpback whale population in the Caribbean. So this is a very bad picture, actually, of the Sierra. It's all a bit pixelated, but that is the offending vessel. The reason the Sierra was regarded as a pirate whaler was that it operated despite an international ban on commercial whaling. Also, the pirates would break all the rules of whaling to the extent that that's important, in the sense that they would take nursing mothers, they would take calves as well as it were, the ones they were supposed to take, and all this kind of stuff. Also, if you see up there the little ramp there, the ramp that goes down from the kind of middle of the boat to the front, that's how the crew get to the harpoon, which they use to kill the whales. And the best way to understand that, if you're interested, is there's a scene towards the end of the Star Trek film called The Voyage Home. It's the film number 4 when they go back in time, and that was to save a couple of whales. And so there's a whaler in that which is very similar to this one. So we're now up to July in 79, and the Sea Shepherd find the Sierra in Portuguese waters. And so a plan is devised. They essentially pack the front of the Sea Shepherd with concrete, and then they ram the Sierra in order to disable the pirate whaler. One interesting thing about these two pictures is the one on the right, you've got all these trademarks from Greenpeace. So even though they threw Watson out, it seems that they weren't too adverse to kind of using his actions for a bit of publicity, which was quite interesting. So the Sierra is damaged. You might be able to see a big kind of gash there in the side. And in fact, they said that when they hit the boat and then they kind of parted, with the waves kind of brought them apart, they could see into the, the bowels, as it were, of the Sierra, and they could see the dead whales who had been stashed in there. So the Sierra limp back into Portugal, to a Portuguese harbour, and the Sea Shepherd surrenders to the Portuguese Navy. And so there's worldwide attention on this story at the time. Portuguese authorities ruled that there would be no charges against the Sea Shepherd crew, even though they did attack this pirate whaler. And so they find out then, by the time we get to November 79, that the Sierra is being repaired. It's being repaired at the dockside in order to return to the sea. And at the same time, the Sea Shepherd boat is confiscated. And so one part of the story, although this is kind of disputed now, I think, in the official history, is that the idea was to give the Sea Shepherd to the whaling company, which was called the Sierra Trading Company, as compensation for the damage and the loss of income caused by the ramming. The official Sea Shepherd story says that the Portuguese judge in the case had been bribed in order to make that decision to hand over Sea Shepherd's boat. So on New Year's Eve of 1979, the Sea Shepherd is sunk by being scuttled, which basically means going into the lower part of the boat and releasing the valves to let the water in. And so their own crew essentially scuttled their own boat in order to prevent it from being given to the whalers. The official version says that Captain Paul Watson and Chief Engineer Peter Wooffe, great name, Peter Wooffe, scuttled the Sea Shepherd. By the time we get to 1980, the Sierra is refitted and ready to return to the oceans. And so then some action is taken on that idea. And again, the Sea Shepherd official account says that 2 men and a woman enter the black waters of Lisbon Harbour during the dead of night on February the 6th, 1980. The Sierra is scuttled without injuries to her crew, and the career of the world's most ruthless illegal whaling ship is permanently brought to an end. By the time we get to March of 1980, to prevent the Sea Shepherd returning to the seal hunt in 1980 from 1979, Watson is ordered into prison on the actual first day of this new seal hunt. So they kind of convicted him, but then held the sentence over for a year to make sure that it'd be in custody when the new seal hunt would start. So essentially, his action from the previous year was used against him to stop him doing any action in the in 1980. By the time we get to April, on April the 28th, the pirate ships, which were called Ibsa 1 and Ibsa 2, they are sunk in a place called Vigo, which is in Spain. And at the same time, Sea Shepherd post reward posters all over the waterfront in the Canary Islands, which was offering a 25,000 bounty on another pirate whaler called the Astrid. And so the Astrid's owners refused to sail the vessel and actually retired the vessel. Now, the interesting part about that is the fact that they were unsure that they could get a reliable crew. First of all, they might not get a crew because they were frightened of the idea that they would be sunk. And also, some of the crew might be the very people themselves who were there determined to Sierra. Was the Sierra operating illegally though? Yes, it was known as a pirate whaler, and that meant that it was illegal for the reasons that I gave. So not only did it was kind of operating in times when it shouldn't, and it was also taking the types of whales that none of the whalers are supposed to do. So essentially meant that the calves, the youngsters, the adolescent whales couldn't grow up to be adults, and so that was seen as a kind of existential threat. So the Sea Shepherd was penalized for doing the job that should have been done by the authorities. Yes, in fact, that was played on very much by Watson in later years, because he actually said, he would approach a whaling boat and say, right, we are Sea Shepherd, we're ourselves pirates of the ocean, but you are illegal, so return to base. We're not the ones who are illegal, you are the ones who are illegal. And so there's quite a lot of because there was a big series about Sea Shepherd called Whale Wars, and there's, I think, quite a lot of cases where Watson would order the other side, as it were, to return to base on the grounds that Sea Shepherd was upholding the law and the whalers weren't, as it were. Okay, so we're up to September 1980, and the South African Navy sink two boats, the Susan and the Teresa, and these are the property of the owners of the Sierra, so it'd be that trading company again. So by the time we get to 1980, the end of, all illegal whaling operation in the Atlantic had ceased. Exactly what happened in the ensuing years, I'm not quite sure about. My kind of knowledge of Sea Shepherd is really limited to these early years. So whether it resumed again or what, I'm not actually quite sure. We would have to investigate that together. We'd have to get our Google sticks out to do that. Right. In October 1980, movie rights were sold to Warner Brothers to raise money to purchase another trawler in Britain. So the fishing trawler called St. Giles is bought and renamed Sea Shepherd 2. How do you set up a trading company if the activities are, well, that's the thing. It's some of it isn't. And so it wasn't illegal to have a whaling trading company. It's just that if some of your boats were doing illegal things, I mean, it's not easy to keep your eye on a whaling boat because they can go anywhere in the world, So in terms of the job of the authorities, it's very difficult. You just imagine their difficulty of actually regulating the atrocity of whaling when you're talking about they could be anywhere in the world, And so that's one of the. I have watched Whale Wars. It was broadcasted on Animal Planet. Yes, that's right. It's all a bit daring do, but I suppose they had to kind of they had to cater for the kind of drama of that kind of series, I suppose. Yeah. So Whale Wars was I think about 5 years ago, Joanna. I'm not quite sure when it was, but I think about 5 years ago when that was big news in terms of TV or streaming, that kind of stuff. So we've got the new Sea Shepherd 2, and the vessel is moved from Hull to Greenock in Scotland for repairs and refit. The official history suggests that the sale of the film rights was enough to buy Sea Shepherd 2, but fundraising was also involved, and especially from the British end of it. True, but I mean in regards to the demand, like was that all black market? Well, it had been a mixture. That's what I'm saying. So that's always the kind of the problem, in the sense that you know, some of their catches would be legal, presumably, and some of them not. But the authorities kind of catching them with illegal whales, and again, I suppose it's a question of how do you tell, depending on the you know the size of the whales taken. They might have been too young officially, but they might have been a similar size to the ones that they were allowed to take. I imagine it got very difficult to regulate that type of thing, like it is to regulate any type of animal use. You know, I mean, even the ones on the land, you know, in a farm setting, are difficult to regulate, as we know, because of all this high welfare nonsense that is exposed time and time again. Even though half the time it was the animal groups that wanted to bring it in the first place, and then 5 years down the line they're exposing the thing that they brought in themselves. So, but you know, to actually regulate all that at sea, as it were, and then presumably catching them once they dock as well might be a problem. And again, I don't know really. Back in those days, it could well be that the regulation about tracking them might have been different. And you could imagine now with all the satellite technology, I mean, you can even find this on the internet if you want. You can find out where all the boats are in the same way as you can find out where all the planes are. I don't suppose that technology was even available back in the day. So as I said, the official history says that the film rights were enough to buy the new boat. As far as I know, there was no film in the end. So whether they had to give the money back, I'm not quite sure. But in terms of the European branch, they did things like releasing this particular single, which I've got in my hot little sticky hands, if you can see that. So that's the single. It's on the Animus record label, which produced quite a lot of animal related things. So this is Country Joe McDonald, famous for his anti-Vietnam war song in Woodstock, of course. And it's interesting. On the back, he says, "Without our help, they will soon become extinct, the baby seals. You are a very important person to a baby seal. I wrote the song, but only you can play it." So that was a big deal. So we used to sell this in the shop, and it was also part of, if you can see that there was an album as well called Animal Tracks. It was all part of that. These kind of vinyl records were used quite a lot back in the day to fundraise for the groups. So it's called Blood on the Ice. The B-side is called Coyote, which is really good. If you want to listen to that, it's a great song. There is like a studio version, but there's also a live version. So if you go onto YouTube and put in Country Joe McDonald Coyote, you'll get it. But if you get the chance, go for the live one, because it's better than the studio one. In fact, I was on there's a kind of Irish version of Desert Island Discs, and I was on that once, and I chose that as one of my records. So it's a goodie. In other words, it's a goodie. Now, one interesting thing from the movement point of view is this, that in 2010, I was involved in this group called AR Zone, Animal Rights Zone, and we used to have interviews and chats. And this was really before everything was on video. So we used to do these kind of text chats, and then we moved to audio podcasts and this kind of stuff. And the founder of AR Zone is called Carolyn Bailey, and she was very concerned about sea life. And so she was quite matey, really, with Paul Watson. And so Watson actually requested to come on to AR Zone to do an interview. But the reason for it was quite interesting. He came on because he wanted to say to the movement that Sea Shepherd wasn't an animal rights group, which might strike some people as odd, but he wanted to underline the fact that it was a conservation society. He actually said, just look at the name, Sea Shepherd Conservation Society. So it's a marine conservation group. Then in 1917, then in 2017, in other words, 7 years later from this interview, he did another one in something called the Martine Executive, where he basically said the same thing. So this is the part of that, which is the 10 misconceptions about Sea Shepherd. And so Paul Watson was asked, is Sea Shepherd an animal rights organization? And Paul replied, some media describe Sea Shepherd as an animal rights organization. However, Sea Shepherd is not an animal rights organization. Sea Shepherd is a marine conservation organization specializing in anti-poaching activities. So going back to your question, Andy, that's what they began to call themselves, anti-poaching, and even pirates and that kind of stuff, but kind of good pirates, I suppose. This misconception may be because all Sea Shepherd ships are 100% vegan vessels. So there's some confusion here from Paul Watson, in the sense that what it really means is that the Sea Shepherd ships were 100% plant-based. If they really were 100% vegan vessels, then it would be an animal rights organization, but they weren't. And also, I think the rule about being plant-based was only relevant to when you're actually a crew member, actually on board, and actually at sea, as it were. Everything else was up for grabs, I think. They are vegan vessels for conservation and environmental reasons. And what Paul Watson would often say is the fact that they became plant-based on the grounds that that so-called cattle, so-called livestock, were starting to become one of the major predators of the sea, because fish meal was starting to be used as so-called livestock feed. And so it was on that grounds that Sea Shepherd became plant-based, not, as it were, animal rights grounds. In fact, if I just switch to this is my blog on human relations with other sentient beings. And so this is from 2015. I appeared twice on this State of the Oceans radio show. It was a very bizarre experience. And if you go to the blog and listen to it, you'll see it was very, very, very chaotic. It was the Barbie twins and Paul Watson, and then I was on there as well. And essentially, I was talking about vegan philosophy, and I was talking about the research that suggests that people who are health vegans often drop out, and people who are environmental vegans, which in the kind of vernacular, if you like, that's what Sea Shepherd are, environmental vegans, or really plant-based for environmental reasons, right? So they often drop out as well. And so Paul wasn't too happy with this research and the empirical evidence that I was giving him. And he said, well, the other animals don't care why somebody doesn't eat them. And I said, yes, that is true, but it's not, it's irrelevant to the point. The research suggests that it's the so-called ethical vegans. And of course, as we know, ethical vegans means code for vegan, right? And so it's the ethical vegans who remain vegan. That's what the research suggests. So that was my experience with the last experience I had with Paul Watson back in 2015. Okay, so that's your time tunnel, in the sense that that was the early years of Sea Shepherd. When I first started to research it, it was quite interesting, the changes that had occurred, a bit of rewriting. And as I said, the one that would concern me the most was the fact that Dave McCall hardly gets a mention now, and yet he was absolutely central to the purchasing of the two first boats for some of the sinking, because he was involved in some of the scuttling that was going on unofficially but he's dead now, so it doesn't matter that we say that. And also, he was just, full on kind of person, not least organizing the Orkney campaign twice. And then I think anti-seal kill in Mayo in Ireland as well. So he was a big player at my time of involvement with the Sea Shepherd. So it is a bit, it's a bit of a shame that he seems to be, as it were, a little bit invisibilized, if that's what's really happened. Okay, people. So in about 1 hour, we are going to have the world premiere of a brand new vegan / animal rights film, and it's absolutely wonderful. And if you could join us for that as well, that would be marvelous. In the meantime, thank you for tuning into this time tunnel. We'll be back next week. I think we're looking at attitudes to other animals next week. So we can look forward to that, hopefully. And I'll see you again. So thanks for tuning in. Hello, Earthlings. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another vegan time tunnel in a slightly different arrangement, but it's basically the same. So we're building up an archive of historical things in the vegan / animal rights / animal liberation movement. So that's what we're at. Today we've got another one of our founding mothers, or one of the strong female pioneers of the vegan social movement. So this is a nice, gentle time tunnel, but it's a nice story too. Also, in terms of time, we're not going very far today. We're kind of hovering around the early 40s, but really, in terms of the focus of this, it's basically 3 years, 46, 47. And 48, in particular 47. So that's kind of where we're at. So indeed, welcome to another time tunnel. Yes, the female pioneers, they need voice amplifying in the sense that we've got that usual demographic thing in the movement to point out, in the sense that there's always been more women than men, and yet the more famous people in the movement tended to be men, whether it's speakers or organizers or writers, those kind of things. But we're in the business of changing that, at least as much as we can. In terms of the vegan social movement, there were quite a lot of women who were very influential in the early years of the vegan social movement, and that means the formation of the Vegan Society. So this is Faye Henderson. Oh, I need my eyes for this now. It's Faye Keeling Henderson. That's her full name. So that's where the K comes from. And as I said, 1947 seems to be a big year for her, really. And the first thing I'm going to show you, it's not easy to read actually, but this is Donald Watson's President's Log in the little bit Star Trek. It's the President's Log, star date. This is The Vegan, Volume 3, Number 1, from spring 1947. And Watson is essentially thanking the Hendersons, so that's Faye and also G. Alan Henderson, for stepping in and taking some of the burden from his shoulders, essentially, because, well, it's funny, you know, I've often described the beginning of the vegan social movement as a bit chaotic. I think I might change that now, because when you think about it, they did remarkably well in the sense that they didn't even know that they were going to be running a social movement. And so we've got that story about they applied to be a branch or a section of the vegetarians. So we're going to revisit that a little bit because Faye Henderson had something to say about that. Now, just as a side note too, you might remember that I've mentioned that when they were searching for the name that eventually became vegan, there were some weird and wonderful names that were suggested, like dairy bans. There's also all vegan and all vega suggested. And it was the Hendersons, apparently, who suggested those two words. And it seems, according to the historians of the movement, that this is the reason why. I'm going to put this on full screen to give you a better chance of seeing it. The picture on the right looks very almost like a modern picture, I think. But this is the Vega Vegetarian Restaurant, and it's off Pall Mall in London. So the left one is an advert for it, and the right one is a bit of an advert, but also a photograph. By all accounts, this was very popular. There's a really interesting story about this restaurant. And again, this is, we think, where they got the name Vega, which ended up being vegan. And so it was started by some Germans, Walter and Jenny Fleisch, their names, and they'd escaped from Germany because Walter found out, apparently, that he was number 17 on the Gestapo hit list. Now, I'm not quite sure why that was, but it seemed to be the case. And so they fled from Germany. I think they were interned for a while, and then they ended up running a vegetarian restaurant, as you do, you know, kind of escape the Nazis, get interned, and then you open a veggie restaurant. It's just a common way of doing it, I know. Anyway, Faye Henderson was much more visible, really, in the vegan movement than someone like, say, Dorothy Watson, on Dorothy Morgan, who became Dorothy Watson. For example, Faye, she wrote a lot of literature for the Vegan Society. She served as their vice president. She toured Britain and Ireland giving lectures and cookery demonstrations, and in fact, Scotland too, as we'll come on to see. So this really is just like an advert, really, for the cookery class that she did, and she did this basically from a home in Cumbria, which is by the English Lake District. So we're talking about northeast, so it's above Liverpool, if you can picture that. So this is an advert for a special course, and that took place over 2 weeks, and it included things like lectures and demos, practical demonstrations, discussions, and garden advice. That was all included. And so essentially what people would do is they would go and have their holidays with them, and then also do a vegan related course. So that actually sounds pretty great, you know. So the Nazis must not have been happy with with the veggie restaurant. Well, presumably they didn't know much about it. So let's hope not, anyway. And the least we say about Nazis and vegetarianism, the better, because you know what the anti-vegans say about that. She also wrote a cookery book. In fact, she wrote a couple, I think, but this is Vegan Recipes. This is from 1946. Now, this is interesting as well because of the war. There was a problem getting it printed. So it had a very short print run because of the lack of paper due to the war. So that's another kind of interesting knock-on. In fact, it's really interesting because some people have kind of said to me on TikTok and places like that, oh, well, you know, your movement has been going for a long time and it hasn't done much. And I have to point out that, yeah, but it was created during a global conflict. And then there was all rationing. And then there was lots of rationing afterwards. And fully, I don't think in Britain, the rationing really finished until the 1960s. So it's not as though it was easy to do in the first place. So even things like getting literature together and putting a book together in particular, that was difficult. But this was one that Faye did in 46, as I said. Now, sociologist Matthew Cole, he's part of that Donald Watson archive that I've mentioned. He suggests that Faye Henderson was a prime mover in pioneering what he called a consciousness-raising model for vegan activism. In other words, he puts the emphasis on education, at least that's what she did. And to that end, in 1947, and clearly understanding the idea of the vegan curious, she wrote this, really interesting. It is our duty to recognize the obligation we owe to these creatures and to understand all that is involved in the consumption and use of their live and dead products. Only thus shall we be properly equipped to decide our own attitude to the question and explain the case to others who may be interested, but who have not given the matter serious thought. So that's an interesting quote, and it actually informs her general view about the relationship between vegans and vegetarians. We'll see that as we go along, but she was in particular very interested in maintaining vegan relations with the vegetarians, and we're going to come back to that story about the split or the the kind of decision, if you like. So here she is writing in 1947, but she's writing in The Vegetarian. So again, there was this link. She maintained contact with the vegetarian community, and so she ended up in the magazines and documents, essentially. And she wrote, "It seems a colossal presumption that mankind, product of their time obviously, should have interfered so tremendously in the life and liberty of the harmless creatures of the earth. But the result is indeed a sorry one. Directly due to men's exploitation, the animals have become both dependent and disease-ridden, while man himself has drifted far from the happiness of healthy simplicity." So there's echoes there of the kind of thing that Watson would say, the kind of things that Cross would say. And then, speaking of humans, she said, he has become physically diseased, morally depraved, and spiritually degraded, which is a heck of a list of things to go wrong for humanity. But again, that goes back to the largeness of the Vegan Pioneers project, in the sense that they saw that happening. They'd seen those world wars, they were shattered by it, and then they thought, okay, we need to get out of this. How do we do that? Veganism. So animal liberation, human liberation, all tied up together. That's how we get out of it, essentially. This is going back now to the winter edition of The Vegetarian, still 1947. Man will not interfere knowingly with the lives of others. This is describing the vegan world, really. He will not kill or eat or drink, nor for clothing, but will find other more natural ways of feeding and protecting himself. Commentary from Ruja in the background. You'll have to wait, I'm afraid, Ruj. He will not exploit neither man or beast, but strive to live harmoniously from day to day. So this was an article entitled Vegan Values. And then if you look at the back issues of the vegan booklet or magazine, you'll see that in itself became a booklet. I think it was expanded to something like 19 pages. It was available through the Vegan Society for the princely sum of 6 old pence, which used to be called a tanner in those days. And I think it's probably worth about half a cent or half a, you say cent in North America and Canada, don't you? Cent in Australia. So a kind of euro cent, half a euro cent, perhaps. So the article ends with this: "It is hoped that any group of people with vegan sympathies in this or any other country will communicate with the Vegan Society here with a view to cooperating in the widest possible application of vegan principles. The forming of a vegan international movement will operate for peace and prosperity throughout the universe." So very Star Trek, not just restricted to planet Earth, which was quite good. You really don't like this, do you? You don't like this time tunnel at all. Getting a real bad commentary here from Ruja. So as I said before, then Henderson in particular seemed very concerned with keeping the contacts within the vegetarian community. And she also has got her own version. I'm not going to read this out for you, but essentially this is where she tells the story of the vegans attempting to create a non-vegan section of the Vegetarian Society. She seemed more upset and disappointed than most that the vegetarians had basically rejected the vegans. And she hints that, in her account of it, she hints that the vegetarians saw veganism as extreme. And that was one of the reasons why they didn't really want this non-dairy section. And so it's interesting how, you get some kind of moderate accounts, if you like, or some accounts where it just says, well, they were keen for the vegans to just do their own thing, man, type of thing. Whereas, Henderson is saying that, no, they didn't like where veganism was going, and they didn't really want the vegetarians to be associated with it. So that was quite interesting. And so Henderson said that the Vegetarian Society decision was appealed, and so she says that the Vegetarian Society decision to cut ties with the soon-to-be vegans was appealed, but to no avail, she said. And she also said that individual approaches were also made to the vegetarians, and they also kept saying no. And so that's the story that we've learned already, that the vegan social movement gets up and running, and a bit chaotically, as I've said, but understandably so, in 1944, with Watson's first bulletin published in November of that year. And of course, the interesting thing about that is that November becomes World Vegan Month in the 1990s, and November the 1st being World Vegan Day as well. So moving on to 1948, this is the edition of The Vegan now. Henderson wrote an ominous piece entitled "You Have Been Warned." Now, one interesting thing about this, I'm going to put it on full screen for you, because again, Matthew Cole, the sociologist, has pointed out, or he made something of the subtitle, Advocating Living Without Exploitation. They had that subtitle for quite a long time. And again, it kind of, if you like, indicates their kind of what you might call controversially a pro-intersectional approach, because it kind of echoed Watson's idea that veganism was about the opposition to the exploitation of sentient life. So Cole mentions that in one of his articles about the Vegan Society. Now, in her article, Faye Henderson was responding to dire warnings emanating from the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations on the food problem, which can be summarized with this dramatic line: the whole human race is rumbling to destruction. So again, you can't get more kind of dramatic than that. She talks in the article about food security issues. She talks about the transfer of feed for so-called livestock, rather than providing food directly for humans, which again is a very kind of modern sounding kind of thing, that, we take away food from those without food, those humans without food, because, it's the usual thing about there's going to be many thousands of humans without food this evening, but there won't be many farmed animals without food at all. So that's usually the thing. It's not that we don't have the food to feed them, it's just that we prefer to give it to livestock, so-called. Okay, Rouge. Okay, and then she says, the solution to this problem lies in the homes of the people, as in the organization of governments. Now, this is really interesting thing when you think about when it was said. I mean, we talk about 1948. This is almost like a commentary on something like Extinction Rebellion. This kind of idea that it's all about this kind of kind of system change. She's basically saying you really need both to occur, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. So the problem lies in our homes in terms of our choices and our consuming and that kind of stuff, as well as in the kind of larger kind of structures of society. a crucial part of the solution to the food problem from a vegan point of view is to eliminate what was then called dairy and stock farming. And Henderson declares that as unnecessary, extravagant, and cruel. And here she turns to a concern of many of the vegan movement pioneers, which was the state of the soil, involving the art of cultivating the soil. And she concludes by saying that give and take is a good rule in all phases of life, and it especially applies to our relationship with the soil. So Faye Henderson was an admirer of a botanist called Albert Howard, and he was a pioneer of organic gardening. So this is he. I'll put that again on full screen for you to have a quick look at. She had traveled to meet him actually in his wartime home and paid tribute to him in the pages of the Vegan magazine after his death. And she was particularly impressed by the fact that he said that food needs to be grown in healthy, naturally balanced soil. So it's really interesting, this kind of concern about the soil, which was a common theme amongst the vegan movement pioneers. Dr. Samantha Calvert, the head of communications at the Vegan Society, reports that the society had turned its attention to the practicalities of bringing about a vegan world as early as 1947. So we're only 3 years in, and already they're starting to think big, if you like. That would then mean the growth of what we now know as vegan philosophy, but it also meant that they were starting to think in terms of, how can we help people who maybe want to join us, but also, and this is a very kind of early version of this, they were interested in farmers who wanted to transition. So this sheet is from an article called Ripened by Human Determination. It's part of the history of the movement section of the Vegan Society website. And this is really interesting. He says, the War Agricultural Executive Committee, WAEC, seemed to have an iron grip on farming in the post-war years. And in particular, they could take control of any farms that they deemed to be inefficient. So again, this is all part of the kind of post-war kind of situation. The once held passion for gardening of the, yeah, well, interesting. There are still some people with organic allotments. I know a couple of people, but they're not influencers, shall we say that? They're of an older generation. So we've got the case of Mrs. M.W. Austin Goodman, and she is a Welsh farmer and runs her own farm in Wales, and she contacted the Vegan Mag, and Faye was the editor at the time. So Austin Goodman was a vegetarian farmer, and she was running a farm that produced oats, wheat, and dairy. But she wanted to get rid of the dairy because she was thinking strongly about vegan ethics and everything. The problem was, and going back to this government thing that could just close her down at a minute's notice, is that the dairy element of the farm was the most profitable. And so she then had a problem. She'd begun to take veganism seriously, as I said, but she was almost like financially couldn't kind of do it. So how could she keep her farm and eliminate her main source of income on moral grounds? And so Henderson, as far back as 1947, said that the Vegan Society needs to work out something for farmers such as this in order that they can help such people. You know, she talked about bringing about a workable scheme that could help farmers such as this one. Now, sadly, I don't know the end of the story about whether they were able to help her, the farmer, or not, but they were aware that they probably needed to that extent. So that was quite a good thing. I hear people daily tell farmers to stop farming. The 1% of those people who offer solutions or assistance to make any transition is a fraction, and mostly is down to lack of info. Yeah, well, it's the one form really of political campaigning that I think is possibly worthwhile, and even now, in the sense that you know, we've got to. I mean, first of all, I think the first job about helping farmers transition is to understand the subsidy system. And as far as I know, the subsidy system is like economics. It's very difficult to actually understand what it's all about. And you know, where you're posting from there, Andy, in Britain, well, obviously Brexit is going to cause extra difficulties for you. Where I am in Dublin, we're still part of the European community, so that would mean that we would need to understand how the subsidy system works on a European-wide level and see what kind of pressure could be brought in order to help farmers, you know, because as we know from our TikTok discussions, the real problem for a lot of farmers is the startup costs, thinking about the startup costs. I mean, they're looking at their dairy farm, as it were, and probably thinking, wow, you know, if I was to strip all that away and start again, look how much that would cost. And then they think, okay, well, if I go for vertical farming, well, again, I'd have a whole new startup cost problem. And so that's where the subsidy is going to have to play a role. So Henderson did quite a few talks, as I mentioned. She did cookery demonstrations in Edinburgh, and she did talks in Dublin and Belfast. She did say, actually, that or at least it's reported, that the Dublin one was well attended. The Irish were a little bit behind in terms of their understanding of veganism, but they were kind of attentive and a good audience, as it were. And again, what tended to happen is that when she did these talks, she would do it through the vegetarian societies or the regional ones or the local ones. So once again, you know, you get this thing that she needed to remain in contact with the vegetarians. I've got a note here. One, this is the vegan Q&A. I don't know what that means. That's interesting. Okay, let me just see if there's a slide that I'm not understanding. Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, she also ran this thing called Po Puree in the vegan, and people basically kind of write in saying, well, you know, I can't get this, so what do you think? And you know, can I get a vegan version of that and all this kind of stuff? And it's interesting here. You do see a generational difference here because it wasn't, you know, in those days it wasn't the way it is now, where you can virtually replicate anything that you like. And essentially, she kind of says, so it's a little bit like the lyrics of that Rolling Stones song. You can't always get what you want. And she was basically saying, look, we'll never be able to have fluffy cakes like the non-vegans. It's just a fact of life, and so we have to put up with it, kind of thing. And so in those days, a lot of people were asking, but the answer to it was, well, at this time it can't be done. So again, for modern day vegans watching this, things are pretty different now and much better in that sense. So that's a kind of good final lesson to take from this, in the sense that it just goes to show how things have moved, if only on the dietary side of things. Right, so as promised, this was a relatively short time tunnel. So that was the second of our powerful women. Let me just have a quick look at some of the comments. There's also tons of money within the movement. Well, yeah, that's interesting. It could be used like loans, get rebate. Yep, that's right. Yep, that is a very good point, in the sense that when you think about the duplication that goes on in this movement, and you think where it could go, I mean, how many vertical farms could be set up with £1 million that allegedly we can give to the Pope? So that would be an interesting thing to actually. We almost like need to do a financial audit of this movement, because there is a lot of waste, and there has been for a long time. I became aware of that when I was a committee member of one of the national groups down in London. And I suddenly realized that at the time, I think there was 5 different, this is just Britain, 5 different anti-vivisection organizations. And then that was added to by other ones like Uncaged. And so in that sense, like Peter, for example, they could pay for thousands of farms to transition. Yeah, that is true. Too, not to mention that Peter have actually just got a lot of money just sat there, as it were, doing nothing as well. So yeah, it would be a really interesting use of thinking about the movement's money in the practicalities of, you know, really helping other animals. And if you could help farmers to move away from committing rights violations on other animals and farming in the vegan way, then there's not much better than that, right? And so given the fact that there is a lot of money sloshing around in the movement, and given the fact that there's a lot of duplication that goes on, then you would have thought that if we really want to move this movement on, then, you know, some kind of scrutiny of where the money is, what is it being used for, what is the justification for all the duplication. And I've never really been able to see any, certainly not now in the internet age. There used to be certain arguments that you could have about the reason why you would need, you know, some power bases dotted around the country, as it were. But in the age of the internet, those arguments are not very good. Hi, Deb. The AFA, Agricultural Fairness Alliance, here in the USA, is assisting in transitioning farmers. I wonder whether Howard, my friend, I forgot his name. Oh no. So that, we're talking about farm kind. So yeah, Harold Brown. Sorry, Harold. If you ever get to watch this, I do apologize for forgetting your name. I mean, he's been doing that for 25 years, helping farmers, helping with things like the paperwork, helping get through all the kind of bureaucracy of government, kind of selling one thing and buying another, all those kind of things. So those are really kind of practical things that the vegan movement could do. And as we've seen from this time tunnel, that impulse goes all the way back to 1948. So it's amazing, really, that the vegans were already thinking about it, that long ago. And, our movement obviously is much richer now, Do the Vegan Society help all countries or only in Britain? I don't know the question to that. I don't know whether they used to be, the Vegan Society used to be, fun enough, a member of the International Vegetarian Union, but I'm not even sure that exists anymore. And also whether they would still be in it if it did. I can't really answer that question. But yeah, I mean, we've got a globalized problem. We need a globalized movement, which allegedly we have. The money in the movement is globalized. There's plenty of it. So it would be an interesting project to kind of go, okay, let's move on to the practicalities of helping the farmers. And I suppose one thing on the psychological level there is that we've got to stop seeing farmers as just the enemy, in the sense that it's not as though we're going to fire all the farmers and hire new farmers in their place. What we're looking for is what some of them are doing now, which is going, I made a mistake, don't want to do this anymore, and I'd like to transition. But it's the same people. 3 years ago, they were running a dairy farm. Now they've got a veganic farm. So it's the same people. So it's not as though we should demonize them in that sense. So there you go. Right, people. So I think we're just about done. So I shall say thank you for tuning in. If you know anybody who's interested in the history of the movement, then do point them towards my YouTube channel, and in particular the playlist, Rogers Vegan, I think it's called Vegan Time Tunnel, or Rogers Vegan Time Tunnel. So people, take care, and I'll see you next week. you start hearing that countdown in your sleep, you know. Hello.
I actually quite like that sound though. That it kind of does. I don't know. It gives you the feeling that it's kind of intended, doesn't it? Because you are like, yeah, I actually want to watch this now, no matter what it
Yeah.
is.
Although I tend to make it shorter now. So Earthlings, welcome along to a kind of special. And what I mean by that is that a few weeks ago, or even a couple of weeks ago, we presented the 1989 debate, which featured Tom Reagan and Richard Ryder and Andrew Lindsay and 3 other people. Since then, Andy, you've been busy with your enhancing hat on. And so the reason that we've thought we would put this out again is because it's out there again also. But in terms of shareability, this seems to be much more shareable in the sense that the audio is kind of podcast quality and the visuals are vastly improved. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's widescreen now for a start. So I know a lot of in my experience, a lot of people are put off by the black boxes on the side. So if something's supposed to be widescreen, saying it's not, it's a square and it's got those 2 blank boxes on the side, lots of people get frustrated about little things like that. So that's no longer a factor. And the audio is obviously significantly better.
Really, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny the little things that do bug people.
Yeah. So everybody, we would like to jointly welcome you to another special time tunnel. So Andy, these enhancements, you seem to be doing rather a lot of them. Is it a long process or is it difficult? Or
it depends. So some of them, depending on how bad they are, how long they are, all that kind of stuff. Most of the actual effort is actually is kind of saving it or extracting it or processing it. That's the real time-consuming part. A lot of the work I find pretty easy, fairly straightforward. It's kind of repetitive now. You can kind of do it brain memory-wise. I know what I'm looking for and all that kind of thing. So most of it's just time-consuming. So what I've been doing is I've been using both my laptop and my computer. So I've been setting up the files so that they're ready to go, chucking them on a USB stick, going and setting up one to process on my computer and leaving one to laptop so I can do 2 at once, basically. So that's how
it's an Andy Atkinson production line.
Yeah, well, because I mean, obviously everything that I featured in the documentary, I was kind of like, well, I want to try and get those out so people can utilize those in the way that I said as soon as possible. And then I just thought, well, whilst I'm doing it, I might as well do some of the others as well. But on that note, if you've got one that you'd like, if you know there's something that you particularly have found, or even if you've got something that you've never wanted to put on the internet because it's in your mind not very good quality or anything else, I'd be more than happy to have a go at restoring it or enhancing it or turning it into something that is shareable. I really am keen on this whole keeping a record alive thing. So even if you've got a VHS in a box in a loft that you're like, well, I'll keep it forever, but it's no good to anyone else. Well, actually, I'd be more than happy to have a crack at, restoring that and getting it online. I am capable of turning VHS into DVD, for example. So this is definitely workable. It's just a case of keeping these records alive. There's a lot of people that there might only be one person that's got a copy of this particular thing, and just by sharing it, obviously we can keep that video, that speech, that memory, or whatever alive. And it's sad that so much of it's been lost, isn't it? And obviously we talk about this quite often, that it's a shame that Reagan wasn't around when the internet was going, as opposed to just before. So there's obviously a lot of stuff that never made it onto the internet.
Yeah. And it's really a shame because towards the end of his life, obviously he was suffering with an illness that eventually killed him. But also he'd kind of done it all by then, and so it was mainly just regurgitation after that, which is a bit of a shame. But this is the beginning of the film, and it does say this is taken from an old video, so that's exactly what you're talking about, right?
Absolutely, yeah. This is definitely stuff that we can do, and obviously the software exists now that we can at least make it watchable. Obviously, we can't do miracles. I mean, there's a particular section in this clip, isn't there, where Richard Ryder's bit skips
Yeah.
What about three and a half seconds, something like that? And it's obviously
Yeah, we couldn't do anything about that.
there's nothing. Yeah, it's just there's nothing we can do to fix that potentially. But all, in terms of how it looks and how it sounds, what we can do, we absolutely will do. And I think it's important to keep these records alive, even if it is only for a few sad individuals that care. You know, let's still make sure it's available.
I'm not sure if we put it that way, but
well, I know that's how some people look at it. I mean, but fine, even if there is only a very small select people that would watch this stuff, I'd still rather make sure it's available for them than not.
The very special, dedicated people who watch this kind of stuff. But I do know from being a dad that you know, if the quality is not quite right, people will just scroll on and turn off nowadays.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this is why this is
unless that's been like intentionally designed as part of the niche or whatever. Yeah, if it's actually just because it's dated, then yeah, they're not interested.
Well, you can actually put a dated.
Yeah. That's okay. People like that kind of thing. If it's modernized, yeah. But if it's actually because it's from the 80s, no, that's not
yeah. So Andy, if anybody's watching the recording of this and they do have such a video that might be of interest to you, how do they contact you?
So probably the easiest way to send me a link or anything else, because social media is not brilliant, is info@helpgoingvegan.info. So that is the email address. Or you can get me on Facebook. I'm Not Your Mum, Not Your Milk. Same as Instagram. I'm Not Your Mum, That's Not Your Milk. TikTok is Poems for the Animals. However you want to get in touch with me, if you want to post
and it's mum with a U.
Yes, M-U-M. If you want to post something to me, obviously we'll talk in PM and we'll sort that out. That's not a problem. And yeah, if you've got VHS or even something on CD or anything like that, I'm more than happy. I mean, I will make sure that it remains intact, and because there's no reason for me to sort of tamper with the actual VHS or anything like that. It's only being transferred, so I'm more than happy to send it back and all that kind of thing. It's just a case of keeping the record alive.
Now, another thing you've done, our final point before we get going, is you're making MP3s, and that's particularly for people who like to almost like just use it as a podcast, right?
Yeah. So as soon as this video's gone live, I'll chuck it as a comment anyway. But this debate is already available. It's actually a WAV file, this one, not an MP3. So it's probably the highest quality you're going to get. But if you're someone that listens to stuff on your phone whilst you're jogging or doing the housework or even in the car whilst you're driving, sometimes the MP3s or the WAV are perfect for that. And obviously you haven't got to worry about looking at a screen or anything like that, and you can still listen along. So yeah, again, I'm more than happy to do those because I have to extract the audio anyway to improve it. So I've always got the two separate files. So I'm more than happy for anyone that wants them to provide the audio.
This is for all the people who insist on doing washing up or other things while the time tunnel is on. So yeah, so that'll be good. And it means, of course, you can listen to it more than once. Which
exactly that. Yeah, dog walking, anything that you're doing where you just want to put headphones in or whatever, and you can't really focus on the screen for an hour, but you could listen. Yeah, perfect.
Right, let us make a start. And I'll disappear first. So enjoy, everyone, and we'll see you. Well, we probably won't see you at the other end, but enjoy it anyway. And thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you. See you later.
Good evening. Welcome to the Royal Institution of Great Britain. For those of you who've been watching Animal Night earlier on, I am not a spitting image puppet, but rather the chairman for tonight's arena debate, which is on the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights. Speaking for that motion will be the philosopher, Dr. Tom Regan, the theologian, the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, and Richard Ryder, who's a psychologist. And speaking against the motion will be the philosopher, Baroness Mary Warnock, Professor of Biology, Stephen Rose, and the writer, Dr. Germaine Greer. Also in the audience here at the Royal Institution, we've gathered together animal rights campaigners, politicians, scientists, animal trainers, animal behaviorists, and some good ordinary vegetarians and carnivores as well. I'm sure that everyone here is bound to be covered by at least one of these categories. As to the order of our proceedings tonight, the main speakers sitting up here on either side of the lectern will have 5 minutes each to put their arguments. Then I will throw the debate open for contributions from the floor. At the end, Mary Warnock and Tom Regan will sum up before we proceed to a vote. However, so we can judge how effective or otherwise the debate will prove in swaying opinions, let's get some idea now where our audience stands on this issue at the outset. So will all those in favor of tonight's motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, all those in favor of that, please now give a show of hands. Thank you very much indeed. And all those against the idea that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights? Well, by my imperfect calculation, I would say that that is, at the moment anyway, about 2 to 1 in favor of the motion. We'll see how things turn out once all the arguments have been put at the end of the night. But now to get our debate underway, the first speaker tonight is a philosopher, author, and filmmaker. Dr. Tom Regan is professor of philosophy at North Carolina State University. He is generally recognized in the United States as the intellectual leader of the animal rights movement. Like all the main speakers here, as I was saying a moment ago, Dr. Regan will have 5 minutes to present his case, and in order to keep us all on time, I shall warn each speaker in turn when they have 1 minute left. Without further ado, I now call on Tom Regan to propose the motion.
The other animals humans eat, use in science, hunt, trap, and exploit in a variety of other ways have a life of their own that is of importance to them apart from their utility to us. They are not only in the world, they are aware of it and also of what happens to them. And what happens to them matters to them. Each has a life that fares experientially better or worse for the one whose life it is. Like us, they bring a unified psychological presence to the world. Like us, they are some bodies, not some things. In these fundamental ways, the non-human animals in labs and on farms, for example, are the same as human beings. And so it is that the ethics of our dealings with them and with one another must rest on some of the same fundamental moral principles. At its deepest level, an enlightened human ethic is based on the independent value of the individual. To treat human beings in ways that do not honor their independent worth, to reduce them to the status of tools or models or commodities, for example, is to violate that most basic of human rights, the right to be treated with respect. The philosophy of animal rights demands only that logic be respected, for any argument that plausibly explains the independent value of human beings implies that other animals have the same value and have it equally. And any argument that plausibly explains the right of humans to be treated with respect also implies that these other animals have this same right and have it equally also. As a result of selective media coverage in the past, to which this evening's debate is a notable and praiseworthy exception, the general public has tended to view advocates of animal rights in exclusively negative terms. We are anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-rational, anti-human. We stand against justice and for violence. The truth, as it happens, is quite the reverse. The philosophy of animal rights is on the side of reason. For it is not rational to discriminate arbitrarily. And discrimination against non-human animals is demonstrably arbitrary. It is wrong to treat weaker human beings, especially those who are lacking in normal human intelligence, as tools or models, for example. It cannot be rational, therefore, to treat other animals as if they were tools, models, and the like, if their psychology is as rich as or richer than these human beings. The philosophy of animal rights is pro, not anti-science. This philosophy is respectful of our best science in general and of evolutionary biology in particular. The latter teaches that in Darwin's words, humans differ from many other animals in degree and not in kind. Questions about line drawing to one side, it is obvious that the animals used in laboratories, raised for food, and hunted for pleasure or trapped for profit, for example, are our psychological kin. This is not fantasy. This is fact, supported by our best science. The philosophy of animal rights stands for, not against, justice. We are not to violate the rights of the few so that the many might benefit. Slavery allows this. Child labor allows this. All unjust social institutions allow this, but not the philosophy of animal rights, whose highest principle is that of justice. The philosophy of animal rights stands for peace and against violence. The fundamental demand of this philosophy is to treat humans and other animals with respect. This philosophy, therefore, is a philosophy of peace, but it is a philosophy that extends the demand for peace beyond the boundaries of our species. For there is an undeclared war being waged every day against countless millions of non-human animals. To stand truly for peace is to stand firmly against their ruthless exploitation. And what, aside from the common menu of media distortions, what will be said by the opponents of animal rights? Will the objection be that we are equating animals and humans in every respect, when in fact humans and animals differ greatly? But clearly we are not saying that humans and other animals are the same in every way, that dogs and cats can do calculus, or that pigs and cows enjoy poetry. What we are saying is that, like humans, many other animals have an experiential welfare of their own. In this sense, we and they are the same. In this sense, therefore, despite our many differences, we and they are equal. Will the objection be that we are saying that every human and every animal has the same rights, that chickens should have the right to vote, and pigs a right to ballet lessons? But of course, we are not saying this. All we are saying is that these animals and humans share one basic moral right, the right to be treated with respect. Will the objection be that because animals do not respect our rights, we therefore have no obligation to respect their rights either? But there are many human beings who have rights and are unable to respect the rights of others, young children and the mentally enfeebled and deranged of all ages. In their case, we do not say that it is perfectly all right to treat them as tools or models or commodities because they do not honor our rights. On the contrary, we recognize that we have a duty to treat them with respect. What is true of cases involving these human beings is no less true of cases involving other animals. Will the objection be that if other animals do have more, even if other animals do have moral rights, there are other more important things that need our attention? World hunger and child abuse, for example, apartheid, drugs, violence to women, the plight of the homeless. After we take care of these problems, then we can worry about animal rights. This objection misses the mark, for the rank and file of the animal rights movement is composed of people whose first line of service is human service. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, people involved in a broad range of social services, from rape counseling to aiding victims of child abuse or famine or discrimination, teachers at every level of education, ministers, priests, rabbis,
Dr.
as
Reagan,
the lives of these people demonstrate.
Dr. Reagan, could you do your best to bring your remarks to a
The
close in a
choice
minute or
thoughtful
so?
people face is not between either helping humans or helping other animals. One can do both. We should do both. Will the objection be finally that no one has rights, not any human being and not any other animal either, but rather that right and wrong are a matter of acting to produce the best consequences, being certain to count everyone's interests and to count equal interests equally? This moral philosophy, utilitarianism, has a long and venerable history. Influential men and women, past and present, are among its adherents, and yet it is a bankrupt moral philosophy if ever there was one. Are we seriously to inquire into the interest of the rapist before declaring rape wrong? Should we ask the child molester whether his interest would be frustrated before condemning the molestation of our children? Remarkably, a consistent utilitarianism demands that we ask these questions, and in so demanding relinquishes any claim on our rational assent. With regard to the philosophy of animal rights, then, is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes. And as for the objections that are raised against this philosophy, are those who accept it able to offer rational, informed answers? Again, the answer is yes. In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom Regan. And the lead speaker against the motion tonight is the philosopher Baroness Mary Warnock. Mary Warnock is mistress of Girton College, Cambridge University, and has written about philosophy, education, and science. She's probably best known, however, for chairing Home Office committees investigating human fertilization and animal experiments. I now call on Mary Warnock to open the case against the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here to do this. I want to start by asking you to give your attention to the notion of rights. And I'd like you to think of one very simple example just to help the process of thinking about rights. If I claim a right of way over your land, I may successfully do so if and only if there is a bylaw which entitles me to cross your land. Now, supposing that there is no such bylaw, but I am very much in the position of wanting to go across your land, even needing to go across your land. Let's say I'm confined to a wheelchair and can get to the station to work only if I can go across your land. Now, in this case, there are two things that I can say. I can either say there ought to be a right of way across your land. That's to say, there should be a law, though there isn't, to entitle me to go across your land. Or alternatively, I can say, you ought to let me go across your land, whether there's a bylaw to say that I have a right to do so or not. Now, if I put my case to you, that it would really be enormously convenient to me to go across your land, then if you're a decent kind of person, you will probably say that I may. And I will enjoy the privilege of going across your land on my wheelchair. Nevertheless, I could not, in this case, claim that I had a right to go across the land. And if you sold your land and somebody else bought it, I would have to appeal all over again to the purchaser's moral sense and good feeling to let me go across. Neither does your permission to me to go across the land entitle anybody else to go across the land. It is not a general permission. It's given to me because you are a humane, kind, right-thinking, charitable, agreeable, morally good sort of a person. Now, the point of my giving this simple example is to call attention to the difference between the case where there is a right that may be claimed and the whole multitude of transactions between human beings and between humans and animals where there is no right because there's no law, but we do distinguish between good behavior and bad behavior. I believe in my own case that I have a duty to talk to my pupils if they wish to talk to me, to be loyal to my colleagues, to be forgiving of my children, whatever outrages they commit, to be kind to my grandchildren, all kinds of things I believe to be my duty. And if I fulfill this duty to any extent, then so far I'm thought to be morally all right. And if I neglect my duty, I'm morally all wrong. Most of our transactions, one with another, can be judged in moral grounds, but cannot be talked about in terms of rights because there are no rights governing the way we ought to treat our children, the way we ought to treat our colleagues, except in the extreme cases where there are laws to prevent committing criminal offences against either our children or our colleagues. Now, in the case of humans, people sometimes argue for a Bill of Rights. So we need to think what is good or useful about a Bill of Rights. And I'm not wholly convinced that it is always useful to have such a bill. But whether it's useful or not in every case, the point of a Bill of Rights is to call attention to certain needs that human beings have, which must not be neglected. Whatever the laws of their country, whatever the conventions may be. And the point of the Bill of Rights is that the needs of all people should be regarded as equal. And I insist on this point, which is very, very important to a Bill of Rights. A Bill of Rights is a bill to produce equality of treatment. If you like, equality of respect, but I'm never quite sure about what's meant by respect. But at any rate, equality of treatment, so that whether somebody's own country regards the rights and the way we ought to treat black people as equally important with the way that we ought to treat white people, whether their own country regards this as right or not, a Bill of Rights would ensure that black or white, child or grown up, whoever they are, their needs and their interests would be equally regarded. So the entire point of a Bill of Rights is to ensure equality. So now we need to raise the question, what would be a Bill of Rights for animals? Now, when we talk about animals, we're talking about vast numbers of creatures who have nothing in common whatsoever, except that they're non-human. And personally, I rather object to lumping all these creatures together and thinking of them as one sort of creature. A Bill of Rights for animals would indeed be a very weird Bill of Rights, because the purpose of a Bill of Rights is equality. And are we really convinced that a Bill of Rights should treat the needs to live of a virus as of exactly equal importance as the need to live of, let's say, a young lamb or a young hen?
Lady Warnock, I'm sorry, but to guarantee equality of treatment with Dr. Reagan, I'll have to ask you to wind up in about a minute. Thank you.
Well, I certainly will. So the Bill of Rights has to suggest equality between all these animals. And that's one thing which makes me think that the motion to have a Bill of Rights for animals is really an absurdity. But the second and more important thing, which is my last point, is this. I am not at all certain what we really think that the Bill of Rights for animals ought to contain. Dr. Reagan says respect. But does that mean that we must never use animals in any circumstances for our own purposes? Because I suspect that this is what it means. First of all, obviously, it would mean that we must never kill animals for our own interest, whether for the table or to get them out of our rubbish heap if they're flies or whatever it is. We must not kill them, because that would go against their basic right, presumably, which is the right to life. But what about using them? Is it really the case that we believe that no animal should ever be used, according to the Bill of Rights, for human interests? We should never ride them, we should never milk them, we should never gild them, obviously, we should never get wool from them, we should never, in any circumstances, use them for our own purposes if they had what might properly be called a Bill of Rights. So what I would like you to do is to vote against this proposition, because to say that what we want is a Bill of Rights for animals is fooling around with words. Of course we all want animals to be properly treated, and there is in place already a law which condemns cruelty to animals. It's not a particularly good law and it's not very well kept, but there is that law. What we cannot seriously, and I mean seriously, contemplate is that all animals equally should have the right to life and liberty, which is what any Bill of Rights must presumably contain. So I ask you to reflect on the words of the motion and therefore to reject it.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now we have the second speaker for the motion, and he is Richard Ryder, who studied animal behavior at Cambridge University and Columbia, then for many years practiced as a clinical psychologist in Oxford. He became a key figure in the animal rights revival of the 1970s and is currently a director of the RSPCA. Richard Ryder.
Ladies and gentlemen, my concern is with pain, the pain and distress and misery of millions of non-human animals throughout the world, at this very moment, being tormented in laboratories, often for trivial purposes such as the testing of cosmetics, imprisoned in small cages in factory farms, being bled to death in slaughterhouses, struggling with broken legs in steel-toothed traps, impaled by harpoons, dying in polluted and poisoned habitats, being skinned alive in Oriental kitchens, or being baited or hounded to death here in Britain. The cries and screams of these millions of oppressed sentients is continuous, but almost unheard, for it usually takes place far away in the wilderness or hidden behind the locked doors of laboratories, dogfighting pits, factory farms, or abattoirs. A secrecy which in itself suggests that we know itself produces more and more evidence to support the common sense view that many non-human animals suffer pain, terror, and distress in much the same way that we do ourselves. We share, after all, very similar nervous systems. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution taught us that instead of there being a huge difference between us and the other animals, that we are in fact all related. Today, therefore, we must ask the question, if that is so, why do we continue to abuse, exploit, and tyrannize our kin? There are, of course, several reasons. We exploit non-humans for profit, but we also do it out of sheer unthinking convention. We've always done it, so why not continue? We also bully the other species because they are weaker than us and because we foolishly think it is manly to do so. Such misplaced machismo is responsible for much violence and cruelty in the world today, from football hooliganism to the vandalism of blood sports. The new green movement, of which the campaign for animal rights is an important part, must fight this Rambo destructiveness. Only Mrs. Thatcher seems to think that it is green to wear fur. It's because the other animals can suffer that we should care about them. To argue that we are allowed to cause them pain for our selfish human benefit merely because they are of a different species is speciesism, a prejudice just as irrational as sexism or racism, which emphasizes physical differences while overlooking the great psychological and moral similarity that we can all suffer. It is, of course, wrong to argue that the suffering of some is justified by the benefits of others. This is the notorious argument that ends can justify means. It's been used by tyrants for centuries. It is used sometimes today by factory farmers, seal killers, and especially by animal experimenters. If this argument is sound, then they could logically use human subjects in their experiments. Infants, for example, of a lesser intelligence than laboratory animals. They'd certainly produce more accurate results. What an awful prospect. Or are they admitting to being speciesists? If so, they're basing their case on sheer emotion, for there are no rational grounds for putting our own species on such a pedestal. Sheer logic, as well as compassion, is on the side of animal rights. I believe we are all part of one great community of pain, which embraces all sentient creatures. Each year, about 100 million animals die in the world's laboratories, 300 million in the fur trade, and 500 million in British slaughterhouses alone.
Mr. Ryder, could you try and finish in a minute, please?
Yes, indeed. Our cruel exploitation of the other creatures of this fragile planet, our suffering evolutionary relatives, is on a huge and growing scale. I want to reduce this huge mountain of unnecessary man-made pain That is why I urge you to support the motion for animal rights.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Now, to continue the argument against the motion, I'm going to call Stephen Rose, who is a professor of biology. He studies brain mechanism and learning, and his work is funded by the Medical and Science Research Councils. He has written extensively about the uses and control of science in society. Stephen Rose.
Thank you. Let me begin by making clear where I'm coming from. In a properly democratic society, all our institutions, including science, should be and must be open to public scrutiny. And there's no doubt that our society both uses and abuses animals. In fact, I agree with very much of what Richard Ryder said in his criticism of many things that are done to animals in farming, in hunting, in rearing animals as pets, and indeed in some forms of animal experimentation. I want to make it clear that I had no need to defend such abuses in order to oppose tonight's proposition. Nor would I ever accept the Cartesian view, which Richard Ryder attacked, that non-human animals can be regarded as pain-free machines, so that one can do what one likes with them without it mattering. But this is precisely the point. Animal rights people seem to want it both ways. On the one hand, they argue that animals are sentient, as Richard did, and therefore, like humans, they have certain rights. On the other, they maintain that there are such great discontinuities between animals and humans that animal experiments can tell us nothing relevant to the human condition. This is frankly nonsense. The biological world is a continuum. The basic biochemical mechanisms by which we tick are very similar in most other organisms. If they weren't, even the food we eat would poison us. Many human diseases and disorders are found in other mammals, which is why we can learn how to treat them by research on animals. Animal activists claim there are alternatives to the use of animals, but for many human diseases, this sadly just isn't true. Understanding and treatment has demanded the use of animals and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. There's no way, for instance, the biochemical causes of the lethal disease diabetes or its treatment with insulin could have been discovered without experiments on mammals. And we can't use tissue cultures or bacteria or plants to develop the treatments needed to alleviate epilepsy or Parkinsonism or manic depression. Anyone who tells you anything otherwise is either ignorant or lying. Unless, of course, we experiment on humans. And that's just the nub of the question. Just because we are human, any discussion of rights must begin with human rights. How far are those rights to be extended? Does it even make sense to talk of extending them to the animal kingdom? The animal kingdom, as Mary Warnock reminded you, isn't only composed of cats and dogs, mice and monkeys. It includes newts, slugs, lice, wasps, mosquitoes. How far do you want to extend your concept of rights? To not swatting a mosquito sucking your blood? To preventing your cat from hunting and killing a rat? Does an ant have as many rights as a gorilla? Most people would say no. I think most animal writers are really arguing that the closer animals are to humans, biologically speaking, evolutionarily speaking, that is, the more rights they should have. So where does the cutoff come? Primates, mammals, vertebrates? Now, the moment you concede that question, you realize that the decision is entirely arbitrary, that it is we as humans who are conferring rights on animals, not the animals themselves. And put like that, you can see that the debate is not like that about human rights, about women's rights, about black people's rights, in which the oppressed subjects of history stand up and demand justice and equality. It is an argument about how we, as humans, should behave. And it's just here that the biological discontinuity between humans and other animals becomes important. Our concern for how we treat other species springs out of our very humanness as biologically and as socially constructed creatures. We don't expect cats to debate the rights of mice. So the issue is not really about animal rights at all, but about the duties that we have just because we are human. I'm quite sure we do have such duties, to behave kindly to other animals with a minimum of violence and cruelty, not to damage or take their lives insofar as it can be avoided, just as we have duties to the planet's ecology in general. But these duties are limited by an overriding duty to other humans. I have a much loved and exceedingly beautiful cat, but if I had to choose between saving her life and saving the life of my child, I would unhesitatingly choose my child. What's more, I'd save any human child at the expense of my cat, and my cat at the expense of a fish. And so would the vast majority of people in this room. That is species loyalty, Speciesism if you like, and I am proud to be a speciesist.
Could you finish in a minute, please?
I certainly can. Let's be blunt. We live in a world reeking with injustice and oppression, extremes of wealth and poverty, city yuppies and starving pheasants. You'll step over the beggars in the street as you leave Albemarle Street this evening. In Britain, we don't even have a Bill of Human Rights, and to talk of one for non-human animals without achieving that minimum is little short of obscenity. I'm very uneasy at the extent to which the animal rights movement harbours in its midst political groupings which are not in the least concerned about human injustice. Never forget that in the 1930s, when the Nazis launched their extermination campaign against lives not worth living, from Jews and gypsies to the mentally ill and retarded, they also passed laws against non-human animal experimentation. There is no automatic relationship between a concern for animal rights and one for human rights. I wish there were. I'm appalled at the air of sanctimony and hypocrisy that comes off many animal rights activists. On that side of the platform this evening, there was a boycott of Ken Livingstone speaking on the grounds that he was not a vegetarian. I regard that as grotesque. Messrs. Reagan and Lindsay may, if they wish, refuse insulin if they are diabetic, L-DOPA if they have Parkinsonism, antibiotics or surgical procedures which have been validated on animals before use on humans. But I categorically deny them any right to impose their personal and extremely privileged morality on the rest of suffering humanity. I urge you, therefore, to speak up for human rights, to recognize human duties, to avoid magical thinking, to respect non-human animals, and to reject this proposition.
Thank you, Professor Rose. And now to conclude this part of the debate for the motion, we have the Reverend Dr. Andrew Lindsay, who is Director of Studies at the Centre for the Study of Theology in the University of Essex. He is the Church of England's leading theologian on animal rights and the author of Christianity and the Rights of Animals. Andrew Lindsay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When Mahatma Gandhi came to this country, he was asked by a reporter at London Airport what he thought of Western civilization. He paused for a moment, and then he said, I quote, "Yes, I think it would be a good idea." And I must say, having heard Stephen Rose this evening, I have to agree with Gandhi especially. Our so-called Western civilization has been based on the relentless, unremitting exploitation of animals. We hunt, ride, shoot, fish, eat, wear, trap, cage, factory farm, and experiment upon billions of animals every year. The figures speak for themselves. 500 million animals slaughtered every year in the United Kingdom, 6 to 9 billion in the United States, 30 to 40 million laying hens in battery conditions, unable to spread a wing, unable to see daylight, and standing permanently on sloping wire mesh. Is this the proper treatment of animals, Mary? 3 to 4 million experiments on animals every year, 100 million in the US, 3 to 4 million in the UK. Is this the proper treatment of animals of which Mary speaks? Some of them causing intense and prolonged pain. 1,000 unwanted dogs are destroyed each week by the RSPCA alone in this country. In terms of life, death, suffering, deprivation, the treatment of animals ranks as one of the major moral issues of all time. And this exploitation has been defended intellectually by a number of key religious arguments that I want very briefly to address. It is argued, for example, that animals have dominion, that humans have dominion over animals, and therefore they can do as they like to other animals. In fact, the biblical meaning of dominion does not mean despotism, but moral responsibility and stewardship. It is argued that animals have no immortal souls, a very favorite religious argument. Whereas, in fact, in the Old Testament in particular, there is no suggestion that animals do not possess soul or spirit. And even if they did, it is difficult to see how the non-possession of an immortal soul could make the infliction of pain and suffering any easier. It is argued that humans are superior to animals. Well, on our side, we certainly hope so. We hope that we are capable of fair-mindedness, Stephen, but also we hope that we are capable of generosity, self-sacrifice, altruism, even gentleness.
But it is precisely on these grounds that we ought to be seeking a better world for animals and doing better for them. It is argued that animals are in some way put here for our use, or that they belong to us. But of course, theologically, the truth is they do not belong to us. It is God's world, not our world. Each living sentient creature has its own God-given worth and value. And most importantly, of course, of all, it is argued that animals do not possess rights. And what does it mean by saying that animals do not have rights? It means historically, whether you like it or not, it means that animals are things, can be treated as things, as resources, as means to human ends, as laboratory tools, as units of production. This is what this debate is really all about. But what I want to say is that I think God is the source of all rights, both for humans and for animals. That God has rights as the creator, the right in particular to have what is created treated with respect. And if we on our side press the language of rights, it's because we believe the heart of this debate is not about feeling, not about taste, not about philanthropy, but about justice. It's about what we objectively owe animals as creatures, and in particular what we owe the creator of all. The arguments that have justified the abuse of animals are, in short, intellectually threadbare, theologically ill-conceived, and certainly biblically unsound.
Could you wind up in a minute, please?
By all means. What we desperately need is to recover that early biblical vision of living at peace with creation. We need to find the moral courage within us to make peace with creation, to avoid violence, to live free of injury, to eschew cruelty, to practice just dealings with animals. Now I accept that we are all involved to some degree in the exploitation of animals. There is no pure land. We all, after all, buy food or products, or we pay taxes. Directly or indirectly, we are all involved. But what is essential is that we involve ourselves now in a process of personal disengagement from injury to animals. A Bill of Rights is part of this necessary wider social disengagement. Now, a Bill of Rights for animals will not by itself bring peace on earth. It will not by itself remedy every wrong that animals still have to suffer. But it will be part, I suggest, of what we can only call Western civilization, which, as Gandhi correctly saw, is a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. And the last of the main speakers against the motion tonight is the writer Germaine Greer, who achieved international celebrity with the success of her very first book, The Female Eunuch. Dr. Greer says that her latest book, Daddy, We Hardly Knew You, is not really about her father, but about the destruction of the Australian ecology. We expect her to take an equally original line in this debate. Germaine Greer.
All my life, I've been mocked by reference to rights which were apparently unenforceable and therefore didn't really exist at all. I've been very interested in the assumption this evening that a Bill of Rights for animals would, of course, be a Bill of Rights for non-human animals. It seems to me that human beings are animals, and we have a lot to learn by understanding our continuity with the rest of the animal kingdom. It seems to me that, in fact, we are all involved in a sort of symbiosis, human beings and other animals as well. And that if you look at this symbiosis, you see that it works in a series of concentric circles. On the inner face of the circle, we are altruist. On the outer face of the circle, we are egotist. Say it begins with me and my sister. When we're competing for our parents' love, the circle is the sisters against each other, two enemies. When our parents try to invoke parental rights against us, the sisters become a unit. And so we could go on spreading this circle. We can be human beings who are altruist in the interest of other human beings and who will defend the rights of human beings against encroachment by others on the outside. Suppose we take Falciparum plasmoides as an example. I don't think we're going to plead animal rights when it comes to trying to stem the revival of malaria, for example, even though we have to kill billions of other animals. I'm not sure if insects have been really involved in this evening's discussion. There seem to be some arbitrary limits on what the animal kingdom might be taken to be. It is, in fact, a matter of moral choice. I can decide whether I am part of a collectivity involving other women, which I have done, which is why I call myself a feminist. In other situations, I can say I am an Australian and I'm interested in the rights of Australians. And in some situations, when faced with Farmer Hamilton with one of his dead partridges, I and my cat will face the rest of the world if necessary. These are all postures that we adopt from time to time. It is, I would maintain, quite impossible and certainly undesirable for us to, from some lofty position, to define the rights of others. There has recently been an attempt by the United Nations, a successful attempt, to swear a convention of children's rights. Now, I'm fairly certain that children themselves were not consulted. Otherwise, instead of the right to go to school, they might have asked for the right not to go to school. They might have asked for the right to have a parent of either sex, for divorce to be outlawed, for the right to have 4 grandparents, for the right to have sexual experiences with adults. Who knows what they would have been, what they would have asked for as their rights. The fact is that adult human beings conferred on them a bunch of rights, which in fact tend to be the rights that rich people want for their children, the right not to go to work, whereas the children of the poor might well have liked a right to a basic wage, seeing as they have no choice but to go to work. Now, it seems to me very curious if we're going to decide what the rights of animals should be, because animals, as far as I can understand them, are speciesist. And as animals, we also are speciesist. That Gaia exists to make an orchestra of all these conflicting claims for room to expand. We are all dynamic, all of us species, and we all have our own self-interest. That once one group begins to delude itself that it understands the self-interest of other groups, then the only option is something I think we've seen a good deal of. It's hypocrisy or piety. Now, I call piety that higher moral sense for which other people will pay the dues. We talk a good deal about laboratory animals. We have never mentioned beasts of burden. We have never talked about the rights of beasts of burden, of whom there are also billions on Earth. Are we going to swear in animal rights that mean the people who are disenfranchised from the motor car, who will never ever have a motor car, are also prevented from having a beast of burden? I know as a human being that one of the most shocking things about going to a place like Guatemala is that they have no beasts of burden, and their human beings carry the sorts of things other people load onto animals, fastened by tump lines around their foreheads. Women and men crawling up mountains, certainly. My argument would be that if we purport to endow the non-human animal kingdom with rights which it cannot enforce, that all we are simply doing is asserting our moral superiority to other people who cannot afford to give them those rights. And this is the very worst kind of hypocrisy and condescension. By the way, rights are nonsensical if they relate to the behavior of forces outside one's control. I have lived all my life with feminists who have demanded the right to control their own bodies, as if such a right was floating in the atmosphere to be grasped. The right I most frequently read about when I read about animals and ethics is the right not to be harmed. I cannot control my own body. You cannot control your own bodies. We have no right not to be harmed. Life is pain and struggle. And it seems to me that by supposing that we can rescue animals from pain and struggle, even against ourselves, we are deluding ourselves about the purpose for which we are put on earth, which was not, after all, to be happy. Even supposing one thinks we were put on earth by someone made in our own likeness and not, of course, the living effigy of an enormous fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Germaine Greer. Well, that concludes the formal opening round of this debate, and now comes the moment to open proceedings up to the floor. I shall be calling speakers alternately from the floor, for and against the motion. And those of you who want to make a contribution should raise your hands and wait to catch my eye. When you are called to speak, please begin by telling us who you are and what you do. I'm sure there are a great number of people here who want to take part, so I urge you all, when called, to make your points as concise as possible. Also, I would like to stress that these should be made in the form of points or contributions and not in the form of questions to any of the principal speakers. So first of all, can I please see hands for the first contribution from the floor for the motion? Someone to speak for the motion. Yes, gentleman at the back.
My name is Alan Long of the Vegetarian Society. I would like to make the point that we can go on philosophizing and getting the lawyers and so on busy on a Bill of Rights, which is always a good exercise because it instructs us in what is really going on. The opponents of this motion belong to a world of mimsy, which we see only too much this time at Christmas. We see nativity scenes where animals are at peace in a stable, and shortly afterwards, those same animals are in pieces on a table. We hear the parable of the Good Shepherd. What the Good Shepherd does, I would remind those opponents, is that he castrates the little boy lambs. I don't think that would go down too well in the congregation. And he sends the weanlings and the sucklings to the slaughterhouse. I would remind Germaine Greer that the rape of the cow, taking away her calf and her milk to feed grown-up adults, is a form of behavior that diminishes the whole human race. I would ask those members of the opposing side to recognize that it may be difficult to formulate a Bill of Rights, but let us look at the thing as they would ask, scientifically and logically, and let us start to moderate our own practices without having to go to the extent and wait until we can get a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Can we have a contribution from the floor now against the motion, please? Any? Yes, sir. Just down the aisle there. Thank you.
My name is Colin Spedding. I'm chairman of the Farm Animal Welfare Council. I am thus greatly in favour of animal welfare, particularly related to farm animals. But then I suspect that most of the people here are in favour of farm animal welfare and the welfare of many other animals as well. I think it's a pity that this debate has been pitched at the level of rights and rather than responsibilities, because I suspect that we are arguing about the word rights rather than the substance of whether we want to see animals protected from human activity and looked after better. It seems to me much more useful to think in terms of the responsibilities that human beings have towards animals, whether they're in control of them or not, rather than the rights of the animal. Incidentally, it's normal to think of rights and responsibilities as being linked. It seems sensible in human experience to do that. Very hard to see, if animals have rights, how they can be burdened with an expectation of behaving responsibly.
Thank you, Mr. Spedding. I want someone else for the motion, please. Next. Yes, gentleman right in the middle of the front row. Thank you.
Tim Phillips, Turning Point, Animal Rights Magazine. It seemed to me that the speakers on this side are talking about a very broad issue, whether we're allowed to do whatever we wish to animals, whether we've got complete right to sort of tyrannize, oppress, do whatever we wish to animals. And that's a very broad animal rights question. Meanwhile, the only opposition we've had to that, which hasn't at all tackled the issue whether we've got a right to do anything to animals or not, has simply been to picket it. First of all, we've had Baroness Warnock's sort of picking about the definition of the law. We've had Mr. Rose speaking at one point, even simply attacking the concept because he didn't like the attitudes of people promoting it, which is an extraordinary objection, and so forth. So they haven't actually tackled the issue at all, whether we've got that right to do whatever we want to animals. And also we've had to confuse the issue thrown in from the opposition, all sorts of things, utilitarian uses like that we wouldn't have insulin were it not for animal experiments, which isn't in fact so, and so forth. But since there's laughter there, all of the work on insulin was done before Banting and Best's animal experiments, and textbooks will show that, and it's historical document that. And I'm sure the anti-vivisectionists on my right-hand side would give more detail on that if it's thought.
Right, thank you, but we'll come to them later perhaps, but now someone against the motion, someone else. Yes, the gentleman behind Professor Rose there.
My name is Stuart Roth. I'm a hematologist. I treat patients with blood diseases. I resent anyone who tells me that I have the right to do anything I like to animals because I see human beings who have problems which might be helped by animal research. I think that the activities of people like myself are properly controlled, and if they're not, you can come in and control them as tightly as you like. I can only speak for animal experimentation in this respect, but I'm sure that all my colleagues feel the same way.
Thank you, Mr. Roll. Yes, now, and against the motion, for the motion, rather, I beg your pardon, at the back.
Gavin Grant, Director of Public Relations of the RSPCA. It is an historic fact that rights are nearly always granted by those who are in a position of power to those who are not. The right to vote for women in this country was a hard-won campaign, costing much in blood for the suffragettes who fought it. But it was granted by an exclusively male British Parliament, which was in a position to so grant those rights. The argument advanced that says that animals have no rights, that there is no appropriate time for the consideration of their rights, that human beings are in far worse positions in many parts of the world. The logic of that argument is that there is never a right time for the granting of rights to any aspect of the community of this planet. The argument is often advanced by the South African government that it is not an appropriate time to move to one person, one vote, that there will be a time, but it doesn't happen to be now. And indeed, the position of animals in this country and in the European community and throughout the world is one of a deteriorating position, not an advancing one. We do have obligations. Obligations are part of the notion of rights. The codification of those obligations in recognizing that we now share this planet as one community of living beings is precisely why the technical arguments of those who've opposed the resolution should be disregarded, and the spirit of the resolution should carry the day.
Now looking for someone else to back up the opposition to the motion. Since there's a microphone near, we'll take that gentleman there, yes?
David Henshaw, I'm a journalist. One of the things I find curious about many supporters of animal rights is the low view they have of their own species, other human beings. If all scientists who experiment on animals are sadists, this seems to me very curious. It doesn't seem also very likely. Beyond that,
Keep going. You're being accused of putting words in people's mouths, but keep going.
Well, if a lot of animal experiments are simply not necessary, then why are they being carried out? The people carrying them out must be sadists. Quite clearly, scientists are not sadists. There may be one or two who are sadists, but most scientists are not sadists.
Right, thank you.
So, I want to go on to say that Professor Reagan said that animal rights is the cause of peace, not violence. And I'm sure he believes that. But it does raise the question, why then do so many supporters of animal rights firebomb restaurants, place bombs under cars, set fire to department stores?
Right, thank you very much indeed. Now,
How many butchers and slaughterers?
We can't allow this to degenerate into or turn into a general trading of things across the floor. We want to speak for the motion now. Why don't we have the lady in the middle of the third row?
Okay, I'm going back to responsibility.
Your name, please, and what you do.
Sorry, I'm Rebecca Hall, and I'm a writer. I write about animals. I've written about animal rights, about animal consciousness, and I'm founder of Writers Against Experiments on Animals. To go back to responsibility, it is to respond with ability, and I think by the very tenor of these speeches of the people in favor of rights, we can tell that they can respond with ability. They have a great warmth about them, whereas the speakers against have a coldness. But I'd like to ask Stephen Rose, why, if he thinks experiments on animals are so useful, we have more and more sick people, while we have more and more doctors, more and more researchers, and more huge hospitals. And there certainly is, I would put it, a correlation between fascist thinking and the kind of attitude we have to animals, a very definite correlation. And I would like to ask also, what is wrong with slugs, ants, mosquitoes, flies, and rats? I know and appreciate them all, and I don't think we have a right to kill any of them. What is wrong with them? But I want him to answer eventually, if he can, why we have more and more sick people if science is advancing us in any way. I say it isn't.
Well,
and there is an organization of doctors against vivisection who are putting this point very adequately. It's an international organization, and they're growing all the time. I suggest he's behind the times. I'm very far behind.
All right, as I said earlier, this is not primarily or even principally a question and answer session, but there may be time towards the end for one or two individual points to be answered. In the meantime, let's have a contribution from the floor against the motion. Yes, gentleman in the back with the beige jacket.
Well, my name's David Hibbling, and as a circus ringmaster and a circus animal trainer, I'm probably the bête noire to many people in this room. And yet I would probably go along with a bill for animal rights. But who says what goes into a bill for animal rights? Because if many people in this room were to choose what would go into a Bill of Rights, then certainly I would be prevented from carrying on within my community with the animals that I work with 24 hours a day, which I am extremely fond of and care for, do not ill-treat, and I believe are perfectly happy in their environment.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes?
Yes, David Icke from the Green Party, which has a commitment to have a Secretary of State for Animal Welfare in a Green Cabinet. What we're talking about here, surely tonight, at the core of what we're discussing, is values. That's what it's about, human values. Martin Luther King talked about power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. They are the values that allow our societies to abuse animals. But they are the values also that allow our societies to abuse people and to abuse the planet as well, in the name of economics. You cannot divorce the values that abuse animals and those that abuse people and abuse the planet, for they are the same values. It was Henry Salt, a great social reformer and animal rights campaigner, because again, the two are indivisible, who said early on in this century, "It is useless to preach peace by itself, social justice by itself, or kindness to animals by itself. The cause," he said, "of each of all the evils that afflict the world is the same: the general lack of humanity, the lack of knowledge that all sentient life is akin, and that he who injures a fellow being is in fact doing injury to himself. It is not this bloodshed or that bloodshed that must cease," he said, "but all needless bloodshed, all wanton infliction of pain or death upon our fellow beings. And if the people who run this country and run other countries do not see that, then maybe they do need a Bill of Rights for animals to constantly remind them. For that will do if we start treating animals with dignity. That will do as much for people. Because if we have a society that treats animals with respect, love, and dignity, we will have a society and a world that treats people and the planet with love, respect, and dignity. As Gandhi said, finally, the greatness of a nation can be judged by how its animals are treated. And on that basis, this country and many other countries are not great. It's about time they were. And if that takes a Bill of Rights, then so be it.
Thank you, Mr. Icke. And against the motion, gentleman.
Yes, my name's John Beebe, and I'm a veterinary surgeon. I don't know if there are any other veterinary surgeons here, but I think I can say that I've probably done more during my professional life as anybody else here, to improve the welfare and to spend my professional career respecting the rights of animals. And as the chairman of the Animal Welfare Society said, that is the motion that's wrong. What we are basically talking about is the respects and rights for animals. Now, I'll tell you, number one, I'm a member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which I have to be by law to be a veterinary surgeon in this country. And I totally support the Royal College's policy that we are against the docking of dogs' tails. Now, we are having to take that stance against a lot of dog owners. It was the veterinary profession in this country before the Second World War that brought in an act of parliament, a private member's bill, to stop the docking of horses. And yet, what do we hear? We hear this lady on my right talking about slugs and snails and things like that. Do you realize that the two biggest killers in the world today in humanity, one is malaria. 300 million people are infected with malaria at the moment. Another 300 million are infected with bilharzia. Malaria is spread by the mosquito. Bilharzia is spread by a snail. Now, are you going to condemn those 600 million people to continue to suffer debilitating and nasty diseases because by this Bill of Rights, because you haven't said whether it means that you're not going to kill animals? Presumably it does. And just mention this, if we can't kill animals, if I as a veterinary surgeon am called to an animal that is sick and dying, with your Bill of Rights, I can't put that animal painlessly to sleep. The other thing too is that if you can't kill animals, what are you going to do, for example, about rabid dogs and rabid foxes that are spreading rabies? And also, eventually, of course, you do realize that if you can't kill animals, there will be far fewer animals in the world because a lot of them will not be bred and will not be there. For example, people won't be able to go out and look at lambs gambling in the field because who's going to breed them? So therefore, if you have a Bill of Rights in the way you say it, and not in the way that we say it, that we just be practicable and sensible and respect animals and do our best to improve their quality of life and so on, then you're going to have fewer animals in the world, and some of them will be condemned to a lingering death.
Thank you very much indeed. Lady in the front for the motion. For the motion.
Yes, I'd like to pick up. We've heard a couple of times of the good being done, hopefully, to human beings by the use of animals in laboratories. Can I just say, everyone is very concerned.
Sorry, I didn't ask you for your name and
my name is Jen Creamer, and I'm General Secretary of the National Anti-Vivisection Society. And our society has done many years of research into the so-called value of animal experiments, and we found that there isn't any. What we have found is that nothing has been gained from animal experimentation. All the major advances in medical research have been by studies with people. If you look at cancer, heart disease, diabetes, all of these have been pushed forward by studies in people, and it's just the money that's going into laboratories which makes vivisectors want to claim all the great successes in clinical research for themselves. The other point I'd like to pick up on is this talk about diseases around the world. 50,000 people around the world are dying every day due to diseases directly related to malnutrition and dirty water. Killing animals in laboratories does not cure that. What those people need is clean living conditions, clean water, and food. Animal experiments will not cure malnutrition.
Thank you very much indeed. So, someone else in opposition to the motion? You're against? Yes?
Yes. My name's Stephen Armstrong, I'm a journalist.
Can you say that again, please?
Sorry, my name's Stephen Armstrong, I'm a journalist.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that, briefly, just before I go on, that whilst obviously animal experiments can't per se cure malnutrition, it could be argued that to give farmers in Ethiopia adequate access to oxes and stuff to plough their land themselves, which would, be an exploitation of that ox, would help towards curing the malnutrition of certain people in the village. I think that's. But I mean, for ploughing the field, for example.
Go on,
Sorry.
please.
Anyway, I mean, it seems that a lot of people are saying that people who oppose the Bill of Rights for Animals are absolutely saying we should continue in the way we are treating animals. And I don't think anyone in the front row have said that we should go on with the way we're treating animals. Obviously, there are unnecessary cruelties going on. Obviously, we're torturing animals in particularly brutal and inefficient ways. Sorry. But are we going to put a straight dividing line at any stage and say that below this line we will not continue experimenting with animals? We must surely approach animals in a flexible way, because other certain animals should perhaps be treated differently to others. It seems that we're being attacked for absolutism, which we're not.
You're for the motion? Yes, for the motion.
Yes, sir. I'm for the motion, and yet
your name and occupation, please.
Yes, my name is Hillel Avidan. I'm a rabbi, and I represent a tradition which has had a Bill of Rights for animals for the last 3,000 years. And indeed, the treatment of animals was never regarded as more important than the treatment of human beings. But I don't think we ever went so far as to legislate for insects or to suggest that animals couldn't be used as beasts of burden. Indeed, they could. And I would hate to think that any legislation would rob human beings of the right to use animals for plowing fields, etc. The Bible certainly allowed this, but at the same time protected the rights of the ox, the rights of the ass. This animal welfare legislation in Judaism has continued developing up to the present day. What I've seen today is, well, this evening, is a certain amount of extremism creeping into the discussion, because I believe that everybody here cares for animals, but there are lots of people in the world who don't care for them, and for them, legislation is necessary. For years, people thought that the conscience was sufficient to banish or abolish slavery in the United States of America. It wasn't. It was only when legislation was introduced that slavery was abolished. Legislation is also required before most people will start treating animals properly.
Thank you, Rabbi. Against the motion, the gentleman in the tartan shirt, yes?
Doug Richardson, Zoological Society of London. When we had the vote at the beginning of the proceedings, I did indeed vote for the bill, but it really wasn't qualified. I think had it been, if we're just discussing should animals have a quality of life, then yes, certainly I would still go with the bill. Judging by what some of the speakers have said tonight, I think it would make my job in particular rather difficult. It's becoming recognized that captivity can be one of the ways of saving species from extinction. In fact, now we'll get back with it's becoming more common for species to be reintroduced back into the wild. It's still a very primitive science, but we are getting better at it. I think an animal bill of rights would certainly cause problems as far as dealing with animals in a captive situation. A great many animal rights movements, who I indeed have quite a great deal of sympathy for, are certainly against dealing with animals in a captive situation, and this could indeed spell the extinction of quite a number of species in the future.
Well, this was an excellent debate. This is, someone has changed his mind already. Yes, you, sir?
Sorry, my name's William Travers from ZooCheck, probably one of the organizations that's working to try and eliminate animals in zoos. I just wanted to focus in on one area and say that I think that one of the problems that we have is access to information, and that certain access with regard to laboratories and to places like Porton Down, for example, slaughterhouses, we don't have adequate access, we don't have adequate understanding. And I think that that breeds ignorance. But we also have a problem with undermining the very things that the concept of the bill tries to do. The concept of the bill is to try and inculcate understanding, respect. And what we do by taking children to zoos and to circuses and keeping animals in schools for their own laboratories and to a certain extent with pets is that we undermine all those things with regard to respect, because we show animals or we present forward animals. We put across the idea that they are valued because they are in captivity, because they are behind bars, because they are on concrete, because they are in an unnatural environment. And all these things, the hidden agenda of what we do to animals in public life,
actually destroys the very things that we, as a sort of evolving society, it certainly seems in the last couple of years, are trying to do. So I think personally that we should vote for a Bill of Rights, if not because of the nitty-gritty, which we haven't yet established, but for the concept of it, rather than to argue against it, simply because we don't like the idea of change.
You against? Against? Someone against just that? No?
Agnostic.
That's not allowed.
More or less against. James Serple, Research Associate in Animal Behaviour at Cambridge Vet School. I'm getting the impression that the protagonists of this debate are now shifting the goalposts. They're saying that we're not really asking for a Bill of Animal Rights because such a thing is impossible, but we're just asking people to think more carefully about our responsibilities towards animals and to think about the welfare of animals and how we can improve the welfare of animals, which I think everyone in this audience would probably agree with. What really surprises me is that none of them have so far addressed a very major point, which has been raised by all the three speakers here, and that is we are dealing here with animals with whom our interests from time to time do conflict. We can't live in a vacuum as human beings. We can't isolate ourselves completely from animals in this world. From time to time, those animals' interests will conflict with our own. And the question then is, whose rights do we uphold? Do we uphold our rights to live at the expense of the animals, or the animals' rights to live at our expense? And I would like someone, I know I'm not supposed to raise questions, but I would like someone to take up this point.
Well, Dr. Reagan, of course, will be summing up for that side at the end. So if not before, he can deal with that point. Yes, sir?
Yes, my name is Shaheen, and I'm a student of philosophy at King's. And I just want to make a few brief points, but to start with the theological one first. That a lot of the early Christians were actually vegetarians and pacifists, and the two go together. And a lot of them came from the Essene community, and some of them were forced to be fish vegetarians, just as Eskimos are forced to eat meat because they have no choice. Now, the real question is that we don't really have any justification in crucifying an animal just for our dinner and for our lunch, when we could just easily change to a better taste. And really, one cause of war comes down to meat eating. That's one of the root causes.
Thank you very much. Now, we want someone against the motion. Gentleman sitting right in the middle of the third row.
I'm Roland Terry. I'm a professor of biology, so may have a special interest in this. But, and what I'm going to make sounds a rather flip remark, or could be taken that way. It's not meant as such. My wife and I could become vegetarians, but our dearly beloved cats wouldn't think very much of it. What are we going to do about them?
You start.
You lead the way.
Well, is that? Thank you very much. No, you've been in already, sir. You're for the motion? Yes?
Yes, I'm Judith Hampson. I'm an independent consultant in animal welfare, but my primary interest is actually the development of human potential. It seems to me that what this debate is about us, and about who we are in this matter. We've been having this kind of discussion for over 100 years now, and we haven't got very far. And I would submit the reason we've not got very far, there are two reasons. One is there are real dilemmas in this issue. If you take the issue of animal experimentation as the one particular issue that I'm involved in, there really are dilemmas. I accept that animal experimentation has made a contribution to medicine as we understand it, at least, and is continuing to, and it does save human lives. I don't know what the answers are to that dilemma. That's one issue. It also has to be said that at a time when we're closing hospitals, at a time when we are denying patients the care that millions of pounds is ploughed into research through the Medical Research Council, which may or may not have some medical spin-off in years to come. It's fundamental research, we don't know. We're not doing it because it's aimed at helping people. We're doing it because we want to know, because we're interested, because we are trying to add to the pool of fundamental knowledge. Now, it seems to me that there are large investments on both sides of this debate. People have their identities invested in being medical researchers. They cannot accept that some research is not valuable. People have their identities invested in being so pro-animal that they can't accept that some research is valuable. And it seems to me that if we're going to get anywhere and make any sort of standpoint for the animals, we have to stand above this. We have to be somebody that we currently are not being as human beings. And we can start that by having a conversation, not about what is, but about what's possible. The first step is surely to make such a Bill of Human Rights. We can argue about the details subsequently, but let's
Bill of
start.
Animal Rights.
A Bill of Animal Rights. Let's start by creating what's possible, not by talking about what is and what's difficult.
Thank you very much indeed, Judith Hampson. Anyone else against the motion from the floor? This may have to be the last floor contribution against. Yes, gentleman in the black and white shirt in the back row.
My name is John Dyneley, and I train marine mammals for a living. The gentleman from Zoocheck said that if we didn't have animals in captivity, it would be okay, and people would be still concerned for wild animals, but I feel this is a rather silly suggestion. If I hadn't seen wild animals in captivity, I wouldn't take an interest in them, neither would my niece and nephew or anybody else. And a lot of the things that are going on at the moment with our concern over elephants and such like are due greatly to the fact that we see these animals in captivity. And well, it's not, it's, you know, this is true, and I think this is very true. Video and television and films and the ability for people to go overseas and see these animals is not the same.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much indeed. There are still a number of hands up, what people wanted to come in and take part, but I'm afraid we have no more time for this open part of the debate. At this point, however, before we come to the summing up speeches from the front benches, so to speak, and then the vote, I'm going to exercise the chair's discretion and ask two of the, it seems to me anyway, the most burning questions from the floor, one to each side. And if I could ask Richard Ryder, first of all, who was for the motion, of course, to deal with the point that Mr. Beevy raised, which was that what do you do about things like rabid foxes, about the slugs which cause bilharzia in Africa, and about the mosquitoes that cause so much death and suffering from malaria. If you could just deal with that point, please, before.
I think we should emphasize the species that we have very good grounds for believing are sentient, that's to say, are conscious and can suffer pain. That's what we should get on with. That covers all the mammals to start with and a lot of other species as well. And that is more than enough to be getting on with. Let's start arguing the toss about the insects at this stage. Let's get on with trying to save the other non-human mammals, the reptiles, and one or two of the more intelligent octopuses and squids, who certainly do suffer pain and indeed can suffer psychologically as well. Those are the ones we should be concentrating on, the ones that certainly suffer pain.
What about Professor Terry's cat, who would fade away altogether if he and his wife became vegetarians?
Well, no, he wouldn't. I mean, I think that some species are carnivores, but we are not. We have a choice on whether or not we eat vegetables or meat.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Now, it seemed to me that the most powerful point coming from the floor contributions and addressed to this side of the House was the research on animals actually achieved for medicine anyway. Rebecca Wall, for example, asked the question specifically of Professor Rose, if research does all this good, why are more and more people ill all the time? Could you make a response to that, Professor Rose?
Yes, indeed. First, let me say I agree with Judith Hampson about many of the points she made earlier about the relationship between the orientation of medical research. The choice is not between medical research and hospitals. The choice is mainly in this country between medical research and military research. We live in a country which spends more than half its annual science budget on military research. That's where to draw the line, not to try to counterpose medical research with hospital research. I also those people who said that the major grounds for death and poverty and misery and ill health in the world, and malnutrition and poverty, and those diseases that go from the fact that we live in an extremely unequal society. That is indeed a focal point at which we ought to be aiming. But the contrast with that, again, is not to say that medical research does nothing, not to adopt an absolutist position, but to recognize there are a very large number of diseases and conditions, both of affluence and of poverty, ranging indeed from diabetes and indeed to Parkinsonism and epilepsy, indeed to operations for coronary heart bypass and so on, where in fact you have to work on animals to begin with if you want to save human life. If you do not wish to save human life, if you privilege animal life above human life or equal with human life, you have no dilemma. If you do privilege human life, the dilemma is clearly there. If you want to save human life, you have to sacrifice animals. And I'm sorry, there are no options.
Professor Rose, thanks. And now, before we move on to the vote, we're going to have brief formal summing up speeches from the lead speakers on each side, Dr. Reagan for the motion and Mary Warnock again. So first of all, I invite Mary Warnock to sum up the case against the motion.
Well, it's a difficult thing to sum up this debate, but I think there are 2 points which seem to me to have emerged. And the first is that there's an enormous amount of agreement here that I think everybody present here is deeply against animals being treated with cruelty. And cruelty means causing gratuitous pain. And I think that probably goes for any animal, that we don't want to cause them gratuitous pain. There may be some animals that don't feel pain, so cruelty doesn't arise, but everybody is against gratuitous cruelty. So what is emerging, I think, is that if there were a Bill of Rights for animals, it would be a bill that contained one clause, namely that animals should not be treated cruelly. Now, we already have a law against cruelty to animals in this country, not altogether, and we're all of us aware that cruelty to animals still exists, but it seems to me that we could say, instead of asking for a new Bill of Rights, we should bend our attention more to ensuring that the present law is actually observed. There has been no answer to the question which animals are to be covered by the Bill of Rights. There was no answer to the question whether a rabid fox, which is, as I understand it, a mammal, should be put down for the sake of humans. If the rabid fox should be put down for the sake of humans, or a rabid dog, then the rights of these animals are to be sacrificed when necessary for humans' sake. And if we're told we don't have to bother too much about flatworms and so on, then this seems to be a very curious Bill of Rights for animals, if we can pick and choose among the various species which we are going to protect by this bill and which are not. But the main point I want to bring out, and I think it's come out again and again as the evening has gone on, the concept of moral obligation, the concept of doing well by people, of caring for the welfare of animals or of people, is a much wider concept than that of any rights. And when we heard the vet speaking, who has devoted his life to the welfare of animals, and people who spoke who were interested in the welfare of farm animals, it surely is the case that these are the people we ought to support and make sure that their work is fully funded and well done and is not in any way inhibited by people making extravagant claims for animal rights. Finally, I would say that it is perfectly obvious that if the animal rights really existed and we were not permitted by law to exploit or use animals for our own sake, then it is perfectly clear that the domestic animal, as opposed to the feral animal, would actually go out of existence. And that seems a curious outcome for a Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Lady Warnock. And now, as the last speaker of all tonight, I call on Tom Reagan to sum up the arguments for the motion.
Well, I couldn't have a more impossible task, since I don't remember ever hearing so many weak arguments in such a short period of time. But we believe, and also a good bit of rudeness as well, but we believe that the weight of the evidence impartially assembled is on the side of animal rights. People say, well, where do you draw the line? Which animals? This bespeaks a profound failure to read the philosophical literature in which this has been discussed over the last 10 years, something no educated person taking part in this debate should take any pride in. I would have thought I was listening to a collection of sophomores at times. It takes my breath away. What happened to Peter Singer? What happened to Stephen Clark? What happened to my own work? What happened to Bernie Rowland's work? I have no evidence at all that anyone representing the opposition has read so much as a single page of this philosophical work. I have no evidence. I have no evidence. None, no evidence, none. I have not heard a single member of the opposition challenge a single argument of the philosophers and the theologians. What I have heard instead are things like the following. There are no human rights, only legal rights. Only if the law recognizes them do we have rights. This is again part of the utilitarian tradition. Bentham, moral rights nonsense upon stilts, but that's not part of another major part of Western moral tradition, and that is that the law's obligation is to accord with the moral rights that people have independent of the law, anterior to the law. The tradition of the natural rights theorists, the tradition on which the animal rights philosophy stands. We are claiming that there are moral rights apart from the law. And again, that the obligation of the law is to recognize, respect, and protect those rights. We are told by Professor Rose that we are bestowing rights upon the animals. They are not claiming them for themselves. And so these are unlike other rights movements, unlike the movements on part of Black people, unlike the movement on the part of women. But what shall we say of children, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. What shall we say of the enfeebled and the deranged, Professor Rose? They claim not their rights. I take it to be a necessary implication of Professor Rose's view that they have them not according to the philosophy of animal rights, however, which grounds protects the rights of these human beings. Germaine Greer says, we are not in a position to say what is in the interest of children, that we are acting pridefully, perhaps a little arrogantly, when we bestow rights upon them. I find this scarcely credible. Granted, there may be some areas in which people of goodwill can disagree, but to think that we know nothing about what is good for children, and to think that we therefore should not mandate that what is in their interest be protected as a matter of right, takes my moral breath away.
Could you come to your conclusion now, please,
Yes.
Dr. Reagan?
Because the same reasoning applies. We know not enough about the other animals, according to Germaine Greer. Again, scarcely credible in view of what we know of by Richard Ryder's work and Peter Singer's work and the work of other people, the work of ethologists and so on. We know nothing about what is beneficial to other animals. We know nothing scientifically about what is harmful, detrimental to other animals. Where are these people living? In the end, then, what I sense is the following, that the issues have not been joined, that there is still the lingering suspicion, and I dare say belief, that we are the master species. Oh, we have rights. It's the rest of creation that doesn't. Thank you very much.
Well, whether or not, ladies and gentlemen, the issues have been joined, it's now time for us to take a vote anyway, and we'll count the votes for the motion, of course, first of all. So will all of you now, in favor of the motion that the animal kingdom needs a Bill of Rights, please now give a show of hands. All those for the motion. And this time the votes will be not as at the beginning taken visually by me, but we have a number of skilled tellers counting you. Just keep your hands up, please. All right, thank you very much indeed. And now, those of you against the motion, please show. Thank you very much indeed. For those of you who may have been with us at the very beginning of this evening's debate, we took, as I was indicating a moment ago, a rough show of hands at that stage, at which time it seemed to me from the chair that it was roughly 2 to 1 in favor of the motion. Well, the actual outcome after the debate is 73 for the motion and 39 against, which is just about what we thought it was at the beginning. So that's 73 for the motion and 39 against. So the motion is handsomely carried. But I suppose on an evening like this, it's not really what the result has been that matters, but the fact that it has been reached at the end of nearly 1.5 hours of passionate and trenchant and at times even amusing debate. And I hope that those of you watching at home have enjoyed the proceedings here as much as all of us have. But now, from the 3 main speakers on each side of the House tonight, and from all of us here at the Royal Institution of Great Britain, it's a very good night to you.
Hey, Earthlings, welcome yet again to another special time tunnel. Now, if you're not familiar with the time tunnels, we are putting together an archive of some of the historical films and events, etc., connected to the animal liberation movement. So that's what it's all about. You can find that on my YouTube channel. So that's YouTube Roger Yates. And then if you go to the playlist, it'll say Vegan Time Tunnel or Roger's Vegan Time Tunnel, and they will all be there for your viewing. They're different lengths, you know, because they're different subject every week, and they go out on a Thursday at my 7 p.m., which is Irish British 7 p.m. for people interested in that. And so our next one coming up is about attitudes to other animals. So this is going to be one of the shorter ones. Yeah, so that's it. So anyway, welcome to another Vegan Time Tunnel. And welcome along to Andy. You're muted, I believe.
Sorry.
Yeah, so welcome along. As you can see, everyone, Andy is here again. Mr. Enhancement, I think, is...
Yeah, I'll take that. That's fine. This one's quite a good one, though. I was quite happy with the because I mean the audio is really bad on this. And although obviously we take the religious element out, it's actually quite a good little film. So yeah, I'm quite happy with how this has turned out.
Yes, in fact, in terms of the enhancements, the audio is much better than the original, but the visuals are only slightly better. Is that the way it worked?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and that's kind of going to be for the most part, the case going forward. I mean, if it's been recorded, say pre-2000, there's only so much that I can do with it. If it's been recorded after that and it's just a bit dodgy, I can correct some of that stuff. But yeah, if it's kind of like flickers and things like that, it's not a lot I can do apart from the audio. I'm
No,
afraid.
no. I mean, just by common sense, it must be a lot more difficult to sort out an old visual from an old kind of audio, I suppose. Right. What I want to talk to you about before we launch into this, which is We're All Noah, and the reason that it's relevant is that it starts off with some vivisection footage, and we're going to give you a content warning before it comes on, so we'll remind you about that. But in terms of the relevance, it's World Day for Laboratory Animals today, April the 24th. I think that was originally started off by either the NAVS, National Anti-Vivisection Society, or the BWV. At least I think they might have taken turns in the 1980s in organizing them, but I know Kim Stallwood certainly did. And speaking of Kim Stallwood, let me bring this screen up, which is this is the Culture and Animals Foundation. This is Tom Reagan's foundation that he formed with his wife Nancy. Now, Andy, you're quite a bit of a Reagan student, if not scholar, nowadays. So I just wanted you to say a few things about what you've kind of learned about Tom Reagan's character and his personality and his relationships with others, like Peter Singer, for example, but also the split with Reagan. Do you want to say? I know that's a bit of a large template, but you want to say a bit about all that?
Yeah, sure. So just straight away, yeah, much rather be a student or a scholar than a sophomore, as he would put it, as that would be deemed as the opposition. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, so to sort of touch on that, I suppose the Singer bit first. I mean, whenever you've heard Reagan speak, I'm sure there's always that kind of like humble gentleness to him, which is kind of his personality to a T, isn't it? I don't imagine. I mean, take the debate we watched last night. You can see how angry potentially he is when he takes to the podium for the summary. But he doesn't release any of that. He's still even being heckled as he's speaking, and it's still the height of politeness in return. So I think a lot of the times when he spoke about him or used him as a reference, it's mainly out of more like respect. Another fellow philosopher, another fellow academic. I don't think he's supporting him because obviously fundamentally they're opposed in what they believe. So, but I think in terms of, say, to take someone like Francione or someone else who would, literally say Singer's wrong in the same way that I probably would, I just don't think that's Reagan's personality at all, is it? I mean, I've never seen him lose his temper at any point. I've never seen him have hostility or conflict with anyone, even if they are completely opposing in terms of viewpoints. I mean, look at the Pat Kenny show or any of these things where he's not exactly in a great environment or situation, and he's still the height of politeness, the height of it just embodies who he is. So I suppose if you took that into consideration, I can definitely also understand the side of that, why you might get frustrated with him, why you might sometimes be like, come on, Tom, we need to have a little bit more ruthlessness about it. But it's just not who he was. And it never was going to be who he was. I could imagine, going back to you asked about the potential fallout between him and Gary. A lot of that comes down to kind of that march, doesn't it, from 95, is it, or 96, where it was almost like it had been hijacked.
1990 first, and then 1990.
So where it is kind of like, and I can imagine, I can definitely put myself in Gary Francione's position, where it doesn't matter how highly you think of him. It'd almost be like, I suppose if you said, look, I'm going to go to this environmental march tomorrow because, I think we need to start subsiding some of our views. I'd be thinking, what? Like, after everything you've said, after all the conversations we've had, after all that time we've spent together as like two couples, say, and everything else, it's not just about doing activism. They were very, very, very close friends who would have probably at one thought been completely on the same page. So it's probably not the nicest way to call it betrayal, but I can also understand why that might have been how it came across to Gary. Almost like you're not just betraying me, you're betraying your own philosophy, your own views. But I can also see from Reagan's point of view why he did it, because it was kind of like the controversy would have been everything he avoided It's just not confrontational like that, is he? You wouldn't have wanted hostility, you'd have wanted compromise and
Yes,
resolution.
I think that's all right, and I tend to think that you've got to almost like in this kind of scenario have some sympathy for both of them, because Francione was probably thinking, well, in fact, there's that famous thing where they did their first kind of joint rally together, and Reagan said to Francione, I think we're seeing the birth of the animal rights movement, right? And so yeah, and so Francione is going to go, yeah, we are, let's keep it going and everything. And then Reagan just doesn't want to put up with all the backlash that he got. Whereas Francione's personality is okay with that. And it's kind of yin and yang kind of thing. Because if they were both together, their different personalities would have probably really worked quite well in terms of the relationship. It's just
absolutely,
yeah. I mean, it's just
I mean, if you were to say put yourself in the perspective, say, of like, I don't know, animal agriculture or animal uses as one industry for a moment, they would be perceived as a big threat, probably more so than anyone that's come since. I mean, in terms of them collectively together, in terms of what they were writing, in terms of what they were saying, in terms of how they could get other people to understand this, yeah, they were a threat. A serious threat. So, like, yeah, absolutely. Together, they'd have been that balance. But separately, obviously, they've each got their own weaknesses. Sadly.
Yeah, we've obviously said that Reagan's age kind of told against him in the end. Going back to the Culture and Animals Foundation, the thing that's worried me a little bit about this is the fact that there seems to be not total, but there's been certainly an element of invisibilizing Tom Reagan from his own foundation here, and I think that in general terms, the movement has treated Tom Reagan appallingly, and this doesn't help. So, if you wanted to find out about the founder of this foundation, you have to go to the about thing there, and now it says the Reagans. Now, it used to be that when you went onto the homepage of this, you'd have a big tab to Tom Reagan, and now it's kind of tucked away here. And when you click on this, this is kind of worse in a sense, because there's a heck of a lot. I mean, you've started to look through this kind of archive, Andy, and there's a heck of a lot of it, but actually finding it is quite a task. And so this is the kind of blurb about the Reagans. And then here you'll see that's the first of the hyperlinks. And then there's another one here, and you can hardly see them. There's another one. Other materials, bird in a cage, and then all the way down to this one here, which is videos. And so then you've got a whole set of different ones. So, and it's also taking you away from the Culture and Animals Foundation to something else now as well. So it's quite interesting in the sense that they've not kind of really done justice, I don't think, to Tom Reagan. Although I suppose they might say that, oh, well, this is a site now where we can put everything of Tom's together, but even that hasn't actually ended up being the case. And you made that point that it looks like they're kind of Googling Tom's name and just adding stuff that other people have done now at this stage, right? And so,
yeah, I mean, without being disrespectful, if they gave me admin access to that website right now, I could improve that archive overnight. That's how lack of effort has gone into it. And I don't mean that in a rude way. I'm being quite serious. If you gave me access tonight, by tomorrow, there'd be a considerable more amount of stuff on there. It's not hard. It's not serious effort. I've only found it by looking for it. So if you're going to be running a page that's kind of dedicated to him, yeah.
Yeah, and also, I mean, what would be wrong with them doing what you're doing, which is to kind of bring Reagan up to date to make it more user friendly for the 21st century?
Nothing, but even if they didn't want to, they could very easily update with some of the videos that have been done. So, I mean, some of the videos that were on Vimeo that I moved across to YouTube and stuff, they could add those now very easily. It just shows that it's almost like no one's taking it as seriously as it should be taken. No one's checking regularly. It's almost like it'll just do. And that's sad.
Yeah. Now, lastly on this, I want to point out this screen, right? And so I contacted the Culture and Animals Foundation because there's two versions. Oh, actually, this one now. Wait a minute. Is that the animal?
Yeah, because there's two versions. All right, so this is the animal rights zone. So this one is, okay, so they're both there then. Okay, so this morning when I was looking through, I found that they'd reinstated the shorter version of this, in which the critique of utilitarianism, i.e. Peter Singer's position, and most of the animal rights movement's position, has been taken out, whereas this one has still got it in. So it does look like they're both there. So at least that's good in a sense. It's interesting. I don't know who produced that edited version of Reagan's 89 opening speech, but that edited version has got more views on YouTube than the full version. So
Yeah.
there's something interesting there as well. So, okay, I need to stop my screen in order to bring up the film.
Well, hopefully on that note, based on the one we released yesterday, someone can make a brand spanking new version of both the opening speech and the summary that are in better quality than anything else that exists on YouTube and get the most views on that instead.
Yeah, I got a question on my I got a question on the debate that we did, which you might be able to answer better than me, Andy, which is, don't the BBC or the production people have the original tapes?
Apparently not. No.
No, that's right.
If you
asked-
yeah, because that's right. They got asked by me and actually the person who I originally found the debate on Vimeo on their channel. I've all got it in the description too, saying it's the last remaining copy. And I think it even says it in the first slide, basically, as well. That it's been around for a long time. Basically, I think it's the only one that exists, or the only one that existed, and now we've got it obviously digitally.
Yeah, well, I thought I had one of the only tapes, because this guy Don Jenkins in Wales, he recorded the entire 5 hours of the Animal Night thing, because there's some interesting things apart from the debate.
Yeah, I can't find any of what comes before. So you can find it gives you the timeline of the night, and you can read what happened. And
There's
all
a
that sort of
there's
stuff.
a little bit of the spitting image, isn't there?
Yes, yeah. There's the downloadable video, isn't there, which is like almost like a trailer for the open.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
But all of the other stuff from the rest of that night, I think the rest of the whole arena presentation is missing.
Yes, it's really interesting, isn't it? So it's interesting how, I mean, like we always tend to think, well, nothing gets lost on the internet, but quite a things do, and then they mysteriously come back again, which what happened with this full debate.
Yeah, in fact, actually, there's a big niche on YouTube that it's called lost archive footage or lost footage or whatever. There's a big sort of following of people that do that all the time. Yeah, yeah.
And I don't suppose that Richard Ryder clip would be there, because that if we could correct that, I mean, it's only a couple of seconds, but it's enough to kind of think, oh, what was that, right? And so
yeah, it's a shame.
Okay, so this is Tom Reagan's, I think, first film, because one of the things that he wanted to do, and we're probably going to share a video where he's talking about the Culture and Animals Foundation and what all the aims were. One of which was to produce some educational films for various communities. So this one is aimed at the religious community. So there is that aspect to it, and also, as I said before, it's relatively graphic in terms of quite a lot of the. We were just talking about this before, and quite a lot seems to become, well, we know comes from the Animals film, which was like 5 years earlier. So the intriguing thing there for the detectives of the history of the movement is, did Reagan give Victor Schonfeld material, or was it the other way around? It's really that's quite interesting. And there's also some footage in both, I think, but certainly in the Animals film, which actually comes from the US Navy, which seem to have an obligation. If you ask them, they have to make certain things public and that. And so there is some pretty graphic footage. There's vivisection, there's fur trade. So some of it is a bit hard to watch. So we just want to make that clear, because that's not normally stuff that I put on this channel. So I just wanted to make sure that no one is unaware of that. And there was a trigger warning, content warning in the blurb as well. So do take that.
And just to let everyone know, it's not very too far into it either. Once he kind of does the initial talk about the boat, kind of expect.
Yeah, because it's an interesting historical part of the kind of nuclear program, really, where you ended up with something called the atomic arc, and that's the reason for the name of the film, and that's presumably why he thought of the religious angle, and then he thought of, well, let's take that initial start and then go to the religious kind of aspect to it. There's a bit of a kind of interesting, this one, Andy. What do you think of this? You know, that kind of ceremony for the other animals that comes up. That's a bit cringy, right?
It is a little bit, but at the same time, I suppose, you know, each to their own and all that kind of thing. It's a bit strange that kind of, yeah, there's like there's an elephant and a camel and a lady holding a duck. It's just a bit strange, but I suppose it's much better that they're doing that than any of the other religious animal related ceremonies that usually end in violence, I suppose. So there is that aspect.
Oh yeah, well, there's quite a few of those that we all know about, isn't there?
So yeah, so it's not. It's at least not.
Yeah.
It's a little bit cringy and it's a little bit dated, obviously. But yeah, it's much better to see them celebrated rather than anything else.
Well, you know, I was thinking from our point of view, there's no critique of pet ownership and stuff, right?
No.
So
no.
yeah, so that's the bit that kind of thought, because it's interesting, isn't it? The way that language changes and attitudes change. And there's some things now that Reagan says which we wouldn't say anymore.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
And in fact, we might be doing another special on Friday. We're in the process of setting this up about language use and everything. But that we'll have to wait and see if it comes together before we can say any more, really. Okay, so without further ado then, and with yet another kind of content warning, we'll start the film.
All of us know the story of Noah's Ark. After Adam's fall, evil flourished. God decided to make a new beginning. To Noah, he revealed the coming of a great flood and commanded him to build an ark to save his family and the animals. And so in faith, Noah built his ark. In time, the animals came, and so did the rain. For 40 days and 40 nights it rained. The entire earth was flooded. But the ark survived. And when in time a dove returned with an olive branch, Noah knew that the water was subsiding. His family and the animals had been saved. To all who survived, God promised that he would never send a second flood. All of us know this story. But few know the story of a second ark. In 1946, on the Bikini Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, more than 4,000 animals were loaded onto a ship. They were shaved, tagged, and tethered on deck. Then, in the interest of radiation research, they were left to bear the full fury of an atomic explosion. The ship was called the Atomic Ark. Unlike Noah's precious cargo, the animals on board the Atomic Ark were not there to be saved.
Animals are used in science for many reasons, not just atomic tests. Perhaps as many as 3 animals are killed in laboratories every second, just in America. Perhaps twice that number worldwide. The catalog of their use is not pretty. No sensitive person will find it easy to look at their pain. And yet, when it comes to the use of animals in laboratories, we must not turn aside, we must look inside.
These cats, with their eyes sewn shut, are being used in behavioral studies. Suffering an induced seizure, this monkey is the subject in test for anti-epileptic drugs. These piglets have had their spinal cords intentionally damaged in order to investigate traumatic spinal injuries. This monkey has had his head injured in a study of brain trauma. Vision research is the reason for this puppy's missing eye. What we have just glimpsed is not exceptional. Every day, thousands of animals are burned, drowned, suffocated, starved, dehydrated, used in educational settings, in instructional labs in our schools, and in practice surgery. Sometimes animals are used in pursuit of medical knowledge. More often, they are used in non-medical contexts. People throughout the world are beginning to question the scientific and ethical validity of using animals in science, of keeping intelligent social creatures in restraining chairs for months at a time. Voices from within the major religions of the world are beginning to be heard. The dissenting voice of Rabbi Sidney Jacobs is no longer his alone.
The theme of concern over non-human animals is one which is consistent throughout Judaism, going back all the way to the first chapter of the book of Genesis, all the way through the books of Jonah and the book of Job, into post-biblical rabbinic literature, which establishes the basic Jewish principle which we adhere to this day, called Sa'ar Ba'alei Chayim, the suffering of living things, the pain of living things.
One way animals suffer is in the Draize test. A liquefied substance, such as oven cleaner or paint stripper, is placed in the eye of albino rabbits. The degree of damage is measured at various intervals. Blindness may result. Anesthetics are not used. Rabbits sometimes break their back in their futile attempts to escape the searing pain. The Draize and other painful tests routinely are done in the course of developing most household products and cosmetics. Yet there already are safe items for the home and attractive cosmetics that have not been tested on animals.
I want you to understand that every time you pick up an innocent-looking tube of toothpaste, or the dandruff shampoo in your shower, the liquid bleach in your laundry, the powder you scrub your stove with, oven cleaner, hairspray, lipstick, floor polish, room deodorizers, dishwashing detergents, all these are results of testing on the eyes of rabbits. Speaking of the pain and suffering of living things, the Draize test is among the most horrendous product testing devices ever brought upon the market.
Many millions of animals are used in psychological research. This cat, for example, is being used in an experiment that permits her to drink milk only if she will accept a painful shock at the same time.
I feel that Judaism must have a strong opposition to animal experimentation, which involves shocking animals or doing any psychological change of the complexion of animals. So from the point of view of Jewish law, I would have to say that Judaism has a categorical imperative not to condone such experiments. Judaism states very clearly that animals are entitled to a basic dignity.
Critics of the use of animals in science call for the development of alternatives, not for the abandonment of the scientific enterprise. They point to examples such as Resuscidog, a lifelike model that enables students to learn how to revive a dog who has had a heart attack. Only a few years ago, dogs were given a heart attack in order that students might learn how to resuscitate them. Thanks to the development of Resuscidog, this normally fatal procedure is today altogether unnecessary. Cell and tissue culture techniques also hold great promise. One test, the Ames test, already has proven to be a quicker, cheaper means of screening for possible carcinogens than animal tests. And pioneering work in this area promises to replace the Draize test. Even the computer offers great hope. One program, called Operation Frog, enables students to dissect a frog on a screen, not a once-living organism. Technology is making the use of animals obsolete in educational context, according to Rabbi Jacobs. He calls upon students and their parents to help reform instruction in the life sciences.
I think that more and more young people are emboldened to address themselves to their instructors and their professors and say, I will not dissect a living creature just for the purpose of an abstract experiment. And I think that if parents, if fathers and mothers will encourage our young people whose sensitivity has been increased, we will see marked progress in this area.
There are other questions in addition to students' rights that demand our attention. The larger issue of our proper relationship to God's creation is receiving new, urgent re-examination in the religious community.
The saints offer us some depth of insight into the basic orientations of our Western religious traditions. And so it's quite appropriate that we look at people like Martin of Porres in the Latin American world. Martin of Porres had this intimate acquaintance with the animal world, with the domestic animals, but even with mice. Francis of Assisi had a fraternal model of relationship with the natural world. He had the sense of being one family with the fish, with the birds. He talked to them and listened to them. They preached to him, he preached to them. The universe is a celebratory event. Life is celebration. What do the birds do? They celebrate. They fly, they sing, they're beautifully colored. What do the fish do? They celebrate. What does any form of life do? Celebrate. And it's always the total life community that's celebrating. It's always the total community that's involved. Trapping, particularly for furs and for certain ornamentation purposes on the part of humans at the present time, represent a certain degradation of the natural world that is particularly to be regretted or to be done away with. To use the natural world for such needless and vain purposes and to destroy so much beauty, to utilize for ephemeral human purposes. So it betrays almost a pathology of minds. And in our times, it's particularly crucial because whatever may have been the condition in former times and whatever needs humans may have had for the things that animals provided, that's not true of ourselves, so that we don't have the excuse or the reason that earlier peoples may have had.
As a fundamentalist, I certainly believe that God created the world and all the things that are therein. The psalmist said in the 8th Psalm, O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. And he goes on to explicitly state that God created the heavens and the earth and the sea and the cattle and the beast of the field and all that is in therein. And of course, as a creationist, I have a very deep regard for the wonderful things that God has made. As a young man growing up in South Alabama, before my conversion, I learned to be an avid hunter. After I met Jesus Christ and my heart was changed, I had in my possession hunting and fishing license for 4 different states. I'll never forget my first hunting experience. I went out to hunt that afternoon, and I particularly decided to hunt squirrels. I sat down under a big hickory tree, and in a very short time, the little squirrels were out playing, and I'd suddenly realized that I'd lost my desire to ever shoot one again. I just placed my gun down and began to admire these wonderful creatures of God. It wasn't very long until I was out of the hunting business as far as that's concerned. My heart was filled with love. I didn't want to see anything suffer, and today I can't bear to see things suffer.
Few of us hunt for food. But most of us do eat animals, and that too may be a cause for honest religious concern. For most of us, our image of a farm is the image of our childhood. We all remember the pictures in the books. So do today's children. Listen to their voices as they imagine what a farm is like.
There would be chickens running around in the farmyard, pecking at the ground, searching for food. Sometimes they flap their wings and roll in the dust. The hen would be looking after the chicks if she had any. Young pigs would be running about in the fields or being fed by their mother.
In the past, most farms were as these children imagine them. Cows grazed in the pasture. Birds scurried about the farmyard. Hogs cooled themselves in the mud. Together with their human caretakers, they formed a balanced, harmonious system of life. Some farms, though very few, remain this way. Most farms today are rather different.
Today's poultry industry has moved indoors into mechanized plants called factory farms. In this battery hen operation, food is delivered mechanically. Eggs are collected and sorted automatically. As many as 7 or 8 hens may stand in a wire mesh cage of 18 by 24 inches for as long as a year. There is no daylight. There is no nesting, no fresh air. There is no room even to stretch their wings. The eggs in our supermarkets come from farms like this one. Hog farming, too, has changed. These are the sows. They live out their pregnancy in individual stalls. Unable to turn around or root the ground, they gnaw on the iron bars for hours at a time. There is no fresh air, no sunlight. They live in these conditions for up to 5 years, except when they're giving birth. Then they are moved to the farrowing stall where the piglets nurse. The sow still is unable to turn around. After a few weeks, she is returned to her former stall, there to await a new pregnancy. As for the piglets, they are raised to their maturity in small pens. Crowded together, they may see the sunlight and breathe fresh air only once a day, when they are fed. Even dairy cattle are being taken off the land. In the United States, over 50% of these animals are raised permanently indoors. As a result of genetic engineering, some dairy cattle must be milked 3 times a day. The weight of the milk and the unnatural flooring takes its toll on the cow's joints, swollen and tender ankles, knees, hips. As for the male calves born on a dairy farm, they normally are taken from their mothers at birth and raised in isolation, in semi-darkness, in individual stalls too narrow for them to turn around in. Their diet is deficient in iron. They are raised in a chronically anemic condition. These animals become the veal we buy, and people prefer pale veal, the flesh of an anemic animal. How should an informed, compassionate Christian ethic respond to our treatment of animals in modern agriculture and to their slaughter?
There are many situations which Jesus obviously did not confront. So when we are trying to reconstruct what he might have said, of course we are inferring what he might have said from the whole character of his life and the words that he did leave. Now, in the case of factory farming, it's a pretty safe inference that the outrage at what is done in some circumstances there, without any care for the stress in the animals involved, would evoke exactly that sort of outrage, which led him into the temple, overturning the tables of the money changers, who seemed to him, whether rightly or wrongly, to be just making a profit out of this whole transaction. All religions emphasize that we are living at the moment in a very disordered world and a disordered state of our own being. In the West, this sense of disorder is very profound, whether in Judaism or in Christianity. But both religions emphasize that there is a vision towards which we have to move, in which the original harmony is restored. In a sense, it's a return to the Garden of Eden. So the great vision, the messianic vision, is of the wolf lying down with the lamb once more, of a return to Eden where even the animals were vegetarian. So in all religions, the way in which our feelings about animals, our responsibilities, how we live with them, how we handle them, is a tremendous opportunity which they ought not to miss. Because the issue of animals and what we do with them is an opportunity for religions, both East and West, to find how in practice can I now realize that vision of order and harmony, which is fundamental to my tradition, whether I live as a Buddhist, a Hindu, a Christian, or a Jew.
Then there is the plight of literally millions of our closest animal friends, our companion animals. All who have shared their lives with dogs know their distinct personalities, have felt their trust. And with cats, we have marveled at their serenity, laughed at their play, felt the purr of their quiet affection. Millions of these animals are killed each year, just in the United States, for lack of a home and loving hands.
A real scar in terms of our humanity and in terms of our culture is the fact that 15 to 20 million animals are killed yearly in pounds around the United States. It's so easy for us to deal with statistics. We think, 15 to 20 million animals are killed, euthanized a year. That's kind of an abstract. And yet I don't think it really comes home for us until we actually see one animal euthanized. And for me personally, in terms of my spiritual life, what does this do to me when that breath goes out of the world? How do we deal with that? And I think if we can see that happen, we as Christians can be a little more sensitized then to what 15 to 20 million of these single deaths of this life-taking really means for us. One of the issues that Christians need to deal with in terms of the whole animal exploitation is that of pound seizure. We assume that if Fido or our pet cat somehow gets picked up, that that animal is going to be safe until we get there, or that that animal is going to be safe until some compassionate person comes along and adopts the animal. But the reality of it is that we have an issue known as pound seizure. These animals can be put up and sold to dealers who in turn can sell them for animal experimentation. We assume that the animal is going to be safe in the pound, and yet then the animal is sold and money is made on this. So it's compounding evil for evil in terms of the least of these created beings.
The least of these. In response to criticism, scientists increasingly are looking for animals to replace dogs in the lab. Pigs are the preferred model, the new choice as the least of these. This is a change many people will not view as progress. Increasingly, this is true even in the case of the religious community. In London in July of 1984, a precedent-setting conference was held on the theme, Religious Perspectives on the Use of Animals in Science. The proceedings of this conference have now been published, and a new organization, the International Network of Religion and Animals, representing all the major religions of the world, recently has been formed. Other signs of religion's involvement with animal rights is the growing number of services that celebrate love for animals. The Jewish faith now has a Haggadah that affirms the moral ties binding the faithful to animals.
That we come to you with clean hands that hurt no creature,
Some churches have even taken the issue of animal rights into their own hands and have devised a service in celebration of animals.
Let us pray. Give us ears to hear the cries of those creatures tortured in the name of science, skinned in the name of fashion, and neglected in the name of economy. Let us hear their cries, O God.
Various liturgies already contain a ceremony for blessing animals, and increasingly these are being used.
And of the Son and of the Holy Spirit upon all these animals today.
These are occasions for public affirmation of our love of animals and of God's love for all creatures, both the small and the great. Is religion's recent concern for animals a temporary aberration? Will it soon pass away? Or is this an early sign of a long-term commitment to join the struggle for animal rights?
Every single generation has some specific issue, which is for it the great opportunity either to grow up spiritually and morally or to fail. And there is absolutely no question that the great issue for us is the issue of how do we reverence the created order and the planet. And it comes up in different ways, ecologically and so on, but it's focused very sharply in terms of animals. Here are our nearest relatives. Now, I would guess that most of us are going to perhaps glimpse the issue and then sink back. But there is here a tremendous opportunity for all of us. And maybe if we opened our eyes a little and really looked at what is happening to the animals, we ourselves might have that opportunity to grow just that little bit in moral and spiritual stature.
I would love to see the messianic kingdom of God come to fruition in the sense where all human beings could look at the animal world as kindred, and that we could live in harmony. In the view of Isaiah, that the lion and the lamb will lie down together, I would like to think that not only could the lion and the lamb lie down together, but that human life could co-join with the realm of animal life in creating a meaningful existence for all of us.
In the book of Proverbs, chapter 12 and verse 10, the writer sums up our responsibility to the animal. He said, "The righteous man regardeth the life of his beast." And in my own way of thinking, I have a divine responsibility to make the life of the beast as enjoyable as possible in my lifetime, to be as compassionate as I can.
We are so intimate with all forms of life that we have one genetic bonding. All living forms are genetically bonded to each other. And in this sense, every living form is cousin to every other living form. And this gives us that sense of living in a larger society. We've been accustomed to live in a human society. Now we have to learn to live in the life community.
We have to consider that these are indeed the least of these. They have no advocate, they have no voice, because they are not thought as being able to think or to be equal with God's creation in terms of humanity. But I think any piece of our universe, our creation, which is hurting, as a Christian, we have to struggle with our response to that. Our Christian faith has to say, we are simply asked to make gentle our bruised world. to be compassionate of all.
Asking the right questions is the first step in arriving at the right answers. Whatever we might think of our duties regarding animals, whether we think we should not eat, hunt, trap, or otherwise harm them, or whether we think we may do so, whatever the right answers, these are the right questions. For like Noah, we must take responsibility for the fate of animals, especially when their fate is sealed by our decisions. In some ways, we are all Noah.
All creatures of our God and King, lift up your voice and with us sing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Thou burning sun with golden beam, thou silver moon with softer gleam. Oh, praise him, oh, praise him. Hallelujah, hallelujah,
I've muted myself. Interesting end
I was
there.
going to say, I
saying,
thought it was my. I thought I
yeah,
can
yeah,
see you
yeah.
speaking, but it's.
I did it. You did it. You did it at the beginning. I did it this time. So, yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, interesting end. And
I've
we're
got
gonna
to
get
be honest. I don't like the ending, not just because of the song, but obviously the film's quite like hard hitting. And that as soon as that music comes on, all I think about is that sketch of Mr. Bean when he gets the chewing gum stuck in his pocket. It's all that I thought about every time. Obviously, I've listened to it quite a few times, testing the sound, and every time I'm like, just completely ruins all of that you've just built up. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know that particular Mr. Bean thing, so I can't comment. Somebody said
he's sat in church basically, and like he falls asleep, and then every time he wakes up, oh, hallelujah. Yeah.
All right, okay. Yeah, it exactly sounds just like that, did it, Andy?
Pretty much.
So
it's probably not much older than that actually, because it's probably not 1990 or something. So yeah.
So we put back on because it's interesting. I'm wondering about whether, again, this is I think reflection of Reagan's character, because in debates, and we pointed out in the 1989 debate, he cited Peter Singer. There's a couple of films where he shows animal liberation as a book to go to, as well as people like Mary Midgley. Now this is interesting because I came up with the idea, and let's see what you think about this, Andy, which was that I think because Reagan was an academic, I think that when he cites things or shows things, he doesn't see it as an endorsement. He almost like sees it as almost like a lit review or a kind of citation, right?
Yeah.
And so if he cites Peter Singer, he's not endorsing him in his mind. Like, for example, in that film, there was a couple of cruelty signs, and there was talk about loving other animals, or that was kind of related to animal companions, which interestingly he called companion animals, which again is another language switch that we've made recently. So I just wonder whether, again, the kind of kind personality that he had would be that he wouldn't go, oh, I'm not going to use that image because it says something that that I'm actually opposed to. I think he's almost like too, is he too giving? I mean, he's too giving for the 21st century, but I mean, do you think?
Yeah. Possibly you could say he was too giving, but I suppose another way of looking at it is think of how many times that he mentions some sort of famous people through history. Now, I don't believe for 1 second he's making the allegation these people are vegan or they're even that they necessarily care about animal rights per se in the same way that he does. But it's almost like in the same way they're a reference to someone. You know, it's almost like kind of a bit like an appeal to authority, I suppose, but without being of that nature. It's kind of like he respects the fact that these people were highly thought of or highly respected or built their reputations as academics or philosophers or whatever. And it's kind of like it's respecting their acknowledgement, really, or their existence, as opposed to saying, I agree with everything that Aristotle said. I agree with everything that Gandhi said. I think it's more of like this part kind of goes along with what I'm saying. So I'm going to cite them.
Well, 2 points to that. I'm putting my Francione hat on. 2 points to that. First of all, should he at least point out the problem? You know, because it adds to the confusion if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends on context too. So if he was having a conversation with someone, I would like to think that he absolutely would. I don't think that he would, but I mean, in terms of he should have, yes. But I suppose if you're making a short film that's aimed at religious people and you're trying to kind of get them to think in the same way that you are, using things that they already potentially think and believe, I suppose you're not going to be that nitpicky. It's kind of the same with the was it the rabbi, or I can't remember which one, but the guy that talks about like factory farming and that being the emphasis. I suppose we've got to take into consideration these people that he's found for this to speak. They're supportive, but they're not vegan. You know,
yeah,
they're not.
Andy, if you made this film, you'd take all that and the factory farming bit and the guy talking about factory farming, and then you'd kind of go, however, from an animal rights point of view,
yeah, I would.
Yeah,
but as we pointed out earlier, I don't think editing was their strong point. So things like that probably didn't come into their head. Like, well, I could interject here. That probably never entered their mind. That's probably something far more modern. So it may be that he might have done that in an essay, which we wouldn't necessarily.
I'm having difficulty buying that because it's so important for Reagan's philosophy that he would have surely thought of pointing it out.
Well, I'd like to think so, and I'm sure you would too, but clearly not, because otherwise he would have done. And I mean, he had plenty of time after that film came. Yeah, I think it's the same. I mean, there's 20 odd years potentially after that film came out that he could have corrected it, if not longer, 30 years potentially. So, and he never did.
Do you think? You've fallen over. Do you think that we're identifying this kind of kindness of personality, or did he give up? You see, one thing that I've always thought is that, and you can bring this up to date, I think, with people like Singer and Reagan and Francione and Cosmic Skeptic, the voodoo man of the time, I think they came to the realization that this movement is not very sophisticated. And so therefore, there's no point in making sophisticated philosophical points. And so, as I said before, and I think I said in the last film, Singer was very bitter about being called an animal rights person. And then he's kind of repeated don't call me animal rights, don't call me animal rights. It kind of, he kind of got worn down as well, and what's the point of saying it? Nobody's going to take it on, especially when you've got Ingrid Newkirk, who basically says to her own philosopher, your animal rights, mate, whether you like it or not, you know, you haven't got any say in it. I'm going to tell you what you are, which is such an arrogant thing for a movement to do to their philosopher. I mean, it's almost like unbelievable to me that anybody would do that.
I would say there's a good chance that that's a big part of it. I suppose, to modernize it even further, we don't so much see the vitriol as much anymore. I mean, that's more like in community now, isn't it? Kind of vegans attacking other vegans, so to speak, in terms of that sort of thing. Like what Reagan would have been upset by people making comments. It wouldn't have been so much the people that were opposed to him. It would have been the in-movement fighting that would have actually upset him, the people that he would have considered on the same side, that sort of stuff. Whereas now we've got a lot of people don't like to change their viewpoint, or even to that extent, water down their own viewpoint because they've got an audience to keep around them. And it may well have been exactly the same. If you put out a new idea and you meet a little bit of resistance, people don't want to do that anymore. They want to go back to where it was comfortable, where people were liking and commenting and all that sort of stuff. So it could well have just been that he found out that actually the more that I go down this road, the more resistance I'm going to make. Whereas if I just kind of like pick and choose my battles, and which obviously is very defeatist, but that's how it does appear.
I don't know if I've ever told you, but I actually, a long time ago, it must be over 10 years ago now, I actually set up a petition, and it was directed at PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment. And I was asking them to stop lying about animal liberation. And the reason I use that word lying is because they know that animal liberation is not an animal rights book. It's just that they insist on calling it that. I actually contacted Peter Singer, asked him if he would support the petition, and he kind of just got back and said, "Oh, you know, haven't you got anything more to do with your time?" type of thing. He'd kind of given up on influencing them. And again, I just think the arrogance of the implication of all this is just so mind blowing that it's so upsetting. The idea that a social movement organization won't listen to their own philosopher.
But do you also think that, again, I'm just surmising, but do you also think that that didn't help that his personality was the way it was? Let's say that for example, we were talking about Gary Francione wrote the case. Do you not think that he'd have been a bit more like, why isn't my book on your website? Why isn't my book there? Why isn't this happening? As opposed to Reagan just like, oh, just let them do whatever they want. I don't want the trouble.
I don't know about that, because funny enough, I know Animal Aid had Peter Singer all over the books thing. It's all kind of changed a little bit. Like, people don't sell a lot of books anymore like they used to, but Animal Aid used to sell a few of the Singer ones. And so
Animal Liberation is being re-released, don't you, this year?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So yeah. Thanks for that, Andy. And
well, it'll probably have a brand new preface, and they'll resell it under some of the thing, won't they? Because as you say, you're absolutely spot on. Books
Animal Liberation, the vegan book,
because so they've got to have some reason for re-releasing it. Because books in general they don't sell, and it's obviously very niche.
Maybe he's updated it, or he's put a new preface or something. But I do remember that I actually had to ask Animal Aid to put Francione's 2000 book intro to animal rights on their thing. I had to ask them to do that, and they did for a while. I doubt if it's there now, but I think most of the books. I think Peter have only got one philosophy book, which is Animal Liberation, and they still say the same as they always have done, that this is an animal rights book, and that if this is the only animal rights book you ever read, then this should be the one. And they know that this is untrue. They know it. Their own philosopher has told them, but they just ignore all of that. The arrogance is mind-blowing to me.
But I suppose it also says a lot about the people that don't check this stuff for themselves, because it's not difficult information to find. He has repeated this mantra himself many times. It's available to find on this very app we're on now. So again, Peter are definitely responsible, but come on, there's enough people out there now in this movement that should be looking at this stuff and saying, well, that's not true. Why are they getting away with this? Why is it just like us that are having this conversation? Yeah, but other people must have noticed.
Then you've got the kind of problem of if you go back to the book then and go, well, this looks like animal rights to me, right? And so I think this is where you end up with Francione saying it's an animal confusion movement, because people don't kind of understand the nuances, and in some ways, why should they? Right.
True.
Yeah. So if there are kind of nuanced positions within the movement, how is the rank and file going to latch onto that? Going to some like Melanie Joy and all that thing about you can get eggs and dairy without violence. I know lots of people who've read the book and they've never seen that bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so people don't read very carefully, I suppose. Maybe they got things on Kindle nowadays. Maybe
I think a lot of it is confirmation bias too. And we've had this discussion before about videos where like someone will, I'm not going to say any names, but anyone will a biggish name will upload a video 45 minutes long, say within 4 or 5 minutes of it being live, it's got 50 likes. Where it's physically impossible for any of those people to watch more than the introduction at absolute best. But it doesn't matter because they don't actually care what the video says. It's just someone they like has released new content, like it. And that's they're not reading it. And I kind of like, if they're not willing to watch a 45-minute video, you really think they're going to read a 450-page book?
Yeah, it's like that joke about politics, isn't it? That you go into the booth and you put a kiss next to the person you like the most. So this is your little
But
cross on.
it's very similar, isn't it? I mean, people
Yeah.
in general don't read anyway like they used to, but people don't even watch videos anymore the whole way through.
Well, we
time
had
is also-
evidence of that, didn't we? With the We Are Noah, right? It was because in some places the unenhanced, so don't watch versions, one of them is cut into two, right? But their views from 1 to 2, about half, aren't they? There's about 600 or something. Yeah.
It's a big significant difference of people that either didn't want to watch part 2, couldn't find part 2, gave up too soon, and so yeah, it just shows you that people, and we're talking, what was it, grand total 27 minutes? Not talking about a long film, and yet, yeah, a lot of people give up halfway.
Well, it could be that problem that you just said, is that you don't necessarily get it coming up at the side of your screen.
That's definitely an issue. That's why I decided to combine them for starters rather than do it in 2 separate parts again. Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, it's exactly the same reason why I put all the 4 parts of the Late Late Show together as one.
Oh, I'm just uploading that, in fact, an enhanced version, so we can do that one of the times. If you
Oh, very good. Yeah, okay, we'll show that again. That goes back to what you said about him fuming and obviously upset, but he didn't let it go, because there's a part where you've got that horrible guy in the audience talking about
the
calling,
lobsters,
lobsters
Mr. Pinchy.
Pinchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he goes and licks a cow to see whether the cow is ripe and all this kind of crap, right? And you could just tell by the look in his eyes, he's thinking, "You fucking asshole." But he doesn't say that, does he? So.
And also, though, you can tell as well. I mean, obviously, we don't know him personally, but I've seen enough footage and stuff of him and how he reacts and stuff to think it would have took a lot for him to come to that conclusion too. Most things, he's just, he's so humble about it and laid back, but you can definitely see he's fuming. Yeah, you can understand why. He's been set up a treat on that show.
Yeah, I think actually a few years later, quite a few years later, I think I ended up on a debate panel with that guy.
Really?
As well. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was
so. He wasn't just a random guest then. These were like selected.
Oh no, I don't think. Right. I think he was a journalist. But the weird thing was when I was on with it, we talk about fur, and he actually made some good points in the sense that what is the moral difference between fur and other aspects of animal use, and I of course would agree with that.
Yeah.
So I ended up agreeing with the guy who kind of tried to take a chunk out of Tom Reagan. So that was a bit weird, but there you go.
Again, though, on TikTok, I've uploaded that entire thing. I think it's in about 10 or 12 different parts, but that is the most popular video by an absolute mile. I think that's got something like 20,000 views, and the next highest is about 2,000.
All right.
And people, the non-vegans like Mr. Pinchy.
Yeah, I suppose
it's a bit of a cult hero for them. Yeah.
Just before we go, what do we make from Deb? In my humble opinion, other social justice movements have become more adamant and unapologetic. The animal rights vegans need to take the same stance. Not quite sure who you're referring to in that sense. Would you know what the reference is there? Do you think, Andy?
No, but I mean, I agree with the fact that we should be unapologetic in the sense that we should be, so just like Reagan should have said, look, I don't want that sign about cruelty. I don't want this bit. He should have been a bit more defiant about these things, because otherwise we're the ones that are muddying the water. The more that we allow.
Yeah, but that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, like most people in the animal rights movement don't know what animal rights is, and there's a heck of a lot of vegans who are not objectively vegans, right? And so these are kind of like structural movement issues that are a real concern to us, because sadly the vegan movement is actually smaller than we think.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of vegan movement, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and but then the animal rights movement is virtually
even small. It's an even smaller percentage of that too. Yeah. I mean, just understanding the philosophy for a lot of people is a bridge too far, sadly. I mean, you want to see how small the movement actually is. Go and spend some time on some plant-based recipe groups or something on Facebook, and see when you actually think of how many vegans we've got, it's nowhere near as many as you think, because none of those people are vegan. They don't even know what it means. They haven't got a clue what it means. And no interest in learning what it means either.
All right, so Deb's come back with her examples. So people on abortion rights, voting rights, gun control, yes, and presumably the retention of gun ownership, I suppose, would be.
Yeah.
So do you think they're kind of getting it right and kind of solidifying, and we're not? I think our problems are different, because I don't know if anybody in the abortion rights movement are arguing about what abortion is. So
yeah, they're not really other movements that I know too much about at all, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I suppose when it comes to the LGBTQ one, yeah, I've definitely there's kind of, that's something that I can see in my generation from the time that I've left school, say, until now. Absolutely, that's something that's no longer socially acceptable to be transphobic, as it used to be, say, 30 years ago, where you could have programs where they could be outwardly transphobic. That won't be acceptable now, and people are not normalizing this kind of thing. In fact, they're actually openly calling it out, which is something. I mean, you made a good point earlier that, like, these nuances and stuff, as a new vegan, you're not going to know them, but there are plenty of established vegans who do know them, who don't point them out for exactly the same reason as probably Tom wouldn't point them out, where it's going to cause a scene, everyone's going to look at me and think that I'm the problem. Yeah, but no one's going to learn otherwise.
I disagree with that one. I think that it's more to do with money for others than with Reagan. I mean, Reagan wasn't reliant on a particular stance in terms of income, because he was a famous philosopher apart from his work with other animals. So
yeah. There was no incentive, the outside incentive. No, it was just in the sense that, like, they don't want to do it for the same reason, like, well, not the same reasons, but a similar reason in the ethics of it, so to speak. Yeah. But I mean, that's one thing about it, isn't it? He actually spent quite a lot of his own money going all over the place. I mean, I know in a couple of his journals, he talks about the money that he spent to go and tour America and things like that. Like, this isn't the days where someone was said, "Oh, you want to do a speech at our festival? How much do we have to pay you?" No, you have to pay to go and do these things. Then pay your own hotel, pay your own travel, pay your own everything. It's kind of changed a little bit now. Yeah.
It might have done rather. And we're living in a different world, you might say. Right, people. I want to. I mean, there's 27 people watching, so thank you so much for that. How many vegans? How many vegans could articulate animal rights, even at the most basic principle that animals should not be property? I guess. Well, I don't know. I see that claim quite often, the property one. So.
I suppose that, could they articulate it? They might. I mean, yeah, they might well recognize it and correct someone from something to someone, so to speak. But would they be able to articulate it? I'm not actually sure about that.
Well, where I would go with that, funny enough, is I would, using that kind of topic, I would then talk about the difference between Reagan and Francione, because for Francione, that's the one right that he believes other animals deserve or have and deserve legally. Whereas with Reagan, he would talk about the right to life, the right to bodily integrity, and something else.
Autonomy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And so Reagan's. You see, I think Francione wanted to kind of slim everything down. So he goes in terms of one right and one criteria, which is sentience. Because he didn't really like subject of a life. Although I think that if they had carried on working, subject and a life and sentience would have come together.
Yeah,
really. I think there's evidence that it was anyway. Really, I mean, there's not much. I think
it's a lot of semantics more than anything else.
I think Francione went a bit much of that one. I think so. Where we going?
But yeah, absolutely right. The right not to be property would more or less cover everything, essentially.
Well, what about free living beings?
Well, I suppose that it depends how you view property. I suppose. I mean, if you go into their habitat and start making decisions that affect them, you're already considering them property without actually having any rights over them. You're just making decisions, in the same way that if I went in your back garden and rearranged your patio table, I don't own that property and I don't claim to, but I am interfering.
Well, good luck with that.
property.
I don't have a backyard. But,
You know what I'm saying? I'm still interfering, without actual any ownership changing hands or even assumed ownership.
yeah, some people say, well, it doesn't cover hunting, but the weird thing about that is, and especially in North America, if you shoot someone who is not human, they become your property, right? And so that kind of covers that in a kind of weird way. And in terms of well, whose property are they when they're alive? It's often seen as a jurisdiction kind of thing. They almost like belong to the state. Or and we do that even in the movement. We talk about our wildlife, and don't kill our foxes and this kind of stuff. We do claim kind of ownership over free living beings in a kind of weird kind of way, which is interesting. So Cliff comes back. What I meant was most vegans could not articulate clearly what we mean when we say animal rights. Well, yeah, but that's because most vegans are not animal rightists, and most people who call themselves animal rights are not animal rightists either, which again, Cosmic Skeptic was the latest person to point that out, when Seb Alex asked him about it, and what I mean, nobody wants to say that Alex O'Connor said anything decent nowadays, but he was spot on about that, so.
Yeah. And it wasn't something he said after he'd come out as no longer being plant-based, was it? It's something he was saying throughout and nobody paid any attention to until he made that announcement.
Well, that's a frustrating thing for me, Andy, because it wasn't until he talked about food that anybody take any bleeding notice. And he was basically saying, I reject what veganism is, and I'm going to reduce it down. So he was a reducitarian vegan, and I don't believe in rights. And I don't believe that other animals have the right to life. And he said this numerous times. Nobody, oh, come on to the camp out, come on to this conference, oh, make a film with us and everything. And then he talked about food, and then the world collapses. So there's something wrong there, I would think. Right, this one's interesting. The vegan movement needs to put together a formal, structured but open study course equivalent to the. Now, I think there are some of those. There are some of those. I mean, I think. I mean, I don't know whether people like Corey Lee Wren, but I do know there are courses that people do run like this. I'm struggling to think of the thing, but they are out there. But I'm not. I'm trying to remember where they are, but yeah, that kind of thing. But it is a good idea. Funny enough, the VIP kind of did this on a weekly basis from 2013 into 2014, when we're in between locations in terms of our gazebo setup and all that. And so we did this kind of informal kind of sociological and philosophical course. So I think we called it, what did we call it? Social movements with a case study for animal rights. So that's either on my YouTube, some of those, and if you go to the Vegan Information Project YouTube page, which sadly I've lost control over, so I can't do anything about it anymore. But there are quite a few of the lectures that we did then, some of the seminars that we did then, and some links to some of the materials that we produced. It was a weekly thing, and we got through quite a lot of work, and we had people, PhD candidates talking. We had people who were talking about human rights and animal rights and the links. We had people like Anthony Nocella II, who worked a lot with Steve Best. He gave a talk about ableism, and a lot of that is still online. So yeah,
let's have a look at that.
Yeah. Okay, people. So thank you once again for staying with us. We're over an hour now, and so I thought this was going to be one of the short ones, but you can never tell. It was my fault for texting you, Andy, and said, "Should we go back?"
That's fine. That's fine. Obviously, there's a couple of bits to talk about just in case.
Yeah. So, people, thanks very much for tuning in. And, well, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully on Still Alive with Ronnie Lee, which is Autonomous for the Voiceless, we're calling it. And then on Thursday, there's another, just of the standard, what am I thinking of? Time Tunnel.
Time Tunnel.
Yeah, and then we might have a session on Saturday, Friday, but we're not sure. And then we'll be back on TikTok on Saturday. So we've got a lot of shit going down, people. So thanks for thanks for joining, and we'll see you real soon, like in 24 hours.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tell you what, in terms of Reagan's character, which is obviously second to none. I mean, he even, like you say, you probably wouldn't have done dead body parts in your freezer, but he actually was graceful enough to use that phrase. And of course, what he didn't do, which is what probably a lot of the influencers would do now, for example, is the guy made 3 mistakes at the beginning, but he didn't mention it. Again, I think that points to the fact that he's got such a good kind of character about him that he didn't just go, right, well, you know, that was wrong, this was wrong, that was wrong, you know, that kind of thing. So I think that's pretty good. And so, yeah, Reagan is so polite. Indeed he is. So we're moving on to the Bible thing now. Now, the interesting thing about this is that Pat Kenny, the journalist, brings up the Bible. And I think he was surprised by the fact that Tom Reagan knew more about the Bible than he did.
Which, again, is just no research whatsoever, is it? Because it's not like he ever hid this fact that he...
No, I mean, what about We Are All Noah?
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like he's never, ever hidden the fact that there was a religious element to his thoughts. No, not at all. There's just no research.
And then the funny bit about it is that journalist starts to complain about, oh well, and he was the one who brought it up, right? And so you think, well, hang on a minute, you brought all this up, and now you're complaining about Reagan kind of knowing something about it. So it was a bit ridiculous. But we'll go back. We'll go back to that now. I think I've got to do that and then do this.
Old Testament, New Testament, people have been killing the animals of the earth or taking the fish from the sea in order to provide nourishment for them and their families.
Sure. Well, first off, actually in the Bible, we talk about the Bible, and then I'll talk about the other question, part of the question you asked. But in the Bible, if you actually look at what's said in Eden, when Adam and Eve are in Eden, before the fall, before the disobedience, if you look at the diet that's given to human beings in that state of perfection, this is what God hoped for, the best for human beings. It was actually a vegan diet. It was herbs and nuts and berries and the like.
How do we know this?
Well, it says it in Genesis, verse 129.
Did not give them dominion over all the creatures of the earth?
No, this is after the fall. This is after the period of disobedience and the expulsion from the garden.
But I mean, can I just interrupt you to say that, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but Eve was told by the Lord, stay away from apples. So, I mean, I don't think we should go too far down that road. It's just that killing the fatted calf, the sacrificial lamb, the loaves and the fishes, it's all there.
Well, I only want to say that that's half of the story, not the whole story. So to the extent that you want to bring the Bible in, the Bible is a mixed message. But the more fundamental point, I think, is this, that we don't think that we find out how we should live by finding out how others have lived in the past. We don't usually make that inference. We don't think that we should be not having our television sets and not using our computers and so on because our ancestors didn't do that. We don't think that we should continue to practice slavery today in America because our ancestors did that. We don't usually reason from the past as a basis for what we should do in the present. And so even if it were true that uniformly in the past, all our predecessors have eaten animals, it doesn't follow that we should. And in fact, of course, the vast majority of people in the world today don't eat animals. 2/3 of the world's population doesn't involve animal products.
Do you believe that?
Right, let's just stop there. So so that's the kind of Bible bit, the laughable bit, really, because he brings it up. Then he doesn't like the fact that Reagan answers in his own terms, even quoting bits from the Bible and everything. And then he tries to make that silly joke about the apple a day and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's very shoddy journalism. This, you know, I mean, like
it's a lack of research again, followed by being realised that he knows a lot more about this subject more than you do, and then it's just projection. Like, yeah, it's just. I mean, you'd think as well with the amount of other people I'm assuming that he interviewed during his time as this host, that he would have just picked up some basic information that it might have resonated with him, or just don't mention the Bible or something, unless you're going to have a reference point you could go to. I mean, again, as soon as he starts talking about the Bible, it's quite clear that Tom knows this subject better than you, much better than you, and you can tell. He just wants to get away from it as soon as possible. But he's only brought it up because he obviously was hoping the fact that it's just another reason why we continue to exploit others. It says so in this book.
Yeah, amazing. But I mean, I think he's one of the, I mean, you'll know this, Bernie, he's one of the top paid journalists in Ireland, isn't he, this guy?
Oh, he'd be very well known, yeah. Yeah. Anybody
right.
that
But
gets
I mean, obviously,
the
I
show
don't
is
know
well
very
known,
well.
you know.
Is he supposed to have? Is that part of his like demeanor? Is he supposed to have that Piers Morgan, not very likable and Marmite-y sort of? Some people either like him or the rest of the people hate him. Is that supposed to be his personality? Is this how he
Well,
was?
I'm
with
not sure
everyone?
about that. I haven't studied him that much, to be honest. But he's well known and he gets a lot of work, so he's popular, you know.
But so is Piers Morgan, sadly, but he's not very well liked.
Yeah.
It goes to show you
I'd
don't have
say
to be
he's
like,
well enough liked. I wouldn't say that that's a problem now. You know, he seems popular, all right, people. But
The
it doesn't
average
mean a
Piers
lot.
Morgan.
People go for weirdos, you know. But
okay,
the problem was what I'd like to mention is that everybody loved Tom because there was a situation where Tom was going down to play golf down in Galway or somewhere on the train, and himself and Nancy got on the train. And he was feeling a bit down. He sort of said, God, he feels a bit lost here. Nobody knows me here. And he was swamped by women on the train who recognized him from the night before on the Late Late Show. So that will show you how popular the Late Late Show is, or was rather. It was all picked up on the train. They all came around and wanted autographs and talked to him and everything else. And he had a great chat with everybody on the train. So I mean, that's the way he was. He was easy to talk to. He didn't stand apart from other people. He got into the middle of people and got into conversation with them, you know. So
yeah, he was pretty
he's a
down
big
to
hit
earth.
here anyway. They loved him because he was so nice to everybody, you know.
Yeah, very down to earth guy for
Yeah.
a college professor, which is pretty good.
I would imagine he won over quite a few critics. I mean, there's obviously some more here in a little while that mention it from the audience, but I would imagine quite a lot of people that tuned in before this show started probably have this opinion of him. He's an animal rights guy, he's a thug, he's an extremist, these are his views. And I'd imagine quite a lot of them were actually, you know, shocked by how pleasant and humble and gentle that he actually was. And it probably changed their opinion about him.
Well, don't forget, it does come up later that somebody thinks he's giving a sugar-coated version on purpose, don't they? You know, he's kind of like, he's been a bit of a spin doctor and all this kind of stuff, you know. So, all right, well, moving on.
That the reason you shouldn't eat animals is because the animals have the same rights as we have.
I don't think they have all the same rights, and no animal rights person thinks that, Pat. I think that we don't think they should have the right to vote, and we don't think they should have the right to divorce, and we don't think they should have those sorts of rights. What we do think is really very simple. We think that they should have we should recognize the right to be treated with respect in their case that we recognize in your case.
Now, I want to point out a technical thing here, which I don't think a lot of people would notice. This is where Reagan is talking about legal rights first and then moral rights. And he almost misspoke. So he corrected himself in mid-sentence. So he said, we don't think they have the right to vote. They should have the right to vote. And we don't think they should, was it driving? Oh, divorce. Should have a right to divorce. And then what we do think is that they should. And then he realized that he was switching to moral rights. And so he needed to alter his language. And so that's when he corrected himself, which I think is a fascinating thing. But it goes to show the kind of difference between moral rights and legal rights, it almost like goes to show that Reagan can half get it wrong as well. So if I can do it technically, I'm going to play you that little bit again so you can get what it says. That's about it there, I think.
All our predecessors have eaten animals. It doesn't follow that we should.
Okay.
And in fact, of course, the vast majority of people in the world today don't eat animals. 2/3 of the world's population doesn't involve animal products.
Do you believe, though, that the reason you shouldn't eat animals is because the animals have the same rights as we have?
I don't think they have all the same rights, and no animal rights person thinks that, Pat. I think that we don't think they should have the right to vote, and we don't think they should have the right to divorce, and we don't think they should have those sorts of rights. What we do think is really very simple. We think that they should have we should recognize the right to be treated with respect in their case that we recognize in your case. And what that means in particular is this. If everybody in the audience would benefit by exploiting you, I would stand up and defend you and say this is not a justified treatment of you just because others are going to benefit. That's what the right to be treated with respect involves. So similarly, what an animal rights person thinks is that other animals should not be treated in the way we treat them just because we're going to benefit from doing it, because we find it convenient, because we find it economically advantageous, because we find it customary, because we find it enjoyable. Those are not sufficiently good reasons
where
to
do
violate
you
somebody's
stop
rights.
coming down? I mean, lots of people would say, I would never eat an ape because, they're so like us.
Sure.
And other people say, I never eat my pet dog because I know my dog is an intelligence and I like my dog and my dog likes me.
Sure.
But what about the wasp? What about the mosquito?
Right.
Where do you stop in terms of affording respect to other living creatures on the earth?
I think that is a profoundly difficult question. And I always say that wherever you draw the line, draw with pencil, because you might want to erase it because you find something out that you didn't know before. But
where do you draw the line?
Yeah, where I draw the line is with animals where we have sufficiently good reason to think that they're not only in the world, but aware of the world and aware of what happens to them and that what happens to them matters to them. And in particular, that they can experience pain and pleasure, fear, and relief. So where that is, I'm not sure exactly, but it certainly is the case that the animals that are raised, commercially raised for our food, cattle, sheep, hogs, those animals, chickens, certainly are above the line wherever any reasonable person would draw it. What you do about mollusk and oysters and so on, I don't know. But I give them the benefit of the doubt because I have no reason to eat them.
It's interesting, Andy, that I think because we don't talk about animal rights like this anymore, that we don't tend to get those questions, where do you draw the line? That used to be a very common question that vegan animal rights people would be asked, because it's all crop deaths and avocados and everything else now, which is quite interesting because there's always been an acknowledgement, and there was in the 89 debate, that there is an element of line drawing within animal rights theory. You could even argue that the word animal rights is not technically accurate, because there's always going to be some other animals who don't fall within the purview of animal rights theory. So, those not sentient. But I think that things have probably moved on now. But I mean, what's the current situation in the vegan movement about, say, insect rights? I mean, do people, when they talk, when people talk about equal consideration, do you think it extends into the insect world now in the vegan community?
I think you made the key point that it wouldn't, if it did, it wouldn't be in regards to rights. So, I mean, even Pat Kenny has directed that as a question of where do you draw the line? Well, these days we don't get the question, we get an insinuation. It's, well, you only care about these animals, you don't care about the insects in crop production, for example. So it's an insinuation already rather than a question. And then most people spend their time trying to defend why actually they are included without even getting a chance to think about rights.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll move it on, and I think the next thing, people, and I know you've all been waiting for this. I think the next thing coming up is going to be lions. I think
Used to be certainly meat eaters. Our bodies are equipped to be omnivorous, to eat grains and all the rest of it, or to eat meat.
That's correct.
Okay. If that is so, I mean, doesn't it point in the direction of nature saying, yes, it is perfectly okay in the scheme of things for just as a lion will kill what the lion wants to eat or provide for the pride of lions, so too humans, because of their physiological makeup, are equipped to eat this stuff, so therefore it must be okay.
Well, what our biology tells us, I think, is that we can eat a diet that includes meat. We can certainly handle that.
Yeah.
What our biology doesn't tell us is the ethical question: what ought we to do? How ought we to live? We can never infer that we ought to live a certain way because we can live a certain way. All that gives us is the question of the choice. In the case of the lion, for example, and the wildebeest, the lion and the zebra,
yeah.
It's not like the lion has a choice of saying, well, I think I'll go after this wildebeest today, or I'll go have some tofu or go to the salad bar. I mean, this is not a real option for a carnivore like this. Our great glory and our great burden as human beings is we do have the choice. And the question is, what factors should we bring to bear on making that choice? In terms of personal health, everybody knows, and it's not a question anymore, that a high-fat, high-cholesterol, meat-based diet is not good for us. We all know that.
But a little of what you fancy.
Yeah,
does
but that doesn't answer the question, well, should we not eat meat at all? That's where the ethical question comes in.
Right. Andy, a little of what you fancy does you good. I mean,
yeah, can you imagine that this was a question time about, say, feminism or racism, and that was the suggestion? Well, a little bit of what you fancy is not a problem, is it? Like he's already before that sentence said, already brought up that that's not answering the ethical question, and yet still, yeah, it's just a complete lack of understanding about the subject as a whole for the most part.
Yeah, it's just
unwillingness.
It's a thread all the way through. And of course, before that, I mean, Reagan was giving the usual kind of philosophical thing about can and ought, the might makes right type argument. Just because we can do something doesn't answer any moral question about whether we ought to, which is what he says. And I think later on, Reagan is forced to repeat that because there's an absolutely horrendous, get ready for people in the chat because you're going to actually hate this guy when he comes on. And Reagan has to repeat that point, that just because we can do something doesn't mean we ought to.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. Also remember that when this guy comes on, he makes the point that saying no one's mentioned this yet. It's been covered. It's been covered 15 seconds ago. He just wasn't listening. And then Reagan does, you're right, repeat himself and cover it a second time.
Yeah. I wonder if Pat Kenny's got any researchers nowadays, because he obviously didn't have it in those days. So that's another thing. So let's move on a little bit.
Yeah, I think. And so all I'm saying here is that the mere fact that we can eat meat doesn't mean that we should eat meat.
Okay, so you draw the line. I mean, would you eat lobster?
I would not, no. And as I say, my basis is, where do you have sufficiently good reason to think that this animal is not only in the world, but aware of the world? And I think that is a difficult question.
And if you take the wildebeest you talked about, or a gazelle, and you look at all these nature programs on the National Geographic Channel, as all of us do from time to time, and the lion chases the gazelle, and the gazelle runs away and escapes. It never ceases to amaze me how quickly the gazelle settles down and starts eating the grass again. Now, if that happened to me, I wouldn't hang around where the lion's hanging around. I'd be gone. So it seems to tell us something about, what you're talking about. The gazelle can feel fear. It doesn't have the same effect on the gazelle as it would have on us. If you were chased by a lion, you wouldn't want to repeat the experience, and yet the gazelle puts him or herself in the way of a repeat experience, and probably in the next few minutes.
Well, that's interesting, and at least Kenny said his or her, which is interesting for the time. But that was one of the most banal points that was made all evening, in the sense that, well, if a lion attacked us, we'd skedaddle, right? Now, Reagan comes and answers this really well, in the sense that predators don't often kill, and so they're not that much in danger, the prey species.
Well, that really does illustrate the point, doesn't it? I mean, people talk about how brutal and savage the wild is, but that only really illustrates the opposite. They feel so little fear most of the time that unless there's a direct threat in front of them, they've got no reason to keep running all the time. They just live their normal lives. It's that little of an impact.
Yeah, what did you expect the gazelle to run? You see, that's where they live. That's their home. I mean, of course, they're going to stay in the. I mean, they're not going to run away from their own food source, even if every now and again there is a danger. I mean, we wouldn't even do that. We would try and mitigate it, but you wouldn't run forever. And also the fact is that they don't have to, because that kind of predator-prey relationship is not, as you said, nature red in blood and what is it, teeth and blood? And I can't remember now, but it's not. It's kind of not as bad as that. Often non-vegans will say to vegans, "Oh, you want to liberate all these other animals, and then they're going to get mashed up and all this out in the wild and all this kind of stuff," and because they've got this kind of almost wildlife documentary idea of the wild. I mean, first of all, a lot of other animals don't eat other animals. Whereas you get a lot of comments, oh, well, animals eat other animals, so why can't we? It's not even true. There's a heck of a lot of herbivores. There's more herbivores than carnivores. Otherwise, the system wouldn't work.
And not to mention the vast majority of these predators anyway, once they've eaten, food is no longer a thought in their brain. So they'll attend the water hole, they'll walk past these other animals at other places, and there's no threat, there's no issue. Because there's only hunger that's fueling that predator-prey relationship. It's not aggression and violence that they've got some sort of gauge they've got to fill. It's food.
Yeah, it's as though they're putting human proclivities onto the other animals, because whether we were full or not, we'd probably still carry on killing. But
you haven't got lions attacking gazelles because they support different football teams, for example. But that's the sort of thing that we would do.
That's right. And of course, there's that brilliant footage, isn't there, where you've got a prey species being actually assisted by a predator species, because they're not hungry at the time, so they'll kind of help out, which is great.
Yeah, I totally agree, Deb. That is it, and a lot of that cooperation is forgotten or hidden because it doesn't suit the paradigm that we want people to believe. Like, we want them to believe that nature is brutal and horrible, but that's humanity for the most part.
Yeah, it plays into that thing about, well, they kill in a horrible way and we kill nicely. I mean, it plays into that kind of narrative, right? I mean, not only that, is that when you're being chased down by a predator, your body is probably flooded with adrenaline. So in terms of actual pain, there's probably not a lot of it, even though it looks horrible.
Yeah, and I mean, from a predator's point of view, just to continue with the lion and the gazelle, the lion optimally wants to get the gazelle as quickly as possible, sink teeth into neck, and make it as quick and painless as they possibly can. They don't want to fight and, a 10-minute chase. They don't want that. They want as little effort as exerted as possible, whereas we would use that as humane. The quickest, most easiest way. That's what we'd call humane, and that is what they're trying to achieve. It's just not always that simple when they're fighting and trying to save themselves.
Well, let's see how Reagan deals with this question.
Well, so it tells us something about the limits of their intelligence and how much is instinctive behavior and how much is actually contemplated. I mean, they don't say, "Will I run or will I not?" They just run. I mean, it's absolutely reflex.
I think if we talk to people who study animal behavior, and I don't do it, I'm a philosopher, and of course your line of work is not to study animal behavior, but if we actually go and talk to the Jane Goodalls and the Diane Fosseys and other people who go, ethologists who go and study animal behavior, I mean, they
studying primates though more than
but I mean others who study others. I mean, there are lots of people studying animal behavior of lots of different animals. I think that they would say in a case like the one you're imagining or describing, is that a lot of this is not real behavior. In other words, a lot of it is the lion's really not serious. This is just an exercise of dominance, an exercise of whatever. So the other animals sometimes I think recognize that. But the important thing I think for us though is not to lose track of where we are in the world. We're not on the Serengeti Plain. We're not in a predator-prey relationship. Our situation is that we are raising literally billions of animals to be slaughtered, not on some plane, but in some factory farms. And what we've seen recently here in Great Britain, of course, or over there in Great Britain, is the.
Now, Bernie, poor old Tommy kind of says here in Great Britain, and then he realizes what he said, and he said there in Great Britain. You were in the audience. Did you remember there was a bit of a mutter went around when he said that, or did they not notice, do you think?
I don't think I don't think it was that important, really. You know, well, I mean, some people it would be, but
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't go down with a lot of people in an Irish audience, so would it?
yeah, but it just also shows that the whole debate has gone. It's about 20 years now. It's gone so much further into food choices rather than debate about different animals. You know what I mean? We've sort of changed the emphasis of the whole thing, I think.
Yeah.
In 20 years, it has changed a lot. You know, like most people we know now know what vegan is, and well, to me, most people I seem to meet are vegan, and they're probably not, but they appear to be. You know.
Yeah.
So
I know what you mean. I'm just going to.
it has evolved a lot. You know.
I'm just going to alter that to bring this thing up here. Killer whales like to play with their prey for a long time. Nature can be cruel. Well, domesticated cats will do that if they're well fed. So I think it's a case by case, species by species kind of issue. I don't necessarily think that a lot of the predator prey thing would be characterized like this, but I do take the point. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know enough about, say, killer whales to say whether that's every time or whether we're talking about odd times. But I mean, if we were just to put that comparison into how many land animals we're killing every day for food, it's I mean, and we're classing that as the compassionate way, the humane way, the benevolent way, and that's apparently the barbaric one. Well, I would argue that it's the other way around, just in numbers alone.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the fact that, I mean, you don't know whether that is kind of innate, as it were, happens every kill, as it were, or whether that's just now and again. And that might be something to do with how full they feel and how hungry they are or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there was a time before where I can't remember the name of the orca now, but where they killed someone that tried to swim in the tank overnight, and they were sort of like swimming around with this person's corpse on their back and all sorts of stuff. But I'm not sure how that transfers in the wild, but they've obviously got a huge amount of intelligence. So there's probably some reasoning for it. And it could well be just that they're not hungry at the moment and they're just trying to work up an appetite. It could be something as basic as that. We don't have the understanding to know. Whereas when it comes to humanity and how we act towards others, we definitely have the choices to do something different.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, let's get back to Tom Regan.
Tragedy of the cost of this kind of farming. And people are beginning to realize, it's so interesting to me, the great public support for this woman in Scotland who has these 5 sheep
in her living room.
That's right, in her living room, trying to protect these 5 sheep. They're her pets, and the great mass of sentiment in her defense because of the relationship that she has to those animals as her pets or her companion animals.
Yeah. It turns out that she hardly knows them. She bought them from an Irishman who's going back to live in Northern Ireland. And I mean, she just wanted to give them a happy home so they could live out their lives in peace and die a natural death. But she doesn't know them that well.
Well, I'm not sure how well she knows them, but what I do know is that when the public speaks about this issue, they say with a pretty strong majority that these animals should be saved and protected and so on. But at the same time, the animals that are raised for lamb chops and a lamb roast, like a lamb, are in a different category. And it does point out, doesn't it, that we have a kind of moral schizophrenia, all of us, in the sense that the animals that are our friends and companions are in one category.
Okay, once you put a name on Daisy the cow, Daisy is not to be slaughtered. But we have someone, Eugene Kieran's, who is a butcher. Eugene.
Just before this guy, it's interesting to me this, because this is 2001, and the phrase moral schizophrenia, which got a lot of criticism for being ableist, was mainly associated with Gary Francione. So whether Francione got that from Reagan or whether he was just borrowing it back from Francione is quite an interesting one in that sense, because it's it caused a bit of a ruffle when it came out, this idea of moral schizophrenia, because of the ableism part of it.
Yeah. Does anyone actually understand the objection that Pat is trying to make by saying, you know, she doesn't actually know the sheep very well. She just wants to do the right thing because it's the right thing. Is that supposed to be an objection? Is it?
Yeah.
Like,
so
it
bizarre.
cements the point
Yeah.
perfectly.
I think it's probably because Reagan at that instant used kind of conventional language and said pets. I think that's probably what triggered him in that sense. I suppose that might be it. Anyway, let's hear from the butcher in the audience instead of the butcher on the stage.
What do you make of this kind of philosophy?
I'm very interested in it, and you're very welcome to Ireland. And you certainly are not what I thought you were going to be, namely a fundamentalist. And at least you say the word choice many times, your choice of thinking. You're not trying to impose anything. But really, you know, we're products of millions of years of evolution. Millions and millions of years of evolution. And I think that in the affluent society, people tend to think that the cow has cartons of milk rather than being milked itself. And if you put a lady behind a trolley in a supermarket where she can push the trolley along on the wheels, her away nice and quietly, and the music plays, and she shops for her family by taking things off the shelf. There's not many generations before that things were vastly different. And I'm talking about the blink of an eye in relation to the millions of people. And it is really a fanciful idea, dare I say fancy, in the kindest possible way, that it is a bit much to ask people to go into philosophy, and dare I say, as a butcher for 40 years, the respect that I would hold for the animal that gives me my living and feeds Ireland, and has fed Ireland for years, and sent us 30, 40 million of us now all claim to be Irish all over the world.
I think we get your point. You're saying that.
Now, Pat Kenny says we get his point. Well, I'm not quite sure if I got his point. In fact, that was the most
Pat's above me on this one. If that's the case, he's had a heads up.
No, I mean, I don't know. You know, the lady in the supermarket and millions of years of evolution. What the hell is he talking about? I mean, I don't really.
I don't know, because he kind of conflicts himself, and he's kind of contradicts where he's kind of talking about in terms of what we're doing now. Inconvenience, I'm guessing he means, but how easy it is to go to the supermarket and we've got all these choices. In comparison to evolution, that is a blink of an eye. So really, it's not a justification to continue doing it. But then carries on by saying we've been doing this for years and years and years. We feed people doing it. So it makes no sense that you first of all set up that, and then that's what you're going to use to defend yourself. It does seem very conflicted. But
Yeah.
Pat understands.
Well, Pat doesn't. In fact, he tries to bail the guy out by kind of interpreting what this guy said to Reagan, as you'll see now.
If you take the passage of time, the history, the change that is being wrought here is literally the blink of an eye. And what you're trying to do is to turn us into something we're not in a historical time span that is really far too fast.
First, I want to thank you for your comments and
if that doesn't say how great Reagan was, thank you for that inane comment that didn't ruin anything.
Nonsense. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
say that whenever I have a disagreement with a butcher or any other person who's involved with directly with animals, it's never a question of my attacking the person, but trying to address the issues themselves. And so, what I think is that as a philosopher, what matters to me is where the strengths of the arguments are. And when I've thought about it, I mean, it seems to me the strengths of the arguments are in favor of the view that I'm trying to expound. Now, to get society, in terms of a mass movement, to agree with that idea, obviously is going to take a long time. It's not something that is going to happen in the blink of an eye. But of course, what we know is, as a matter of historical fact, the people who have wanted to change society in fundamental ways have always faced the same kinds of challenges. In my country, and I don't mean to associate the two ideas completely at all,
But in my country, there was a protracted effort to end slavery, as you know. And the people who first started to end slavery had all the odds against them. And people said to them, what you're asking for is impossible.
And you actually make that comparison that it is the way we treat animals today is the way we treated blacks in the past, the way not too many generations ago we treated women.
In some respects, but not in all respects, because we're not denying animals the right to an education, the right to that sort of thing. But in terms of the habits of the culture, in terms of the sensibility that's brought to bear on a position of power, yeah, because we had the power over the women. Men had power over women.
Though if you take this to its logical conclusion, I mean, all animals just get out there, breed, eat the grass. If your elephants trample the local villages, if you're lions and you're getting old, kill humans instead of gazelles. I mean, is that what you're saying?
No, because
I love that. Well, again, he comes out with this inane rubbish, and Reagan is kind of going, what have I? He's probably saying, Bernie Wright, what have you put me on this TV show for? I mean, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he just goes, no, I mean, like, just think about it, your own question for a minute. It's just going to be a free for all, right? I mean, it's just pathetic, really pathetic.
Yeah, and I mean, that takes everything else you've already said about Reagan into consideration. He's still trying to be the height of politeness, but what more can you say to something like that? No, it's a clear disinterest in the entire subject from start to finish. And it's like, well, I've been on the show a good 20 odd minutes now. You've not listened to a word that's come out of my mouth.
I know. And I think the interesting thing now is if you look at his eyes, you can tell he's pretty pissed off at this stage. And there's more and more where you keep getting shots back to him when the audience is talking, and he's got very steely eyes. Bernie, do you remember him being angry at the end of this or anything like that?
Absolutely never. Anytime I was with him a few times, and then we were in North Carolina with him, and that's so. I mean, I saw him in all different situations at home and out, and with people he didn't like or people he did like, whatever. But he was the same person no matter who he was with. He was always pleasant and never rude to anybody.
Yeah,
and
but
very
he must have...
respectful to everybody,
Yeah,
despite what they felt,
Yeah, I mean, surely he must have said, "What a bunch of crap questions." Did he not say anything like that? No.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No. He was probably too
I think he was delighted to be here in the first place. He loved Ireland anyway. And
I heard he liked Irish whiskey, I believe, Bernie. Is that right?
Yeah. And Nancy was with him, and he had a good time. We went around the country, and we brought him different places. We brought him out in Skerries on a fishing boat, and we introduced him to Brendan Price, who ran the Irish Seal Sanctuary as well, and a few other people we knew. And he was delighted to meet the activists as well, the people that do basically the hard work, I suppose, the basic stuff, demonstrations and things like that. So when we stayed with him, we stayed at a place, a great place that was called the Peace Abbey in Sherborne, Massachusetts. So stay there twice or three times with him. Well, not with him, but we stayed there when we were over. So everything he thought or believed fell into the same category of being peaceful, or there was nothing rude or nasty about him. I suppose that would be the most common idea I got from him,
He
That's
was a
the way
good
he
role
was.
model.
He never changed, He
Yeah.
was always like that.
Now, for the
So
people
what
in
you
the
see
chat,
on the program is what you see is what you get. Basically, he was never anything but pleasant,
yeah, it's what's written on the tin. For the people in the chat, I've had Bernie running around her house for 2 days trying to find some very, very rare black and white pictures of Tom, who was out with the Seal Sanctuary people on this fishing boat. I don't know how you can explain that bit, Bernie, but you've got these incredibly you've got these photographs, but nobody's ever seen them, right? Apart from
well, they can be seen if we do another one of these when I actually have time to do a big
it'd be
load.
good.
I have loads of photographs of Tom and
Yeah,
and
it'll
the
be nice to show those because they're actually I reckon you've got some unique shots there, Bernie. So treasure
Yeah.
them. Treasure
Yeah, well,
them.
they got him very well. Tom Regan and Brendan Price, who runs the Irish Seal Sanctuary, got on very well and hit it off. Brendan is a marine biologist, and Tom and himself got on great, you know. So that's how Brendan offered to bring us out on the boat. He knew the people that had the boat, so he brought us out on them in skerries. So that's how that came about. And we have all the
Okay.
photographs. I just have to read them out, you know.
I'll accept that. Just on another note, actually, Bernie, you know, Bull Island, they've just cordoned off the top end of it where the seals are, and
Yeah.
to protect them. Yeah, I wonder if Brendan had anything to do with that, which is interesting. But
Could have had. Yeah, I was only talking to him there last week. I was out with him because we were trying to help a badger, actually, not a seal, a badger. There was a badger injured on the strand, and we tried to move him, and actually he eventually moved himself and took off. So I just hope he got to safety somewhere, you know.
yeah, so do I. You say he took off. He was like a
He
Bull
ran
Island
like a
gun,
mad
wasn't he?
thing, yeah. Just suddenly he just took off. And there was nothing we could do.
No.
And if
that's
we
right.
had chased him, he would have ran out on a road. We were out in Clontarf, so he would have run out on the road or in the wrong place. So we just sort of let him go straight. And he headed up towards Howth.
Yeah,
So
I reckon
we
he's
didn't
got.
hear anything since, you know.
Yeah, I think he was going for the park, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah, well, thanks for that, and it'd be great if you do ever uncover when you're hoovering one day. You'll probably.
But oh my God, don't wait too long.
Okay, back to Reagan then, people.
Okay.
Because what we know is this, like everybody in the audience, I think we would all recognize that we are sitting here and we all share certain basic fundamental rights. But what happens, of course, is sometimes our rights come into conflict. And so if we have one kidney and 7 people who need it, what do we do in a case like that? It's not, we say, well, everybody has a right. We don't know what to do in difficult cases like that. So similarly, if we say that animals have a basic right to be treated with respect, that doesn't mean that it means that we're never going to come in conflict.
Okay,
with
but
their rights.
would you put all humans ahead of all animals?
What do you mean ahead, I guess?
I mean, if you had a choice, you're in a boat, you know, this question,
sure.
You've got a despicable human being down one end of the boat, and you've got a very smart dog, your pet for life, up the other end of the boat. You could save one of them. Which do you save?
I think that is a very difficult question, and I'm not sure I know an answer that's going to give.
But it's not the simple one.
No.
Now, it's interesting. I think that might be the second or maybe the third, definitely the second, where he said, I think that's a very difficult question. And if you ever see Reagan interviews, he always said that. He was a philosopher. And if he was asked a difficult question or what he thought was a difficult question, he would say, well, that's a very difficult question. And he always used to say, and this is why we need people of goodwill to come together in order to talk about this and try to come up with some solution. But you could see the audience start to grumble because he said that. Because I suppose they're used to having politicians who have an answer to everything, no matter what you say and everything. And so that was just Reagan being honest. That's all. That all it was. I mean, some questions are very difficult. I mean, we all know that. So
yeah, absolutely. And at least he always tries his best to answer it as simply as he possibly can. I mean, you know, I would much prefer politicians these days to say, that's a real difficult question. Let me try, but there's a good chance that I'm not going to be able to cover that entire subject in one sentence. But they don't do that. They do the opposite. They pretend that they are answering that question and they're not. So actually, yeah, I'd much prefer that. He's always honest and he still gives it a go. He gives it the best that he still can. He doesn't just go, that's a difficult question, move on.
Yeah. In fact, I think he returns to the boat thing in a while. But in terms of these kind of boat kind of thought experiments, which philosophers do like to do, you know, trolley problems and all the rest of it. What we need to say about that is those positions which are in extremis don't tell you anything about what the general thing would be. It's almost like when he was saying that, well, you know, in a world where we encounter other animals as rights bearers, you know, we're hoping that everything's going to be fairly smooth, but sometimes it won't be. But what you don't do is take the times when it's not to be the general kind of issue. And so you can't then kind of go, well, if you've got a horrible human on the boat and a nice dog, you know, and then extrapolate that into society or something. These are just thought experiments. So not really that connected to real life, really. So that's what I want to say about that.
That you would
Right.
save the human. It's not that simple.
I don't.
You
think-
might save the dog.
Look, if it was it was like the Burt Breathed who does Far Side, the cartoons. I mean, he makes the point of if it was a dog and Hitler, who would you throw over? I mean, I don't think anybody would think twice about throwing Hitler over, would they? Would they? Yeah. But I mean,
If it was Hitler's dog and Hitler, who would you throw? I don't know. And Mick is there. Mick Riley, you are actually in the production of meat, isn't that so? Yeah. So
I am. You're very welcome, Tom.
Thank you.
Again, you're looking very healthy for a fellow who hasn't eaten meat for 40 years or whatever.
what sort of production are you in, Mick?
I'm breeding pigs and turkeys.
How many pigs and turkeys would you turn out every year?
Thousands of them.
Thousands of them.
Well, you have to do that because we make so little money on each of them. You have to have thousands to make a living.
And tell me this, Mick, what is your attitude? I mean, your behavior philosophically now, he doesn't hold it against you, but philosophically it's barbaric.
Well, I'm very interested in what he has to say, and I must say you have a very gentle way of putting it across, but I think quite honestly, it's a mishmash of conflicting ideas. Now, I don't want to get into a sort of a point-for-point debate with you, but to say that foot and mouth was a consequence of factory farming in England is absolute nonsense because, you know, sheep running around a field who are the main carriers, unfortunately, of this blooming plague.
Sure.
But the sheep who are running around the field in England, they cannot be, for any instance, be described as factory farming. So, I mean, you know, that's out of it. Also, I think humans are extremely lucky being the top of the food chain, and we have a choice.
Well, we've already got the top of the food chain bit, and I think it is true that you know, Reagan did kind of open himself up to that by talking about factory farming rather than just animal use. I think so. That I think you know, we probably wouldn't have done that too many times in the sense that the focus on factory farming almost like invited this kind of point, didn't it? You know, so I'd say that was a bit of a mistake, to be honest, from Reagan.
But having a choice, we also have responsibilities. Now, I think it's wrong to assume that there's an act of violence committed towards an animal when he or she is being prepared for the food chain. They're reared properly, they're reared humanely, they're treated properly and fed, etc. Because if you don't do that, they're not going to grow properly anyway. And it's not a violent end. It's because the animal has no consciousness like we have. I think that's very important. The gazelle didn't run away from the lion, as Pat was saying, because the gazelle had no consciousness of that this lion is going to have me for breakfast in the morning. The gazelle was just saying, here's a lion, maybe he's going to chase me, get out of his way, he doesn't like the smell of him for a while. There's no consciousness on the animal's part. Luckily, we humans have. Now, the other thing is, if we give rights to animals, for instance, they have choice, they can go to discos or, well, they can't vote, like you say, and quite rightly. But if they have, if we bestow some rights on animals, and we say, right, we go down the line to, let's say, dogs and cats and pigs and cattle and sheep, which would be the first ones I think we would go for, which would be terrific. But how the hell do you stop the cat chasing the mouse then? You see.
So again, this is just a mishmash of nonsense points being kind of thrown together into a couple of sentences. I mean, he was going, oh, well, he said, you've got a mishmash of ideas. I'm not going to go through them point by point. Well, of course not. You wouldn't stand a chance if you did. I mean, it's just ludicrous, the idea that you could there talk with the foremost philosopher of animal rights, and then you just come out with what's virtually kind of gibberish, really. And of course, the overarching part of what he said was animal welfare, as usual. That, you know, an animal rights person, you get a response from the animal users with animal welfare, because that's the only thing they can talk about. You know, they don't know how to talk about animal rights, and so
and they're only talking about properties, only in the sense of, you know, if we don't raise them properly, then they won't grow. There's no care there whatsoever. It's just about property. It's the same way that if I clean the cars on the forecourt every day, there's a good chance one of them will sell. There's no care there, as in like I respect this. It's just it looks better. It will make more money. But yeah, it is a mixed mash. And I mean, the fact that it says they've got no conscience, we have. So let's continue just to exploit them. We know better, but let's just keep doing it. It's really conflicting again.
Yeah, it's terrible. So that's the first two we've had from the audience, which were just kind of like inane and banal, really.
The animals then don't bestow rights on other animals, and there's no respect.
All right,
so
yeah. What about
it'd be
that?
a waste of time.
It's a good point, Mick. We're at the top, and you're asking us to bestow rights on these creatures that are down below us in the order of things. But the fox doesn't give the chicken any rights. The cat doesn't give the mouse any rights, or the little bird in the tree. The magpie gives nobody rights, as far as we can figure it out.
So tell me you don't know anything about animal rights without telling me you don't know anything about animal rights. I mean, again, if you'd have done a scintilla of research about Tom Reagan's position, he wouldn't ask that question, because he'd know about moral agents and moral patients, which clearly he hasn't got a clue, which is one of the central planks of Reagan. This guy, since he's a high-waged guy in Ireland, he's an embarrassment, really. He's a real embarrassment,
Yeah.
And the worst thing is, is that I remember about 5 years ago, he was interviewing somebody, I think, on his radio show at this point, about veganism and animal rights, and he was asking the same questions again. And my thoughts were, blimey, you've interviewed the foremost philosopher of the animal rights movement, and you're still trotting out this bullshit. It was really bad stuff.
So why should we be the ones?
Sorry, Andy, say again?
He interviewed him, but he didn't listen to a word he said. That's the problem.
No, he talked at him and didn't listen. I suppose that's what you do. Yeah. Okay, moving on then.
Who exercise all the responsibility?
Well, if you think about the human situation, and I appreciate your comments and thank you for the spirit in which they're made. But if you think about the situation, we don't demand reciprocity, even within the extended human family. In other words, it is the case that here we are in a situation that you have rights and I have rights, and I'm to respect your rights and you respect my rights. We don't require that all the time of human beings. We don't require of children, for example, that they must respect our rights before we respect their rights.
But and that's fair enough, that we don't, sometimes the poor, the undernourished and so on, we look after them and we don't expect them to do anything in exchange.
That's right.
But do we have responsibility to stop the mouse being killed by the cat? I mean, that is violent. It's what a way to go, being eaten by a cat, or even played with by a cat, not even eaten.
Yeah. I think in the case of predator-prey relationships, that is in the case where there are natural predators against natural prey, that's a disanalogous situation to ours. In the case of predator-prey relationships, what happens 99% of the time is the prey is able to get away from the predator. I mean, if that were not the case, there would not be any prey left for the predators to go after.
So it's a gamble.
So the point is, that what we have in the predator-prey relationship, or we have individuals who are capable of taking care of themselves without our having to take care of them. So we don't have to intervene in that. But I want to go back to, if I may, to the question about the lifeboat. What do you do in a lifeboat situation? What's important about that is not only asking the question, well, what do you do in an extreme case like that? What do you do in an extreme case like that? For example, suppose you're driving home, your house is on fire, your neighbor's house is on fire, your daughter's in your window and your neighbor's daughter's in the next window, and you can only save one of them. What do you do in a case like that? It seems to me we'd all say, well, you save your daughter, of course, but that doesn't mean we think, well, you have no obligations to your neighbor's daughter, or that somehow she's not on the moral map. And so the point is, what you would do in an extreme case like in the lifeboat, it doesn't transfer to the ordinary case. What do you do today in your life? Because you're not on a lifeboat. You're not an extreme case. You're here and you're in the restaurant and you have a menu in front of you and you can order this or you can order that. That's not a lifeboat situation.
Do I have the boring salad, or do I have the coq au vin?
I hope you have neither. Actually, I mean, the point is this, growing up in a meat and potatoes family like I did, I thought about vegetarianism like this. There was a salad and a baked potato and a steak. And what was left is you took the steak off and you had the salad and the baked potato.
And it's more interesting.
But vegetarian's more
Reno
interesting than
Doherty, you're a meat eater.
Absolutely. I mean, I actually like to name my food. I like to personally pick out the lobsters that I eat and call them all Mr. Pinchy, and really enjoy actually eating them.
You have no guilt about selecting one of those
No,
10
absolutely.
lobsters
See, this
for
is
death.
nobody involved in this argument actually said the primary function, which is that we eat meat because we can. It's as simple as that. And I mean, Tom can come up with sort of his various different arguments, and the Burtons come up there for sort of statistical proof. Whatever. We eat meat because we like to eat meat.
So this guy is essentially might makes right kind of thing. And I mean, somebody from the audience says, something about maybe he might have a wife, kind of poor person, because this guy is obviously a pretty nasty piece of work. It's just a question of, well, we can do it, and so therefore, what's the stop? Is that seems to be his entire position.
And there was certainly the idea of actually saying that animals have rights is completely ludicrous. We might have certain responsibilities towards animals because we're at the top of the food chain. And there's almost this sort of human guilt, it's like a PC species basis, that we're top of the food chain. We will eat things all the time. In person, I actually quite like going to, I'd like to lick a cow to make sure that it's ripe before I have a steak, kind of thing. And I don't really have a moral problem with that whatsoever. And I have to say, what we're getting is a brilliant sugar-coated version of the animal rights movement tonight. And I have to say, I have to compliment you, Tom. You're doing a fantastic version, because I know your work and I've gone through your websites and stuff like that, and we're not seeing the extreme, and the logical conclusion that the views that are coming through from this, but no, you see, there is no moral responsibility for us not to eat meat. It doesn't even come within our moral framework whatsoever. Now, the thing is, on a basic level, because we have evolved so far beyond, you don't want to basically sort of beaten up some animal before you kill it. But we like meat. It's simple as that. As a species, we like to eat meat. Kids instinctively will like to snack in a burger or whatever. And you can bring in all the health arguments you want, whatever, but don't try and put it into some sort of philosophical thing, because Nietzsche will then come in and say exactly the opposite of what you're saying.
Okay, there's a lady behind there. Yes, what do you want to say?
Well, I'm hearing a lot about evolution tonight, and after hearing the last speaker, I'm not so sure we've evolved so far, quite frankly. Most people, I think, would cringe at the sight of an animal being treated cruelly. If their dog, for example, was treated cruelly, they would try to stop it immediately. I have visited intensive pig units. I grew up on a farm, and I know this is a cliche, but I think it's very true. If slaughterhouses had glass walls, I think most people would be vegetarian, because I don't think there are many people like that who enjoy the fact that what they're putting into their mouth has suffered before it was actually killed, or that it has lived a bad life. And I think we have to believe in the innate goodness of people, and we have to inform people about what's going on. And I think education is the key.
Ian?
That's a classic example of the horribly intellectually smug attitude that you tend to get from an awful lot of vegetarians.
Answer the question.
No, the thing about it is, right, I mean, you can say, for example, oh, it's not nice to actually kill an animal. But of course it's not nice to kill an animal. Nobody wants to see an animal being killed.
Well, then don't
But that's
eat
like,
it.
No, but that's basically like saying, I mean, if I see a woman having a child, it's not a nice process. It's not going to stop me having sex. This is one of those things.
God help the woman.
You go through ludicrous bunkum arguments. Of course, nobody wants to see a bullet going through a cow's head or whatever. But these things happen, and it's a process that we have to.
They don't happen
Are we prepared to
naturally.
accept it?
Sorry.
Yes, I am. As a person who's conscious, quite happy to accept that fact. And yes, I will pick out a lobster that's alive, and I will throw it into the pot. Yeah. And I had a beautiful fillet steak tonight, and I sat there and I was thinking, and I went, that cow died for a good reason, because I had a bloody good meal and it was worth it, you know?
Can I just ask, Nuala,
Yeah, so he's a nasty piece of work, isn't he? And
Absolutely.
they make this weird analogy between, well, you wouldn't want to see a baby born, I think he said, didn't he? But it wouldn't stop me having sex. Well, I mean, plenty of people had their birth in the first place, but it's not the same at all. In fact, a little later on, somebody tries to make the same point with regard to appendicitis, as though these are the same things. You know, that, oh, well, you wouldn't want to see an appendicitis operation where everybody is presumably consenting and volunteers in order to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and more importantly, when you're talking about birth, you're talking about bringing a life into the world. Yeah, not taking one. It's the complete opposite. You are celebrating life being born, regardless of how graphic that may seem. It's not the opposite. You're not taking a life out of the world. You're bringing one in. They're not comparable in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it was such a bizarre argument, isn't it? Okay, should we move on?
The question about what would happen to the animal in the end? Would they all die of old age? I mean, I've often wondered why you don't see ancient robins in the garden, with grey feathers. And the reality is that once they become infirm, they are either killed by crows or eaten by foxes or whatever. They have a pretty nasty death in the end.
Well, Pat, I don't think you have to worry.
Die.
You don't have to worry about Donnybrook being overrun by cows or anything like that. I mean, these animals exist in large quantities because we breed them for that purpose. Yeah. And we frankly, I suppose, don't know what would happen because we never let them live their lives.
No, what I'm saying is that if you were to allow, for example, the sheep on the mountain and they're going to die naturally, many of them would die in drains when they're too old to pick themselves up. All I'm saying is that they're going to end, as we all are, one way or the other. And there is a view that says a humane, quick death in your prime is actually
so that's why we eat meat.
Preferable. No, I'm just suggesting that to you is preferable to being devoured. No, if you listen to the point I'm making, it's preferable to being devoured while still half alive by one of the predators in nature. That's an argument.
Well, it's an argument, Pat, but I don't think it holds much water, frankly, because these animals, for the most part, especially poultry and pigs, live completely unnatural lives in totally artificial situations.
Mick, you're one of the people who's accused of that.
We can talk all night about blood and guts and gore and everything. I mean, which is not a pretty scene. I'm sure if somebody was taking out your appendix, it wouldn't necessarily be make front page news. I mean, if you put a glass wall around
save your life.
If you put a glass wall around an operating theatre, these things exist. These things go on. Like I said,
to give him credit, Pat actually said, "Well, that's to save your life."
Yeah.
So he did make that point. At least as that, So yeah. Debbie's saying, is Tom running in the twilight zone? This is where I think you can see Reagan's slightly steely eyes, because he's kind of thinking, where the hell am I? And why did I come? I think at this stage, but we'll see. Should I move on?
Yeah.
Before, I mean, the animal, fortunately for it, has no consciousness of impending death. It's done humanely. Now, luckily, we have a choice in all this. I can do as Tom does. I can eat, I presume, beans or cabbage or lettuce, whatever, fine, and lentils. I don't like that stuff. I would eat a certain amount of it, yes, but I would like some fish. I would like some beef. I'd steak like I had this evening. Some eggs, chicken, whatever. I mean, we're extremely fortunate. Now, Tom also said, and this is where, if you want a bit of tragedy in it, he said that 2/3 of the people on the planet don't get meat. And I think that's an appalling situation. But it's the reason they can't get it is not by choice, unfortunately. It's because of the economic problems which we have in the world, some of which are created by perhaps the country that you came from yourself. Now, and I don't want to start a political argument here, but, we are extremely fortunate in the first world to have a choice. If you like eggs, or if you like steak, if you like lettuce, by all means eat it. Now, don't gorge on it. I mean, balance it up so that at least you have a little bit of everything.
Okay.
And that's what makes it interesting.
Right, Tom.
This is
a little bit of everything that he doesn't like, because he only likes
such a disingenuous point. I mean, the thing about he does correctly say it's to do with economics, but he doesn't say that what he called the first world, the developing countries, they're the ones depriving other people around the globe of protein because they want to feed it to their so-called livestock. It's that thing about we much prefer as a species to create feed for other animals than make sure everybody's got food. And yet we pay lip service to human rights all along the way, and there's kind of no evidence that we really mean it in this context at all. I often say, well, if we say we've got two populations and there's not enough food to go around, one is non-human and one is human, who should take priority? And everybody says, well, obviously the humans. Okay. And of course, that's not what happens in real life. we actually prioritize the other animals. No other animal will be going to bed, you know, dying of starvation or food-related issues today. But
yeah,
you know,
to be fair, that's a really, really good point. Like in the sense that going back to the hypotheticals that we quite often get given, where you're given a really crazy scenario where you've got to pick one answer. Well, actually, the starvation that goes on to humans all over the world, you can literally be as quick as that, and you could stop it by no longer contributing to the factors that perpetuate it. So the hypothetical that you always give us, i.e., why do you pick non-human animals over humans? This is a real life situation that you're picking the non-human animals on because you choose to consume or exploit them.
Yeah, I remember used to say in Liverpool at the stall when people say, "What you do for humans?" I used to say, "I'm not eating their food," for one thing. So anyway, let's move on. I think we're getting fairly close to the end now, I think.
Yeah,
you've heard the arguments.
I've heard an awful lot. Yeah, and I think what I've heard is stated several times is we eat meat because we can eat meat. We eat meat because we enjoy eating meat. But I mean, I don't think that really addresses any moral issue. I mean, just because you can do something, you enjoy do something, doesn't answer any question about whether you should do it. I mean, you just can't make that inference. You need an independent argument. I'm not saying you don't have an argument, just saying that's not an argument for eating meat, that I can. The other thing is the suggestion that what I'm giving is a sugar-coated version of animal rights. I'm giving my version of animal rights. I'm not giving the sugar-coated version of animal rights. I mean, there is a media conception, a popular conception of animal rights as a bunch of thugs, lawbreakers, or Three Stooges activists running through the streets naked or throwing pies in people's faces or something like that. That's not what I represent. I mean, and what's very important for everybody in the audience and everybody watching the show is not to think that there is just a monolithic animal rights movement that is represented by the media.
Okay.
And all due respect to the media.
One last question to you, Tom, and before we conclude, and that is the theory now that the reason we evolved from the apes is that and kill prey. And it was the extra protein provided by meat which allowed our brains to grow and allowed us to become what we are.
Yeah, so this is the big brain theory that he's coming up with now. And of course, I think there's been a lot of work that's debunked that in the sense that it.
I mean, it was only ever a sort of like loosely put together guess anyway. And yeah, pretty much every aspect of it has been torn apart. And I mean, you'd look at it and say that, do you know when that transition happened? When we're talking about moving away from other apes, do you not think that we might have gained some intelligence since then, considering that we're exploiting more animals in 2023 than at any point ever, and we probably got, without being rude, the most stupid version of the population we've ever had?
Well, they'd say because we're not eating enough meat, I suppose, enough flesh.
That's absolutely rubbish. They're eating more than ever before in vast amounts of quantities and varieties. And if anything, we're more stupid because of it. But no one wants to talk about that evidence. But I think it makes a really good point as well that going back to Mr. Pinchy, obviously he's saying that, you know, we're getting a watered down version of animal rights tonight, and Tom's not necessarily being himself. I'm sorry, Tom's being exactly himself. What you're actually noticing is that the violence and the oppression and the hostility all comes from the non-vegans, as always. You want to project it and say that this is what he's like, but he is him to a T, the same way that he acts every time that he's anywhere. And I imagine that guy acts exactly the same when he's not on the telly as well.
Yeah, I mean, his entire talk was replete with violence, and Reagan was the exact opposite. So yeah, I mean, again, nonsense stuff. Actually, I think Reagan deals with this question rather well.
Isn't that a telling argument in favor of eating meat?
No, I don't think so, because what that would show once more is that, if true, is that something happened in the past that involved our killing animals to arrive at a certain level of evolution. But it doesn't follow that because this has happened in the past, we have to continue to do it in the present or into the future.
Tom Reagan, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Reagan. All right. Food for thought. I think you'll agree from Professor Tom Reagan. That's all we've time for. Back on the radio Monday morning, not at 10, but at 9 on Bank Holiday Monday. Back here next Friday night. Hope you enjoy the show. Good night.
All right, we don't need to watch the credits, I don't think. So, so what's your final thoughts about the late show, as Tommy Tiernan says?
Yeah, do you remember any of that now, Bernie? After watching it again, does it kind of?
I do. I know I haven't got a great head, but yes, I do. When I see it, yeah, it's quite clear to me, really. You know, because I suppose we did spend a good bit of time together, because Tom came over a few times to us. You know, so back then we seem to have more people visiting from different countries, and that it's gone a bit flat, maybe. You know, stuff like that, but then again, the movement here has expanded so much. We don't bring so many people over to help us. We sort of get on with it, you know. But I think the saddest thing about the whole argument is the fact that ordinary people don't have the empathy to connect really with other animals that are caused pain because they just want a slice of food. That's the saddest part. People don't have the empathy. You know, I mean, my mother worked in a butcher's and everything else too. So, I mean, similar to Tom, I was brought up with meat and everything else. But about, I don't know, 40 odd years vegan or something now. I don't really know. But I wouldn't dream of causing pain to an animal. And most people wouldn't. And these are people who are eating meat. They don't think about it. People should think about the whole situation and not just let's pet the dog and save the cat and all the rest. That's not enough. It's not enough. You get rid of the meat. You just let the meat live. Let these animals live and let the farmers and farming die out. That everybody isn't making money off these animals. I mean, that is the main problem. It's money. It's always money, really, when it comes down to it. So, I mean, people just have to go vegan. It's healthier and everything else as well. So, if people who care about animals, because they're the ones that really would be easiest to get to, the people that care about animals in the first place, who, oh, I love dogs, I love cats, I love this, I love that, let them really think and not just fob it off.
Everybody says that, Bertie. Everybody says that they love cats and dogs, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. That's the problem. And if people would even think that way, really think about the situation, they wouldn't do what they do. They wouldn't cause animals' throats to be cut and young to be taken away from their mothers, and the whole situation and the whole transport issue and the sport issue. Horses are getting killed on the track, dogs are getting killed on the track. There's all these, and there's a new dimension too, which I just want to mention here, and give me 2 minutes. As regards the greyhound situation, which I'm quite involved in here in Ireland, there's a new dimension to this because the greyhound breeders in England and Ireland are now sending dogs to Africa where they're being used for pig fighting. So I think people should look that up. If you look up the paper search, you'll find it. But Irish greyhounds are being sent abroad to Africa, ended up in Africa due to greyhound board or whatever, and they're being disemboweled by the pigs with pig fighting, because in Africa they want faster prey dogs basically, and the greyhounds are bringing the speed into the fighting dogs. So that's what's happening now, and people don't know about this yet. It's not really, it's out, but it's not out. But we do, and we have to try and stop this as well. So instead of getting better, greyhound racing is getting worse. This is a new dimension to it. So if people could look that up and check it up, I'm not going to go into all the details, but it's horrendous that the gentlest dogs alive are being used for this, and pups and everything else. So that, Roger, that might be another night for Zoom, that issue, because people aren't
I've not
aware
heard
of
anything
it.
about that before. I can't
Yeah,
believe there's the amount of money around to make that viable.
Yeah, well, the Irish Greyhound Board, I mean, they're giving them millions. And there's people on the streets with no houses. It's horrendous, you know? The whole thing is wrong, no matter what way you look at it. So I think that I just wanted to get that mentioned tonight. And it's all because of money and gambling. And you see the Greyhound track there, they're bringing in kids, they're getting free food for kids. You know, I mean, the whole thing is wrong. It's all being squished around making money. And then they're getting the government's money as well to keep it going. So all the TDs are guilty of this. The suffering of these greyhounds and the suffering of horses as well as in racing. And now the suffering in Africa of the Irish dogs that are being sent there now. So it's just getting worse, the whole situation. So thanks, Roger. Just let me mention that anyway.
Categories of we need to end the use of all animals. I mean,
Use,
we could sit
yeah,
here and
end
argue
use,
all
yeah.
day about one particular aspect of it being far worse or far better than another. But at the end of the day, it's the use of animals that's got to stop.
It's all
The
use,
use
really.
of others,
That's the problem. Yeah, it's so unnecessary. There's so many things that could be done with the money, and people could be helped with this money instead of it being used to help people to gamble. You know,
Yeah, it's
but,
all the
like
gamble.
greyhounds are the gentlest dogs alive, really. You know, I've had them for years. You know,
Yeah.
there's two here asleep beside me. But you know, it's desperate. It shouldn't be going on. And the people and the TDs that don't know about this, just go look it up. Look up the paper, search the papers, and you'll find the articles on it. I'm not making this up. It's the truth. Okay.
Well,
Thanks
I mean,
for the
it's,
time to
it's
say
a,
that.
yeah, it's a form of animal use, and we know that whenever you look at animal use, sometimes you can't believe what goes on. I learnt,
Yeah.
I think today or yesterday, about blood horses being used in places like Mexico, I believe, where they're extracting blood from horses to send to pig farms because apparently it regulates the pregnancy of pigs.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Do it in
I,
Iceland and a couple of other places as well. Yeah, that's right.
well, I'd never heard of that one either. You know, so
Well, people
sometimes
would leave you flabbergasted. You wonder how they think of these things.
well, you know, vegans often say, you know, I thought I've heard it all, but I mean, all of it is really under the rubric of cultural speciesism because that's the overarching kind of thing that's going on here. The fact that other animals are property, we act as oppressors, and they are unfortunately the oppressed in this situation, and we find ways of oppressing them in almost unbelievable ways sometimes. You know,
Yeah,
so-
Greyhounds get
to make
such a
it
raw
worse.
deal here in Ireland. You know, it's
Yeah.
disgraceful. It's just
It's the ways that go into cover up though or normalizing that oppression that make it so much worse. It's not just that someone sat around a board or once upon a time saying, right, how can we exploit this other in the most efficient
Yeah.
way? It's also how can we convince the public that we're doing it for their benefits? How can we convince the public that this is okay? How can we convince them that if someone tells them what's going on, that actually it's way better than the wild, for example, it's way better than the alternative, and that's what they do. It's not just come up with the
Well,
idea.
you know, the thing that
exploitation.
convinces them, though, Andy, the thing that convinces them is the ideology of animal welfare, because that teaches us and socializes into the idea that we can use other animals in a non-cruel way, and so that is the kind of default position for most people. In the same way as, you know, when you talk about farmed other animals, they'll often think back to those books that they saw as kids and envisage that they're not going to necessarily have a picture of a modern day farm, whether free range or otherwise, in mind. They're going to have this kind of
question is, who's going to stop it? We're trying, but we need help with this, you know, to save these animals from the suffering they're being put through. And now there's Africa on the scene. So if people would look that up in the papers, there's plenty of articles on it.
Well, somebody's asking for a link. I suppose if you went to the Alliance for Animal Rights Facebook page, you'd get stuff, would you, Bernie?
Yeah, well, you just have to go online and just search pig fighting in Africa. It'll come up. It'll come up. It's well documented. There's been plenty of articles on it. So if you can't find it, just get back to me. I'm on Facebook there and my number's there. If they want to ring me, I'll give you the link. Okay?
Right. So we've been an hour and 30. So that's, I reckon, our first watch along. Did you enjoy it, Andy?
Yeah, definitely. I can't see why we can't do more of this kind of thing. as long as everyone else was quite happy with the interruptions and was stopping and chatting as it went through.
Well, as I understand, that's what you're supposed to do, isn't it? You can't just.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. As long as everyone else is quite happy with this kind of thing, I'm more than happy to do more of them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for staying with us. We've still got 28 people online, so that's good going. And of course, the recording will be available. So if you're watching that, hello as well. And just because I've only just done it, I'm going to finish by doing that title again. So thanks, everybody. And we might see you again in this slot for another watch along. Hey, hello Earthlings, and welcome to yet another time tunnel. So we're putting together an archive of interesting things from the history of the animal movement, the animal protection movement, the animal advocacy movement, the animal rights movement, the animal, whatever you want to call it, the vegan animal rights movement. Just let me warn you that I've got a very bad-tempered cat on my hands today. She's not having a good day, and so she might interrupt proceedings. This thing behind me is a screen, right? And I think she's learnt now that once that comes down, she can play merry hell and get whatever she wants. And so I think I've kind of created a rod for my own back. I think I'll just have to start bringing this goddamn thing down when I'm not doing a show, just so it'll break her out of this kind of thing. Because I think she just spies it and goes, right, you've had it now. Anyway, so that might occur a little bit, but hopefully not. But in the meantime, welcome to another time tunnel. Yes, so as you can see, we're doing the Little Brown Dog, or sometimes called the Little Brown Dog Affair. Just got to open a window here that I haven't done yet, so bear with me. There we go. Jiggly pokery. This is what a bad-tempered cat does for you, folks. Puts you completely out of your comfort zone. Yeah, I feel really bad for the cat is called Ruja, which is and it's a Polish word, and Ruja was rescued from some Polish people who'd never fed her, claiming that they didn't know you had to, and so she essentially lived by catching spiders and flies, I think. And because I do remember when we used to kind of play this kind of catchy game with a bit of string or something, she was absolutely demon at it. You know, she would never miss. And I guess it was because of that experience of not being able to be fed. So anyway, they said that they didn't know that domesticated in Neubert's terms need to be fed. So that wasn't good. Anyway, so yeah, the vegan time tunnel, the brown dog affair. Now this particular time tunnel is chock full of politics. I've got various accounts that tell the story. There's quite a lot online, and I'll point you towards those as well as things like books and stuff. There's not a lot about the fate of the actual poor dog who was vivisected, and so in terms of a content warning, I haven't included really graphic details of what happened to this particular unfortunate dog, but there is some, you know, you do get some sense of it. So just to let you know, but I'm not going to go into chapter and verse, as it were. What we're looking at really is what was going on politically and also socially when objections by vivisectors were raised by plans to erect a statue to the dog. And so the statue ended up being a site of conflict between medical students and the police, but also a working class community, which was quite interesting. So we'll go into all that. The vivisection industry really saw the brown dog affair as a slur on their scientific credentials, and so they kind of wanted it gone, really. And the idea of having a statue in a prominent place in London to remind everybody about it was not on as far as they're concerned, and so they tried their best to do everything to get rid of it. One thing it pointed out, of course, is that what came out in the trial, subsequent trial, which we'll go through, is the fact that they did break the welfare laws. I'm going to be bunny rabbit ears for this. Is the so-called Cruelty to Animals Act, I think 1876, I think. And so they did break some of those laws, and so again they wouldn't have wanted it around, you know. And that one of the provisions was that you should not use other animal more than once, and that's kind of what they did. In fact, some of them even tried to make a virtue of it in a weird way. They said that repeated use spared so-called fresh other animals, and so it was a good thing to use one more time than just a single use, as it were. In fact, the first vivisector who gave evidence in the trial that we're going to hear about said that very thing. So this is a kind of fairly well-known quote from George Bernard Shaw about vivisection, and I remembered it today. I also remembered, let me just drop him out for a minute. This book here, Shaw on Vivisection, I think you can read that. This is a 1949 book, which I got from a charity shop. I did find that somebody has put this little picture there. This is George Bernard Shaw with a donkey, somewhere presumably in Ireland, and so that's quite neat. It's kind of like a weirdly shaped bookmark, maybe. But this is the bit I wanted to read from the last page of this. The last page is 64, so it's not a very long book. The vivisector, I declared, is actually that worst of scoundrels, a scoundrel on principle. For no thief or murderer attempts to justify theft or murder as such, and claims not only impunity, but respect and protection for them. Whereas the vivisector maintains that knowledge as such is so supremely sacred that in its pursuit, the professional man of science may commit the most revolting atrocities merely to satisfy his curiosity. You want to know, I said, but there are some things you ought not to know. For instance, what it feels like to see your mother boiled to death. So, as usual with Shaw, he kind of mixes a political statement with a little bit of humor, of course. So it's a great little book, and as you can see, again, from the thing, that was from veganposters.com. So there's quite a lot of stuff on there. Now, there's also a couple of eyewitness accounts. People kind of got roped into some of the events that surround the brown dog affair. And the special one of that is this guy here on the left. It's called Bernard Ford. So it was a book that he wrote in 1907. 08, sorry. And the other sources I'm using book-wise is Peter Mason's book, The Brown Dog Affair, and also Richard Ryder's. So I put Richard Ryder's there rather small because there's not very much in his book, The Victims of Science, about it. But obviously the Brown Dog Affair was all about it. I'm going to mention another book right at the end as well. But there's also this one, which is by Coral Lansbury. Now, the title's interesting in the sense that it does encapsulate all the kind of actors or the players involved in this saga. Women, workers, and vivisection in Edwardian England, the old brown dog. And so those are the people that came together to create this dramatic scene, if you like. So we go back to the beginning, and the time scale for this particular time tunnel is 1899 through to 1994. And in fact, in terms of what I learned just this very day, in fact, even beyond that. So we'll come back to that, but that's the main kind of time scale for now. And then we have two protagonists, the anti-vivisectionists. And so the two central figures, I suppose, to this story, apart from the unnamed brown terrier type dog, are Louise Lind Hargarfi, I think. Hang on a minute, RGV, it's called the thing. But I'm just going to call her Louise Lind, because I always mess up these names. And she was also called Lizzie Lind sometimes as well. And also Leisha Sartu on the right was involved as well. They met each other in 1899, and a year later visited Paris. And because both were interested in science, they visited the Pasteur Institute. And what they witnessed there was so horrific that they both became lifelong anti-vivisectionists, especially Lizzie Lind, in terms of being an activist. And interestingly, they wanted to oppose vivisection on scientific grounds. And to that end, they became students at the London School of Medicine for Women in 1902. It's now called the Royal Free. You might have heard that phrase being used. So they decided that they wanted to be able to argue scientifically with the vivisectors. And so they thought that they needed then to, to get a scientific background. The institute that they joined carried out no animal experiments, but the students there could go to what was described as medical demonstrations, which did involve animal experimentation. So they witnessed as many as 50 of these demonstrations before, these are on other animals, of course, before they quit their course a year later in 1903. But they did keep detailed notes. And immediately that they left their course, they took a manuscript of what they had seen to the National Anti-Vivisection Society, the NAVS, as we know it. And the person in charge of that was called Stephen Coleridge at the time. So Coleridge was intrigued by the accounts that they gave, and in particular, their description of one particular experiment on a dog on February 1903. So the details, as I said about the content one, the details of this poor dog's ordeal are not that important, although, of course, we shouldn't forget what he went through, I guess. But the fact that the dog had been vivisected more than once was the key factor. And Coleridge came to the conclusion that there had been at least 2 infringements of the 1876 Cruelty to Animals Act had occurred by 2 vivisectors. Interesting, because when I was involved with the BUAV, which will come along to British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection, this act was being updated, like a kind of almost 100 years later. And it kind of almost like ended up being worse than this Cruelty to Animals Act, which wasn't very good in the first place. But the vivisectors themselves are these characters. We've got Dr. William Bayliss on the left and Professor Ernest Starling on the right. So these are goodies for you to cheer, and you can boo these characters if you like. Both of these were employed by the University College of London. Starling is thought to have been the first person to perform vivisection on the little brown dog. In fact, when these two had finished with the dog, which was months apart, they handed him over to a third vivisector. And that person removed certain body parts from the dog and then killed him by stabbing him in the heart. So that's about as graphic as it gets, folks. It was too late to formally charge these people by the time that Coleridge kind of was in possession of the facts, as it were. So he decided to kind of out them at a public meeting organized by the NAVS, the National Anti-Vivisection Society, which really was their AGM. And it was attended by an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 people. Now, that in itself gives you some indication of the size of the anti-vivisection movement at the time. The NAVS, if you like, gave birth to the BUAV, British Unified Abolition of Vivisection, because the people who started the BUAV, not least Francis Power Cobb, thought that the NAVS were a bit too moderate. So it was interesting, the fact that these kind of ex-students, if you like, went to the moderate group rather than the radical group, the BUAV. But Coleridge knew that by naming Dr. Bayliss, it was almost guaranteed to result in a court case, and that's what he was trying to provoke. The Daily News, a newspaper at the time, ran the story, and within 3 days, several other papers, both regional and national, had picked up on the story and ran it as well. Coleridge's AGM speech even resulted in questions being asked in the House of Commons. And so it obviously caused quite a stir in the press and in Parliament. And so, in a sense, Bayliss felt that he couldn't ignore it. And so, sure enough, a writ for libel and slander was issued against Coleridge on the 12th of May, 1903. And it was called Bayliss versus Coleridge, you won't be too surprised. And that began on the 11th of November, 1903, which much later on would be World Vegan Day, but that obviously wasn't that relevant at the time. One thing which was interesting is that the public gallery was packed with long queues of people every day. The trial lasted for 4 days, and the people trying to get in more than anyone else was medical students. Okay. The judge was a Lord Chief Justice, Lord Alverstone, and he started to react pretty angrily to disruptions from the medical students who were making a fuss, as it were, from the public gallery. And he reminded them that his court wasn't one of their lecture theatres. So again, slight content warning, because just in terms of what I'm about to say, but it's not as bad as before, if you like. Professor Starling was first up to give evidence. Now, he gave graphic details, which I won't repeat, about what he did to the little brown dog. And even the Lancet, which was a journal that was massively in support of vivisection, they said that Starling had technically broken the law, which, although that doesn't sound too much, it was actually quite a condemnation from the Lancet to say that about a vivisector. Lind and Chartreuse' account of what they witnessed was also pretty gruesome. In terms of repeated use, they said the dog already had 6 previous scars, and that was just on his abdomen. While they claimed that the dog was conscious during these procedures, Dr. Bayliss insisted that the terrier dog was unconscious for the duration. In fact, he said in court that, in fact, he complained about this. He said that the dog had been given too much anesthesia. So too much anesthetic had been used, and that had interfered with the procedure that he wanted to do on the dog, and that invalidated the results. And so that particular experiment was deemed a failure, if any can be deemed a success, of course. Lord Alverstone, in summing up, said that the shambles of science, which is this book here, so this is Lind and Chartreuse' account of the plight of the brown dog, and it had been published earlier that year before the trial. He described it as a hysterical book, which obviously is an interesting phrase to use in terms of men calling women that name, of course. And a Rufus Isaacs, who was Baylis's counsel, accused the Swedish women of using sex and race to make their points in court. And he even demanded, who were these Swedish women to criticize British scientists, he said. Lind was described in court as the most ignorant person to ever enter a lecture room for medical students. This sort of reaction, in fact, was precisely the reason why Lind and Chartour wanted to become scientists themselves and tackle vivisection on scientific grounds. So they were kind of almost pioneers, you might say, for what you would now call scientific anti-vivisection, which would not make moral claims. In fact, some scientific anti-vivisectionists, like Hans Reusch, for example, they would actually criticize ideas like animal rights, because they claim that human beings are selfish, and you have to make the case that vivisection is scientifically invalid, and so therefore the humans, are in danger by doing it, not that there was any rights violations in doing it. So that is a kind of position of scientific anti-vivisectionists. I think modern day people, like, for example, at the Camp Beagle, they would probably blend the two ideas and say there is a moral issue, but also the science in vivisection is, well, dodgy, the technical term you're supposed to use. And in relation to the common male description of women, often as hysterical, they themselves were severely critical of other women who would break down in tears when describing vivisection in public. So they wanted to kind of break, if you like, that stereotype. So in terms of the result of the trial, the vivisectors won, and Coleridge was fined heavily. In today's money, to the tune of £250,000, which I have translated for everyone. So that's 288,000 euros. It's 278 North American dollars. And for some reason, it's 420,000 Canadian dollars. So I'm not quite sure why that disparity there. But that's what I found when I looked at it. One newspaper reported on the medical students' gallant fight with women, as they put it. And so there was a lot going on, not just, if you like, the vivisection. The trial ended at 6 p.m. and it's reported that at 10 p.m. the very next morning, Baylis's solicitor turned up to get the money from Coleridge. And Baylis announced, of course, that he would donate it all to vivisection, to kind of twist the knife, if you like, which what vivisectors are good at. National coverage of the trial actually meant that Coleridge had enough to pay the fine. You still go for experiments, of course, from the general public. That's where they got the money, and he even had some amount for the NAV's funds on top of that. The Daily News declared that the trial was a miscarriage of justice, and the Times said that the behavior of the students in the public gallery was amount to medical hooliganism, hooligans with a dodgy set of morals. Now that's actually a quote, but it seems a very modern thing to say, a dodgy set of morals. So within 2 days of the verdict, Louisa Woodward approached Lizzie Lind with the idea of erecting a statue to the dog with fountains on 2 levels. This was a very kind of popular model at the time, and you'll see what it looks like. Essentially, it was a fountain for humans, and then there was a trough for horses, and a lower trough for dogs. So these were very kind of popular at the time. And so to cut this part of the story, which was quite long, about how the actual statue came about, it ended up that Battersea Council eventually accepted the idea of the brown dog statue. And there it is in its kind of glory, if you like. Now, one thing about Battersea is it was a kind of an area of radicalism in those days. For example, William Wilberforce, the anti-slavery and anti-vivisection campaigner, lived there. It was also the location of the Battersea Dogs home. And also it had a People's University, a polytechnic, which was set up to give working class people the chance of higher education or vocational qualifications. Now that was pretty radical in those days. And also it was a location of the Battersea General Hospital. And that was known as the Anti-Vivisection Hospital, or the Anti-Viv, and sometimes the Old Anti, it was called. So the Anti-Viv, the hospital, had a strict anti-vivisection policy, and they would not employ doctors who had vivisected. Now, the vivisectors, for their part, had been trying to defund this hospital for years, but public donations had kept it going. Battersea was also known for being the home of militant trade unionism and other progressive tendencies, not least women's suffrage. In fact, in some accounts, it is claimed that the medical students who were planning attacks on any statue that was built were able to mobilize anti-feminist feelings to swell their ranks. So this is a bit of a little mini timeline here. You've got 11th of July, 1906. Battersea Council give the go-ahead for the fountain. By September the 11th, the memorial was unveiled, and one account kind of implies that George Bernard Shaw was there. Other accounts actually say that he definitely was. However, most attendees, and this is really quite significant, were from a local working class council estate, which was called the Latchmere Council Estate. And that was close to the monument. And it turned out that that was very lucky that it was close to the monument because of subsequent events. The inscription on the original statue said, "In memory of the brown terrier dog done to death in the laboratories of University College in February 1903. So you can imagine the college wasn't too happy to have that prominently on display in public. After having endured vivisection extending over more than 2 months and having been handed over from one vivisector to another till death came to his release. Also the memory of the 232 dogs vivisected at the same place during the year 1902. Men and women of England, how long shall these things be?" Which is quite a stirring end for the inscription. So when we get to November the 20th of 1907, the medical students mount their first attack on the statue. And it actually became a really kind of focal point for a real battle. The police in the end had to mount 24-hour defense of the statue against the medical students. So a student called Howard Lister led the first attack on the fountain. 10 people were arrested. And then subsequently, over months later, really, or weeks at least, the statue is attacked with hammers and sledgehammers on a regular basis. Often students were found in the area of the statue with hidden weaponry, including hammers and all this kind of stuff. November the 22nd, 1907, medical students burn an effigy in central London. And they had switched, if you like, to central London because the fountain was now increasingly being defended by the police and the working class locals from the Latchmere estate. So on December the 10th, 1907, the medical students riot in Trafalgar Square. So they take part in a full-scale riot. I mean, when we think about violence in relation to, what you might call the animal advocacy movement, we tend to think of it on our side, and that's what's always said. But the first people to riot, and this situation were the medical students. 12 of them are arrested. Now, Edward Ford, the guy who subsequently wrote the book, said he got caught up in all this and almost carried along the street by the mob. And he wrote down the students' so-called war song, which was sung to the tune of the Little Brown Jug. So if anybody knows that, you'll know how this goes. As we go walking after dark, we turn our steps to Latchmere Park, and there we see, to our surprise, a little brown dog that stands and lies. You know, ha ha ha, he, little brown dog. So that's the tune, right? I'm not going to sing it for you. How we hate thee, ha ha ha, he, little brown dog. How we hate thee. If we had a dog which told such fibs, we'd play a whip about his ribs. To tan him, we would not fail for carrying such a monstrous tail. Then you've got the chorus again. Little brown dogs may sit and beg, but they must not pull the public's leg. And if put-up stories shock the town, the authorities ought to pull them down. And then you've got the thing again. Now, this bit's quite interesting. It's a little bit Dick Van Dyke, really. Ford manages to get away from the mob, and he finds himself stood next to a police officer. Now, you might not be able to see this too well. Let me just see if I can make it a little bit bigger. And so the police officer explains to Ford what was going on. It's only them brown doggers, sir. They're riled up because their professor did something to a dog, what's called vivispection. And the ladies, they stuck up a monument to the dog in Battersea, and they say it was tortured and that the professor, he broke the law. And them young gentlemen says it's a shame. And now the fat's in the fire, sir. And what do you think will happen? This is Ford asking the copper. Will the ladies or the students get the best of it? Well, sir, I'm thinking the ladies will. For that vivispection seems to me an ugly business. And if the young gents smash up the dog, as they are trying, I reckon the ladies will pretty soon stick it up again. So this is the police officer's rather, as I said, Dick Van Dyke account of what was kind of going on. So now we have a whole series of public meetings. December the 11th, 1907, anti-vivisection meeting at Acton Central Hall. This is disrupted by medical students. They have firecrackers, they have rattles, and even trumpets. So at this point, there's a whole series of town hall meetings going on, and many of them were disrupted by the medical students. And sometimes, as well as the police, as many as 300 stewards were employed to keep order. And then a contingent of working men were seen going into the meetings on a regular basis, and they swiftly and fairly violently dealt with any student protest. The anti-vivisectionists called them sympathetic working men, whereas one newspaper labeled them an army of unemployed thugs. So there was this continuous battle going on about this statue. By January the 8th, 1908, concerns were raised within the Battersea Council now about the policing costs of protecting the fountain. By February the 6th, 1908, questions in Parliament about the memorial were asked, not least again because of all the cost of it going on. November the 8th, 1909, medical student Arthur Allen was arrested trying to bribe a police officer. So the story is that he sidled up to a police officer and said he would give him some money if he would kind of just go for a bit of a stroll for a few minutes. And he was arrested and found to be equipped with heavy lump hammers and this kind of stuff. December the 8th, 1909, the council votes to change the inscription, which was infuriating the medical students. February the 9th, 1910 now, the council vote to return the fountain. from whence it came, as it were. And then by March the 9th, 1910, the council vote to dismantle the memorial. And so we get then March the 10th, 1910, council workers take down the fountain as the police look on. March the 18th, 1910, there's another protest in Trafalgar Square, but this time it's to bring the fountain back as opposed to wanting it to be destroyed. January the 29th, 1911, at this stage, Louisa Woodward attempts to get the courts to demand the fountain's reinstatement, but she was unsuccessful in that. And then within days of this ruling, the fountain is reported to have been destroyed. So as suggested then, during the Brown Dog affair, local residents from the council estates would join the police to guard the statue. When the medical students attacked, they would pelt them with mud and stones and engage in what was called fisticuffs at that time. When one medical student was injured, for example, other students attempted to take him to the anti-Viv hospital, but the locals barred the way, preventing the medical students from entry. So as we can see, there's a heck of a lot going on over this statue. And so we jump now to the 1980s. And I'm on the committee, 1982 now, of the British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection. And Dave McCall, who was the European Director of Sea Shepherd Conservation Society at the time, he was also on the committee. And Dave and I were not particularly interested in resurrecting the statue, but most of the executive committee were. And so they proceeded with the idea of getting another statue. The funding would come from the NAVs and the BWV, British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection, public funds, and some money, I believe, from Animal Aid, but I'm not sure about that. The first proposed sculptor, who was called Dame Elizabeth Frink, was rejected when it was discovered that she was famous for wearing big fur coats. And so a Nicola Hicks was commissioned to create the second statue. These meetings that went on in the committee that Dave and I was at, they dragged on and on and on, and eventually Dave McCall lost his temper because the argument between the parties involved with the funding was the pose which the dog would be depicted in. And so should he be lying? Should he be stood? Should he be sat? And this kind of stuff. And eventually McCall just lost his temper and said, I don't give a monkey's kind of thing. Just get it done. And so eventually they do, but it takes a while. And in December of 1985, the new monument is unveiled. And here he is, not as grand as the first, I think you'll agree, but does have some new inscriptions as well as the old one as well. In fact, there's 4 plaques altogether. These are just the 2. The third one is about who funded it, and the 4th one is the original inscription. The first plaque says, "This monument replaces the original memorial to the brown dog erected by public subscriptions in Latchmere Recreation Grounds, Battersea in 1906. The sufferings of, I think you should say, the brown dog at the hands of vivisectors generated much protest and mass demonstrations. It represented the revulsion of the people of London to vivisection and animal experimentation. This new monument is dedicated to the continuing struggle to end these practices. After much controversy, the former monument was removed in the early hours of the 10th of March, 1910. This was a result of a decision taken by the then Battersea Metropolitan Borough Council, the previous council having supported the erection of the memorial. There was a heck of a lot of politics, which I've kind of skipped over, to be honest. Plaque 2, which you may have difficulty seeing, apologies for that, especially if you're on a phone or something. Plaque 2 says, Animal experimentation is one of the greatest moral issues of our time and should have no place in a civilized society, which George Bernard Shaw would agree with. In 1903, 19,000 animals suffered and died in British laboratories. During 1984, 3.5 million experiments were performed on live animals in Great Britain. Today, animals are burned, blinded, irradiated, poisoned, and subject to countless other horrifying experiments in Great Britain. So that's the two, as it were, new plaques. The third one, as I said, being the being who funded it, and so on, and the fourth one being the actual original inscription, which was still there. So the statue is back, but when we moved to 1992, the Battersea Park new owners, which are called Wandsworth Council, they removed the statue again. And then by 1994, there's a big campaign by anti-vivisectionists, and the statue is returned into what is described as a much more secluded area. So I'm going to show you Google Maps. Now, ignore this. This is just actually the school where Donald Watson went to school, and there's a plaque of him. But that's not obviously what we're at today. So I was just not in. So if I put Battersea Park, London. So this is what the actual mappy bit looks like. And you can see the bandstand there, and it actually says the brown dog statue. Okay. So if we put our little man down here, the problem is that there's no sign of the statue, because you have to kind of go down one of these little laneways and then turn to find it. And so there's no, so if you walk along the street and you're glancing down these passageways, you wouldn't see the statue. In fact, it's rather about, if we just turn, it's rather about there, but on a connecting way. So if we put this then into things, so here we have the brown dog statue. And as you can see, it is rather secluded in the sense that you can't really see it. So that's where it is today. Secluded indeed. Now, just to finish off, we've got one more bit to go back to with regard to this, which is that there's a new campaign. So in 2021, an author called Paula S. Owen decided that she wanted to recast the fountain. And this is a picture of her with a model of the original, which she seems to have had. She seems to have had the look of having a car with a sunroof big enough to take this statue. And so they put the thing back in Battersea Park, and there's been a campaign ever since to try to get the original, with the original inscriptions, of course, back. But I haven't been able to find out any success or how it's going or anything. But I mean, it's essentially been going 2 years, but I don't really know. To the left there, that's Paula S. Owen's novel, which she wrote about the book. And I just thought I'd finish with that because it's quite interesting. She says, let's get rid of that. The issue, she recounts, became a lightning rod for continuing disturbances, riots, and rallies across London. The statue was subjected to repeated attacks by outraged medical students, and it was defended by the equally outraged working-class locals of Battersea, plus a cast list of feminists, suffragists and suffragettes, trade unionists, radical liberals, and anarchists. The situation became a national talking point and was debated in Parliament. The statue was protected at great expense day and night, by the police, which is a pretty neat summary to what went on. And that's your time tunnel. The brown dog affair. As I said, there's a heck of a lot of material about this that you can find, including the books that I've talked about. And if you just put in the little brown dog or the little brown dog affair, you'll find it. Did they purposely? Yes, that's what the BOAV and the NAVs think. Yeah, the sense that, in fact, I think Owen says in another part of her book that it's kind of so out of the way it's not going to cause any problems now. I think they said something like that, and so that actually might be one reason why this one won't come back, because I think the idea is to put it back where it was. And so I think the chances of that happening are probably non-existent, I would think. And of course, they're just going to say, well, you've already got one. But again, as we can see with this, in this area that you just essentially can't see. And so really the only people who go to visit the statue now, I think, are people who know it's there. And you'd have to be kind of lucky to kind of find it. Although it is in actual Google Maps, so it does mark it in that. So in that sense, yes, you're right. It's still as controversial as ever, but I suppose they're trying to stop a recurrence of the actual fighting that went on. Whether medical students would have, you see, it was very immediate back then, and it just been a big controversial trial, etc., etc. And so in that sense, you could see why the medical students were riled up. It was also a time when they were worried about their reputation. And it was also the time when the anti-vivisection movement was really strong. In fact, most of the campaigning that was going on was either anti-vivisection or possibly anti-blood sports at the same time. Although the League Against Cruel Sports didn't exist until about 1925, I believe. When I got involved with the movement in 1979, it was blood sports. It was an anti-battery cage campaign going on, which was led by compassionate wool farming, which was started by a dairy farmer in 1967, and also then the anti-vivisectionists, which accounts for the fact that when I got involved with the movement, the first thing I did was go sabbing. And then when I got involved with the larger movement, the first thing I did was get involved with anti-vivisection. So that was the big thing. As we say, and as Ronnie Lee and I say on our sister program, Still Alive, we were all, or the people we knew anyway, were all vegans at the time, but we didn't campaign for veganism. It wasn't as it is now, which obviously is a big shame. It would be remarkable to wonder what would happen if it had been vivisection as the moral baseline in the 1970s, which would be quite interesting. We might be further on, as it were, than we are now, but I don't know. Joanna, unfair, this means that we have a long way to end experiments on animals, just as the Tories just continue to test. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we've got this what they've kind of gone back on a 25-year ban on cosmetics. And I think the anti-vivisectionists always thought that the cosmetic ban would be guaranteed to succeed, because who's going to defend it, right? And that's why they kind of separated it out from the medical experiments, so-called. And so that's why they became very controversial within the movement too, as well. Because the more abolitionist people didn't want to make such a separation. They wanted to talk about animal experiments across the board, but the moderates won out, in fact, to the extent that the BOAV, British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection, became Cruelty-Free International, and cruelty-free is the phrase that is mainly associated with products and shampoos, that kind of stuff. So the privileged students were against animal rights, and the workers and less privileged echelons of society were for the other animals, yes. Opposite of what vegans are now accused. Yeah, that's right. It's really kind of interesting. This time tunnel is really interesting in that sense. Also, the idea that there was an anti-vivisection hospital, right next to a polytechnic, and the working class was supportive of that. The hospital depended on public funds, and then they also had this thing about some of the first education facilities for the working class, which became the polytechnic system, I suppose. And that then became, later, I think, 80s, 90s, all the British polytechnics became other types of universities. So, for example, there used to be a Liverpool University when I was there, and also a Liverpool Polytechnic when I was there, and now there's two universities. So, yeah, so politically, it's really interesting, and the fact that anti-vivisection and the kind of the intertwining of all these justice issues, within Battersea is really kind of fascinating part of the story. I must admit. So, well, this has been one of the longer time tunnels. So, thank you for bearing with us, people. And if everybody, I think we've had a bit of smashing going on Facebook. So, thanks for that. I forgot to put. I don't know whether was this one put up. I can't remember. Was that one put up? Because I always like to remind people that on this channel we will never ever charge vegans to talk to us, because I think that is pretty despicable, to be quite honest. Okay, people, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on a vegan time tunnel, the subject of which at the present I don't know, but it will be there. See you next week. Hey, Earthlings, how are you doing? Welcome along to another vegan time tunnel. As you probably know by now, we're putting together an archive of some interesting historical issues within the animal movement. Let's call it that. Animal protection, advocacy. There's different names, obviously, for it. I'm accompanied today by a very feisty cat, so expect some disruption, I would think. I am, at least. Also, shortly after this particular time tunnel, there is a special premiere of the director's cut of Andy Atkinson's film, which is called Animal Rights, We're Getting It Wrong, which is really good. I'm not saying that because I'm in it. I seem to be in it a lot at the beginning, but then that's because he's cut my bit up a few times, so it just makes it look as though I'm more in it than I am, I think. Anyway, we're back to celebrating the powerful female members of the pioneers of the vegan social movement, and we're into the 50s, late 50s, and into the 60s. Now, this is really interesting from the movement's point of view, in the sense that there is a sense now that we're starting to see the vegan movement starting its process of moderation in terms of a movement away from radicalism. So we'll get into that. But for now, welcome to the Time Tunnel. Yeah, so I call this little kind of mini series within the Time Tunnel the Founding Mothers, or the strong female members. Obviously, we've got this kind of gender problem in a way that most spokespersons or the ones that people know historically or right now are usually men. So this is a problem for social movements in general, but it's been a problem in our movement in particular, because throughout history, most people in our movement, or our movements, if you want to talk about animal rights, animal welfare, anti-vivisection, for example, most people have been women. So there's always that kind of issue, if you like. So Eva Batt was born in 1908 and died in 89, so died at the age of 81. Now, she played quite a significant role in the development of the Vegan Society. She was a member, she was serving member of the society as chairperson for 15 years. She was also the society's vice president for a while. And one of her most significant contributions was editing something called the commodity pages of the vegan. And she did that for over 20 years. So we'll come back to the details of that because some of it is pretty kind of interesting. The society were the publishers of her two fairly famous cookbooks. At least for my generation of vegans, everybody had Eva Batt's cookbooks. So you got What's Cooking, and then there was, I can't really find the original. It was What Else Is Cooking, but I think those two got subsumed into the things on the screen there. You see Vegan Cookery, and the updated one, which has obviously got a much more modern appearance to the right there. What's Cooking is one of those books where, you know, it was kind of laminated kind of pages, you know, and so it was designed to open up there and then when you're cooking, because you could wipe the pages down. So everybody had What's Cooking. It was very kind of fairly kind of famous book of the time, my generation, as I said. She was also a council member of the American Vegan Society. So that's interesting in the sense that there was a different set of claims makers from the American group. They were more into talking about things like ahimsa, which they defined as dynamic harmlessness. So that's quite kind of interesting in many ways. She was also a director of Plamil, and they began selling canned soya milk, the concentrated version, in 1965. She also worked for Beauty Without Cruelty. Whenever I hear that, the name of that group, I can't forget the fact that they used to sell these kind of fake fur coats or faux fur coats. And but they used to sell them with a really big badge, absolutely ridiculously sized badge that people used to wear, which said, "Make no mistake, my fur is fake." So that's what I remember of Beauty Without Cruelty. She also owned a shop that sold vegan-friendly food, clothing, and footwear. So she was very active in her time. The first time she appears in the Vegan Society's committee in the listing is 1958. And here we see that. I'm going to put that on full screen. Now, it's not particularly well reproduced, so you probably won't be able to read much of it. One significant part of this, actually, though, is you'll see that the Vegan on the left, the magazine or the journal, so that's where we first encounter Eva Batt. This is winter 1958. But if you see the one on the right there, we can just see the top part of it. It had that strapline, which the sociologist Matthew Cole pointed out, advocating living without exploitation. So that had kind of gone by the late 1950s. So again, what we might be seeing from a social movement point of view, or from the point of view of the social movement organization known as the Vegan Society, is that this might be part of the process of moderation. Now, one person who's talked about moderation within social movements a lot is sociologist Corey Lee Wren. Talked about social movement professionalization. And the idea of becoming professionalized kind of sounds good, but it's got pros and cons. First of all, it becomes much more organized. But then the typical pattern is that these organizations then start to de-radicalize. And that means that they're more moderate in terms of what they say and often what they do. And so Corrie explores this idea in a couple of books, but also this Journal of Gender Studies. And she argues that it's rather necessary, a necessary drawback to professionalism is the moderation in goals and in organization. And they must appeal to a larger constituency to support a larger overhead. And so what's that alluding to is that part of the professionalization process is when you end up getting things like staff, buildings, offices, physical offices, and that kind of thing. And she also says, quickly won victories are essential for the professionalized organization's fundraising obligations. So this is something that is a problem for this movement in particular, in the sense that that tends to mean that there almost like needs to be a whole series of victories announced every now and again to kind of keep people subscribing to your organization, essentially. So that's seen, I mean, this is social movement theory, and it kind of applies to all social movements, but it certainly applies to the animal movement, that if you don't kind of announce a victory every now and again, then you could have a kind of problem, if you like. So again, this kind of idea that there might have been some kind of move towards welfarism comes out in some of the things that the vegan social movement started publishing by 1958. For example, this Manifesto of Animal Rights is quite interesting. It's very kind of welfarist in tone. If you see the panel to the right there, it says basic principles. Some of those are quite interesting. Life is a oneness, these kind of ideas. Unity is good, this kind of thing. But then there's lots of cruelty talk. Cruelty is indivisible, those kind of things. And then when you get down to what's called the Manifesto for Animal Rights, it's kind of anything but, really. Number one, for the present purposes, the term animal covers all forms of sentient life. And then they contradict themselves straight away in number two. Cruelty to animals shall be defined as any act that a human being towards an animal. And so they first say that all other animals are, or all animals are involved, and then they make a distinction between humans and other animals, which cause that animal to endure physical or mental pain, which is not for the benefit of that particular animal. Now, this is kind of RSPCA type stuff, which is interesting, really, because in most countries' animal welfare laws, there is a recognition that other animals can suffer both physically and also psychologically. So, in other words, there's lines like, you shouldn't terrorize other animals, this kind of stuff. And so there's this kind of recognition of a mental life within animal welfare legislation that often people will reject, as though, you know, other animals are not quite there. Then number three is quite interesting in the sense that it's all about the kind of limitations of what they're calling animal rights, which really is animal welfare. All animals shall normally have the right to live out their lives according to their natural expectation of life, provided, 3A, they do not attack human life, when man shall have the right to self-defense. 3B, they are not pests, so that opens up a whole bag of possibilities, when man shall have the right to defend himself. 3C, when an animal in pain, so we're talking about shall be put down, interesting language, of course. And then 3D, when man would otherwise die of starvation. So it's kind of a very kind of heavily curtailed idea of what we would understand as animal rights in this day and age. Another thing that was part and parcel of the late 50s society was the crusade against all cruelty to animals. Now, this as far as I'm aware, this is an organization which somehow became affiliated with the Vegan Society. And so Margaret Cooper here kind of appears quite often in the Vegan Journal at this time, giving accounts of this particular kind of crusade, as she calls it, which is quite interesting. One thing that's interesting about this is that towards the bottom, it talks about humanitarians. So I want to say a couple of things about that in a while. But they also talk about film meetings. So it's quite interesting that, like we tend to think of kind of like evenings full of film being rather a new thing. But they would talk about film meetings, one of which they report right at the bottom there, in support of the Vegan Society at our Kensington meeting on September the 30th, which was attended by 500 people. So that's a pretty good attendance. I think we'd be pretty well pleased if we organized a film meeting today and we had 500 people in attendance. So in terms of moderation then, well, first of all, this is the movement that Eva Batt had come into. And so she began to be active when this potential moderation had started to occur. And so you end up getting socialized by the movement that you join, of course. So this is only 14 years after the foundation of the Vegan Society. But kind of worse than that, it's only 3, 4, 5 years after all the writings of Leslie Cross, who was writing about vegan philosophy over a number of years, starting something like 49 and finishing around about 55. And when he said things like veganism was on the side of the liberators, it's not about welfare, it's not about cruelty, it's about abolition, it's not about making things better, it's about abolition of use and this kind of thing. And so there seems to be a distinct change in tone, really. And I think that the next slide might kind of start to point to why this might be. Let me just alter that so you can see it, although I'm not sure you won't be able to read it very well. This is 1959 at this stage. So Eva Batt was producing news items for the Journal of the Society, and news items from all over the world. And again, you have to say that most of these were welfarist in nature. And it talks about those involved with animal welfare. All this kind of language is kind of replete throughout this period. And just speculating on this, I tend to think that this is possibly because the society now has found its feet as a social movement organization, and it started to become known. It started to make contacts on a global level, and so it starts to feature news from its, as it were, allies and contacts from all over the world, and all of that is kind of welfare based in nature, which they're reproducing in the magazine. And so there is this kind of problem, I think, that there's the potential to move towards moderation, again, comes from the potential towards things like professionalization, becoming established, and this kind of stuff. And I think this is probably kind of what's going on here. Okay, I'm going to switch tack in a sense, because a lot of the work that Eva Batt got involved with was about food labeling and about trying to find out which foods were vegan friendly, which then could be reported in the journal. Obviously, this is well before the age of the internet and everything. So if you look at this, for example, now this is interesting. This is the University of Reading in Britain, and it's kind of like a bit of a history of food labeling law. And as you can see there, probably on the left, 1943 is where it starts. It kind of goes in reverse order. So we don't really need to look at the details of this, but virtually every year, sometimes more than once a year, there was something that came through, okay, right up to the 1970s. And that was to do when Britain entered the European, or the common market, as it was called. in those days. There's even issues coming through to the 1990s in this. Now, the interesting part of it is the fact that a lot of these regulations were to do with people being conned. In fact, there's a little summary here. So the very earliest moves towards the regulation of labeling came in 1938. And it says here about made it offense to sell a food or a drug which had a label which falsely describes that food or drug, or is otherwise calculated to mislead as to its nature, substance, or quality, unless the seller was able to demonstrate that he did not know that the label was incorrect. Just says the label incorrect there. I think it's a typo. So this is what we've got going on. And of course, the issue for vegans is the fact that all this legislation doesn't necessarily mean that manufacturers had to specify in very careful terms all the ingredients. And so what the vegans were left doing really was to write to the manufacturers in order to do this. In fact, those who've seen Ronnie Lee talk about this, even when he went vegan in 1972, he said that the labeling then was still pretty dodgy to the extent that all the vegans were eating a peanut butter, which ended up having so-called beef fat in it. And so it could really be a kind of problem for vegans. And so in that sense, Eva Batt took on this kind of task, if you like. And she did a lot of writing to manufacturers in order to establish whether their products were vegan friendly. And she became known as the commodities investigator of the Vegan Society. And let me just see this one. This is the item that was at the top of each of the journal's commodities kind of pages. All the following commodities are free of animal content, and we have the assurance of the manufacturers that they do not come into contact with animal substances during processing. So all the kind of issues and worries that we might have as modern vegans were being rehearsed here. This was the time when animal charcoal was being used to process white sugar, which is no longer the case in Britain, and I don't think in much of Europe, probably all of it. I'm not quite sure. And so there was quite a lot going on. If I go back, you can see all the different. I don't know if you can see them, but there's all the different manufacturers there being contacted, including Kellogg's, and all these groups. And it's interesting because some of them are saying, well, we've got labels. Others are saying, well, no, we can assure you, even though we don't have labels, and this kind of stuff. So it was a kind of big deal for the vegans at the time to find out what the vegan-friendly items were for kind of obvious reasons. Now this one is, let me find out where this one is. This is winter 1959. And so Eva Batt, the commodities investigator, is still busy. And she produces an 8-page Christmas special for this issue. And so what they're suggesting is that each time the journal came out, which was 4 times a year, that these sections were pulled out and put into a separate file, and therefore would end up being the kind of database for each and every member. And so they actually put the commodities pages in the middle of the journal, so they could be removed without doing any. You didn't have to rip them out. You could actually just unstaple it and then staple it again. So the idea was for people to make up their own kind of database. And of course, later that developed into things like the Animal Free Shopper and this kind of thing. So these are some of the concerns of the movement in its kind of early years, in a sense, is the fact that they needed to be able to alert members to what was vegan friendly and what was not. Now, this is an interesting one in the sense that, let me put that down to there. This is the Christmas dinner part of this commodities thing. And you'll see there that it's got julienne soup, wholemeal rolls, stuffed Brazil nut roast, gravy, chestnut balls, apple sauce, Brussels sprouts, braised carrots, roast potatoes, Christmas pudding, nut cream, mince pies, coffee, and homemade sweets. And then you've got the recipe for all of that laid out in the magazine. And so this is quite interesting. I mean, we're talking about the end of the 50s here. Britain is still subject to some forms of rationing due to the war years. And yet, you know, often vegans of a certain age will get that question, oh, it must have been so difficult back then. And as you can see, there are some things that were available. And we've, somebody said that they're hungry. Thanks, Roger. Yeah. Well, yeah, go and make yourself a Christmas, go and make yourself a Christmas dinner, Graham. I'm sure it won't cause any problems. Now, let me just take my cushion down because that was my cat defense, but I don't think I need it now. Also, the brown gravy is part of the recipe, which I thought was quite good. For those people who know me, you know that I'm a big Goons fan, and Eccles from the Goons always maintained that he likes chips with brown gravy. So the vegans had everything in a sense. Now, just before we get the impression that all the early vegans did was stuff their faces, there is a lot more going on in terms of their correspondence, if you like, with the powers that be at the time. So if we move into the 1960s, for example, Eva Batt wrote to the honorary secretary, she wrote as the honorary secretary of the Vegan Society to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, which was based in London at the time, probably still is, which was considering yet more recommendations and regulations for food labeling. So she sent a letter, which was effectively a list of the demands from the vegan world. And if it came to pass, it would have radically shaken up the entire food industries. For example, this was one of the things that she said. Batt argued that the word milk should be used in its technical sense, i.e., as a term for the emulsified liquid, as in vegetable milk, coconut milk, latex milk, etc., etc., and therefore not used necessarily to denote cow's milk only. Now, this is quite interesting, isn't it? Because there's still these big debates and fights going on between industry and the kind of plant-based industry, if you like, with relation to, you know, who can use words like milk and that. And so that's still going on throughout the world, really. She goes on, butter likewise should be referred to as either nut butter or cow butter. Now, I love the idea of them having to label it cow butter, which would be quite an interesting kind of development in a sense. I always tell people that you know, cow milk is calf food, but it would be good to reference cow butter, I suppose. Another fairly brilliant labeling demand was that all food containing animal milk or cream, cow butter or cheese made from animal milk should clearly state that on the label. And she said all foods containing eggs, whether or not intensively produced, which is good, should also be clearly marked. And so this was the vegans trying to make an impact on the ongoing labeling regulations that were going on in Britain. So that was the demands. And of course, none of you watching or listening to this will be surprised that none of these vegan demands were ever met. And so it was the vegans were blanked on it, essentially. More generally, she asked about releasing humanity from animal husbandry, which would result in a country such as Britain becoming a next exporter of foodstuff, which is a very kind of early vegan society argument that in a vegan world, virtually every country would probably become a food exporter rather than an importer. And so not only was she wanting the government to really crack down on the labeling of foods with animal-derived ingredients, as it were, she actually wanted them to close down the animal agriculture industry in the name of food security for the country. And she also wrote, again, 64, sorry, Why Vegan? And she was again arguing that just think what a vegan world would mean for what she described as undeveloped. And then she also put in brackets another term for starving peoples in the world, and what a contribution it would make towards world peace. So I often feature a particular quote from Why Vegan, which is coming up. You won't be surprised, but it is an interesting document. This one, there is quite a lot of cruelty language in it, but you've also got some of the what I would argue are elements of the scope of vegan philosophy coming into it. This one being one, and as we see when we get to the next female pioneer, Kathleen Janaway, they took seriously the idea that a vegan world would mean the end of war and would mean the end of poverty. They took that fairly seriously, and here you can see Eva Batt articulating a similar kind of idea. She also said, aside from immediate effects, vegans consider this way of life to be no less a duty to future generations. It will take many ages at the present rate of progress to undo all the results of past wrongs, if indeed this is ever possible. And whatever our actions, it is our heirs even more than we who will reap the results, good or bad, of what we do today, tomorrow, and the next day, until we leave them what? A desert, a conflagration, or a garden of plenty. Conflagration is destruction by fire. So it's really interesting in the sense that they felt a desire, and we've got to remind ourselves that these people had just come out of a global conflict, and good or bad, yes. Well, yeah, that's right. It's kind of in other words, the next generation will have to deal with the results of what we do now, good or bad, right? And so she's suggesting that we should do good in order to leave them something worth leaving. I think that is the argument. Okay, also in Why Veganism, the pamphlet from 1964, Eva Batt wrote in it what remains as one of the most powerful assertions of vegan values. And this, for those who've seen my presentations before, will know this particularly well. Veganism is one thing and one thing only, a way of living which avoids exploitation, whether it be of our fellow men, the animal population, or the soil upon which we rely for our very existence. Now, it's really interesting, this, in the sense that I said that there seems to be some movements toward moderation, and yet here in the 1960s, Eva Batt is remaining kind of faithful to the language of the earliest pioneers when they talk about exploitation, which they meant use, and so avoids use. And then you've got, again, the scope of veganism being articulated, whether it be of our fellow men, the animal population, or the soil upon which we rely. And so, again, there's this kind of intertwining of issues, which was part of the vegan scope, I would suggest. This last bit always creates some concern or comment. Like the other movement pioneers would often talk a good deal about the soil. She talked about it in terms of the correct balance, in terms of its conservation, and as part of the correct long-term use of the land. So that was a particular interest to vegans, and you'll see next time that Kathleen Janaway was in particular very concerned about these issues. I always say that this issue came back into the movement in the 1980s with the publication of a very influential book by John Robbins, which is called Diet for a New America, where he talked about topsoil and topsoil erosion, these kind of issues, and about how there is just this thin layer of soil separating rock from sky, essentially, and without it we can't survive, and yet we do incredible amounts of damage to it. And they were concerned about that way back into the 50s and the 1960s. That was concerned that her generation of vegans needed to ensure that they protect the soil to, as it were, hand it over to the next generation. And they wanted to hand it over as a valuable heritage. And they wanted it to be not eroded or scorched or leached of its essential minerals, which are so necessary for a full and healthy life, she wrote. It's interesting, this idea of being concerned about handing over, a good planet essentially to the next generation. I suppose that she didn't know that future generations and our generation would be much more ignorant of these issues than their generation was. I mean, now we kind of act as though we don't care much about anything but consuming things, whereas they were really concerned with issues of conservation over generations they were thinking of. And you don't tend to get that kind of sense of things nowadays. The role and hard work of the women pioneers was clearly as important as the men in the movement. And again, this is bittersweet, perhaps in practical terms, perhaps more so. The women did end up doing cookery demonstrations and doing the writing, as it were, to the ministries, etc., to find out the vegan friendly stuff. And so there is again that kind of gender divide, which is very kind of stereotypical, I suppose. The women were invariably given the job of researching the food suitable for vegans, as I've said, and managing and running of cookery demonstrations up and down the country, which they did to great effect in actual fact. So they did that job well, but it's quite interesting from a feminist point of view that it was primarily the women who did that. Although on retirement, Leslie Cross did go around the country, but that was on a kind of lecture tour rather than a cookery demonstration tour. So again, I suppose that's just a reproduction of that gender issue. Right, I'm going to finish off with about 3 minutes of film from the recently enhanced version of Open Door. Now, Open Door is a really interesting historical document. It looks incredibly dated when you see it. It was produced in 1976. As Ronnie Lee said in a recent program, he watched this when it went out. In fact, this is one of the big things that nailed kind of veganism down for a lot of around him at the time, being vegan for a few years by then. But he said, in terms of the language, which we're going to find a bit amusing, this was just the language of the BBC in those days. So what had happened essentially was the BBC had said to social organizations, well, look, if you want to promote yourself, we'll come along with all our equipment. You can say what you want and we'll just film it and help you with the editing and all the rest of it. And so that's what the Open Door thing, as it were, is all about. So it's really kind of interesting in that sense. There was a previous one for the Hunt Saboteurs in this series, which ended up being a big recruitment tool. Ronnie says that many vegans joined the movement, or many people kind of, as it were, went vegan on the basis of this particular program, which was only, well, it's about 28 minutes long. So I've got a 3-minute clip which features Eva Batt to end with. So here we go.
The Vegan Society was formed in 1944.
Let's face it, Erica, cow's milk is for calves, not for humans.
Yes, and we have other athletes in our society too, like Jack McClelland, a wrestler, footballer, and cross-channel swimmer. And they all agree that milk is a baby food, not fit for strong men. Eva Batt. Eva is chairman of our vegan council. Tell us, Eva, how you became a vegan.
I remember very clearly, Erica, although it was nearly 20 years ago. There was this railway station platform, and there were some cows herded at one end, and they were making a very pathetic noise. And at the other end were baby calves, very, very young, and they too were crying for the mother cows. And of course, I asked an official, why couldn't they be put together? And he explained that the cows were going to market and the calves were going to the butcher. To the butcher, I said. Why? Well, he said, you can't have milk unless cows keep having calves, and you can only rear a few of those calves as cows. Most of those other quality things will be in veal and ham pies before long. This shook me. I hadn't realised that milk production was responsible for all the suffering and slaughter. I had pictured placid, gentle cows happily grazing in green pastures, and I thought how kind the farmers were to relieve them of their milk. I turned again to the cows, because one was nudging my shoulder, trying to attract my attention. And as I turned, she gazed straight into my eyes, and there was a real message. That's the time it came through to me. I knew then I could never drink milk again. And I hadn't. But believe me, I had a terrible time over that weekend, just wondering how I was going to manage. I knew people could live well without meat, but without milk, I really thought I was going to die. So you can imagine how delighted I was when I discovered that there were other people who were living happy, healthy lives as vegans, thinking the way I did. And today, on my 68th birthday, I am feeling, I too, I should say, I'm feeling happier, healthier, and altogether better than ever before.
So, how many times are we going to see those scenes? I mean, those scenes there were filmed in the 1970s, and we've seen it over and over, generations later. Separation of mother and child, with the mother following, presumably not knowing what to do. I don't know whether you actually picked up on this, but the young guy of the two kept glancing back at the mother. And that's possibly because he probably knew that sometimes the mothers get a little bit defensive and, you know, might actually attack them, which we've again seen in subsequent films, because they're having their babies taken away from them, and that happens over and over. And then farmers have the gall to say, oh, well, some mothers are not very good mothers. How many babies would a human mother need to have taken away from them? And there's an Irish film where the farmer used the phrase snatched, that the newborn calf was snatched from the mother. How many before you stop being a good mother? So that is a very kind of modern part of the film. I know it's got that kind of very, very dated look about it. At the same time, that scene, you could go and film that tomorrow at a dairy farm, because it's always the same, and it's always, completely pitiful. The separation of a mother from a child, probably one of the most horrible things that anybody could do, and to do it repeatedly and for profit is just pretty disgusting. Okay, vegan rant over from me. So that, folks, is your vegan time tunnel. And yeah, Andy says 50 years later and we're still stealing babies. The movement seems to be full of strong women from the foundation. They just don't get some of the attention or accolades that some of the men do. Yeah, that's right. I guess that's still a societal issue we must address. It's a social issue that is repeated everywhere. When I kind of dabbled in academia, and when I was kind of running things like seminars and stuff, you always had to manage them on gendered lines, in the sense that it was very regular for men or a couple of men to kind of dominate the session, and you kind of really had to be a gatekeeper and said, okay, anyone else. And it was very common to get kind of gobby guys and silent women, and it's really unfortunate. Now, obviously, that's a stereotype and it doesn't apply to everyone, but it was pretty common in my experience. And then when I became a lecturer and other people did the seminar part of it, they had the same kind of problem. And so we had to try to devise ways of trying to encourage the women in the group to contribute, because they were almost constrained by the culture, essentially. Patriarchy, I think it's called. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, people. Oh, right, another one. I remember reading an activist, albeit she was representing PETA. You had to make me say that word, didn't you? Yeah, okay. Say no. Nobody paid any attention to me until I went out in my. Yes, right, that's right. And I think that really demonstrates just how broken it all is. Well, I mean, a recent PETA thing involved a 40 or an actor, a female actor in her 40s, who took her clothes off, usual thing, and she did a publicity video for PETA explaining why she did it. And she basically said, well, look, I have to take my clothes off, otherwise nobody's going to take any notice of me. So even now in the 21st century, that's still sadly the same. And it's just an indictment still of the values of society, still dominated by the ideology of patriarchy, which for a group like PETA is, excuse my language, boils down to get your tits out for the animals, unfortunately. But that's been their thing for many, many years, sadly. And it's been one of the reasons why quite a lot of progressive people will shun our movement, because we don't seem to have the credentials as far as they're concerned. But that is an argument for elsewhere. All right, people, thank you so much then for tuning in. Now, a reminder that in a few minutes' time, or probably about 35 minutes, I believe, or maybe 30 minutes, Andy Atkinson, the new vegan filmmaker, is doing his director's cut of his first substantive film, which is called Animal Rights, We're Getting It Wrong. I had the pleasure of seeing it last night, and it's really good. And there's about 15 minutes extra in it. The editing is better on Andy's new machine, which we're pleased to have been able to help buy for him, because the production of the first film actually blew his 11-year-old laptop out of the sky, and so we had to get him some equipment pretty sharpish. The movement rallied round, and now we have it, and so you can expect a stream of content beginning this evening with that director's cut, which is also enhanced and improved visually and in terms of audio. So I look forward to that, and I look forward to seeing you all again next week for another Time Tunnel. So thanks a lot for tuning in. Hey, Earthlings, welcome along to another vegan time tunnel. I'm sat here, James Bond villain type, with a purring cat on my knee, so I don't know how long that's going to last, but we'll see. So, yes, actually, about an hour ago, I helped a crane fly out of the house, and reminded me of, you often get stories about, what do you think prompted your concern for other animals, that kind of thing. And one of the elements of that involved a crane fly for me, in the sense that I was a projectionist, or a junior projectionist on the Isle of Wight, and an usher killed a crane fly with her shoe. Just took a shoe off and bang. No, we used to call, in Yorkshire, we used to call crane flies flying daddy long legs, because they used to go up and down the wall like this. And in fact, this one was going up and down the kitchen window. So I helped him or her out. And so the woman said to me, oh, I really hate them. I think they're ugly. I remember saying, well, I think you're fairly ugly, but I wouldn't have done that to you. And I think that was one of my early kind of, because I always had this thing about, what was fair and what was not, and that kind of stuff. And so I felt that was a very unfair thing to do for absolutely no reason whatsoever. So I suppose you could say, this is where we bring it all together, folks. What you could say is that was one of my first campaigns, or something like that. And of course, that's what we're doing today. We're into pressure campaigning. And so it all ties together. It's all very neatly done, this show, people. So welcome along then to another time tunnel. Yeah, so regular viewers will know that we're putting together an archive of significant events in the history of the animal movement, which is very important for people joining, a kind of resource for them to go to. In fact, I'm going to mention another resource today, but sadly it's down, which I used to use a lot, which is, I'm trying to find out what's happened to this particular website, but we'll come to that. Also, this is going to be a multimedia extravaganza, which just means that I've got to change screens a few times. Really, that's all that kind of means. Okay, we start off with this notion that I've mentioned before, which is one oddity of the movement, is the idea that right up until this century, the 21st century, the movement wasn't really focused on vivisection as its core issue. And so you could say that veganism wasn't the moral baseline. And so we were all vegan back then, or at least the people that I worked with were vegan, most of them, I'd say. But we didn't campaign for veganism. I hardly ever mentioned it. In fact, journalists never asked us about it either. And so it wasn't kind of on the agenda. So we didn't talk about veganism much. I mean, I did quite a lot of media events, and I can't remember talking much about veganism. And you can guarantee that if it was brought up, it would have been in relation to a diet, I'm quite sure. So that would be the case there. Don't forget that if you're watching outside of my YouTube, that's the best place to have a chat. And do feel free to comment, people, because it's not the policy of this channel to charge you to speak or to have your comments put on the screen. So feel free to comment as you wish in that sense. Okay, so veganism wasn't central then to what we were doing in the 1980s. So what were we doing? And the answer is single issue pressure campaigns. And it was also very common at that time for animal activists to be involved in a wide variety of groups, to be members of numerous groups, as well as being involved in them. And so let me just drop that out. I want to read you just a little section from this book, Animal Warfare by David Henshaw, where he describes this kind of phenomena. And he said, talks about two people, Tim Daly and Taggart King. Tim Daly was both a BUAV and a NAVS contact, that's British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection, now Cruelty Free International, and National Anti-Vivisection Society. He ran Croydon Animal Aid, which he had founded, organised the Croydon branch of the Hunt Saboteurs Association, was a member of the RSPCA, for whom he also worked as an ambulance driver. And he was an active member of SLAM, which stands for the South London Animal Movement. This is, of course, on top of extracurricular activities with the Animal Liberation Front and the SEAL, the South East Animal Liberation League. His was by no means an exaggerated example. Indeed, Bailey was more than matched by another BUAV committee member, Taggart King, who managed to notch up a combined membership of the BUAV, the NAVS, also Animal Aid, the Animal Liberation Front Supporters Group, the Hunt Saboteurs Association, Greenpeace, the League Against Cruel Sports, Compassion in World Farming, Zoocheck, in addition to Bishop Stortford Animal Rights Group, which he was the founder and chairperson. So I think that was pretty kind of standard in those days. This is before social media, of course. So that meant that if you wanted to keep in the loop, then you really needed to be a member of all these groups in order to get their publication. Also, quite a lot of them had competing philosophies, but again, it would really be that you were there in order to, get their news, as it were. So that's what the movement was doing. What was I doing? Much the same. I kind of see myself in those days as fairly representative of quite a lot of animal activists. I was a hunt saboteur. We used to go out sometimes 3 times a week sabbing. We were involved because we were in Liverpool at the time. We were involved in the Waterloo Cup campaign, which was the biggest hare coursing event in the world. And then we also did the Yorkshire Grouse Moors, that campaign, so hare coursing and grouse shooting. We did single issue campaigns against circuses. We ran an animal rights shop in Liverpool, which is believed to be the first animal rights shop in Britain. We also did stalls in the city centre. The shop was kind of a little way out, if you like. I was involved with the Northern Animal Liberation League, the Hunt Saboteurs, as I said, the ALF, and the press office to some degree, and Sea Shepherd in terms of the Orkney campaigns, which I've done a time tunnel about, and also involved with a number of action groups, which I co-founded or founded myself. So these are the ones that we're going to look at today as a kind of representative of the kind of thing that was going on really in the movement at the time. So let me bring our slides back. The first one is the Fur Action Group. So the Fur Action Group, my actual memory of this is quite hazy, but in 1982, I was a member of the BUAV Executive Committee, and one of their staff members was called Paddy Broughton, and she and I got together with a few other people to create this fur action group because some of the national anti-vivisection societies were a bit frustrated. The fact that they were kind of, as it were, restricted to just campaign against vivisection. So they wanted to branch out into other single issues, if you like. And so the Fur Action Group was one of the groups that we formed. I remember I did have the what was thought to be one of the largest databases on the British and even international fur business at one point in a filing cabinet back in Liverpool. And so when things got a little bit ropey in terms of the police activities in the 1980s for me, I do remember we took all this database down to Lynx, who were a prominent kind of anti-fur campaign at the time. And I was actually going to show you one of the adverts, but I've forgotten to load it, so we'll have to leave that. The next campaign is this one. This is Edelson. Sorry, you can't really see that. It's very clear on my PowerPoint, but I don't think you can see that very well. Let me drop it down to there, see if it's any better. Not really. So this is Michael Edelson. Now, he was very prominent in the north of England, and not least for his connection with Manchester United. And so we had all kinds of campaign ideas about that because of his involvement with Manchester United. At the time, they were involved in European football, which unusually in those days, the football went out live when it was a big European final or semi-final. And so we kept thinking about the idea of buying a microlight, which was kind of like an early version of a small light aircraft. And the idea would have been to fly over Old Trafford and, you know, dump a load of leaflets on the pitch just as they were setting off. We had those kind of ideas, if you like. Edelson was very, he was well known for the use of celebrities. And of course, the animal movement has used celebrities quite a lot. Often to the fact that it's gone wrong, in the sense that this is Naomi Campbell, who was one of the people who would rather be naked than wear fur, the PETA campaign. And then a few years later, she was back on the catwalk, so-called, in her fur coats. So, yeah. So celebrity endorsement, as it is still today, can be a bit of a hit and a miss. And you know, there's been some controversies of late about certain celebrities who take part in what you might call non-vegan things, perhaps. So we had a campaign against Edelson, and what that involved with is something that we called the Fur Pledge. So I'm going to just share with you a couple of audios for this. So the Fur Pledge was the idea that because Edelson had a department in a big department store, in this case in Liverpool called Lewis's, then the idea was for the Fur Pledge, it was like a petition but with knobs on, in the sense that it was asking people to boycott the entire store to put pressure on them to remove the fur department. So that's what it was all about. And so I'll just play you the first clip and then stop, because something really interesting happened. So hopefully your audio will be fine.
Have been demonstrating outside the Lewis's department store in Liverpool city centre to protest against its sale of fur coats. Shoppers going in were asked to sign a petition saying they'll boycott the store until it gets rid of its furs department. It's the start of a major campaign throughout the Northwest, and demonstrator John Williams says there's been a good response.
We think that over a period of weeks, a period of months, whatever it needs, we'll get thousands of signatures, thousands of people will boycott these stores at a very important time for these stores as well, Christmas. We think it will have an impact on them. It's a new type of campaign in that it's never been used in the North before. It's been used successfully in the South over whale products and seal products. It was a success there. We're going to repeat that success. As I say, we're determined to see this campaign through.
Now sport. So that was either BBC Radio Merseyside or Radio City. So the two big radio shows in Liverpool. The guy talking was using a false name because in those days it was kind of you needed to, we were up against quite a lot of violent people in those days. You went hunting. The hunters were violent. The terrier people were violent. Some of the most violent people of all are people who go hare coursing, and so it was always a good idea to use a false name. I had several, including a few female names, including Sarah Dean, I remember, and Jill Lockwood was two of the female names that I used. And a lot of people use the name John Hughes. We just kind of use that en masse, if you like. So we were using false names for kind of security reasons, which turned out to be a good idea, because what we would do is we would get the fur pledges, which people would sign, and they were just a piece of paper. So it wasn't much like a petition, but then it was taken to the animal rights group at the Poly, and they reduced it down over and over again until they were very small. And then we posted it to all the media every week, and also to Edelson every week. And we also posted it recorded delivery in order for them to see how much support there was for the fur pledge idea. So that was going on. And so it wasn't long before Edelson employed some private detectives in order to try to find out who we were, because he wanted to serve us with injunctions. So we came up with the idea of saying that because of the threat of injunction, we were changing the campaign and handing it over to a Dublin-based group called the Fur Trade Campaign, I think we call it. It's in the next clip. And I'm talking to you from Dublin now, so that was a complete coincidence that we picked on that. Essentially, what we wanted to do was create a situation where Edelson's spies would have to go to a different country in order to try and find us. And of course, we went there in the first place. So this is what the second clip is about. And so another person with another false name talking about the injunction, I think, and certainly the trouble with the security staff.
Soccer campaigners have spent the day outside Lewis's store in Liverpool asking shoppers to pledge that they'll boycott the Furs department. The protesters centred on 5 Northwest stores with the Michael Edelson brand of fur stocks, and Lewis has stepped up security during the day. Philip Emerson, a spokesman for the Fur Trade Campaign based in Dublin, said the protest had been successful and more were now being planned.
We've had a very good day, and obviously we're putting a lot of pressure on Michael Edelson. We've had some hassle from private detectives and so on, so obviously the pressure's on already, and this is just day one. We'll be continuing collecting the pledges and hopefully increasing the pressure on Edelson, not just in Liverpool, but around the country and on the stores in which he has departments.
A national fund.
Right, so those are they. So Philip Emerson wasn't his real name. He was actually called Julian. So as you can say, we kind of falsely based this group in Dublin and went to outrageous lengths to get ourselves some Irish names, as you can tell, which didn't seem to change anything really. I think it was the case that they did actually go over to Dublin trying to find out what was going on. Right, now the third campaign that I wanted to talk about, and for the longest time probably, will be this one, Edelson. So let's put that back here. This is the Edelson Action Group. So this is a laboratory in Manchester. It's now called LabCorp. It was called Hazelton at one point. Then it changed its name to Covance, and now it's changed its name again to LabCorp. And so I mentioned this this idea of some brilliant resources that the movement needs in terms of having its history known. Well, this was one that I used all the time. It's called the Talon Conspiracy. So at the moment, this is down. And so all I've got at the moment are kind of screenshots that I managed to grab from various places. So they're not very good. The quality is pretty rough, as you can see. But until we find out what's happened to this excellent resource, we'll just have to, as it were, put up with it. And so in terms of the anti-vivisection campaign, We focus on The Liberator. Again, you won't be able to see these too well, but these are the magazines produced by the British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection. And so these are liberators from the years 1983, 84, I think, and 86. I'm not quite sure where the 85 ones were. But the one that really interests us actually is this one here. So this is April to May 1984. And so we had started the campaign, the Hazleton Action Group, by this time, of course. And it was fairly frequent that we would kind of manage to get inside the place. We managed to get inside, well, almost got inside the monkey unit once. We got into the beagle breeding unit, and we got right into the place where they were doing experiments on New Zealand white rabbits, of which there's a picture on the front page of the Liberator. So it was a front page story of the Liberator at the time. So there was quite a few kind of daylight raids going on. DLF didn't really do Hazleton. It was more like a NAL type thing. And in particular, the hunt saboteurs based in Sheffield, whenever they were sabbing fairly close to the location, they would finish the sab and then immediately go to a lab and try and get in. And they were successful quite a few times. And so we ended up with this story, which was based on experiments they were doing with paraquat. Now, the toxicity for paraquat was very well known at this stage, and yet they were still doing tests for a Japanese company. And so that was kind of a big story in the sense that they were repeating experiments that they didn't really need to. Again, it underlines the reality of vivisection, that it's mainly done for legal reasons rather than scientific reasons. You know, it's often if you don't have that kind of legal document in your hand, you can't move on to human trials. And everybody knows in the business that it's when you move to the human trials is when you start to get data, which is much more relevant to where you want to go, that kind of thing. So the paraquat story ended up being front page of the Liberator. It was in the NAVS magazine, also Animal Aid. And also, and there's a content warning here, in this book, The Cruel Deception by Robert Sharp, who at the time, I think he was the scientific advisor for the NAVS. So, but he was based in Sheffield, which wasn't that far from the lab. And he was a very useful person to be able to go to and say, look, we've got all these documents and they're all full of scientific jargon. What do they mean in English, essentially? And so he was able to do a bit of translation for us. So I don't recommend that you kind of zoom in and read the details here, because it's pretty kind of horrible, really. But they were doing research on a variety of rabbits, and in a variety of ways. But essentially, they were looking to find out the LD50, as it was called, of paraquat. And LD50 stands for lethal dose 50%. So what they would do is give different groups of rabbits paraquat either on their skin or down their throat. And when 50% had died, as the concentration of the test substance goes up, that is what's then called the LD50. It's a very, very controversial test. In fact, this was Philip Rogers. He was the managing director of Hazleton. And he said in 1977, a long time back, but in terms of all the anti-vivisection literature, the LD50 was seen as very crude, even within the business. And again, pointing out really that the real reason for vivisection was legal reasons and not scientific ones, you know. So he says the LD50 is a crude measure of toxicity. There is really little scientific justification for the test because reproducibility is not good and can even vary from day to day. That's kind of how bad it was. And the results are dependent on the animal strain used. So we're into the usual extrapolation problems with vivisection, that first of all, they have to get some data. they have to hope then it can be extrapolated to humans in some way, and they recognize that the animal model is not good. You know, that's a main kind of problem with it. So species differences have always been a major problem for the vivisection business, and so that's what that's what they were up to in the thing. Now this is very difficult to see. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I'm going to be looking at this top little bit in terms of what we got up to in the Hazelton campaign. I just wanted to draw your attention, if you can see it, to where it says Devil's Tower demo. So that was a demo that we did in Liverpool, outside the University of Liverpool, and they had a tower block, which was actually a breeding unit, and so we named it Devil's Tower. There's a very early camp in those days outside there for several weeks, which was kind of pretty good. But I want to go back to Hazelton. So this is the picture from the top corner of it. Now, the guy giving the speech is author Richard Adams, and he's famous for two books, in particular, Watership Down, which virtually everybody knows, and also The Plague Dogs. Of course, they were both made into films. The Plague Dogs, I haven't seen that. The Watership Down, I showed that when I was a projectionist many times. And the big in-joke about Watership Down is it was animated in London in a place called Warren Street. So that was kind of, as it were, the joke. But going back to the picture, so the white, as you can see there, is snow, because one year in particular, although I'm not quite sure this is exactly it, but this is obviously a winter event. But there was one time when we did a demo on Christmas Day in order to raise their security costs at the lab. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of the lab, and you can see how security kind of changed in a while. As you can see, there's a fairly good crowd there. The NAL were there, Northern Animal Liberation League, and there's a little picture of me somewhere in that, which is not that important, but it is quite interesting. So right, I'm going to drop this out, and also I'm going to change my screen. So bear with me for a second. Stop screen and then start again. Okay, boom. Here we go. Oh yes, it's all happening today, folks. Okay, so I think we can add that. Right, so this is Google Maps, people, and if I put that like that, I think we can see it a little bit better. And so if you see the roundabout there, and then that little piece of land, as it were, what northwest of it, that was the area where the demo that we just seen took place. But if we go down, move it along, this road here is called Otley Road, and that's where I used to live, in a place just about 10 miles from Leeds called Otley. And so we go down and down and down until we get to this location, I believe. Yeah. And so if we zoom in, so this is the laboratory right here. Yeah, just zoom out a little bit. Okay. Now, it's a little bit more developed than it was during the Hazelton days. Those buildings towards the back of it, to the left is the front, and the rear is to the right, if you like. But you can see some houses. I don't know if you can see Larkfield Road, but there was like a public footpath going into the grounds. So that was our access in those days. But now it's been made into a car park, and so I'm sure that access into it is not as easy as it used to be. So I'm going to drop my little man here so we can see what we've got. So this is the laboratory proper. So this is the front entrance. You can see quite a lot of security cameras as you go. So I'm going to go down this road a little bit, maybe just one or two little clicks, and then turn, because here then, the white building is a laboratory, and the bricks underneath is probably the holding unit. And one of the things that gives that away is the fact that there is a heck of a lot of fans, extract fans here. Also at the top of the roof, there's extract fans. So the chances are that it was a holding unit at the bottom, and the laboratory itself will have been at the top. And then this building here is pretty much bound to be an animal holding unit. And in fact, we can show you a little bit easier by moving and then turning back to it, because you can see that it's got a lot of ventilation on that building. And so this massive ventilation thing at the top, and then also at the side. So that's probably going to be a place where they actually keep the other animals before and during their use, I would think. So going back then to the front of the building, almost done now, folks. X marks the spot. So we can see the front thing. It's got private property. Again, lots and lots of security. But even though there was this kind of fairly impressive fence that you can see, it used to be much more formidable than this back in the day. When we first started doing the campaign, it was as though it was just like a picket fence, and so you could just jump over it and run in. And so they obviously changed that, and they ended up going from almost like no security whatsoever to really kind of tough security, to the extent that if we zoom in here and then turn too much, you can still see some remnants of the razor wire that they had there. You can see that on the screen. And essentially, they had that all the way around at one point, because they were getting kind of broken into so regularly that they felt presumably that they had to do something about it. Okay, so if we think about this little spot in front of the main entrance, when Richard Adams came, I think he came the day before the speech, and we set him up to do a couple of TV interviews and a couple of radio interviews, which he basically made up the details for, which is interesting. But then we obviously wanted him to have a look at the lab itself. So we came down this road, as it were, where that red car is, and parked just across from the way. And this was the time when it was essentially just the picket gates and a little booth for a security guard. And the security guard kind of wandered over to find out what the fuss was. And so I was in the passenger seat. I think the driver was Patsy Waite, who was another co-founder of the Hazleton Action Group, and Richard Ryder was in the back. And as the guy approached, I remember him winding his window down, and he just shouted "tits and arseholes" at the guy. And of course, he was rather taken aback, this chap, and he kind of, excuse me, you know, it kind of was before everything kind of kicked off. So he was really kind of taken back by this kind of reaction from Adams himself. Anyway, Patsy, I think, decided at that point might be the best thing to do is maybe drive off, and we'd seen our special guest, as it were, again. Another problematic celebrity, you might think, but it's always a bit difficult when you're dealing with celebrities. But that's what he did, and it was quite interesting, I suppose. And then the actual rally, the march and rally, as it were, that was a fairly big success for the time. Right, so people, pressure campaigns. So these were single issue pressure campaigns, which virtually the entire movement was engaged in. And Ronnie Lee and myself are forever saying it's an oddity, talking now to, as it were, people who've joined the movement recently, for people not to understand that veganism was at the center of everything veganism was at the center of everything that we did and stood for and said, as it is now. But the truth is, it just wasn't the case. And so we turned then to these single issues, which were pressure campaigns. It was mainly devised at kind of trying to pressure the supply side rather than the demand side. So I always say that one of the major differences between then and now is the fact that we stopped looking for enemies to fight, and we're now looking for people to educate. And when you do the education on the demand side, that has got the potential to damage the supply side anyway. Whereas if you damage the supply side or try without reducing the demand side, there's a major problem, which several campaigns have kind of landed into in a way, because the governments will come in and prop them up because they've got public support and this kind of stuff. Subsidies will be used, and etc. etc. So we found really that pressure campaigns weren't really as good as vegan education. And so, speaking for Ronnie, who I'm sure I can speak for in this context, we both really switched to the demand side campaigning rather than the supply side pressure, if all that makes sense. Okay, people. So I'm just going to have a quick scan in case I've missed anything in. Well, thanks for that. Yes, yeah, we're hoping that people will, will appreciate these kind of histories, because it is quite important. I was watching a video today of Kim Stallwood. Kim Stallwood has kind of worked for several animal welfare groups and charities and corporations since he went vegan in 1976. Started working for Compassion Animal Farming, for example. But he was talking in this interview, which he did for Northeast Animal Rights, saying that knowing the history is very important because it makes people a better advocate. In a sense, it's almost like not having to repeat all the mistakes that were made earlier. And so there is that kind of element to it. Right. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'll see you again next week. And thanks for tuning in to the Vegan Time Tunnel. Bye for now. Justice, social exclusion, cruelty, animal rights, hunger, and consumerism. I would throw in animal exploitation to kind of knock the edge off the cruelty bit, of course. He said her talk was informed, objective, but at the same time passionate and moving. She talked about how food was grown and how the slaughterhouse, a house of slaughter, is a symbol of repression. So that is kind of like really the stock kind of talk that Janaway would deliver, bringing all these themes together. So in that sense, quite impressively so. When she was the editor of The Vegan, the formal journal of the Vegan Society, she encouraged the development and publication of vegan views. So these pictures are some of the early ones and then some of the later ones, if you like. And it really is interesting because there was a lot of argument in the Vegan Society because their first magazines looked very much like these ones on the left. And then they started to use photography, which was controversial at the time. And it seems like the Vegan Views have done that as well. So Vegan Views was kind of more informal than the official vegan journal. And it was designed really as a forum for discussion. It's obviously pre-internet. And so therefore, it was important to be able to produce these kind of newsletters, which essentially this was with some news, kind of added in. I remember both the Vegan News and the Vegan Society magazine, of course, in the radical bookshops of the 1980s. So writing in Vegan Views then, at the time of Kathleen Janaway's death in 2003, Henry Mather wrote this. She married Jack Janaway. They shared a radical outlook and seeking a fairer, more caring world, and became conscientious objectors during the war. They were also Quakers. It was a successful partnership with Jack, although never prominent, was constant and reliable support in all of Kathleen's work. During the war, whilst she was preparing a meager ration of lamb, bunny rabbit ears, Kathleen heard a commotion outside and saw lambs in the field, and in fact, a slaughterhouse truck too. They both suddenly made the connection and became vegetarians. In 1964, Kathleen read a review of the book Animal Machines by Ruth Harris. She then made the connection between milk production and the need to slaughter superfluous male calves. Once she became a vegan, in 1971, having raised 3 children, she took over as secretary of the Vegan Society and dedicated her mind and energy to the vegan cause. So even with these tributes, we can see that Kathleen Janaway's life and her work was very important in terms of the history of the vegan social movement. So as I said above then, she was born in 1915 and died in 2003 at the age of 87. She had working class origins, and it was these working class values of her parents and grandparents that were to shape her radical vision of the future. And that future for her eventually meant a vegan future. So she campaigned first for the Vegan Society as its general secretary and editor of the magazine. That was from the 1970s. And then from 84 onwards was a co-founder of the Movement for Compassionate Living that I mentioned before. And as I said, it's still up online. I think the actual base of that is now in Wales, as far as I remember. She left the Vegan Society, and there's some controversy about how and why, but she left really because she wanted to concentrate on ecological veganism, it was called at the time. And if you watch the film I mentioned at the beginning all the way through, you'll see that she's basically saying that's what she wanted to concentrate on. But she didn't want to do it within the Vegan Society. She said that she respected their kind of focus on animal issues as the focus and then other issues as the scope. But she wanted to focus on the scope part of it, if that makes sense. So, so that's how she kind of went from the one organization to the other. She was born into a very poor family. She remembers, for example, as a child, having to go to bed early on some days because the gas would run out. And so she was born into poverty. Her father was a speaker for the Socialist Party of Britain, which later became the British Labour Party. And he would give talks on peace and also the dignity of the working class. Her grandfather sounds like quite a character. He had unorthodox views and was said to be opposed to Kathleen joining the Girl Guides, which he thought were a bit repressive. They represent the status quo, he thought, apparently. So as a bright child, Kathleen Janaway won an educational scholarship to grammar school, which is the way it worked in those days. And in grammar school, she learned the value of critical thinking and the idea of questioning everything. However, she gave up an opportunity to go to university. It was offered, but she gave that up in order to financially support her family. She worked as a teacher instead. This was a plight of quite a lot of working class people in those days, is the fact that, you know, education and helping their family financially was often something that clashed. And so therefore they would often have to sacrifice their education, particularly for the women, sadly. But that was just kind of fairly standard within the working class. I hope I don't lose my voice again. She married her lifelong partner, Jack Janaway, just before the Second World War, and like Donald Watson, became a conscientious objector. I don't know why I lose my voice when I'm doing these time tunnels. This is the second time it's happened to me. I shall try to speak a little bit lower, see if that helps. So both Janoways and Watson had become conscientious objectors. During the war years, they both turned vegetarian when Kathleen saw slaughterhouse trucks arrived to take those lambs away that was mentioned before. But not yet vegan, she helped organize a protest meeting for the organization that was to become, in later years, Oxfam. And the protest was to demand that dried cow's milk was sent to children of allies in mainland Europe during the war. And then we get the move from vegetarianism to veganism. It was her keen ability to see connections between social justice issues that led them really to veganism. She taught children with learning difficulties. She was a peace and freedom from hunger campaigner and served for many years on the executive committee of the Gandhi Foundation. So everything was, as it were, coming together for her in terms of social justice. Then in 1964, the Observer newspaper in London published a 2-page review of this book, Animal Machines by Ruth Harrison. A 2-page review is absolutely extraordinary for those times and for now. And so I think she mentions that in the long version of the video from the beginning. So Harrison's new book at the time was called Animal Machines, the New Factory Farming Industry. This was really kind of new. It deeply shocked the entire nation, this book, the Janoways included. It revealed, for example, that calves are separated from their mothers to be sent to veal units in which they were tethered and not allowed solid food. And so Kathleen Janaway said that Animal Machines, the book, had knocked her for 6. It really did kind of surprise her. So I do have it here. And I just want to show you a couple of pictures, nothing too graphic. There is a chapter here called The New Factory Farming, a Pictorial Summary. So this is the first picture, as you can see. Okay, and so this is a depiction of a calf. Now, so there is what was then quite rare, but now is the usual thing. You know, a grain silo stood next to I mean, that looks like a broiler unit. Could be a pig unit, but pig units usually got brick bases. This one will be so-called poultry. So there is a couple of graphic pictures in this, so I won't show you any more. But the interesting part about it is that for the British audience, that will be the first time they'd ever seen anything like that. And so the shock that Kathleen Janaway expresses went around the nation in that sense. And that's what would have ended up being the prompt for a 2-page review of the book, which I imagine every author in the world would die for, I suppose. Kathleen says, it was at this point that I realized that these calves were the surplus of the dairy industry, and that milk, which nature intended for them, was being fed to us. Now, of course, that's a kind of fairly modern day thing to say, and we still say it. In fact, we've got a quote coming up from Kim Stallwood talking about how the arguments back then and the arguments now are essentially the same. I think sociologically, it's something to do with the fact that we tend not to identify as animals, and we don't identify as apes, of course, and we don't identify as mammals either. And so, although humans are mammals, and even although we might generally understand what lactation means, it's still surprising for a lot of people to learn that mother cows, also mammals, must be pregnant to give milk. And so you get the arguments about, oh, well, you can create milk without pregnancy, which is true, even in humans, but certainly not the kind of commercially required amount, which is why they go through that cycle of repeated pregnancy, and then they are pregnant and lactating. And so it's a very tough life for a dairy cow, and that's why she becomes so-called spent, as the industry say, in some short years, and then obviously sent to the slaughterhouse. So the Genoese decided then they would attempt to live without consuming calf food. She said it was the animal issue via her concerns for peace and world hunger that got her into all of this. So let me bring this back in. She said, my involvement in the animal movement developed out of these, in other words, interest in peace and world hunger, particularly when I began to make connections between the different issues. So these interconnections were very strong back in those days, and it also wasn't a problem in the movement as it is now. Later in life, she would become involved in something called Plant a Tree for Peace. It was a movement which was started by some of the vegans associated with the movement for compassionate living. But going back to 1964, Kathleen Janaway, just like most people, they'd not heard of the philosophy of veganism. They knew nothing of the existence of the vegan social movement, which was only 20 years old at the time. And so she was, rather lost and quite isolated, like many of them were. And as an early vegan pioneer, she had the same fears that people like Donald Watson, Eva Batt, and Leslie Cross had held when they first went vegan. And that really was, is it possible or not to survive without any products derived from other animals? And we've got to remember again that when we say this, it seems odd now that it could be a concern, but everybody told them they would die without some products derived from other animals. And that included doctors, as I've said before, on different time tunnels. So there was a kind of lot against them in that sense. Now, although her account is rather disjointed, Victoria Moran, who's written a book called Compassion, the Ultimate Ethic, reports on a research trip that she took in 1981 to study vegans both in Ireland and in Britain. And amongst other vegan pioneers that she spoke to, Moran met Kathleen Janaway, who said that the earliest vegans didn't know if our bones would disintegrate or if we perish in a fortnight. So these are real kind of fears at the time, if you like. Eva Batt, as we've seen already, and she also went vegan in the 1950s. She said that she didn't know how she'd manage. She said, I knew people could live without meat, but without milk, no, I really thought I was going to die. And so some of them kind of internalized that message that they got from their vegetarian friends and from their doctors. Animal advocate and author Mark Gold suggested that some of the initial health fears about veganism had been dispelled by the time Janaway became the Vegan Society's General Secretary